The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 1943 to Chapter 2109. Xianxia's army and dogs are not allowed to enter? 2. Because she hasn't entered the Tianguang ruins for a long time, this time when Mayan opens her eyes, the place she appears in is the reincarnation square. She was just about to contact North Sunflower, Xiangyuan, and Brother Cool when she pulled up her contact list. However, when she opened it, she saw an unexpected name on it, Luo Yunxiao. Little Martial Uncle. Mu Yan immediately sent a message. Are you in Tianguang ruins? Since the last time when she and Di Mingju were engaged, youngest Martial Uncle had left and never appeared again. Occasionally, people from the carefree school would gather together and worry about his safety. After all, when little Martial Uncle came back the last time, he was seriously injured. However, Mu Yan's message was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no reply for a long time. She didn't care. Instead, she turned around and went to the shop of the old man is number 1 under heaven in the upper 3rd district. Yes. The business of the lousy is number 1 in the world shop was too good. Therefore, as early as half a year ago, they had already opened branches in the middle and upper districts. After Mayan's Shin musician upgrade, the speed at which she can draw talismans in batches has become faster, and the quality of the talismans is also better. He had even recently drawn a grade 6 talisman. The effects of these mutated grade 6 talismans weren't any worse than grade 6 medicinal pills, so even in the middle 3 districts and upper 3 districts, there was no need to worry about sales. However, today, when Mayan arrived at the entrance of the upper 3rd districts, the old man is number 1 under the heavens shop, she found that the number of people inside and outside had decreased by at least half compared to before. Easy Bro and North Sunflower Xiangyuan, who were sitting in the shop, were also frowning. As soon as they saw Mayan, the worried expressions on their faces were immediately swept away, and they excitedly welcomed him to the backyard of the shop. Great God Yi, you've finally come to Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan faintly smiled and went straight to the point. What happened? Talismans can't be sold? That's not it. North Sunflower exchanged glances with Brother Wenwan and Elegant, a look of hesitation on his face. Guru Yi, there are so many people who can't even pre-order your mutated talismans a month in advance. How could they not be sold? But North Sunflower Xiangyuan nudged Easy Bro with her elbow to stop him from continuing. Guru Yi trusted them, so he let them take care of such a big business like Old Master is the best in the world. Other people might not be able to buy a mutated talisman even if they waited for a month, but they could casually take one. Every month, a large number of crystals could be obtained. Now, North Sunflower Xiangyuan's life had taken a turn for the better. Her brother had gone to the best sect to further his studies. Brother Xiaosao's voice in the Gua family was getting more and more influential. And all of this was thanks to Gaji Qingyu. Almighty Yi had given them so much, so how could they be so useless and trouble Almighty Yi with such trivial matters? Mu Yan frowns and is about to say something. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise coming from outside. Sister Hua, Master Ma, why did you come to the number 1 shop in the world again? Yeah, didn't I tell you not to come to the number 1 shop in the world for a while? Let's think of a way to buy some pills and cleanse the pill fire poison in your bodies first. We all understand. In next to no time, a rough voice that carried rage resounded out. I won't. I'm a member of Liang Chen's army. On what basis can I not come to Godya's shop to buy talismans? I'm not interested in those shitty evolution moon sex pills. Then, another cold female voice rang out. I just can't stand those bastards from Evolution Moon Sect. They actually dared to hang Liang Chen's army and dogs can't enter at the door. Bah. I don't even want to enter that broken place. End of this chapter. The other customers in the store said anxiously, Old Ma, Sister Hua, stop fooling around. People like us who have used elixirs to advance our cultivation have accumulated some elixir fire poison in our bodies. The rest of us are only at the stage of fasting or early stage of Jin Dan, so the accumulation of Dan fire poison is not that much. However, Old Ma and Sister Hua are already at the Golden Core Stage 9 and Stage 8 respectively. The elixir fire poison is beginning to corrode your dantian. If you don't get rid of the poison soon, I'm afraid it will be hard for you to advance any further. This time, it is rare for the Flowing Moon sect to be willing to sell water element pills in large quantities. This is your only chance. Mu Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at Easy Bro and Xiangyuan. Seeing that she could no longer hide it, North Sunflower Xiangyuan frowned and told her everything. It turned out that most of the Xiaoxia's innate talent was not high, and could only advance through taking all kinds of dan. The more pills one took, the more pill fire poison would accumulate in one's body. This kind of dan fire poison was not obvious when one was fasting or early golden core stage. However, once a cultivator reached the high level of the golden core realm, especially above the 8th level of the golden core realm, it would greatly affect the cultivator's breakthrough and advancement. It could even corrode the meridians of the Xiaoxia, turning them into a cripple. There was only one way to get rid of this pill fire poison, and that was to consume the water element pill. However, everyone on the cultivation continent knew. The water element elixir was a unique elixir recipe of the Flowing Moon sect. Apart from the Flowing Moon sect leader, a few elders, and the sect leader's personal disciples, no one else knew the recipe of the water element pill. For so many years, the water element pills refined by the Flow Moon sect had never been sold to ordinary cultivators. Instead, they were all given to the royal family or the aristocratic families. However, just 2 days ago, the Flowing Moon sect's shop in the Tianguang ruins, the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion, actually put up a notice saying water element pills. Furthermore, there was no limit to the number of water element pills that could be sold within 7 days. Anyone could buy it, except Liangchen Dajuan. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes slightly. The Flowing Moon Pill Mansion hung a sign outside the shop, saying, "Good day, dogs and soldiers are not allowed to enter?" Yes. North Sunflower Xiangyuan clenched her tiny fists. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. That's not all. They even said that anyone who wants to buy the water element pill must not have bought any talismans from my #1 store under the heavens. If you've already bought it, even if you're part of Liangchen's army, you won't be allowed to enter unless you insult Yi Liangchen in public at the entrance of Flowing Moon Pill residence. Easy Bro sighed and said, "We know that there are many people in Liangchen's army who really need the water element pill, so we advised them to buy the water element pill first. I even promised them that Great God Yi wouldn't care about a mere insult." Mayan listens quietly and doesn't refute. Yi Liangchen was not her real name. Even if she was the one who was scolded, it was not a big deal compared to the fact that she could resolve the dan fire poison in the bodies of Yi Liangchen's supporters. It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat and earn less crystals if I get scolded a few times. Beikue Xiangyuan's eyes reddened slightly. There are indeed quite a number of people who have compromised in order to purge the crimson fire poison, but there are also some who refuse to do so no matter what. It's obvious that the crimson fire poison in their bodies is already very serious. It's obvious that they only need to distance themselves from Great God Yi for 7 days, but they're still unwilling. That old Ma and Sister Hua are one of them. There are also many diehard supporters of Liangchen's army. Because they're unwilling to waver, they don't even come to Tianguang ruins these days. Mu Yan's eyes are dark and gloomy. Flowing Moon sect, Ling Yuyao. I haven't settled the score with them yet, but they are provoking me again. Her mouth slowly hooks up into a cold arc, and she suddenly reaches out her hand and wipes her face. A snow-white mask with a strange totem appears on her face. Let's go to the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion to have a look. North Sunflower Xiangyuan and Elegant Brother were originally worried. But when they saw Mu Yan's smile and heard her words, they felt as if a fire was suddenly ignited in their hearts. That smile just now was very familiar to them. That's right. How could they not be familiar, when Great God Yi led them to counterattack and finally won the championship with talismans in the flourishing heavenly light? His face was brimming with this kind of arrogant and disdainful smile. This made them feel that no matter how difficult and dangerous the front was, they would be defeated by Great God Yi. And they only needed to follow Great God Yi. Outside the store, the people who are trying to persuade Old Ma and Sister Hua see North Sunflower Xiangyuan and Elegant Brother coming out with a masked man. They quickly go to greet them. Little Sunflower, Elegant Brother, quickly help persuade Old Ma and Sister Hua to not be stubborn. Unexpectedly, Elegant Brother not only did not persuade them, but also giggled and patted Old Ma's shoulder, saying, "Let's go, everyone follow." Everyone looks at each other. Where are they going? Elegant brother bared his teeth, of course, to the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion. When Mu Yan arrived at the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion with a majestic group of people, she discovered how lively this Flowing Moon Pill Mansion was and how powerful the Flowing Moon Sect's water element pill was. Outside the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion, it was densely packed with people. This grand occasion could even be compared to the scene of people queuing up to buy the barrier-breaking talisman after the flourishing heavenly light ended. At this time, the clamor outside the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion was not only because of the rush to buy. Didn't you say that you want to leave Liangchen's army? Why? Does the upper lip touch the lower lip mean that you are leaving? At the entrance of the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion, a middle-aged man with a fat waist stood. This person was the shopkeeper on duty at the Flow Moon Pill House today and also one of the outer sect stewards of the Flow Moon sect. At this time, he was looking coldly at a young man not far away and sneered contemptuously. Our Flowing Moon Pill Mansion's notice and signboard are clearly written. He pointed at the sign erected at the side, Liangchen's army and dogs are not allowed to enter. You bought talismans from Yi Liangchen's shop, and you've even supported Yi Liangchen in glorious heavenly light. So, you're a member of his army, right? Haha, it's not impossible for a dog from Liangchen's army to buy my Evolution Moon Sect's water element pill. Then lie down and bark like a dog. Many supporters of the Evolution Moon Sect burst into laughter. However, there were also people who showed pity and whispered to each other. Just because he bought Yi Liangchen's talisman, you want him to bark like a dog? Isn't that too insulting? This can't be helped. Who asked the water element pill to be so precious? During the flourishing heavenly light, Great Gaji, cough cough, Yi Liangchen offended Fairy Yao Dai again. I heard that the Flowing Moon Sect's sale of the 7-day water element pill was suggested by Fairy Yao Dai. The man who was pointed at by the Flowing Moon Pill Mansion's shopkeeper was barking like a dog. He had a thin figure, sunken eyes, and a greenish-brown temple. It was obvious that he was inflicted with an extremely severe pill fire poison. The words of the Flowing Moon Pill Palace's shopkeeper made him feel extremely humiliated. However, when he thought of his dantian and meridians that were gradually shrinking, he still gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He slowly knelt down on the ground and opened his mouth with difficulty to bark twice. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter erupted in front of the Flowing Moon Pill Palace. The shopkeeper was even more pleased with himself. I said that Liangchen's army is like a dog. Look, isn't he just like a pug when he barks? However, barking alone isn't enough. Have you forgotten that if Liangchen's army wants to buy something from our Flowing Moon Pill Palace, they still have to scold Yi Liangchen in public? The cultivator who was kneeling earlier suddenly raised his head. Huang Tianhe, don't go too far. I want to buy medicinal pills and it has nothing to do with Gaji. Why do we have to scold Gaji for no reason? The name of the Flowing Moon Pill Palace's shopkeeper was Huang Tianhe. This cultivator's words resonated with many surrounding cultivators. They weren't Yi Liangchen's die-hard supporters, but they had bought talismans from the #1 store in the world. Now that they wanted to buy water element pills, they had to scold Yi Liangchen, a completely innocent person. Anyone with a bit of conscience wouldn't be willing to do that. Huang Tianhe sneered. So what if I want to bully you? If you have the ability, don't buy my Flowing Moon Pill Palace's medicinal pills. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you loudly scold Yi Liangchen here and he's worse than a dog. As he spoke, he pinched a water element pill in his hand and gently twisted it. As long as you scold him, this water element pill will be yours. Or. He sneered. Scram now. Don't block the entrance of my Flowing Moon Pill Palace and hinder our business. The male cultivator suddenly raised his head and stared unblinkingly at the water element pill in Huang Tianhe's hand. His eyes were filled with desire and urgency. The pill fire poison in his body really couldn't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, so many years of hard work would be in vain. When Huang Tianhe saw his expression, he knew that another member of Yi Liangchen's army had switched sides. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Go ahead and scold Yi Liangchen. If you scold him, you'll get the water element pill. The more you curse, the more water element pills you'll get. Yi Liangchen is. The male cultivator squeezed the words out through his teeth. His face was flushed, and he gritted his teeth. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't notice it at all. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and fiercely smashed it on the ground. He suddenly let out a furious roar. Fuck you. Isn't it just death? Wasn't it just a regression in cultivation? I'm throwing caution to the wind. Your flowing moon elixir mansion is nothing. I ate your water element elixir pill. Even if I get rid of the elixir fire poison, I'm afraid I'll vomit it out from the disgust of this elixir. Huang Tianhe had never imagined that things would turn out this way. His face turned green and white. Are you crazy? He didn't want the water element elixir anymore? Yi Liangchen is just a silly little girl. Are you willing to sacrifice your lives just to protect her? What do you know? The male cultivator scolded. I came from the green cloud world and lived in the azure blue world. Do you know what great God Yi means to us cultivators from the lower realm? It meant that the cultivators from the lower realm wouldn't have their dignity trampled on by the cultivators from the upper realm. Previous chapter loading next chapters. This meant that the strong did not differentiate between men and women, family background, or country. As long as they continued to work hard, their dreams and hopes would not disappear. What is your flowing moon sect? Can you slaughter the 6 lists of Dragon Ascension? Can you become the Lord of 6 stars in a few days? Trash like you dare to make us curse Gaji Qingyu? Are you worthy? I can tell you now that even if my cultivation is crippled and I become a mortal who can no longer cultivate, I will never eat a single pill from your flowing moon sect. There was a moment of silence in front of the flowing moon pill residence. Then, there was a thunderous applause. Brother, well said. Old Ma slapped the male cultivator's shoulder heavily. In the past, the flowing moon pill residents never sold the water element pill even if they had it. Didn't we endure it? What's there to be afraid of now? Sister Hua took a step forward and loudly said to the people gathered in front of the flowing moon pill residence, everyone, please think about it. From the flourishing heavenly light until now, how many variation talismans have great Gaji drawn and sold to us at a low price? If these talismans were to be auctioned outside, Gaji would have made a fortune. However, he never thought of abandoning everyone from the Liangchen army. Think about it again. How many times did the variation talismans you obtained save you in critical moments, and how many times did they help you break through? Now, are you going to betray Gaji Qingyu for the sake of the water element pill that the flowing moon sect can sell for who knows how long? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you insult Gaji Qingyu? Sister Hua's words were extremely provocative. Coupled with the actions of the male cultivator, it was too shocking. As a result, many people who once supported Yi Qingyu began to shout. We are members of the Liangchen army in life and our souls in death. We swear to follow Gaji Qingyu to death and never betray or compromise. Let the flowing moon pill residents and the water element pill go to hell. Huang Tianhe never thought that things would develop like this. Crazy. Crazy. Are these people from the Liangchen army crazy? Do they know how precious the water element pill is? What will happen to low-level cultivators if the fire poison is not removed? Or, they wouldn't betray Yi Liangchen even if they knew about it. How was this possible? What kind of spell did Yap cast on them? He clearly hadn't had much contact with them, but they were so dead set on him? He didn't even want his own life? Looking at the scene in front of her, Mu Yan was also a little confused. In her opinion, Yap Liangchen was just a stranger that they met by chance. Scolding him could save his life. Why not? Goddess, you don't understand. Bai Xie's voice suddenly came into her ears. These are your loyal fans. To them, you are their god, their faith. Diehard fans devour, that's right. Even if I die of hunger and exhaustion, I can't let my idol suffer any grievances. Tisk, TSK, TSK. A goddess is a goddess indeed. Her looks, her strength, and her ability to attract fans. If she were in the modern era, she would definitely be a superstar with top-notch traffic. She would be able to beat all the little fresh meats without any problem. Mu Yan was speechless, she had no idea what Bai Xia was talking about. However, her heart was still filled with gratitude and warmth towards these people whom she had never met before for their unconditional support. Pull-up load next chapters. Huang Tianhe looked at the people around him who were shouting. He was so angry that the fat on his face was trembling. However, he eventually suppressed his anger and sneered, "Fine, fine, since you guys want to court death, do as you please. Scram, scram if you have the ability. Stay away from my full moon pill residence." He was about to walk in after finishing his sentence. "Wait a minute." Old Ma shouted angrily, "You can let us go, but you have to take down this signboard." He pointed at the signboard that said, "Liangchen's army and dogs are not allowed to enter." "Who allowed you to hang the words Liangchen's army here?" "Yes, take it down." "Damn it, how dare you compare our Liangchen's army to dogs?" "Pfft, they are the ones who are worse than dogs." When Huang Tianhe heard this, not only was he not angry, he even laughed out loud. "This is the entrance of my flowing moon pill residence. I can hang whatever I want." "Hee hee, I thought your Liangchen's army doesn't care about the water element pill. But there will always be people who want it. In a while I will put up an announcement that all those who want to buy the water element pill are not allowed to buy Yi Liangchen's talismans. They will also have to scold Yi Liangchen at the entrance. Guess how many people are willing to scold Yi Liangchen for the water element pill?" Easy Brother finally couldn't take it anymore and jumped out to scold loudly, "Huang Tianhe, you guys are clearly taking revenge. Isn't it just Fairy Yao Dai who lost to Gaji in Flourishing Heavenly Light? Are the people of your flowing moon sect so sore losers?" Huang Tian had glanced over, "Yo, I was wondering who it was." "So it's Yi Liangchen's #1 lackey, Easy Brother. Why? Yi Liangchen finally can't sit still anymore? Can't stand being scolded? Or is his shop's business getting worse? Ha ha ha. Go back and tell her to come and reason with her. If she comes and kowtows 3 times in front of our flowing moon pill residence and apologizes to our Fairy Yao Dai in front of everyone, I will consider taking down this signboard. How about that?" Just as Huang Tianhe finished speaking, a clear and pleasant female voice came from the side. "You don't have to take down the signboard." Devour, a masked girl dressed in green, slowly walked forward and stood in front of the sign that said, "Liang Chen's army and dogs are not allowed to enter." His fair and slender hand slowly reached out and pressed on the sign. "I'll do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the plate emitted a cracking sound and suddenly shattered into pieces. Almost at the same time, the girl's mask disappeared. A handsome and ordinary face was revealed. But it was this inconspicuous face that caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes seemed to have been ignited with raging flames. "Ah, God Yi! It's a living great God Yi! Oh my God, I actually saw God Yi up close. It's really worth it to come here and watch the show today. All hail God Yi! Long live God Yi!" Old Ma, Sister Hua, and the male cultivator stared at Mu Yan. They were so agitated that they were trembling. "God Yi, is that really you? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Sister Hua was in a trance. Her face was filled with a dreamy expression. She wanted to approach him, but she didn't dare to. Mu Yan smiled faintly and said with a gentle voice, "Thank you for protecting me earlier." No, no, no. This is what our Liangchen's army should do. How can you thank me, God Yi? Pull upload next chapters, that's right. If it weren't for your talisman, I would have died in the mercenary mission a few months ago. Guru Yi, we should be the ones thanking you. Mu Yan says softly, "I will think of a way to deal with the Dan fire poison in your bodies." Do you trust me? I do. Faith. As long as it's God Yi's words, why wouldn't we believe it? Haha, Yi Liangchen, you can't even protect yourself, yet you're still spouting nonsense about how you can cure the pill fire poison in their bodies? What a joke. Huang Tianhe's sharp voice sounded. He calls Mayan's attention back to him. Huang Tian had glanced at the shattered signboard and sneered, "Yi Liangchen, don't you know that fighting and destroying private property are prohibited in the Tianguang ruins?" This sign was set up by the Evolved Moon Elixir Mansion. You're destroying the private property of the Evolved Moon Elixir Mansion. Very soon, the punishment of the Skylight Ruins will befall you. After Huang Tian had finished speaking, he waited to see Yap Liangchen's terrified expression. However, the girl was still as calm as ever, a mocking smile hanging on her face. It was as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Huang Tianhe waited and waited, but Tianguang Ruins' punishment did not descend. How is this possible? Could it be that Tianguang Ruins didn't notice what happened here? Huang Tianhe was shocked and infuriated. He thought that Yi Liangchen was too lucky. Isn't it just a brand? At most, he would just erect another one. However, just as he was about to enter the flowing moon pill manor, he heard the young girl's clear and melodious voice say, "Wait, who said you can go in?" Huang Tianhe turns to look at Mayan. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you just insulted the people of my Liangchen army. Now, as their boss, I want you to apologize." Huh? Huang Tianhe dug his ears. Did I hear wrongly? You want me to apologize? Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect Yap Liangchen to be such an idiot. Why should I apologize? Liangchen's army is a bunch of dogs. Before Huang Tianhe could finish his sentence, he saw a flash of light before his eyes. Then, a fist landed hard on his face. Even though it was only his essence spirit in the Tianguang ruins, Huang Tianhe felt a heart-wrenching pain from his soul. It was so painful that he let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. The green-cloaked girl slowly returned to her original position with her hands clasped behind her back. She looked relaxed, as if the one who had just attacked wasn't her. The people outside the flowing moon pill palace were all stunned. Easy Bro and North Sunflower Xiangyuan's lips trembled as they stuttered, "Almighty Yi, why you? Why did you hit him?" In the Tianguang ruins, fighting randomly was subject to severe punishment. Not to mention, Mu Yan's attack just now was clearly an attack against the divine sense and primordial spirit. Even though it was just a light punch, Huang Tianhe had suffered great injuries. If he didn't use elixirs to recuperate, he might not be able to recover even after 3 to 5 years. Huang Tianhe lifted his head abruptly. His body trembled as he stared at Mu Yan. "You! How dare you attack in Tianguang ruins? Yi Liangchen, you're dead meat. You're dead." Almost at the same time he spoke, a black cloud condensed above Mu Yan's head. That was the divine soul lightning strike that Tianguang ruins used to punish cultivators. At this moment, little Tian's grumbling voice resounded in Mu Yan's ears. "First host, you haven't unlocked your authority yet. You'll still be punished for violating the rules of Tianguang ruins. Can't you just bear with it? Little Tian can teach him a lesson for you." Mu Yan says indifferently, "I can't bear it, and I don't want to bear it." With that, she smiled and said, "It's fine. Isn't it just an electric shock to the soul? I can take it." In fact, the divine soul electric shock was not completely useless against cultivators. If she could make good use of it and absorb it, she might be able to strengthen her divine sense and original soul. However, the pain of the divine soul electric shock was not universal. The enlightened monks could stand it. The moment the lightning struck, the people didn't even have time to wail at the pain of their souls being torn apart and burned. "Where did he get the willpower to force himself to absorb the lightning?" Little Tian said listlessly. "I'm sorry, first host. It's all because little Tian is too useless. I can't even defy the rules of Tianguang ruins. If only little Light and little Su were here. Please bear with it." In the sky, the black clouds grew larger and larger, emitting a heavy pressure. This was the might of Tianguang ruins, a law that no one could defy. When Huang Tianhe saw this, he couldn't even be bothered about the pain on his body. He clenched his teeth and laughed out loud. "Yi Liangchen, I'll let you be arrogant. The taste of being electrocuted must be unbearable. Ha ha ha, in a while, don't come out crying. If such an ugly scene were to be seen by your great army, how embarrassing would that be?" Huang Tianhe and the people from the flowing moon pill palace were gloating. On the other hand, the onlookers and the Liangchen army were unspeakably worried. There were people here who had seen people punished by Tian Guangshu's divine soul. His entire body was twitching as he screamed in pain. It was an indescribably miserable sight. How powerful was Yap Liangchen in the real world, but in the Tianguang ruins, it was just a soul without any resistance. Could he withstand Tian Guangshu's divine soul electric shock? "Almighty Yi, retreat quickly. Get out of Tianguang ruins." "Yes, great God Yi, the thunderclouds have yet to completely condense. There's still time for you to retreat from Tianguang ruins. Even if all my popularity points are deducted, it's still better than being tortured by the soul shock." Easy Bro and Old Ma shouted anxiously. In Tianguang ruins, everything was judged by popularity. The size of the jade key space was related to his popularity value. The grade of pills that the shop could sell, the number of people it could hire, and the location it could set up shop in were all related to its popularity. Furthermore, spending in Tianguang ruins was not only dependent on spar but also on one's popularity. As the champion of glorious heavenly light, Yap Liangchen's popularity was naturally very high. But once he escaped the divine soul electric shock, this meant that he had violated the rules and all his popularity points would be deducted. Huang Tianhe laughed even more savagely, haha, for the sake of your life, you better leave the Tianguang ruins as soon as possible. However, once you withdraw from the Tianguang ruins now, your shop won't be able to sell many talismans anymore. Ha ha ha. Mu Yan glanced at him indifferently. Her expression was the same as usual, without the slightest trace of fear. Just at this time, the thunderclouds above flashed with a purple radiance, suddenly striking down, accurately aiming for Mayan's position. Mayan focused her mind and prepared to receive Tianguang Su's divine soul electric shock. However, at this moment, a light flashed before his eyes. A tall figure appeared in front of her. Mayan was taken aback. Then, a hand pressed on her shoulder and she was pulled into an embrace. It was a cool embrace with a faint fragrance. The fragrance was not from flowers and grass, nor was it the spring breeze or drizzle. It was like the slowly melting snow on the peak of the heavenly mountain. It carries a bone-chilling coldness, mixed with the warm fragrance of exuberant vitality. Boom! The divine soul shock falls, shrouding the two of them. However, Mayan doesn't feel the slightest bit of pain. She abruptly raised her head, and what she saw was a picturesque and handsome face. Mayan's pupils widened slightly, and she calls out softly, "Young master." Luo Yunxiao lowers his head to look at her. The dark pupils are like a tranquil Milky Way, suddenly rippling and slowly dissipating. The hand on her shoulder clenches into a fist and slowly unclenches. When Mayan realizes that the distance between the two of them is too close, Luo Yunxiao has already withdrawn his hand and takes a step back. The clear and warm voice is intoxicating. "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Mayan blinks, full of doubts. Did the divine soul shock of Tianguang ruins fall just now? If it fell, why didn't she feel it at all? Could it be that young master blocked it for her? But that's not right. The divine soul shock of Tianguang ruins is extremely precise. Even if hundreds of people huddle together, the lightning will only fall on the person who deserves the punishment. What the hell is going on? In the core space of Tianguang ruins, dreamy cloud swamp. Xiao Tian looks at the faintly discernible figure in front of him. He has always been stiff and mechanical, and his thinking only operates according to the rules, but now he has a rare guilty conscience. "Young master, I didn't mean it. You weren't hurt by the divine soul shock. Don't hurt her in the future." The man's cold voice interrupts Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian is stunned. "Young master, you mean, give Yi Liangchen the same defense authority as me? No punishment from Tianguang ruins can be imposed on her." The man slowly raises his head, and his eyes penetrate the halo in the center of the dreamy cloud swamp, as if looking into the core of Tianguang ruins. Received order. From now on, give Yi Liangchen the highest level of defense authority. Young master? Mayan stretches out her hand and waves it in front of Luo Yunxiao. She has just discovered that Luo Yunxiao's eyes are lifeless, as if her soul has left her body. But in Tianguang ruins, there are souls, so how can there be a soul that has left her body? Could it be that little martial uncle really took the electric shock for me just now? Mayan is startled. She grabs Luo Yunxiao's sleeve and nervously asks, "Junior master, are you alright?" Just as she was about to use her divine sense to check on Luo Yunxiao's condition, Luo Yunxiao's eyes moved and her expression returned to normal. However, her gaze slightly swept over the delicate and pretty face in front of her. His gaze fell on the slender fingers that were pinching his sleeves. His heart, which had been calm for 10,000 years, rippled slightly. The girl in front of him could always easily tug at his heartstrings. When he thought of the marriage contract he was carrying, it was very likely that it was with her. Luo Yunxiao could no longer suppress the desire and hope that she had endured for thousands of years. But, no, from the moment he was born, he had sunk into hell, consigned to eternal damnation, with no path of return. It was enough for him to feel despair alone. Why drag others into it, not to mention the girl in front of him? Luo Yunxiao closes her eyes, suppressing the surging emotions in her heart. She indifferently says, "I'm fine. The punishment in Tianguang ruins has no effect on me." Mayan is startled. What does it mean that the punishment in Tianguang ruins has no effect on little martial uncle? She is about to ask, but she suddenly realizes that the entire Flowing Moon Pill mansion is eerily quiet, both inside and outside. Several breaths of time had passed. But the surroundings were so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes, regardless of men or women, fell on Luo Yunxiao. From shock to disbelief, from trance to infatuation. Finally, someone gasped and screamed like a groundhog, "Ah, it's young Master Yunxiao. The most handsome man in the world. The most handsome swordsman in the world. Ah, I actually saw it with my own eyes. Ah, young Master Yunxiao is too handsome, I'm going to faint." In a split second, the entire Flowing Moon Pill mansion. Whether it was Liang Chen's army or the Flowing Moon Sect's people, they all went crazy. The female cultivators screamed again and again with infatuated faces. The male cultivator had a crazed expression as he kept shouting the title of #1 swordsman. Mu Yan shivered and felt that her ears were filled with ear-piercing screams. "TSK TSK, little martial uncle is little martial uncle. This popularity, this fanaticism of the fans, is completely unimaginable." Luo Yunxiao seemed to be used to everything in front of her. She grabbed Mu Yan's wrist and directly pulled her away. Until the two figures were far away. The crazy crowd slowly calmed down. Everyone was discussing the relationship between Yi Liangchen and Luo Yunxiao. Huang Tianhe suddenly reacted at this time and roared with a ferocious expression, "What's going on? Why wasn't Yi Liangchen punished by the Divine Soul electric shock? Is Tianguang ruins shielding him?" Almost as soon as his voice fell, a thundercloud appeared above him. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning landed on Huang Tianhe's body. Huang Tianhe let out a shrill scream, his body twitched and his figure was faintly discernible. Finally, he was kicked out of Tianguang ruins. In the upper, middle, and lower districts of Tianguang ruins, Little Heaven's mechanical yet majestic voice resounded in everyone's ears. Flowing Moon Pill Mansion posted a notice insulting Tianguang ruins special user Yi Liangchen for no reason and adversely affected the special user's image. 10,000 high-grade crystals and 1,000 points of store popularity will be deducted as punishment. If there is a second offense, Flowing Moon Pill Mansion's store will be permanently banned. Tianguang Ruins Upper 3 District's authenticated user, Huang Tianhe, has publicly questioned the rules of Tianguang Ruins and made impertinent remarks. As punishment, he will be punished with electric shock and will be banished from Tianguang Ruins for 3 months. If he commits another offense, Huang Tianhe's right to enter the Tianguang Ruins will be permanently banned. As soon as this announcement was made, everyone from the Flow Moon sect was dumbfounded as they looked at the spot where Huang Tianhe had disappeared from in front of the Flow Moon Pill residence. On the other hand, Liang Chen's army erupted into a tsunami of cheers. "Although I don't know what happened, Great God Yi is indeed Great God Yi. He came to cause trouble as he wished." This time, not only did he lose 10,000 high-grade crystals from Flow Moon Pill Palace, he even crippled the lackeys of Flow Moon sect. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, what is the relationship between Great God Yi and young Master Yunxiao? Why did I hear Great God Yi address young Master Yunxiao as little martial uncle? Did you hear it wrong? I've never heard of young Master Yunxiao having any sect. No matter what, Great God Yi and young Master Yunxiao definitely have a close relationship. The scene of the two of them standing together earlier was really too beautiful. Only a peerless figure like young Master Yunxiao is worthy of our Great God Yi. In the Flow Moon Pill Mansion, a manservant in red from the Flow Moon sect frowned as he listened to the crowd's discussion. His figure gradually disappeared as he left Tianguang Ruins. Bookmark for easier reading. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately stood up and went to another room, kneeling down in front of Chu Tianyu and Ling Yuyao. "Prince, Fairy Yao Dai, Ye Liangchen has appeared." Chu Tianyu and Ling Yuyao's eyes lit up. However, Chu Tianyu was excited, while Ling Yuyao was full of hatred. The red-clothed manservant told them what happened in Tianguang Ruins. Ling Yuyao heard that Luo Yunxiao protected Ye Liangchen, and her pretty face turned purple. "Master Yunxiao? Heh, she's really capable. She has such an ugly face, but she can even seduce Master Yunxiao. Senior brother, this woman is really shameless. She seduced many men to throw crystals at her in flourishing heavenly light, that's why. However, Chu Tianyu didn't wait for Ling Yuyao to finish her words and suddenly stood up. No, I have to see this Xianxia. After saying that, he left the room without saying a word. Ling Yuyao watched Chu Tianyu leave as if she was nothing, but she still wanted to find Xianxia in a hurry. Suddenly, her face that was barely maintaining a dignified atmosphere twisted into a ferocious ghost. Xianxia. Xianxia. Why do you always get in my way? You stole my flourishing heavenly light, and now you want to steal my senior brother too? No, I won't allow it. Little martial uncle, where have you been all this time? Why is there no news at all? Luo Yunxiao pulled Mu Yan back to the backyard of Lousy World No. 1 shop in the upper 3 districts. As soon as they stood still, Mu Yan couldn't help but ask, everyone is worried about you. We are now in Ziyun World's Longting Academy, if you have time. Before she could finish, Luo Yunxiao had already said slowly, the blood-slaughtering sword formation with 360 strands of sword chi has been refined. I do want to see how much you have improved. Mu Yan's excited voice suddenly got stuck in her throat. She swallowed her saliva and laughed dryly, hee, junior uncle, you must be very happy to travel around the world. You don't have to rush to find us. Really, there's no rush. A faint smile flashed in Luo Yunxiao's eyes. Then, his voice became gentler. I've heard about what you've done these past few days. Lord of 6 Stars, Mu Yan, you've done well. Mu Yan was startled at first, then a strong sense of joy and pride welled up from the bottom of her heart. A bright smile blossomed on her face. Little Ant Master had always been cold and taciturn. She didn't even talk much with them, let alone praise them. But this time, he said that they did a good job. Mu Yan thought that if eldest senior brother and the others were here and heard junior martial uncle's words, they would probably go crazy with joy. Even she, who had always been a free and unrestrained person, couldn't help but feel excited. Because to her, little martial uncle was more like her master than her master Shirqing. The reason why Xianxia was able to achieve his current level of strength and slaughter 6 Dragon Ascension rankings cultivators was definitely due to little senior uncle's guidance and the blood-slaughtering sword formation that he had left behind. Luo Yunxiao stared blankly at the girl's bright smile. He felt as if a claw was gently scratching his heart. It was both itchy and painful. It was both hope and despair. He finally couldn't help but ask in a slightly hoarse voice, you and Emoju aren't engaged? Mu Yan couldn't help but sigh at the mention of this. She tells him about how she was forced to be engaged. She couldn't help but say angrily, young martial uncle, do you think there's such an irresponsible father in this world? He lost me when I was a child, and now he's tying me to another man to find me? Is he really not afraid of ruining my entire life? Luo Yunxiao's hands gently clench, no matter who the man you're engaged to is, you won't accept it? Mayan says without hesitation, naturally. In this life, I've already promised to be with Mo in life and death, never leaving or abandoning him. As long as he doesn't betray me, I will never betray him in this lifetime. After saying this, Mayan finds that the man's jet black eyes in front of her are slowly dimming. Like a sparkling and translucent black glass covered with dust, thick and heavy, no longer able to shine. Young martial uncle? Mayan's heart tightens, and she's about to ask him what happened. The man in front of her has already returned to normal. In that split second just now, the pain, reluctance, and despair emitted from his body seemed like just her misconception. Mayan frowns, suddenly remembering something. Oh, that's right, young martial uncle, my engagement didn't go through. Please take back the engagement you gave me. Moreover, even if she doesn't know what that sword is, Mayan knows that it's too valuable. Because just by carrying the sword by her side, she feels that her grasp of the domain is becoming firmer and more thorough. Vaguely, she feels that in the center of her domain, there seems to be something slowly condensing under the catalysis of this sword. This is also the reason why she was able to climb to the top of the 3 lists of Nihility, Splitting the Sky, and Qianjun in such a short time. Saying that, Mayan wants to take out the small jasper sword from the jade key. However, when she moves her divine sense, she finds that the small jasper sword can't appear in Tianguang ruins. Luo Yunxiao smiles faintly, this dragon abyss sword can't be materialized in Tianguang ruins. Mayan stares blankly, then her face slightly changes. Her Tian Emochin and Xiaobao's Bixia sword can't be materialized in Tianguang ruins. As the tool spirits of the Tian Emochin and Bixia sword, Qi Huang and Bixia can only enter Tianguang ruins through a jade key similar to the floating soul seal. This represents how precious this artifact is. Expensive. Even the dragon abyss sword given to her by little martial uncle couldn't transform in Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan was a little anxious. Junior martial uncle, how can you give such a precious thing to me? Luo Yunxiao stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on her head. This dragon abyss sword can help you condense your sword heart and break through your domain. It's more useful in your hands than at my side. After a pause, his voice became soft and soundless. As long as you can become stronger, as long as you don't get hurt, even if I have to pay more, it doesn't matter. Moreover, it was just a natal heart sword. After Luo Yunxiao finishes explaining to Mayan, she hurriedly leaves. He only said that he had something to do and that he would visit them at Dragon Soaring Academy when he was free. But Mayan always feels that junior martial uncle seems to be avoiding them. She sighed softly and was about to leave Tianguang ruins when she saw North Sunflower Xiangwan rushing in. Great Godyi, someone wants to see you. Who? He is called Fuchen. Floating dust, hearing this name, Mayan stares blankly. Because in Tianguang ruins, this name isn't unfamiliar to most people. Fuchen is a pill master. Moreover, he is a very young and talented pill master. Most of the elixirs that he took out were never seen before. They had unique and powerful effects. Almost as soon as the elixirs were produced, they would be swept clean by the people of Tianguang ruins. But if that was the case, his reputation would at most be on par with Fairy Yao Dai. Fuchen's strength was also because he was a very famous mercenary in the Tianguang ruins. The missions issued by the Tianguang ruins were all extremely difficult to complete. But this Fuchen single-handedly completed several high-class missions. How could a person who could refine elixirs, had formidable strength, a mysterious identity, and was humble and low-profile not be admired? It could be said that Fuchen's popularity in Tianguang ruins wasn't inferior to Yi Liangchen. In fact, due to the accumulation of years, he had more supporters than Yi Liangchen. There was another reason why Mu Yan noticed this Fuchen. It was after she slaughtered the Soaring Dragon 6 rankings. The name Fuchen appeared on the Qianjun and Sky-Splitting rankings. He might not be able to catch up to her, but he rapidly surpassed Duan Wenbin and Chu Yuanlei and jumped to second place. Soon enough, Mu Yan saw a slender and handsome young man being led to the backyard by North Sunflower Xiangwan. Mu Yan stood up and sized up the person in front of her. She then smiled, Fuchen, I have heard a lot about you. The man revealed a gentle smile, Yi Liangchen, Godyi, I am the one who has heard a lot about you. North Sunflower Xiangwan cupped his face and looked at the meeting between the two gods of Tianguang ruins with eyes filled with excitement and worship. Mu Yan had never seen Fuchen's appearance before. But when she looked at Fuchen's eyes, she felt that they were rather familiar. She seemed to have seen them somewhere before. It was a known fact that one could change one's appearance in Tianguang ruins. Because of laziness, she didn't make any major changes to her facial features, but it was because she lowered it by 100%. Therefore, normal people wouldn't be able to tell that Yi Liangchen's face was similar to Mu Yan's. Then what about this Fuchen? Did he change his appearance too? Could he be someone that she knew? Such thoughts swirled in her mind, but Mu Yan didn't reveal any of it on her face. I wonder why God Fuchen is looking for me. Fuchen, or rather, Chu Tianyou's hand that was hanging by his side gently clenched. Finally, he got to the point, young lady Yi, I heard that you are the Dragon Ascension 6 rankings #1 and became the Lord of 6 Stars. The reward of the Lord of 6 Stars is the Mystic Heaven Pearl. Is that true? Mu Fuchen asked. If I remember correctly, only the teachers and students of the Dragon Soaring Academy know about the mysterious Heaven Orb. It seems like God Fuchen is also in the Dragon Soaring Academy? Chu Tianyou doesn't pay attention to Mayan's teasing and probing, but says urgently, Miss Yi, can you give the mysterious Heaven Orb to me after a month? I said, Zerkama I said, God, I, Mu Fuchen, I. Tian long as Yin said. I promised that I Tian. Chu Tianyu stared blankly for a moment, then said excitedly, Miss Yi, although that profound heaven pearl is a heaven-defying divine medicine, its medicinal effects can only be withstood by a tribulation-passing stage cultivator. To the current you, it's only of little value. I am willing to use countless elixirs and artifacts to exchange for it. I guarantee that it will be inexhaustible before you break through to the leaving aperture stage. In fact, I can even compensate you with a large amount of crystal stones. There's no need to say any more. Mu Yan unhurriedly interrupted him, if it was something else, I would sell it to you. But I have a use for the mystic heaven bead and will never give it to anyone. She didn't know that this mystic heaven bead was actually a type of spirit medicine. However, it didn't matter whether the mystic heaven bead was a medicine or a treasure. Because to her, the mystic heaven bead only had one use and that was to repair the sky devil zither. If she dared to sell the mystic heaven bead now, 7 brilliants would definitely skin her alive. Chu Tianyu frowned tightly and looked at the calm and unquestionable expression of the young girl in front of him. The anxious pleading in his eyes slowly turned into ruthlessness. Are you really so stubborn that you won't even give me this little bit of face? Mu Yan slightly narrowed her eyes and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a trace of a cold smile. Was my words not clear enough? Or is it that the legendary god Fuchen's brain is not good enough and can't even understand human words? Mu Yan had always been a person who would return the favor 10 times if others respected her. If Fuchen spoke nicely, she might ask about the difficulties and help to think of a solution. But this attitude, Kiki, who do you think Fuchen is? Why should I give you face? Chu Tianyu's expression had already turned incomparably gloomy. Yi Liangchen, I will ask you one last time. Are you going to give me the mystic heaven bead? Mu Yan picked up the teacup at the side and slowly took a sip. Little Kuei, send the guest off. North Kuei Xianxia no longer had the feelings of worship and said with a cold expression, didn't you hear our young lady's words? Please leave immediately. Our world number 1 store doesn't welcome you. Chu Tianyu's face slowly revealed a cold smile. Good, good. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Liangchen, I can tell you this. The mystic heaven bead is mine. His gaze swept across the entire store. The store's business hasn't been good these few days, right? But all of this is just the beginning. As long as you don't agree to hand over the mystic heaven bead, you will not be able to move an inch in the skylight ruins. North Kuei Xiangyuan suddenly widened his eyes. It's you. The Flowing Moon Pill residents sold the water element elixir and ran our world number 1 store. You're too much. Chu Tianyu sneered, you haven't seen what's truly excessive. Saying that, he puts a glowing ball on the table and looks at mine contemptuously. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is Tianguang Ruin's unique, directional communication ball. As long as you crush it with your divine sense, I will know. If you've thought it through, contact me with this. My conditions will not change. Yi Liangchen, since you're the Lord of 6 stars, I'm sure you're a smart person. A wise man submits to circumstances. You can't beat me. Don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, your daddy's number 1 shop in the world won't be able to keep it. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for the two's reaction. North Sunflower Xiangyuan looked in the direction where Chen Feng had disappeared. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. This is too much. This is too much. What great god Fuchen? He is just a shameless bastard who is angling for fame. She looks at Mayan with a sobbing tone. Miss, what should we do now? I heard that this Fuchen has a great reputation in Tianguang ruins, and his background is also unattainable. Although almost no one knows his true identity, most of the shops and cultivators don't dare to offend him. If he really wants to suppress our shop, then our situation will really be precarious. It was just as Xiangyuan had predicted. On the second day, Fuchen made his move. The Flowing Moon Pill Palace released another batch of pills. This batch of pills was still water element pills, but compared to the original water element pills, it was mainly used on cultivators below the golden core stage. This batch of water element pills would even have a great effect on nascent soul stage cultivators. For golden core stage 9 cultivators like Old Ma and the rest, they would need to consume the original water element elixir for at least a month before the elixir fire poison in their bodies would be completely eliminated. However, this new water element pill only required 3 pills to completely heal a cultivator who had been poisoned by the pill fire poison. In the Flowing Moon Pill Palace, a middle-aged woman with a scar on her face was covered in cold sweat. She said with an irritable expression, "Yower, are you crazy? This high-grade water elemental pill is one of the divine medicines of our Flowing Moon Pill Palace. It has always been secretly supplied to the nobles who are loyal to our Flowing Moon sect. Now, you are actually casually selling it in Tianguang ruins. If someone learns it, our Flowing Moon sect will be in big trouble." Ling Yuyao sneered, "Aunt Feng, you are too cautious. Don't we all know how complicated and difficult it is to refine the superior grade water element pills formula? In this world, who could determine the formula and refining method based on a few pills? Is this a joke?" This knife-scarred woman was called Feng Yu. She was an elder of Flow Moon Sect's Pill Refinement Hall and also a relative of Ling Yuyao. With Ling Yuyao's current cultivation level and alchemy standards, she would not be able to come into contact with high-grade water element pills. Through her relationship with Feng Yu, she managed to steal a portion of the high-grade water element pills from the Flowing Moon sect. If the sect leader and the elders of the Evolution Moon sect knew about this, she and Feng Yu would have to bear the consequences. But now, Ling Yuyao couldn't care less. She just wanted to destroy Yi Liangchen's reputation and make him fall to the bottom of the abyss. Furthermore, as long as she helped senior brother Chu obtain the mysterious Heaven Pearl, she would be the greatest contributor to the marquee. No one in the Flow Moon sect dared to blame her. Ling Yuyao grabbed Feng Yu's hand and revealed a confident smile. "Aunt Feng, don't worry. The high-grade water element pill is our Evolution Moon sect's treasure. No one can take it away from us. As for you and I, if we can help senior brother Chu, it will be the same as helping the marquis. The benefits we will receive will be immeasurable." Hearing Ling Yuyao's words, the anxiety on Feng Yu's face slowly turned into greed and desire. She gritted her teeth and nodded. The appearance of the superior grade water element pill caused the number of customers in Laozi's number 1 under the heavens shop to decrease. Even if the Liangchen army still wanted to support their idol at all costs, there were still elders in the gold core stage and even the nascent soul stage in their families. They desperately desired the high-grade water element pill to cleanse the pill fire poison in their bodies. Furthermore, although the Evolution Moon sect was not powerful, the elixirs and resources they had were not to be underestimated. For cultivators below the leaving body stage, most of the elixirs they wanted to purchase had to go through the Evolution Moon sect. Once they became enemies with the Flow Moon sect, it would mean that their future cultivation would be difficult. The attitude of the Flowing Moon sect also became more and more unyielding. Anyone who had bought a talisman from the number 1 shop in the world would be rejected by the Evolution Moon sect. Unless they were willing to scold Yi Liangchen in front of everyone at the Reincarnation Square, they would be listed in the Flow Moon sect's list of customers that they would never buy from. Elegant Bro and North Sunflower Xianxia were so anxious that their hair was about to fall off when they saw the number of customers in their father's shop decreasing day by day. That damned Flowing Moon sect and that shameless Fuchen. Do they really have to be so ruthless? For the past 2 days, more and more people had started to insult Yi Liangchen on the plaza. Some of them would burst into tears after cursing and were extremely ashamed. But there were also some who revealed their ugly faces after cursing and went around saying that Yi Liangchen wasn't a good person and that he had no choice but to betray them. It was as though they would be able to justify his betrayal. North Sunflower Xianxia was so angry that he secretly cried several times at night. God Yi was so nice to them that the talismans that were so popular were never sold for more than a single crystal, and he even left the crystals for them. But they actually treated God Yi like this. At this moment, a group of people dressed in black and gold clothes swaggered towards them. Seeing the people, North Sunflower Xianxia and Elegant Bro were shocked. They were actually the deacons of the 3 upper districts. The eagle-eyed man leading them was the city enforcement officer of the 3 upper districts' North District. Generally speaking, Tianguang Ruins was managed by Tianguang Ruins according to the rules. But due to the complexity of the transactions, the upper, middle, and lower districts had district administrators. Each district was divided into a few cities and each district had its own city enforcement officer. These district administrators and city enforcement officers were given a certain level of authority by the Tianguang Ruins system. They had the authority to check if a shop's operation was legal and if there was any fraud, and then make a judgment. Elegant Bro quickly went forward and greeted respectfully, "Lord Jiang, why are you here?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang City's supervisor had already said coldly, "Your father's shop will be banned from today onwards. Also, you are not allowed to enter the 3 upper districts anymore." What? Elegant Bro and North Sunflower Xiangyuan were in disbelief. "Why are you banning our shop?" Jiang City's supervisor stroked his beard and said calmly, "Someone reported that your shop's popularity value was fake and that the talismans you sold were of poor quality, which resulted in injuries. After investigation, I punished you according to the rules of Tianguang Ruins." "Are you kidding me?" Elegant Bro's face turned red with anger. "What proof do you have that our popularity points are fake? Selling low-quality goods? The talismans drawn by Great God Yi are obviously the best in the world." Jiang City's supervisor's face turned cold. "If I say that you've cheated, then you've cheated. Men, insert the sealing stone into their signboard for me. From now on, I don't want to see this bullshit shop name in the upper 3 districts. You still want me to be the #1 in the world? Bah. After offending the Flow Moon Guild and Lord Fuchen, all of you are going to become the #1 tortoise in the world." When Mayan went up to the Tianguang Ruins again, she was so tired that she almost collapsed. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she wasn't in the backyard of Laozi's #1 under heaven shop, but in the reincarnation shop. She stared blankly for quite a while, almost thinking that she was muddle-headed from exhaustion. However, she soon learned the ins and outs of the matter. The #1 under heaven store in the upper 3 districts had disappeared and was replaced by another branch of the Flowing Moon Pill Palace. Hearing North Sunflower Xiangyuan's sad cry and Easy Bro's angry narration, Mu Yan frowned deeply. "Little Tian," she called in her heart. "Yes, first host. What can I do for you?" "Mu Yan, what kind of city enforcement officer did you choose? How could they bully my people like this?" Little Tian felt wronged. "This has nothing to do with Little Tian. The first district manager was appointed by the master. After the first district manager passed away, the second district manager was chosen, and then the district manager chose the city enforcement officer. Moreover, their authority is very small and they can't do anything. Little Tian has forgotten about them." Mu Yan was so angry that she almost laughed. "Their authority is very small and they can't do anything, yet they bully my people like this? And even close my shop?" This time, Little Tian didn't back down. Instead, he used his mechanical voice to make a strange laugh. "Hee, Little Tian did it on purpose. If the young master knows that they bullied the first host like this, they will be dead." Hee, what the hell is the young master?" Mu Yan was really confused. Unfortunately, Little Tian was already immersed in his own fantasy and ignored her. She always felt that Little Tian's intelligence was getting higher and more like a human, but his temper was also getting weirder. "Miss, what should we do now?" North Sunflower Xiangyuan's eyes were swollen as he sobbed. "The shops in the upper 3 districts are closed. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people who dare to come to the world's #1 shop to buy talismans. If one day, even the middle 3 districts and the lower 3 districts expel us, then our shop." To Laozi, the world's #1 shop can be said to be the hard work of North Sunflower Xiangyuan and Elegant Brother. Not only for the crystals and glory, but also because their feelings for this shop are even deeper than the eldest senior brother. Mu Yan reached out and gently touched the little girl's head. Her voice was gentle. "Don't worry. Now that they have driven us out, soon, I will make them beg us to go back on their knees." North Sunflower Xiangyuan was stunned. His watery eyes widened. Is it possible? But, the Moon Gate's water element pill. I know that many soldiers of Liangchen army are not willing to submit to the Flowing Moon Gate. But the Dan fire poison in their elders' bodies has finally been removed. They can't do anything about it. I just hate the Flowing Moon Gate for going too far, boo-hoo. Shoo, don't cry. Mu Yan takes out a silk handkerchief and gently wipes away the little girl's tears. If your eyes are swollen from crying, they won't be pretty anymore. If you don't like the Flowing Moon sect, I'll immediately hammer them into the ground to help you vent your anger, okay? Beikui Xiangyuan's face instantly turned red, but her eyes shone even brighter. She looked at Mu Yan with hope in her eyes. Miss R, are you telling the truth? Can we really smash the Flow Moon sect into the ground? Can Liang Chen's army return to glory and glory? The corners of Mu Yan's mouth slowly raised into a lazy and evil smile. After the Tianguang ruins had been reduced to 100%, the face was clearly delicate and ordinary, but at this moment, in Beikui Xiangyuan's eyes, it was as dazzling as the sun, so dazzling that she almost couldn't look at it directly. What did Liang Chen's army call me? Yi. Guru Yi. The smile on Mu Yan's face became more and more ostentatious, and even carried a disdainful arrogance. Since I'm your great god Yi, how could I disappoint you? Little Kuei, are you willing to believe me? Saying that, her gaze turned to the Liang Chen's army that had unknowingly gathered at the entrance of the number 1 under the heavens shop in the middle 3 districts. Are you all willing to believe me? Xiangyuan, the North Sunflower, covered his face with his hands. His eyes had turned into twinkling little stars. Outside the shop, Liang Chen's army, whose faces were filled with anxiety, worry, and resentment, burst into thunderous roars after a moment of shock. Ah, we believe you. We will believe you until the day we die, God Yi. We pledge our lives to follow God Yi. We are the people of the Liangchen army, and we will die as the souls of the Liangchen army. Never leave, never betray. Inside the Dragon Flower Palace. Chu Tianyu sat on his seat and drank tea with an indifferent expression. His appearance was handsome, graceful, and noble. His every movement carried an irresistible charm of a man. Ling Yuyao looked at him with infatuation. Such an outstanding man, powerful strength, and noble background. If she could be with him, even if she was just a concubine, her future would be bright. She would no longer have to be a lowly person in a second-rate or third-rate sect like the Flowing Moon sect. Even if she returned to the Ling family, she would be looked up to. Senior martial brother. Thinking of this, Ling Yuyao softly called out, and then her body as soft as a boneless person leaned over. Fairy Yao Dai was usually dignified, cold, and inviolable in front of others. But it was precisely because of this that the contrast at this moment was so alluring. However, as soon as Ling Yuyao got close, she was pushed by Chu Tianyu and fell to the ground. Senior brother! Ling Yuyao shouted in exasperation. But Chu Tianyu didn't even look at her, and quickly took out the jade key of the Tianguang ruins. The jade key was emitting a faint light. Chu Tianyu's gloomy face finally showed a trace of a smile. Yi Liangchen, have you finally compromised? The light on the jade key was unique to the directional communication ball in the Tianguang ruins. Ling Yuyao was originally angry, but when she heard Chu Tianyu's words, she suddenly showed an ecstatic expression. Ha ha ha, that bitch Yi Liangchen finally couldn't hold on anymore? I thought she could hold on for 2 more days. Chu Tianyu lowered his head to look at her, and an imperceptible trace of contempt and disgust flashed across his face. However, the voice that came out of his mouth was still very gentle. Yuyao, go and meet Yi Liangchen on my behalf. Tell him that as long as he agrees to hand over the mysterious heaven orb, the conditions that I promised him will not change. Ling Yuyao gritted her teeth and said, Senior martial brother, that bitch, that Yi Liangchen rejected your kindness. Why do you still want to give her face now? According to her, she should have stomped Yi Liangchen into the mud so that he wouldn't have any chance to turn things around. Chu Tianyu's face slowly turned cold. Don't you understand my words? Ling Yuyao shuddered. Yes, I'll do it right away. Chu Tianyu had always been gentle and righteous in front of people, like an elegant gentleman. But these days, his body would occasionally emit a terrifying evil aura. When Ling Yuyao entered the Tianguang ruins, she had the misconception that her divine soul was immersed in ice water and suffocated. But very soon, she turned this fear into hatred towards Yap Liangchen. Senior martial brother treated me like this because of Yap Liangchen. Heh, you compromised so quickly. Do you think you can turn things around? Stop dreaming. Yap Liangchen, I will return the humiliation that you gave me 10 times and 100 times more today. When Ling Yuyao was about to go to Laozi's number 1 under heaven shop in the middle 3 districts, she suddenly found that the rebirth square in the upper 3 districts was very noisy. Many people rushed towards the teleportation array in the middle 3 districts' reincarnation plaza. Did you guys hear the announcement from Tianguang ruins? I hear you, I hear you. Is it Yi Liangchen who is going to give out water element pills to Liangchen's army in the middle 3 regions? But isn't this water element pill something that only the Flowing Moon Pill residents can sell? Moreover, even the Flowing Moon Pill mansion sold very few water element pills every day. Was Yap crazy? He actually said that he was going to distribute water element pills to Liang Chen's army? How many people does Liang Chen's army have? Whether he is crazy or he really wants to distribute the water element pills, won't we know once we go and take a look? Ling Yuyao couldn't believe her ears when she heard the discussion. How could Yap Liang Chen have the water element pill? You even want to send them to Liang Chen's army? That bitch must be daydreaming, right? The water element pill was the treasure of the Flowing Moon sect. How could that slut take it out? But soon, Ling Yuyao thought of something. Why did Yap Liangchen send a message to Senior Chu and then announce that he could take out the water element pill? That's right, she wanted to use the Profound Heaven Pearl to threaten the Flow Moon sect to supply her with water element pills. She even requested for the water element pill to be sold at her father's #1 store. That bitch really had a good plan. Ling Yuyao gritted her teeth in anger, then the corners of her mouth curved into a sinister sneer. The water element pill is a unique treasure of our Flowing Moon sect. It is also an important method for Marquis to win over his subordinates and allies. Yi Liangchen actually dared to covet the water element pill. He's really courting death. So what if he promised her to sell a few water element pills? Once the mysterious heaven bead belonged to senior brother Chu, it would depend on whether Yi Liangchen was still alive to enjoy the benefits of the water element pill. Unlike the Heavenly Light Ruins that deliberately merged the 3 districts during the flourishing Heavenly Light Ruins finals, the upper, middle, and lower districts were usually completely separated. The people from the upper and lower districts were in their respective reincarnation plaza, so they couldn't see what was happening in the middle 3 districts. Therefore, on this day, an unprecedented scene appeared in Tianguang ruins. Whether it was the cultivators from the lower 3 districts or the upper 3 districts, they all rushed to the middle 3 districts through the teleportation array. As for the people from the middle 3 district, they were already waiting at the reincarnation square. Not long after, the entire middle 3 area's reincarnation square was densely packed with people. In the end, there were even people who wanted to come in through the teleportation array, but they were directly driven out by Little Tian with the reason that the middle 3 area's rebirth square can't accommodate too many people. In the entire square, only the central platform was empty. Only Elegant Bro and North Sunflower Xiangyuan were left standing. Below the high platform, at the center, Liang Chen's army was surrounded by 3 layers of soldiers. Just after noon, a figure slowly appeared on the high platform in the center of the reincarnation square. She was a young girl in her 20s. Her appearance was ordinary, and her figure was thin and delicate. However, she had a pair of eyes that shone like stars. In the Tianguang ruins, there were many people who made up their looks. It could be said that at this moment, Rebirth Square was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. As for this ordinary girl, if she was thrown into a crowd, no one would even look at her. But almost at the instant she appeared, the entire reincarnation square was set off in a raging wave of shouts. Almighty Yi! Almighty Yi! Almighty Yi! Ling Yuyao looks at the scene in front of her and her face is almost distorted with jealousy. Yao Dai Fairy has a great reputation in Tianguang ruins. But she absolutely can't set off such a wave of noise. Her supporters only care about her appearance, the elixirs she refines, and her identity as the head disciple of Flowing Moon sect. Her supporters all had their own demands. Once she fell from her pedestal. For example, if Flourishing Heavenly Light loses the championship in the finals, these supporters will be reduced by more than half. Ling Yuyao just can't understand. This Yi Liangchen has no appearance and no family background, so why can he trample on her? The #1 store in the world has been beaten so miserably by Flowing Moon sect, so why are Yi Liangchen's supporters still not willing to abandon her? They even disregard their own cultivation and still want to support Yi Liangchen. What does this slut have? However, Ling Yuyao didn't think that she was just using those supporters. Usually, Flowing Moon Pill Palace only sells elixirs to those cultivators with power and influence. She doesn't even look at those diehard loyalists who throw away thousands of crystals and almost lose their family fortune for her. She also doesn't care if they can still buy elixirs from Flowing Moon Pill Palace after paying so much for her. People's hearts are made of flesh. These supporters have been hurt and abandoned again and again, so naturally, their hearts to support her have weakened. However, Ling Yuyao has always been used to thinking highly of herself, so how could she examine her own mistakes? She only feels that all this is the fault of those cultivators who no longer support her, and the fault of Yi Liangchen who stole her supporters. Ling Yuyao fiercely pushes through the crowd and squeezes to the center. She raises her head and says to Mayan with an arrogant face, "Yi Liangchen, you finally know that you're wrong. Are you going to compromise with our Flowing Moon sect?" I, Ling Yuyao, am not an aggressive person. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me in public and agree to my senior brother's request, it's not impossible for Flowing Moon Pill Palace to provide some water element elixirs to your army. Hearing that Ling Yuyao wants Great Godyi to kneel down and apologize, Liang Chen's army explodes. Kneel my ass. Our Great Godyi is the Lord of Clear Sky Dome, the Lord of 6 Stars, a rare genius who only appears once every 10,000 years. Who do you think you are? How dare you make me, the Great Godyi, kneel and apologize? That's right. Even if I can't improve my cultivation in this lifetime, I won't eat your Flowing Moon Pill Palace's smelly water element pill. Ling Yuyao was insulted like this, but she didn't get angry. He sneered and said, "Yap. Liang Chen, how dare your dog talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to take out the water element pill in front of so many people?" Hearing Ling Yuyao's words, many practitioners in the reincarnation square suddenly understood. So Goddess Shi wants to give out the water element elixir because she has reconciled with the Flowing Moon sect. What reconciliation? Isn't it because Yi Liangchen couldn't take it anymore and went to lick the Flowing Moon sect and Fairy Yaodia's boots? Sigh, the Flowing Moon sect is a famous sect in the Purple Cloud realm after all. Furthermore, they control the elixirs of all cultivators below the nascent soul stage. No matter how strong Yi Liangchen is, it's impossible for him to go against a giant like the Flowing Moon sect. There were also those who wanted to monopolize the talismans of the Old Man's #1 Under the World shop, but they were mercilessly rejected. At this moment, they shouted gloatingly, "Fairy Yaodai, we support you. This Yi Liangchen is so arrogant. The Flowing Moon sect must teach her a lesson." When Ling Yuyao hears the discussion, her smile becomes more complacent. "Yi Liangchen, stop struggling. Kneel down in front of everyone, and I will give you a bottle of water element pills. It's even to the extent that I can give you a few high-grade water element pills." But Yi Liangchen's army is livid, but they don't dare to say anything. Many people look at Mayan with expressions full of worry. They are afraid that Great Godyi will really compromise with Flowing Moon sect and Ling Yuyao. That is equivalent to slapping the face of Yi Liangchen's army. But is it possible? Of course not. Mayan asked Little Tian to make a special announcement to slap their faces in front of everyone. But it is the Flowing Moon sect and those treacherous people who hit them when they are down. She shows a faint smile to Ling Yuyao, who said that I need to get my water element pills from your Flowing Moon sect. Ling Yuyao frowns. Where else can you buy water element pills other than my Flowing Moon sect? Yi Liangchen, are you still dreaming? On the central platform, the girl slightly raises her peach blossom eyes, smiling lazily and wantonly. Who said that I must buy water element pills if I want them? Can't I refine them in front of everyone? As soon as she says this, the entire reincarnation square falls into a moment of silence. Then, there is a burst of laughter. Especially Ling Yuyao, she looks at Mayan as if she is looking at an idiot. You? Refine pills? And to refine water element pills? Yi Liangchen, I think you are crazy for water element pills? Not to mention that Yi Liangchen is so powerful, proficient in support, control, speed, fighting. She even stands at the peak of the young cultivators in Ziyun realm, becoming the Lord of 6 Stars. Plus, she knows how to make talismans. Under such an omnipotent situation, she actually says that she can refine pills. Isn't this a joke? One should know that a person's energy is limited. Alchemists and combat practitioners could be said to be two completely different systems. Ordinary cultivators who specialize in refining pills can only refine a 5th-grade pill after spending decades. Yi Liangchen's fighting strength is already so strong, if she can also refine pills, especially water element pills. What kind of monster was that? Therefore, not to mention Ling Yuyao, no one in the entire reincarnation square believed Mu Yan's words. Even Liangchen Dajuan and North Sunflower Xiangwan and Brother Confident were looking at Mu Yan with worried expressions. Could it be that God Yi had gone insane because of the recent events? Otherwise, why would he say something as silly as refining the water element pill in front of everyone? However, Mu Yan did not care about them at all, and took out the pill refining furnace from the jade key. Following that, one spiritual medicine after another was taken out from the jade key and placed around her. At first, Ling Yuyao was still smiling. But when he saw the elixir that Mu Yan took out, his expression changed. Black sour fruit, evergreen flower, thousand-leaf grass, no, how could this be? These were indeed the spiritual herbs needed to concoct the water element pill. How did Yi Liangchen know the formula for the water element pill? Did she really know how to refine it? No, no. This was impossible. Ling Yuyao was bewildered and her face turned ugly. But at the next moment, Mu Yan's action made her feel at ease. This was because Mu Yan actually threw all the elixir she took out into the pill refining furnace. Bookmark for easier reading, everyone present was dumbfounded. Who didn't start the alchemy fire in the cauldron first? Then, according to the recipe, they would put in different amounts of spiritual herbs in the correct order. Moreover, every spiritual herb had a special processing method. Only by controlling the alchemy fire to perfection could the spiritual herbs be melted according to the requirements. Finally, the spiritual herbs with completely different properties would be melted bit by bit, then evaporated and condensed into pills. Throwing all the spirit herbs into the alchemy furnace just like that, how could it possibly be refined into pills? Once the alchemy fire started, the precious spiritual herbs would all be wasted. Yi, Guru Yi. This isn't right, is it? Even Elegant Bro couldn't help but speak carefully. Ling Yuyao laughed again. Ha ha ha, Yi Liangchen, it seems like you're really at your wit's end. Someone who doesn't even have the basic knowledge of alchemy wants to refine the water element pill? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Many people in the reincarnation square laughed mockingly. Some people's words were extremely unpleasant. Some even questioned whether this Yi Liangchen was the Lord of 6 Stars Yi Liangchen. After all, someone who could become the Lord of 6 Stars couldn't be so stupid as to not have the basic knowledge of alchemy, right? Yi Liangchen's army was flushed, their hands clenched into fists. Their idol was being humiliated, but they were powerless to defend or refute. How could they not feel aggrieved? Suddenly, a tall woman jumped onto the stage and said loudly, Guru Yi, why your hands are used for drawing talismans and wielding swords? Manual labor like alchemy is not suitable for you. Why don't you let me do it for you? Sister Hua. Elegant Bro and North Sunflower Xiangwan couldn't help but exclaim. They all knew that Sister Hua was an 8th-stage golden core cultivator, as well as an alchemist. However, she was only a 4th-stage alchemist. Although the quality of the water element pill varied, it was at least 5th stage. How could Sister Hua refine it? Sister Hua raised her head and walked resolutely to Mu Yan's side. She looked coldly at Ling Yuyao and the people who were mocking Mu Yan. Watch carefully. The alchemist today is me, Yan Ruhua, not Guru Yi. If you want to mock or insult me, come at me. Don't drag Gaji into this. If you have the guts to curse Gaji Qingyu, then touch your heart and ask yourself if you have what it takes to become the Lord of 6 Stars. Heh. Forget the Lords of 6 Stars. You can't even climb to the top of the leaderboard. At first, Ling Yuyao thought that she could step on Yi Liangchen. Who knew that a woman would appear out of nowhere and wanted to take all the humiliation for Yi Liangchen? How could she allow that? Yap Liangchen, people call you a god, but you can only hide behind a woman like a coward. TSK, if I were you, I'd be so embarrassed that I'd find a hole to hide in. Sister Hua's expression changed. Don't spout. Nonsense. I was the one who wanted to help Guru Yi. Before she could finish her sentence, a slender hand pressed on her shoulder and pulled her to the side. The clear and melodious voice of a young girl sounded in Sister Hua's ears. Sister Hua, don't be anxious. There will be a chance for you to refine pills later. But now, let me do it. But great Gaji, Sister Hua, do you trust me? Sister Hua raised her eyes and met with a pair of clear, glass-like eyes. It was filled with confidence, disdain, indifference, and arrogance. However, there was not a shred of panic or guilt in it. All of a sudden, Sister Hua's anxious heart felt as if it had finally calmed down and returned to a safe place. She recalled what this girl said to them in Lousy World #1 shop. "Thank you for your support. I may not be as good as you think I am. However, as long as Liangchen exists, I will do my best to protect Liangchen army. I will pay back to anyone who insults Liangchen army 10-fold or 100-fold. Sister Hua took a deep breath and slowly retreated behind Mu Yan. She chose to believe in Almighty Yi, the person that Liangchen army worshipped and supported. Because this girl, the Almighty Yi that they believed in, had never disappointed them. Mu Yan did not look at Ling Yuyao's ecstatic face or the worried expression of Liangchen army. She walked to the front of the furnace, took out a talisman and stuck it on the furnace. What is Liangchen doing? Sticking talisman? Why is he sticking talisman on the furnace? How come I have never heard of this step in alchemy? But soon, Mu Yan answered their doubts. Because when Mu Yan used her spiritual power to activate the talisman, a string of flames rose from the bottom of the furnace and wrapped all the elixirs in it. After a moment of silence in the reincarnation square, everyone burst into laughter again. So, she is using talisman to get the fire. Oh my god, she can't even use her own alchemy fire? Such an idiot wants to practice alchemy? Don't tell me she doesn't even have the fire spiritual root? Ha ha ha. This is so funny. Looking at Mu Yan's action, Ling Yuyao felt more confident and no longer worried. At this very moment, she completely believed that Yap Liangchen did not know how to concoct pills. Not to mention the unique treasure of evolution moon sect, the water element pill. However, at this moment, Sister Hua, who was standing closest to Mu Yan, suddenly exclaimed. What is this? Her voice was full of surprise and disbelief. Elegant Brother and North Sunflower Xiang Wan's attention was immediately attracted. They came over to take a look and their eyes widened. What's going on? Beikue Xiang Wan covered his face and looked at Mu Yan in shock. Miss, what is this? How did you do it? This time, the people below were in an uproar. What had happened in the alchemy furnace that had shocked the three of them? Many people couldn't help but want to rush up to watch. But little Tian seemed to have guessed their thoughts, and the light and shadow on the reincarnation square changed. A virtual projection screen soon appeared in front of everyone. What was displayed on the screen was the scene in the alchemy furnace. All the cultivators were shocked by what they saw. What is this? At the bottom and inner walls of the alchemy furnace, there were actually golden lines that appeared. These patterns flickered with fiery light as they mixed together, slowly forming a rune-like pattern. As the talisman runes became more and more complete, the spiritual herbs that had been thrown into the cauldron actually floated up. They were piled up in 2s and 3s. Mayan, who is standing on the side, once again pours her spiritual power into the talisman attached to the furnace. Soon, a ball of flame rose and devoured a portion of the spirit herbs. Under the high temperature, the flames gradually melted the spiritual herbs. Then came the second ball of flame, melting the second pile of spirit herbs, the third pile, the fourth pile. Tens of thousands of people had gathered at the Rebirth Square in the Middle 3 district. But at this moment, they were all dumbfounded, staring at the screen in front of them. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Until all the elixirs were melted. The runes within the pill furnace changed, and the curling tongues of flame began to cause the juices of the spirit herbs to gradually blend and evaporate. Sounds of people sucking in cold air could be heard in the square. F***ck, 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 is this a F***king joke? Damn it. I have never learned how to concoct pills. But Yi Liangchen, don't lie to me. Is this how you concoct pills? I'm going crazy. Since when can talismans be used for alchemy? Yap Liangchen, no. Great God Yi, great immortal Yi, great master Yi, I'll kneel before you, okay? How many more times do you want our hearts to suffer? Ling Yuyao's eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her in horror. She shook her head frantically. Impossible. This was definitely possible. How could there be such an alchemy method in this world? Yes, this only looks like alchemy, but in fact, it's just for show. It's impossible for these spirit herbs to condense. The furnace will definitely explode in the end. Huh. Haha. Yap Liangchen, you can fool everyone but not me. It's impossible for you to succeed in refining pills. Ling Yuyao desperately talked to herself, and even shouted hysterically at the people next to her. It was as if this was the only way to increase his confidence. However, very quickly, the screams from the crowd shattered her fantasies once again. It's condensing. He's really starting to condense the core. Heavens, I can smell the fragrance of the pill. It's the water element pill, it's exactly the same as the water element pill. Buzz buzz buzz, almost at the same time a golden light erupted from the pill furnace, and a medicinal fragrance filled the air. As for the talismans stuck on the pill furnace, they were completely incinerated and dissipated into the air. Mu Yan opened the lid of the furnace and looked inside. She shook her head in dissatisfaction. This was the drawback of using talisman puppets to refine pills. After expending so many spirit herbs, he only managed to refine these 2 pills. One must know that when she tried to refine the water element pills in the space, she managed to refine 20 water element pills in one furnace. Although there were not many pill recipes, it taught an alchemy of alchemy. Of alchemy. Of alchemy. It of alchemy of. Of alchemy. Of alchemy. Of alchemy of alchemy. Of alchemy of alchemy of al of. Of alof alley of spirit of. Pills of alchemy below of level of grade. Spirit of alchemy, she, spirit of water. Of water of the water of. Of water. Of water of water of. Of the of water. Of water of. Of water of water of water of water. Of water of water. Of water of water of water of water. Of the water of yes, this talisman had no other effects. It couldn't replenish spiritual energy, couldn't defend or fight. Its only use was to construct a talisman array and automatically refine water element pills. Each water element pill refinement talisman consumed a lot of her spiritual energy and divine sense, and she could only draw 10 at most a day. Compared to her drawing speed of other talismans, it was simply the speed of a turtle. Unfortunately, without a single refining talisman, she could only refine 2 or 3 elixirs at most. It was really of little value. Mu Yan ridiculed her own talismans in her heart, not knowing that the people below were indeed in a complete uproar. Yi, great God Yi, is this really a water element pill? The person who spoke was a sallow and emaciated man standing below. It was the same person who was humiliated at the entrance of the Flowing Moon Pill House that day, and refused to let go of Yi Liangchen no matter what. Mu Yan smiled faintly and handed over one of the elixirs in her hand. Why don't you try it and you'll know. Pill refinement could be simulated in Tianguang ruins, and the effects of elixirs could be experienced in the Misty Mansion, as well as the process and results of pill refinement. But the actual consumption of elixirs could only be done in reality. The male cultivator took the elixir and impatiently left Tianguang ruins. After only a quarter of an hour, he reappeared in the reincarnation square. When everyone saw the man who reappeared, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost protruded out. They saw that the man who had sunken eyes with the reddish-brown color unique to elixir fire poison just a moment ago, his eyes were actually more than half clear at this time. Although he was still sallow and emaciated, his entire back was straightened. His face was full of excitement. Once he stood still in the reincarnation square, the man shouted loudly, "Great God Yi, it's a water element pill, it's really a water element pill. And a high-grade water element pill, great God Yi, I. The man seemed to want to say words of thanks, but his voice could not help but choke. His divine soul was also somewhat unstable because of the effects of the pill. In fact, after taking the water element pill, one had to rest for at least 4 hours to fully absorb the medicinal effects. But this male cultivator was really too excited, and also wanted to prove Great God Yi's greatness and innocence, so he actually disregarded his body and hurriedly went back to Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan's face darkened, still not leaving Tianguang ruins to properly rest, Do you want to waste my water element pill? Only then did the male cultivator disappear while laughing and crying. The shock that this male cultivator brought to the other cultivators in the reincarnation square was no less than a thunderclap. This is impossible. Ling Yuyao let out a shrill scream. This is demonic art, this must be a trick. Yi Liangchen, you must have stolen these 2 water element pills from my flowing moon pill mansion. You must have been deliberately mystifying us just now. You took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was diverted to deceive us, thinking that our evolution moon sex water element pill was refined by you. Mu Yan looks at Ling Yuyao brandishing her claws, her distorted face screaming hysterically. He couldn't help but sneer. Ling Yuyao, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Since that's the case, I'll show you. I'm not the only one who can cultivate your evolution moon sex water element pill. Everyone in my army can as well. Didn't you want to use the water element pill to choke me and my army? Then I'll let you see with your own eyes the interesting scene of the water element pill becoming a common pill on the streets and everyone having one. The smile at the corner of Mu Yan's mouth became even more languid and cold. Like a high and mighty monarch, she finally extended her claws to punish the ant that provoked her again and again. Ling Yuyao, I hope that when the time comes, you and the Flow Moon sect won't regret provoking me and Liang Chen's army. Ling Yuyao met that pair of cold eyes. Hearing her words, she felt as if her whole body had fallen into an ice cellar. Her knees softened and she fell to the ground. Mu Yan did not give her another look and turned to look at Sister Hua. Sister Hua, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to refine pills? Almost in an instant, that monarch's disdainful smile turned into an obedient and gentle smile. Now, do you want to try refining the Flow Moon sect's unique treasure? Water element pill in front of everyone? Sister Hua was completely dumbfounded. Under Mu Yan's push, she stood in front of the alchemy cauldron. On the alchemy cauldron, Mu Yan had already pasted the second, water element pill refining talisman. Sister Hua trembled as she raised her hand and circulated her spiritual energy in her palm. However, she did not dare to touch the talisman. She was afraid that she would damage this precious talisman. Mu Yan grabbed her hand and pressed it directly on the talisman. The talisman burned, and just like before, a fire rose in the alchemy cauldron. Then, an hour later, another cauldron of water element pills was done. Sister Hua's luck was actually better than Mu Yan's. This cauldron produced a total of 3 water element pills. When Sister Hua took out the 3 water element pills with trembling hands, she could no longer hold it in and her eyes turned red. I actually refined water element pills? Is this really the water element pill that I refined? Mu Yan patted her shoulder and smiled. It's absolutely true, there's absolutely no falsehood. If you don't believe me, you can go and try it in reality right now. Sister Hua nodded fiercely and tears could not help but slide down her cheeks. I believe you. Great Gaji, as long as it's your words, I will never doubt it again. When the people in the reincarnation square saw this scene, they were really going crazy. If it was said that Mu Yan refined water element pills with talismans earlier, they still had some doubts. But now, even Sister Hua had refined a talisman puppet. They no longer had any doubts about it. Ling Yuyao's face was pale and her whole body was cold. She kept shouting impossible. The water element elixir was the treasure of the Flowing Moon sect. How could it become an elixir that could be found on the streets? If that was the case, what would happen to the Flowing Moon sect? Every year, the Flow Moon sect would rely on high-grade water element pills to win over the marquis and bribe the aristocratic families and sections. If everyone could concoct the water element pill, what advantage would the Flowing Moon sect have in the future? How could they survive in the Purple Cloud realm? As for the one who caused all of this, what would happen to her? No. You can't do that. Yap Liangchen, you can't do this to me. Give me the talisman. Give it all to me. The water element pill belongs to the Flowing Moon sect. None of you are allowed to sell it or refine it. Ling Yuyao frantically pounces towards Mu Yan. Mayan's face doesn't even have time to hide. She sees a lightning strike down from the sky. Ling Yuyao's body twitched violently and she let out a shrill scream. Her body slowly disappeared. Little Tian's triumphant voice resounds in Mu Yan's ears. First host, don't worry. This guy only has himself to blame. I, little Tian, have punished him with a third-level divine soul electric shock. His cultivation directly dropped by a great realm, and his divine soul was seriously injured. He will be no different from a cripple for the rest of his life. Hearing the obvious ups and downs in little Tian's voice, Mu Yan increasingly feels that this guy's intelligence is really getting higher and higher. It's a world of difference from the rigid voice and inarticulate appearance at the beginning. But at this time, she doesn't have time to delve into it. Instead, she takes out a dozen water element pills to refine talismans, and says to Liangchen below, Liangchen's army that urgently needs water element pills to remove the pill fire poison, you can come to my place to get a talisman now. Don't worry if you can't get it for the time being. In the next few months, Laozi's #1 shop will sell 10 water element pills to refine talismans every day. Liangchen's army can line up to make an appointment to buy. The price is the same as the barrier-breaking talisman, 1,000 high-grade crystal stones. As soon as these words come out, the eyes of the other cultivators in the reincarnation square turn red with jealousy. One talisman, that's one water element pill, no, if they're lucky, it might be 2, or even 3 water element pills. Although they still have to prepare their own elixirs, how can the price of unprocessed elixirs compare with water element pills? One talisman only needs 1,000 high-grade crystal stones, but one high-grade water element pill, not even tens of thousands of crystal stones can buy it. Thinking of this, everyone is even more restless. Each and every one of them greedily and longingly stares at the talismans in the hands of Liangchen's army, wishing that their eyeballs could pop out. Why aren't they Liangchen's army? Why can't they buy one talisman with 1,000 crystal stones? Is it too late for them to join Liangchen's army and become Great God Ye's loyal supporters? And in the center of the reincarnation square, each and every one of them feels elated, so excited that they almost kneel down to Mu Yan. However, they know that Great God Yi doesn't like these ostentation and situations. So, they just tell themselves over and over again in their hearts. Born into Liangchen, die together. Easy Brother is full of smiles on the high platform, arrogantly saying, Liangchen's army, line up and come over to register. The #1 shop will arrange the order in which you buy talismans according to the degree of pill fire poison. With the order, Liangchen's army immediately lines up around the central high platform. During this period, those who bought water element pills from Flowing Moon Pill House came over to line up with shame. Easy Brother didn't blame them in the slightest, but registered them as well. Because they knew that these people didn't leave Liangchen's army willingly. However, there were also some who betrayed Liangchen's army and even turned around to trample on God Yi, spreading rumors and insulting God Yi everywhere. Such a scum also wanted to fish in troubled waters and collect the refining talisman, but was directly kicked out by Easy Bro, a bunch of treacherous villains. You actually want to refine talismans separately. Do you have any shame? We also supported Great God Ye's Liangchen army during the Golden Heavenly Light. Why can't you refine talismans for us? Sister Hua sneered and said, you guys are spreading rumors that Great God Ye's talismans are useless. Why didn't you think about the fact that you're a member of Liangchen's army when you're trying to scam your money? These people couldn't help but become anxious when they saw that they were actually unable to obtain such a precious talisman. They look at Mayan with bitter and hateful expressions. Great God Yi, we were wrong. For the sake of the fact that we once followed and supported you, can you give us a refining talisman? Great God Yi, we've bought a lot of talismans from Laozi's #1 shop. We're so supportive of you, but you're not even willing to give us a talisman. Who would dare to follow you in the future? These people think that they can make Mayan compromise by pressuring her with words in public. After all, as a great god, he had the burden of being an idol. If he appeared too heartless, wouldn't it disappoint the other fans? Mu Yan looked at these people with a smile that was not a smile, and said unhurriedly, the matters of Liangchen's army will naturally be decided by Liangchen's army. You can ask around. If half of the Good Dawn army here supports your return, I will naturally refine talismans for you. Before Mu Yan could finish his words, Liangchen's army below shouted in unison. Traitor, get lost. Our Liangchen army does not welcome traitors. Do you really think that our Liangchen army is a trash shelter? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to sneak in. At this moment, these people were deeply proud of being part of Liangchen's army. He rejoiced that he admired someone worthy of admiration. Especially when faced with the envious and jealous gazes of the other cultivators, Liang Chen's army straightened their backs. Elegant Bro had already gathered Old Ma, Sister Hua, and a few other core members of Liang Chen's army to form the management team of Liang Chen's army. He was specifically in charge of formulating the rules of action for Liang Chen's army. Mu Yan looks at these people who won't leave or abandon her, and she can't help but feel great waves in her heart. The Liangchen army was not related to him at all. They did not even know his true identity and face. Yet, he was willing to protect and support him unconditionally. And she had nothing to repay these people with. She could only make herself stronger and more outstanding. They would never regret their support at this moment. Right now, Mu Yan doesn't know. In the near future, Liang Chen's army would grow bigger and bigger like a rolling snowball. Until one day, it became the third force after the unfettered Seven Devils and the Nether Flame army, sweeping across the entire Cultivation continent. There were no more kings under Yap Liang Chen. And I, Liang Chen's army, will be behind you, breaking through the thorns and opening up new territories for you. In the Tianling Palace, Mayan is refining pills in the pill room. Xiaobao sits on the side, cleverly sorting out the spirit herbs for her, passing them to Mu Yan from time to time. At this time, what Mu Yan was refining was the Ziyuan pill that she was going to give to Xiaobao. Mu Yan has already collected all the elixirs needed for the Ziyuan Dan. But she tried several times, but she was always stuck at the last step, and eventually failed. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that even though he had failed, he had still successfully refined the Ziyuan Dan. However, what could be replenished was not immortal energy, but spiritual energy. The alchemy furnace let out a buzzing sound, and a rich fragrance overflowed. If other alchemists smelled this pure medicinal fragrance, they would definitely shout out in excitement, "Best quality alchemy pill." However, Mu Yan let out a long sigh, revealing a depressed expression. Sure enough, the refining of the Ziyuan Dan this time failed again. What was the problem? Niangqin Xiaobao obediently snuggles into Mu Yan's arms. He raises his head, his big eyes flickering as he looks at Mu Yan. Niangqin, Xiaobao is fine, he doesn't need to take the elixir. Xiaobao will work harder and harder. I will definitely become stronger and protect Mother. As he spoke, he clenched his small fist. His blue eyes were filled with determination and tenacity that a 5- or 6-year-old child would never have. Mu Yan hugs him tightly. His heart was filled with pride and sorrow. While other children were acting spoiled and willful, her Xiaobao was so sensible and obedient. He doesn't ask for anything, he just wants to become stronger and protect his mother. However, as his mother, she can't give Xiaobao the best resources. Maybe she should let Di Mingju take Xiaobao to the Xiaoxian continent. That place is full of immortal energy and Di Mingju's protection. It's the most suitable place for Xiaobao to grow and cultivate. However, she's only at the gold core stage, and her body hasn't transformed into an immortal body yet. If she goes to the Xiaoxian continent, she can only rely on elixirs to advance. That kind of advancement is like a mirage, destroyed by the wind and rain, it will inevitably collapse. But if she doesn't go, she will be separated from Xiaobao. At the thought of being separated from Xiaobao again, Mu Yan feels as if a knife is twisting in her heart. She can't help but tighten her grip on Xiaobao. Niangqin? As if feeling Mu Yan's sadness, Xiaobao raises his head in panic. However, before she could ask anything, she heard the door being pushed open with a bang. Ling Yuma rushes in like a gust of wind, laughing, little junior sister, there's great news, do you want to hear it?" Mu Yan withdraws her emotions from her sad bosom and smiles. "Is it the carefree team that won the Dear Ming banquet?" Ling Yuma stares blankly, then she waves her hand indifferently. "Who said that? Isn't it a matter of course that my carefree team won the championship?" "Humph, if it weren't for the fact that you weren't there for the last few matches, it would be easy for us to beat a dozen teams." Mu Yan listens to the fourth sister's merciless boasting and can't help but laugh out loud. However, Ling Yuma is right. Except for the Fusong team, the Carefree team was defeated by the Changing Moon team. The rest of the matches, the Carefree team won. Especially against the strongest team in the southern land, the Emoting team. Even with Mu Yan's absence, they still managed to obtain victory in the end. Nowadays, in the eyes of the cultivators of the Purple Cloud realm, the Carefree team is second only to the Qilin team. They are the well-deserved champion of this dear Ming banquet. At this time, no one knows that this terrifyingly powerful Carefree team hasn't exerted their full strength at all. That's because the Carefree team's strongest support and strongest fighting force have never shown their true strength from beginning to end. Mu Yan, if it's not the championship, then what good news is it? When I went to the Divine Elephant City today, I heard some news about the Full Moon sect. Mu Yan's heart stirred. What about the Full Moon sect? Ling Yuyao seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little junior sister, I have to say, the longer you stay with third senior brother, the more vicious and sinister you become. You refined the recipe of the Fulling Moon sect's most treasured water element pill into a talisman and sold it everywhere in the Tianguang ruins. How could you even think of this? Do you know how much of the Fulling Moon sect's current status and business is supported by the water element pill? Now that you have publicly announced the water element elixir's formula, anyone who knows how to refine elixirs would be able to refine the water element elixir after seeing the process of refining the talisman elixir. Those who don't know how to refine elixirs just have to queue up and buy a talisman from Laozi's #1 store. Then, they will be able to get the water element elixir. A sect's most treasured treasure has now become a street item that's not much more expensive than a restoration spirit pill. Ha ha ha. I can imagine how ugly the Fulling Moon sect's master's face must be. And as the main culprit, Ling Yuyao, what will happen to her? Mu Yan can't help but smile. This was the effect she wanted. How could refining the water element elixir be enough of a blow to the Fulling Moon sect? She wanted the elixir that the Fulling Moon sect relied on to survive to become worthless trash. She was the one who spread the news about using talismans to refine pills. Ling Yuma continued, I heard that those foolish sects and clans that bought the water element pills at a high price went to the Full Moon sect and smashed them into pieces. They even stole a lot of their belongings. TSK, 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 the Flowing Moon sect is really finished this time. Mu Yan's expression was cold as she said with a faint smile, the Flowing Moon sect doesn't have the water element pill, but they still have other unique pill recipes. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it in a short period of time. Not bad, not bad. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. If people offend us, we'll cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. That's the motto of our Xiaoyao sect. Just when Ling Yuma was about to come up with an idea to make the Fulling Moon sect unable to get up again, she saw a paper crane flapping its wings and flying in from the window. There was a Chankuan bag under the wings of the paper crane. The Chankuan bag was imprinted with the mark of a small green sword. It's little martial uncle's messenger paper crane. Ling Yuma took off the Chankuan bag and said happily, I wonder what good things Junior Martial Uncle has given you this time. Her voice abruptly stops, then she raises her head to look at Mayan. She clicks her tongue and shakes her head, sighing, this is really like someone delivering a pillow when you're dozing off. Little Martial Uncle really knows you too well, ha 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 ha. Mu Yan was puzzled and turned around to take a look. She couldn't help but look at Ling Yuma and laugh out loud. He saw that the Chankuan bag contained a reply to Mu Yan. All that was left were a few medicine bottles. On each of the bottles, there were dewdrop pill, small reversion pill, profound flame pill. Each of them was a unique pill that the Fulling Moon sect relied on to survive. If high-grade water element pills were to become commonplace goods, the Fulling Moon sect might only suffer a blow, but it wouldn't be destroyed. However, if all of the pill formulas were made public and everyone could refine them, in that case, the value of the Fulling Moon sect would completely disappear. They would also be completely erased from the Purple Cloud realm. Mu Yan picks up a bottle of elixirs, and the corners of her mouth can't help but raise into a lazy smile. Ever since she was in the Yanwu continent, the people of the Fulling Moon sect have repeatedly persecuted and attacked her. Even Changyu's death was single-handedly caused by these people. Now, it was time for the culprits to pay a painful price. However, the top priority was not to draw the refining talismans for these elixirs, but to refine the Ziyuan elixir that Xiaobao could take. Xiaobao suddenly held up the Ziyuan Dan that Mayan had just refined and gave it to Ling Yuma, fourth master, eat. When Ling Yuma saw that the baby was cold and adorable, as well as well-behaved and sensible, she found it extremely rare. She hugged Xiaobao and was about to kiss his face a few times. In the end, Xiaobao dodged to the side and said seriously with a straight face, "Men and women should not touch. Xiaobao will only kiss mother." Ling Yuma laughed so hard that she was rocking back and forth. How did junior sister give birth to such a cute baby? She wanted nothing more than to snatch it back and hide it. Wiping away tears of laughter, Ling Yuma looks at Mayan. "These failed again?" Mayan sighs and nods. The people of the Xiaoyao sect all knew that Mayan was refining the Ji Yuan Dan for Xiaobao to take. It's just that after several days, even the extremely talented junior sister still couldn't successfully refine it. As a result, these failed products became the food for the senior and junior brothers. Ling Yuma grabbed a pill and casually threw it into her mouth. She couldn't help but sigh. "After eating 3 of these Yuan Dan, I have already reached the 3rd stage of Oris core. Furthermore, there are almost no side effects. If it was sold outside, many shoujo would spend thousands of jingshi to fight over it. In the end, it was still a failed product to you, junior sister. You threw it to us to eat like candy." TSK. If those alchemists who have been immersed in alchemy for dozens of years were to find out about this, they would definitely be angered to death. Mu Yan looked at Ling Yuma with a smile. "4th senior sister doesn't want it? Then I'll give it to Xiaoqi." "What a joke. You can give it to anyone but little 7. Ling Yuma furrowed her brows and said, "Xiaoqi broke through to the 3rd level of the gold core realm. His cultivation is higher than us. It's enough to have you, little junior sister, as a monster. If you add Xiaoqi, where will we put our faces as senior brothers and sisters?" Mayan could not help but laugh. She no longer paid attention to Ling Yuma and continued to refine pills. Xiaobao immediately and obediently helps Mayan sort out the elixirs needed for the Ziyuan Dan. After they're done, he hands them over to her one by one. The fat rabbit rolled over at the side, revealing its belly as it slept soundly. The elixirs needed to concoct the Ziyuan pill were not particularly precious. However, it involved a lot of spirit herbs, more than 3 times that of ordinary pills. Even if Mayan's divine sense and spiritual power were extremely vigorous, it would still be impossible for her to completely refine and fuse them in one go. During the refinement process, there would be at least 2 pauses to consume replenishing spirit pills and wait for their spiritual power to recover a little before continuing. This was also the method that many alchemists would use when refining complicated pills. Mu Yan suspects that the problem lies in the failure to refine the Ji Yuan Dan all the time. Therefore, the refinement this time. When her spiritual power is about to run out, she doesn't stop the output of spiritual power. Instead, she uses her other hand to play the Tian Mo Qin. His 5 slender fingers danced on the strings like a phantom. Moreover, it was getting faster and faster. Echo breath and clouds forming seas were activated at the same time. In a trance, Ling Yuma even felt that her junior sister was only playing with one hand, but she seemed to hear 2 different songs mixed together. However, as the spiritual power required for cloud birth and sea formation, and alchemy increased, echo and breath began to be unable to support it. It must be known that the echo sound is essentially for the Shin musician to assist others, so playing it naturally consumes spiritual power. Mu Yan's complexion starts to turn pale, and fine beads of sweat appear on her forehead. Her spiritual power had been consumed to the limit. But she didn't want to stop. She had a premonition that if she stopped halfway, she would still fail to refine the Ji Yuan Dan this time. "Mother, you're sweating a lot." Xiaobao looked at Mu Yan worriedly. His big eyes were wide open and his little hands were tightly clenched. Ling Yuma also sat up straight and said nervously, "Junior sister, if you can't refine it, don't force yourself. Let's think of another way." However, at this moment, Mu Yan's mind was filled with an explosion, and he could no longer hear any sounds from the outside. Her fingers moved mechanically over the strings. Her primordial spirit seemed to float away, sinking into the alchemy furnace. Every inch of her divine sense was connected to the elixirs in the alchemy furnace. That kind of feeling was very mysterious. It's as if she clearly knows the medicinal properties of every drop and every trace of these melted elixirs. She knows how much Dan fire they need, how much spiritual power they need, when they will fuse, and when they will condense. But at the same time, her spiritual power consumption is increasing. Her sweat is almost gone, and the capillaries on the surface of her body are ruptured. Fine beads of blood ooze out from her skin. For a moment, the lake blue clothes on her body are dyed red. Her snow-white skin is almost covered with blood. Her whole body is like being fished out of a pool of blood. Niangqin. Xiaobao is so anxious that he almost cries. Niangqin is injured, he is by Niangqin's side, how can he let Niangqin get hurt, right? Niangqin wants to refine elixirs, but she doesn't have enough spiritual power, then Xiaobao will help Niangqin input her spiritual power. At this time, Xiaobao doesn't care about anything else. He doesn't know that different spiritual powers can't be injected into the same elixir. And now, what's inside his body isn't spiritual power, but immortal power. Xiaobao only wants to help Niangqin, so that she won't bleed in pain. Little hands are placed on the furnace, and immortal power is injected without reservation. Seeing Xiaobao like this, Ling Yuma grits her teeth, stands up, and puts her hands on the furnace. The fat rabbit is awakened by Xiaobao's voice. Seeing the two's movements, Meng Bean eyes flash, and it jumps up. Pasting it on the furnace, it also injects its own demon power. Xiaobao and Ling Yuma don't know how to refine elixirs, plus the fat rabbit is purely messing around. Just like that, very foolishly and naively, he injected all his spiritual energy, immortal energy, and demon energy into the alchemy furnace. They have no idea how shocking it is for two kinds of spiritual power, immortal power, and demon power to gather in the same furnace. Mu Yan has already entered the mysterious out-of-body realm, and doesn't know what's happening in the room. So, half an hour later, there's a loud bang in the furnace of Tianling Palace. The whole Flying Dragon City is shaking. If Flying Dragon City wasn't a mustard divine tool, the furnace of Tianling Palace would have been completely blown into powder. A thick smoke curls out from the top of Tianling Palace. The people of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been cultivating in their own rooms, hurriedly ran out. Even the cultivators in the other palaces of the Flying Dragon City were alarmed and surrounded the Tianling Palace to listen to the situation. Cough cough cough. Ling Yuma was the first to rush out of the house. Next is Mu Yan, who was holding Xiaobao. Beside him was a fat rabbit whose fur had turned completely black. He kept shaking his head to get rid of the dust on his body. At this moment, the three people and the rabbit's original appearance couldn't be seen at all. Their faces were covered in ash, and only their snow-white teeth and bright eyes could be seen. Little junior sister, fourth brother, what are you two doing? Ling Yuma said gloomily, alchemy. Who knew that the alchemy furnace would be so weak that it actually exploded? Xiaobao nodded in agreement. Just like what Bai Xia said, it was a fake product. What a scam, the people surrounding Tianling Palace rolled their eyes in unison when they heard this. Which of the alchemy furnaces in the Flying Dragon City wasn't above the 7th grade? Tianling Palace would only be better. They could actually blow up a 7th grade alchemy furnace. It has to be said that the fighting power of the Xiaoyao sect is too strong. But obviously, they don't know how to refine elixirs. Seeing that there's nothing else, the cultivators slowly dispersed. Mu Yan carried Xiaobao to wash up, changed her clothes, and then went to see the worried eldest senior brother. Although a furnace of elixirs had just exploded, there was no lack of joy on Mu Yan's face. Because she finally knew how to refine the real Zhiyuandan. The fat rabbit, who had also been washed clean and turned into a snow-white lump, hopped over to Xiaobao's side. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden-red pill. As soon as this pill appeared, the spiritual power in the room began to fluctuate restlessly. It seemed like it wanted to rush into the pill, but it also seemed like it wanted to escape. Mayan blinks, this elixir is? Niangqin just refined it. Xiaobao picks up the elixir and hands it to Mayan. Xiaobao didn't have time to take it, so Bunny swallowed it and brought it out. Mu Yan is somewhat dumbfounded. Just now when the alchemy furnace exploded like that, she actually refined a Zhiyuandan. That's not right, but is this still the Zhiyuandan? Its color and smell were completely different from the Zhiyuan pill. Moreover, there were strange patterns on the surface of the pill. The people of the Xiaoyao sect all came over. What kind of medicinal pill is this? He had never seen such a pill before. The taste is also very unique. Ling Yuma said proudly, there is little junior sister's spiritual power, Xiaobao's immortal power, Fat Rabbit's demonic power, and my fire spiritual power. Yunruhan's jaw dropped. I've never heard of an elixir containing so much energy. Luo Yu said with lingering fear, this thing won't kill people, right? But it feels very tempting. What if it's one of those rare elixirs? The 7 of them were a little worried. It would be a waste if he didn't eat it. It was a pill that he had never seen before, and he did not know its effects. What if he got sick after eating it? Chu Moli said unhurriedly. In the upper 3 districts of Tianguang ruins, there is a place called the Appraiser Hall. That place is similar to the Ethereal Hall. However, the Ethereal Hall was a place where people could experience the effects of pills, talismans, and treasures. On the other hand, the Appraiser Hall could help you examine the properties, ingredients, and effects of pills and magical treasures. Maybe you can go there and try. Tianguang ruins. Ling Yuma held Xiaobao's hand and walked into the Appraiser Hall. The fees in the Appraiser Hall were not cheap, but there were still quite a number of cultivators coming and going. This was because those who had passed the appraisal of the Appraiser Hall and obtained the proof could usually bring it to an auction house and sell it for a very high price. At this time, Mayan was anxious to refine the Yuandan. Thus, Ling Yuma volunteered to bring Xiaobao to Tianguang ruins to appraise the pills. After all, she had contributed to this pill. She also wanted to know what the effects of this pill were. Ling Yuma led Xiaobao to an empty counter and placed the pill box on the counter. I want to appraise the pill. The person in charge of this counter was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he heard this, he raised his head with a face full of smiles. However, when he saw Ling Yuma and Xiaobao, he couldn't help but frown. The reason was that their appearances were too ordinary. In Tianguang ruins, there weren't many people who changed their looks because they had to go through identity verification. However, almost everyone would change their looks. Therefore, handsome men and beautiful women could be seen everywhere. However, this androgynous fellow and the little doll were already so ugly in the Tianguang ruins. Not to mention in reality, it would definitely be shameful. Judging a book by its cover was the instinct of many people. Therefore, this middle-aged man's originally warm smile became faint. He casually took the medicine box and opened it. This time, he revealed an expression of disdain. Normally, elixirs that were grade 4 and above would have a fragrance and spirit chi presence when they appeared in the Heaven Light ruins. But the elixir in his hand was pitch black and looked like a mud ball. It was obvious that this was an elixir that was below grade 4. How could such an elixir be appraised? The middle-aged man said impatiently. The appraisal hall has a rule that elixirs below grade 4 will need to pay 1 high-grade crystal stone for each appraisal. Elixirs below grade 6 will need to pay 10 high-grade crystal stones. Elixirs below grade 8 will need to pay 100 high-grade crystal stones. I don't think your elixir is worth 1 high-grade crystal stone, right? Are you sure you want to appraise it? Ling Yuma felt very bewildered too. Back in the Tianlang Palace, the elixir was obviously fragrant and had a special luster pattern on the surface. But in the Heaven Light ruins, it had turned into a mud ball. But even if it had turned into a mud ball, it still had to be appraised. I am sure. The middle-aged man said, what grade do you want to appraise? Grade 6. Ling Yuma remembered that her junior sister mentioned that she could only refine grade 6 elixirs at best. The middle-aged man sneered in his heart, where did this country bumpkin come from? He actually dared to appraise a grade 6 elixir with such a quality? Did he have too many crystal stones to burn? But he wasn't a fool to give up on the crystal stones. Seeing that Ling Yuma had paid the crystal stones, he was about to take it for appraisal. Suddenly, a slender hand pressed on the medicine box and a man's voice echoed, wait a moment, let me take a look at this elixir. The middle-aged supervisor raised his head and saw who it was and instantly put on a flattering smile. Lord Fuchen, why are you here? Did you refine a new elixir? Ling Yuma and Xiaobao looked up at the same time and stared at the handsome man in front of them. This person was Fuchen, a bastard who wanted to steal their junior sister's mother's belongings. Both of them had unkind expressions. Ling Yuma quickly took the medicine box and stuffed it into Xiaobao's arms. Apologies, didn't your father teach you not to touch other people's belongings without permission? Before the man could speak, a middle-aged woman behind the man yelled, presumptuous. Who gave you the guts to speak to Lord Fuchen like this? Ling Yuma sneered, raised her chin, and said with an unruly look, I was born with nothing else but courage. If you have the guts, come and bite me. The middle-aged woman's face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. However, when she met Ling Yuma's eyes, her expression slightly changed. He almost blurted out, what is your name? This girl's eyes, why are they so similar to that person? When the middle-aged woman thought of the person who had been killed, a trace of panic flashed across her face. No. Impossible. It was just a coincidence. Moreover, this young girl only had a pair of eyes that resembled that person. Her appearance was completely different. That's right. It must be a coincidence. Fengyu, step down. Chu Tianyu lightly shouted. The middle-aged woman then retreated to the back in a daze, but her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Ling Yuma. This middle-aged woman was the elder of the Flow Moon sect, Ling Yuyao's aunt, Fengyu. After Ling Yuyao suffered a soul electric shock and was expelled from the Heaven Light ruins, the Flow Moon sect's water element elixirs became cheap goods that could be found on the streets. Fengyu made a prompt decision and brought along a few of the Flow Moon sect's elixir recipes to seek refuge with the Ding Country Marquis, Chu Xinyan. Charming physician, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming physician, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect it. She even gave Ling Yuyao, who had lost most of her cultivation, to one of Chu Xinyan's confidants. That confidant's strength was superb, he was loyal and devoted to Chu Xinyan, but he had a penchant for abusing women. Fengyu's actions made him very happy, so he helped her put in a few good words in front of Chu Xinyan. As such, Fengyu was able to stay by Chu Tianyu's side to serve him. She even knew that Chu Tianyu was the famous great god Fuchen in Tianguang ruins. Chu Tianyu walked forward and revealed a refined and courteous smile towards Ling Yuma and Xiao Bao. You two don't have to be nervous, I just feel that this pill of yours is very special, and I want to buy it. Why don't the two of you name a price? As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Xiao Bao. When he met little Bao's dark blue eyes, his heart trembled for no reason. This little child seemed inconspicuous, but he felt an indescribable sense of reverence towards him. Just like the pill in his hand, at a glance, there was not even a fluctuation of spiritual power. However, Chu Tianyu could faintly sense a familiar aura from this pill. This was the aura of the incomparably expensive pill that his father took every day. Moreover, it was far thicker than the one he had smelled before. Chu Tianyu asked this question because he was waiting for Ling Yuma to answer. Unexpectedly, the child holding the pill coldly said. Not selling. Ling Yuma sneered, did you hear that? This is my martial nephew's pill. He said he won't sell it. Aren't you going to scram? No matter how good Chu Tianyu's temper was, his face couldn't help but turn cold after being repeatedly told to scram. Lord Fuchen. The middle-aged steward stepped forward with a fawning smile. Don't bother with this bunch of country bumpkins. They dared to bring a grade 3 pill to the appraiser hall for appraisal. Hee, it was purely a waste of crystals. I wonder if Lord Fuchen is going to appraise the elixir this time. Before Chu Tianyu could say anything, Fengyu had already stepped forward, took out a box, and slowly opened it. This is a 6th grade pill that my family's young master just refined. I've made some improvements based on the Jinyuan pill, so I'm here to appraise it. The moment the box was opened, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted into the air. Good medicine. Good medicine. This is a top-grade grade 6 medicinal pill. The middle-aged manager flattered, Lord Fuchen, you are truly worthy of being the #1 concoction master in the Heaven Light ruins. This lowly one will go and appraise it for you now. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Bao. If you want to do the appraisal of a 6th grade medicinal pill, then come in with us. TSK, I don't know what these people are thinking. It's obviously trash, but they still want to sit for a 6th grade medicinal pill appraisal. The middle-aged manager brought Chu Tianyu, Xiao Bao, and Ling Yuma into the 6th grade pill appraisal room. In the appraisal room, there were 10 crystal-clear glazed cauldrons. A complicated formation was drawn in the cauldron. As long as the pill was placed into the glazed cauldron and the middle-aged steward placed the crystal stones in to activate the array, the properties of the pill would be analyzed and engraved into the jade slip. Xiao Bao glanced at Ling Yuma, who nodded back at him. Xiaobao strode over to the table with his short legs. He raised his hand and placed the pill into one of the cauldrons. Fuchen took a glance at Xiaobao and indicated for Fengyu to place the pill into the appraiser glazed cauldron. Soon enough, the glazed cauldron lit up with radiance. The crystal-clear white radiance slowly turned into a rainbow glow. The entire elixir appraisal room was gradually filled with a strange fragrance. Medicinal King's Inheritance welcomes you. 1. The middle-aged supervisor asked with excitement, "What is this fragrance? Why is it so alluring?" "Lord Fuchen, your elixir is truly remarkable." Fuchen frowned because he knew clearly about the composition and smell of his elixir, and it wasn't like this. Furthermore, this fragrance was extremely similar to the elixir that his father consumed. If he felt that this fragrance was just an illusion when he was outside, then now, before he could finish thinking, the entire inspection treasure pavilion suddenly shook violently. A blinding light burst out from the 10 glazed cauldrons and rushed straight for the ceiling. It had even penetrated through the roof of the inspection treasure pavilion. Immediately after, the entire Tianguang ruin started to ripple like a mist that was blown by the wind. The originally simulated sky was now filled with colorful rays of light. All the cultivators in the Tianguang ruins were shocked and couldn't help but look up at the sky. What is going on? Is the Tianguang ruins going to collapse? No, it can't be. Wouldn't our divine souls be trapped here? What kind of joke is this? The Tianguang ruins has existed for so many years, how is it possible for it to collapse? But the Tianguang ruins has never experienced such a situation before. Even the ground that we are standing on seems to be trembling. Just as everyone was bewildered and fearful about what was happening, a mechanical and cold voice echoed in the sky and echoed in everyone's ears. Now announcing the Tianguang ruins temporary announcement. Just a moment ago, the Tianguang ruins God-class mission, Medicinal King's Inheritance, has been activated. The spatial zone of the Medicinal King's Inheritance has been activated in a certain place in the Tianguang ruins. All cultivators below the age of 30 and who have attained the cultivation of Anidia are eligible to participate. All users are welcome to challenge. From now onwards, the Tianguang ruins will enter a Class 3 state of alert and will open up its maximum capacity until someone completes the Medicinal King's Inheritance mission and obtains the title of the Medicinal King's Inheritor. I repeat once more, from now onwards, just as the cultivators in the Tianguang ruins were in a state of shock, at almost the same time in the outside world. The entire cultivation continent had also experienced a change. The originally clear blue sky and the radiant sun were suddenly enveloped by a layer of radiance. This radiance was silver at first, and then it emitted a 7-colored radiance. A deep and resounding voice, like the voice of an oracle descending from the heavens, fell into everyone's ears, and even struck their souls. Harboring the heart of saving the world, refining a pill that defies the heavens and changes fate, seizing the soul of the king of hell. This is the sacred ancestor medicine king. 800 years. It has been 800 years. On this continent, someone has finally triggered the Medicine King's Inheritance. From now on, activate the inheritance space of the Sacred Ancestor Medicine King, and choose the Medicine King's successor. All practitioners below the age of 30 can enter the Skylight Ruins to participate. In the end, the one who passes the 3 tests and obtains the Medicine King's token will become the Sacred Ancestor Medicine King, the only successor. Dingwa Marquis residence. Chu Xinyan, who was in the middle of a discussion with his subordinates, suddenly raised his head. He did not bother to hide his loss of composure and rushed out of the room. Medicine King Legacy. Medicine King Legacy. So the legends are true. The cultivation continent really does have the inheritance of the sacred ancestor Medicine King. Ha ha ha, as long as I obtain the inheritance of the sacred ancestor Medicine King, why should I worry about my short lifespan? Why should I worry about not being able to ascend? Chu Xinyan suddenly turned back, his face almost distorted with excitement. Come. Immediately gather all the young alchemists that I have nurtured. End of this chapter. The Medicine King's Inheritance welcomes you, too, yes, Marquis. Chu Xinyan lowered his head and slowly took off his gloves, revealing his wrinkled hands. He gritted his teeth and murmured, this Marquis must obtain the Medicine King's Inheritance. Dragon Soaring Academy. All the teachers and students, including the teams participating in the Deer Cry banquet, were gathered in Flying Dragon City. Looking at the slowly dissipating rainbow light in the sky, many people simply couldn't come back to their senses. Oh my god! I always thought that the Medicine King's inheritance in Tianguang ruins was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. The one who spoke was a student of Dragon Soaring Academy. Under everyone's questioning, the student vividly told a rumor among the alchemists. It turned out that as early as hundreds of years ago, there was this kind of rainbow light in the sky. It was also a deep voice that told them that the world's most powerful Medicine King, the only divine ancestor-level alchemist, had left the Medicine King's inheritance in their Cultivation continent's Tianguang ruins. As long as someone triggered it, the inheritance space would open. Once the inheritance space opened, anyone could enter and accept the trial. As long as someone passed the 3 trials, they could obtain the entire inheritance of the Medicine King, and even become the next successor of the famous Medicine King in the Cultivation continent. At that time, all the alchemists of the Cultivation continent poured into the Tianguang ruins to find the inheritance of the Medicine King. However, 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 10 years passed, and not even a shadow was found. Slowly, everyone became disappointed, thinking that this was just a prank played by the immortals of the Cultivation continent to play with everyone. Even now, 800 years later, 90% of the people in the Cultivation continent didn't even know about the Medicine King's inheritance. However, today, out of the blue, the King of Herbology's inheritance was triggered. No one has triggered the Medicine King's inheritance in 800 years, which almighty being is so awesome to actually trigger it. That's right, I heard that 800 years ago, almost everyone in the Cultivation continent went into the Tianguang ruins to look for it. They tried everything, but not even a hair was found. Hearing the discussion, the people of the Xiaoyao sect all turned to look at Mu Yan. Mu Yan was dumbfounded. Why are you looking at me? I've been very low-key these days, okay? I was just refining pills in the alchemy room. What does the Medicine King's inheritance have to do with me? The people of the Xiaoyao sect agreed. The King of Medicine's inheritance space is in Tianguang ruins, and Junior Sister didn't go there just now, so it shouldn't be her who triggered it, right? The main reason was that their Junior Sister was really too good at making trouble. She was the Lord of Black Sky sect and the Lord of 6 stars. The dark night was like day, the heavens swaying and the earth moving. Multicolored light rushed into the heavens, and from time to time it would come out. They were all numb. Therefore, when the Medicine King's inheritance was triggered, they subconsciously thought of Mu Yan. However, this time, it really had nothing to do with Junior Sister. Only Chumoli's lips curled up and a meaningful smile hung on his face. He softly muttered in a low voice, "Is it really all right? If I remember correctly, that pill should have just arrived at the appraiser hall to be appraised, right?" After the hubbub, the crowd quickly dispersed. Most people were anxious to head to the Tianguang ruins to find the inheritance of the Medicine King. The pill alchemists were excited and eager to give it a try. That was the Medicine King's inheritance, the real Medicine King's inheritance. As long as they obtained the Medicine King's inheritance, it would be equivalent to instantly becoming the #1 alchemist in the Cultivation continent. End of this chapter. Di Mingju, just wait for my disciple to beat you up. Such a privilege, such a boundless future, who wouldn't want it? Who wouldn't desire it? Junior Sister, let's go to Tianguang ruins to take a look, Yun Ruhan said. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, yes, how could our Xiaoyao school miss out on such a big show? Moreover, 6th Senior Sister, you are so good at alchemy, maybe the Medicine King's inheritance is yours. Luo Yu's words were heard by the Dragon Soaring Academy students beside her, and they could not help but snort disdainfully. A person who could blow up the entire Tianlang Palace alchemy room just by refining pills dares to brag about his alchemy prowess? Ha! Haha, nowadays, anyone dares to covet the Medicine King's inheritance. Carefree team, we admit that your combat strength is very strong, but don't join in the excitement of alchemy. The surrounding inheritors laughed and laughed. Not everyone was malicious. After all, the strength of the Carefree team had already been recognized by everyone. They simply felt that it was impossible for the members of the Carefree team to know alchemy. Luo Yu was so angry that she wanted to argue with them, but was pulled back by Mu Yan. 6th Senior Sister, they actually said that you don't know how to refine pills. This group of idiots, the Ziyuan pill refined by his sixth senior sister, which of these trash present could refine it? Mayan smiled and said, words are better than action. What's more, you forgot that eldest brother told us to keep a low profile. Let's go and take a look at the Tianguang ruins. Yun Ruhan thought to herself, hee, it's not credible to say something like low-key from your mouth. Junior sister, Shoshan continent, the northern border of the polar domain. Di Mingju led the Xian division and Crescent Moon division, and just destroyed a wave of Hogue attacks. Because Di Mingju is here, there aren't many casualties in the polar domain this time. Only a few of them had been poisoned by a small amount of pi poison, and they could be cured with the Heaven Spirit detoxification pill. The eyes of the people of Xian Department and Crescent Moon Department are filled with worship and awe as they look at Di Mingju. Their ruler was so powerful, so perfect, so aloof, like a god. However, this group of people did not know that the high and mighty god in their eyes looked cold and calm at the moment. The longing and impatience in his heart had already overflowed and he could not bear it any longer. He took out a talisman and burned it with his divine power. A warm breath flows through his body, as if Mu Yan is by his side. But his cultivation is really too high. A talisman refined by a cultivator of Mu Yan's level, even if it's a heaven-defying treasure to others, it's still not enough. To him, it only lingered for a few breaths before disappearing without a trace. And the talismans that Mu Yan gave him are almost used up. Cough. Jun Shang. Elder Chang said in a low voice, don't worry. In 10 days at most, the weakened barrier will stabilize again. The poltergeist ghosts will not be able to enter again. When that time comes, you can go to the Shozhen mainland to look for Miss June and resolve your longing. On the side, Han Yi butts in, Jun Shang doesn't just want to resolve the pain of lovesickness, He's afraid that Miss June's charm is too great. If he doesn't go, she'll be seduced by other pretty boys. Especially the one called Luo Yunxiao. He claimed to be Miss June's junior uncle. It was obvious that he had ill intentions towards Miss June. The most important thing is that that person's appearance is really not inferior to Jun Shang's. If Miss June is really tempted, cough, cough, cough. Ing Mei heavily tugs at him, and even uses a cough to warn him. Han Yi only then raises his head in hindsight. He looks at God Ju Yan, his cold and gloomy, yet slightly sneering face. End of this chapter. Di Mingju, just wait to be beaten by my disciple. 2. There was a loud noise in his head, and he thought to himself, it's over. Had he just been beaten silly by the venomous ghost? Why did he say what was on his mind in a moment of stupor? Jun Shang, I'm joking. Ha ha ha, Miss June's feelings for you are stronger than gold, any gigolo would be able to seduce her. Moreover, there is still the little Gongzi will only recognize you as his father. Di Mingju coldly says, Purgatory Pool, 3 months. No. It wasn't easy for him to escape the Purgatory Pool. How could he go back in again? Han Yi is just about to cry and hug his thigh to plead for leniency, when he sees a figure rushing over from afar, as fast as lightning. The person hasn't arrived yet, but he can already hear the young and immature laughter of a young man. Ha 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 ha, Han Yi, you henchman, still not coming out for this old man, kneel down and sing conquer. When everyone looked up, they saw Han Chujia's soft and delicate face fell to the ground in a blink of an eye. The expression on his face could only be described as arrogant and despotic, with his nose in the air. The moment he landed, he pointed at Di Mingju and yelled, Di Mingju, you rascal. In the past, embezzling this old man's medicinal pills, wasn't that bullying our medicine king Hall for not having anyone? Ha ha ha, just you wait. Very soon, my obedient disciple will come and beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Chang Lao first accuses Han Chujia's attitude towards Di Mingju. Hearing this, he was taken aback. Little Nine, what do you mean? The smile on Han Chujia's face became more and more arrogant. It can even be described as domineering. It was just that his appearance was too cute. Not only did he not look fierce when he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. On the contrary, they were soft and squishy, giving one the urge to pinch their cheeks. On the side, Han Yi is having a hard time holding back his laughter. However, Han Chujia's next sentence made him unable to smile anymore. My Medicine King legacy space has been activated. What? That's impossible. How could such a perverted Herb King's inheritance space be punished? Elder Chang, Ying Mei, and Han Yi couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Even Di Mingju shows an astonished expression. They are not making a fuss, but the conditions to trigger Han Chujia's Medicine King's inheritance is really harsh. First of all, there had to be a person in the Cultivation continent whose root bone age was below 30 years old who was able to refine a pill. This was no ordinary pill. Instead, it had to be a pill that contained at least 4 different auras, immortal energy, and demonic energy. Not to mention the Cultivation continent. Even in the Cultivation continent, very few people could refine pills that contained 4 types of auras at the same time. If too many impure auras were mixed into the cauldron would explode with the slightest carelessness, and the spirit herbs and immortal herbs would disappear without a trace. Not to mention, it also contained immortal energy and demonic energy. Demonic energy was one thing, but how could there be immortal energy in the Cultivation continent? However, merely refining the pill was not enough. He also had to bring this elixir to the Tianguang ruins. And the elixir was placed in the array formation set by Han Chujius. As for the location of the Tianguang ruins, Han Chujio didn't tell anyone. Several hundred years ago, Han Yi and the others were idle and bored, so they once tried to look for it in Tianguang ruins. As a result, they almost turned the entire Tianguang ruins upside down, but they still couldn't find the array containing immortal energy. This was an impossible trigger condition. Don't say that, Han Yi and the others scoffed. Even Han Chujio had long been desperate. However, today, Han Chujio unexpectedly told them that the inheritance space had been triggered. End of this chapter. Di Mingju, just wait to be beaten by my disciple. 3. Chang Lao grabbed Han Chujio's arm and said with a trembling voice, Little Jiao, are you serious? The Medicine King Hall's inheritance space was really triggered? There's finally hope to get rid of the curse on you? Chang Lao was so excited that he almost cried. But, the curse that he said didn't affect Han Chujio's mood at all. He beamed with joy and said, Nonsense, of course it's true. Even the heaven void cauldron shook. How could it be fake? Ha ha ha, Di Mingju, just wait for this old man's disciple to beat you up. Oh right, and that lackey of yours, he'll be called Jihan in the future. The corner of Han Ye's mouth twitches, still in disbelief. That's impossible. To be able to satisfy such perverse conditions, just how heaven-defying must this person's luck be? Han Chujio proudly said, this old man's apprentice is naturally amazing, smart, and heaven-defying. There's no use in being jealous. Han Yi humphed, you're talking as if you already have an apprentice. Who told you that the person who triggers the inheritance condition must be the person who becomes your apprentice? Maybe they don't care at all? Furthermore, don't forget how perverted the 3 tests of your inheritance space are. It's not at all easier than opening the inheritance space, alright? Are you sure you'll have a disciple soon? Han Chujio's face stiffens, then his cheeks puffed up in anger. Bastard lackey, don't pour cold water on me. Either way, this old man will have a disciple very soon. The Medicine King Hall will have a successor very soon. Just wait for my precious disciple to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he turned around and flew away in a huff. Elder Chang looked at his back as he left. At first, he was in a daze. Then, his eyes turned slightly red. 800 years. It's been a whole 800 years. Little Nine has finally received his redemption. Han Yi clicks his tongue, gloomily saying, I still can't figure out such abnormal conditions. Who triggered it? Humph humph, but it's still too early for him to find a disciple through the inheritance space. Who would be able to complete such a perverted test in such a short amount of time? Absolutely impossible. Tianguang ruins. Niangqi in his small body suddenly pounces into Mayan's embrace, hugging and rubbing against her. That small face, which has always been ice cold, only shows childishness and attachment in front of Mayan. In the Tianguang ruins, his mother's appearance had changed. However, little Treasure was able to recognize it at a glance. Because the smell of Yap Liangchen was exactly the same as his mother. Mu Yan hugs and kisses Xiaobao. Looking at the name displayed above his head that only those close to him could see, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Above Xiaobao's head were the words, cute little Shota. When Xiaobao saw Mu Yan laughing, his face turned serious and he said angrily, "It was Bai Xia who said mother would like it. Bai Xia, you bastard." He actually lied to him. His mother didn't like him at all. He wanted to change his name and bury the broken sword when he got back. Don't. Ling Yuma, Luo Yu, and the others held back their laughter and said, "I feel that the name cute little Shota is too suitable for you, Xiaobao." Under Bai Xia's explanation, they already knew what he meant. In this world, is there a Shota more cute and beautiful than their little martial nephew? Absolutely not, therefore, this name is well-deserved. Hearing the praise, Xiaobao still puffed up his cheeks and looked at Mayan with grievance. End of this chapter. Who exactly was the one who triggered the inheritance? Asking for votes, cough cough, no, mother likes it very much. The more Mu Yan looked at her son, the more adorable he was. She couldn't help but kiss him again. In mother's heart, Xiaobao is a cute Shota. This name is rather good. Xiaobao still felt that something was wrong. But after being kissed by his beloved mother, he blushed and snuggled into Mu Yan's embrace. A cute Shota is a cute Shota, as long as mother likes it. As the Xiaoyao sect members were joking around, there were more and more people at the plaza. The surrounding discussions had also entered their ears. Did you guys hear? It is all thanks to God Fuchen that the Herb King's inheritance can be activated. Is that true? I heard that the people of the Cultivation continent have been searching for the Herb King's inheritance for hundreds of years. Right now, it is actually found by a young Golden Core Realm cultivator like Fuchen? It is absolutely true. This rumor was spread by the supervisor of the appraisal hall. He personally saw that the Herb King's inheritance was activated because of God Fuchen's elixir. Yes, I remember that the initial tremor of the Heaven Light ruins and the soaring radiance came from the appraisal hall. God Fuchen is truly a god. The Herb King's inheritance that no one has found for 800 years was actually triggered by him. If I remember correctly, God Fuchen is also an incredible concoction master, right? Perhaps, he might be the one to become the Herb King's inheritor. Mu Yan listened to the discussions and frowned. She didn't expect Fuchen to trigger the Herb King's inheritance. Who knew that Xiaobao's angry voice could be heard? It isn't triggered by that scoundrel, it is mother's elixir. Mu Yan looked over with doubt. Ling Yuma then recounted what had just happened in the appraiser hall. She then sneered and said that Fuchen is truly shameless. The appraisal hall's supervisor praised him for triggering the Herb King's inheritance and he actually admitted it. He then turned around and tried to forcefully buy Xiaobao's elixir. The remaining members of the Xiaoyao sect turned to look at Mu Yan in unison. Yun Ruhan let out a long sigh. I knew it was related to little junior sister, right? It seems like my intuition was right. He, it's not the first time sixth senior sister has done this. We're used to it. Little junior sister, I won't believe a single word you say next time. Mu Yan, what did I do? Wasn't it just appraising a pill? Who did I offend? Ahem, that's right. What was the composition of the pill? Did you find out? This? Junior sister, you should see for yourself. Ling Yuma said with a strange expression. Xiaobao immediately hands the medicine box to Mu Yan. Mu Yan opened it and was a little dumbfounded. This was because the originally black pill inside had now turned into a pearl. It was only the size of a child's fingernail, sparkling and translucent like a colored glass or a gemstone. This didn't look like a medicinal pill no matter how one looked at it. What's going on? Ling Yuma said, when the Medicine King's inheritance space was triggered and everyone's attention was attracted, this pill changed. With my sharp eyes and quick hands, I covered the medicine box before Fuchen noticed. This is also the reason why I'm certain that the inheritance space was triggered by your pill, junior sister. Fuchen's pill didn't have any changes. Right now, all the cultivators in the Heaven Light ruins are thanking Fuchen, saying that it was fortunate that he triggered the Medicine King's inheritance, allowing everyone to have the opportunity to become the Medicine King's disciple. If it is up to me, I should expose him in public. Slap him until his face is swollen. 6 chapters, I've added more chapters. Is there a monthly ticket reward? Monthly tickets, Lord Medicine King, student Little Jio's wish is beautiful, but I'm afraid that the reality is too cruel. End of this chapter. Mu Yan puts the pearl in her hand into the space. She doesn't know what this thing is, but it can't be eaten casually. She smiles and says, "What's there to expose? Isn't it good to have him in front of us? What is the purpose of our Xiaoyao school? Keep a low profile and make a fortune." Before she can finish, she sees her fellow apprentices looking at her with disdain. TCH, telling us to keep a low profile again. Little apprentice sister, your low profile is definitely different from others. Hee, why do I feel like sixth apprentice sister is going to do something big when she says to keep a low profile? Mu Yan facepalms, that's enough. Can't you still be apprentice sister? Tianling Palishju Tianyu looks at the man who suddenly descends and quickly kneels down. Greetings, father. Unlike before, the man's condescending attitude towards him is different. This time, Chu Xinyan immediately steps forward to help him up. That scholarly face is full of a kind smile. I heard that the Medicine King's inheritance was triggered by you? Chu Tianyu remembers the strange fragrance he smelled in the appraiser hall. Moreover, the time when the glaze cauldron lit up seems to be the same time, but there is a time difference. There is only a very slight time difference. At that time, Chu Tianyu clearly saw that the glaze cauldron that the little boy used to appraise pills was the first to light up. Chu Tianyu's lips move, wanting to say something. Meeting Chu Xinyan's deep eyes, he finally grits his teeth and nods, "Yes, father." Good. Good. That's great. Chu Xinyan was so excited that he swallowed. Chu Xinyan is so excited that his whole body is trembling. The Medicine King's inheritance that no one could trigger in 800 years was actually triggered by you. You are really the son that makes father the proudest. Chu Tianyu is terrified, this child doesn't dare. Chu Xinyan's gaze becomes more gentle and kind, "You don't have to worry about the mysterious heaven bead for now. If you really can't get it, then forget it. One day, father will find out Yi Liangchen's identity, and the mysterious heaven bead will be mine. Right now, the most important thing is to get the Medicine King's inheritance as soon as possible. You can do this, right?" Beads of sweat appeared on Chu Tianyu's forehead. "Father, although the Medicine King's inheritance has been triggered, it hasn't been found yet, and the test set by the Medicine King must be very difficult to pass. I'm afraid that in a short period of time, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Xinyan. Father doesn't want to listen to your nonsense. Either I get the mysterious heaven orb within a month, or I get the Herb King's inheritance within a month. Choose one of the two. There's no way you can't do it, right?" More and more beads of sweat appeared on Chu Tianyu's forehead. His lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. "If you can't even do one." Chu Xinyan grabbed his chin and revealed a sinister smile. "Then you can go and accompany those useless brothers and sisters of yours." Chu Tianyu knelt on the ground, clenching his teeth. "Don't worry, father, your child will definitely obtain the Medicine King's inheritance." Good, this is my good son." A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xinyan's face. "Royal father will be waiting for your good news." As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. In the entire Shozhen continent, at least half of the cultivators entered the Tianguang ruins to search for the Medicine King's inheritance. In less than a day, the entrance to the first stage of the Medicine King's inheritance space was found. The Medicine King's inheritance test has a total of 3 stages. Pull up load next chapters. Only after passing the first round, the entrance to the second round would open. And the entrance to the first round was coincidentally the stone lion in front of the appraiser hall. As long as one touched the stone lion, they would enter the first round inheritance space. Mayan was originally interested in refining elixirs, so she immediately entered the inheritance space. Mayan was already interested in refining elixirs, so she immediately entered the inheritance space. Almost at the same time Mayan appeared in the inheritance space. Many people's eyes were focused on her. "Ah, look, it's Godyi." In fact, ever since Mayan became famous, she learned from the young martial uncle and hid her name and appearance. But now, in the inheritance space, the name above her head was forced to appear. Isn't Godyi proficient in talismans? Why is she also participating in the Medicine King's inheritance test? Who doesn't want to be Medicine King's disciple? Furthermore, didn't Godyi refine the water element elixir? Please, how can that be the same? God Yi isn't refining elixirs, he is directly drawing a talisman that can refine elixirs. I admit that God Yi's talisman drawing ability is indeed heaven-defying, but I'm afraid she doesn't know how to refine elixirs. As everyone was discussing, someone suddenly shouted, "It's God Fuchen, God Fuchen is here." If I may say, God Fuchen is the most likely to become Medicine King's personal disciple. After all, he is the only one to trigger the Medicine King's inheritance in the past 800 years. The surrounding people were discussing, but Mayan was already used to such discussions. Yi Liangchen. Suddenly, Fuchen's voice echoed in her ears, "To easily destroy a sect in the purple cloud world, you are truly ruthless." Mayan replied calmly, "Thank you for the compliment." Chu Tianyo's face sank, then he said coldly, "The Medicine King's inheritance is mine. You aren't proficient in refining elixirs, if you still have some self-awareness, you should withdraw as soon as possible." Mayan sneered, "Who do you think you are? You want me to withdraw? The Medicine King's inheritance depends on one's ability, whoever obtains it gets it. To be called God Fuchen, don't you even have this bit of self-confidence?" Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Oh, I was wrong. God Fuchen is very confident and his skin is thicker than the city wall. Otherwise, why would he say that he triggered the Medicine King's inheritance and publicize it?" What do you mean?" Chu Tianyo's expression changed, and he looked to the side. Seeing that no one dared to eavesdrop on their conversation, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Yi Liangchen, what do you know?" The smile on Mu Yan's face becomes more and more mocking. However, before she could say anything, Lil Tian's voice rang out. "You have reached the limit of 100 people. You will now be transported to the venue of the first stage of the exam. The first stage is called Myriad Things. The condition to clear the Myriad Things is very simple. As long as you can survive for 24 hours and walk out of the Myriad Things space alive, you will pass." Mu Yan is a little confused. The requirement of the All Things stage was to survive for 24 hours, logically speaking, shouldn't this be the easiest? Just as he was thinking, the scene in front of him changed. The originally chaotic space gradually turned into mountains and rivers, with hundreds of flowers blooming and birds chirping. The tip of his nose was filled with a strong fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia felt refreshed and refreshed. What a beautiful place. Is this the everything level? Pull up load next chapters. Is this the all things test? But there are no vicious beasts or demons here? Isn't it easy to survive for 24 hours? Mu Yan also finds it a little strange. This is a valley. For 100 people, the area is large, but they can see the end at a glance. No matter how you look at it, there is no danger here. However, will they really pass the Medicine King's inheritance test so easily? Devour Mu Yan is puzzled, but she is not in a hurry. She finds a rock in the corner of the valley and sits down. Time goes by. After discovering that there is really no danger in this valley, the originally tense cultivators begin to play in 2s and 3s. Among them, several people from Liang Chen's army secretly look at Mu Yan. Their eyes are full of worship, but they dare not approach. The unforeseen event happened 2 hours later. A group of cultivators catches a few fish from the stream and roasts them to eat. These fish are snowy silverfish, which are quite common in the cultivation world. They don't contain much spiritual power, but their meat is delicious, and many spiritual chefs like to cook them. After these people eat a few snowy silverfish, one of them suddenly screams, clutches his stomach and falls down. Then the second one, the third one. Poison, this snowy silverfish is poisonous. There are a total of 7 people poisoned. 5 of them quickly take out antidote pills and survive. But there are also 2 people who are too deeply poisoned to take medicine, and their figures slowly disappear. This change makes the cultivators inside panic for a while, but they soon calm down. After all, it's just the snowy silverfish that is poisonous, they just don't eat it. Mu Yan looks at them comforting themselves, but slightly narrows her eyes. Is it really that simple? Of course not. An hour after the snowy silverfish poisoning incident, another group of people falls down. It's a group of young girls. They don't eat anything in the valley, but they pick beautiful flowers. Some make garlands and wear them on their heads, some put them on their temples, and some twist them in their hands. At the beginning, nothing happens. But suddenly, the girl holding the flower screams, "My hand, it hurts." She stretches out her hand, and it turns out to be badly mutilated. Almost at the same time as she screams, the girls wearing garlands, the flowers on their temples, their whole faces, and even their whole heads begin to rot. These people don't even have time to take an elixir, they scream and fall down, and their figures slowly dissipate. The flower is poisonous. The elimination of these flower-picking girls was like the prelude to the massacre of everything. Ah! Something bit me. Quick, give me an antidote pill. God, this water is also poisonous. Don't touch anything in the valley. Crap. Antidote pill. My antidote pill is gone. In the valley, it was a mess. Every blade of grass, every tree, every drop of water, every stone, everything was poisonous, everything was fatal. This was the first stage of the Herb King's inheritance. Mayan has already stood up from the rock she was sitting on, holding a poison-repelling pill in her hand. He looked at the scene in front of him. The cultivators fled in panic, screamed, and took the poison avoidance pill. However, as time passed, there were more and more poisonous things in the valley, and the toxicity was getting stronger and stronger. The poison prevention pill was indeed useful, but sometimes, people didn't even have time to take the pill before they were poisoned to death. Moreover, Mu Yan looks on coldly and finds that the consumption of the poison prevention pill is really too great. Only 8 hours had passed. Pull up load next chapters. Even if the Jade Key space is huge and filled with poison avoidance pills, it can't sustain such consumption. Eventually, the poison avoidance pills will be stolen. Sure enough, after some of the cultivators ran out of poison avoidance pills, they decided to take advantage of the poison avoidance pills that others had in order to persevere. Mu Yan watched from the side. She had no intention of interfering. After all, this was just a test. There was no real danger to their lives. They were driven mad by the poison and wanted to steal her poison avoidance pills. When they reached her, they saw the words Yap Liangchen above her head. They were so scared that they fell to their knees. What a joke! She was the Lord of 6 stars, the one and only Dragon Ascension's 6 leaderboards. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yap Liangchen was the best among the young cultivators. He must be crazy to dare to steal God Yap's poison avoidance pills. As a result, when he knelt down, the grass on the ground was poisonous. The wound on his hand was stained with the grass juice. He died instantly. 4 hours later, there were still more than 80 people in the valley. 10 hours later, there were only Mu Yan and Chu Tianyu left in the valley. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't last long. 10 hours later, Chu Tianyu ran out of poison avoidance pills and was eliminated. 12 hours later, Mu Yan frowned as she looked at the remaining 3 poison avoidance pills in the Jade Key. At this moment, there was nothing in the valley that wasn't poisonous. Rocks, plants, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts. Even the soil under her feet began to turn into a poisonous swamp inch by inch, swallowing up the place where she lived. In the end, Mu Yan didn't take the 3 poison avoidance pills. Instead, she left the everything space. After leaving the everything space, Mu Yan didn't appear in front of the appraiser hall. Instead, she went to the reincarnation square. At this time, the reincarnation square was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about the everything test. How long did you stay in the everything space? I only stayed for 4 hours before I was poisoned to death by a pile of bird poop. I didn't fare much better than you. I was eliminated in less than 5 hours. I heard that less than half of the people could last more than 6 hours. 8 hours later, the entire valley was covered in poison. Heavens, how can a place like this last 24 hours? Do you know who stayed in there the longest? While everyone was discussing, little Tian's voice rang out in the reincarnation square. On the first day of the Sage Ancestor Medicine King's inheritance space, no one passed. I hope everyone will continue to work hard. The following are the top 100 practitioners who lasted the longest in all things. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge light screen appeared in front of everyone. It was densely packed with everyone's names. Number 1, Yap Liangchen. Second place, Fuchen. The reincarnation square instantly exploded. Yi Liangchen. It is Yi Liangchen again. My god, he slaughtered 3 of the Azure Cloud rankings in the Azure Blue domain and 6 of the Soaring Dragon rankings in the Purple Cloud domain. Is it not enough for him to come to the Tianguang ruins to slaughter the rankings? Cough cough, it's useless even if you're first. You still didn't pass the test. In my opinion, Great God Fuchen who triggered the Medicine King's inheritance is still the best. Bah. First place is useless. If you are capable, why don't you take first place? If you are capable, let Fuchen take first place too. Our great God Yi is a specialist in slaughtering the rankings. He is the world's #1. If you are not convinced, then come and fight. Yes, if you don't accept it, we, Liangchen's army, have never been afraid of anyone. God Yi is invincible. Long live God Yi. Listening to the noise of the crowd, Mu Yan shook her head with a smile and directly left Tianguang ruins. These people were right about one thing. The first place was meaningless. She wanted to be the first person to pass the test. Was there poison in the King of Medicine's inheritance space? Interesting, she didn't believe that she couldn't live for more than 24 hours. In the space, Mu Yan wrote the word all things on the paper. Then, he frowned slightly and wrote the word, poison. During the 12 hours of the assessment, she had encountered at least 40 kinds of poisons. The first 30 kinds could be eliminated by ordinary antidote pills. However, the poison that began to appear after 10 hours was not something that could be easily cured by using an antidote pill. Even if antidote pills could solve it, she would need to take at least 3 to 5 pills. And with such a consumption rate, it definitely wouldn't last for more than 24 hours. Moreover, who could guarantee that the poisons that appeared in the next 12 hours would not be more powerful? What if there was no antidote at all? So it seemed that the test of all things was simply a dead end. On the 3rd day, Mu Yan entered the space of all things again. This time, her survival time was increased to 14 hours. But in the end, she used up all the pills and was eliminated. On the test list of all things, Liangchen's name had always been at the top. But no one could finally pass the test. After 14 hours, the poisons that appeared in the space of all things could no longer be resisted by the antidote pill. Mu Yan even had a guess that in the end, even the air in the whole valley might be poisonous. Who could survive for 24 hours in such a perverted and desperate situation? It was obviously an impossible task. It was not that Mu Yan didn't think of refining pills on the spot. But first, no matter how fast the refining speed was, it would take at least half an hour. Second, although there were elixirs in the valley, they were basically poisonous. Even if they were refined into pills, they could only be poisonous pills, which had no effect on detoxification. Mu Yan threw away the pen in her hand and was a little discouraged. Since her rebirth, she had encountered many difficulties. But most of them were settled by her strength and willpower. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation where she was at her wit's end. Mother. Xiaobao's crisp and tender voice suddenly rang in his ears. It's written in the book that the juice of this vine can cure the poison of this grass. Mayan stares blankly and turns to look at her son. She sees Xiaobao's fair and tender little hand pointing at the names of the 2 poisonous creatures that Mayan had listed on the paper. The first was the blue heart vine. The second was the bone-penetrating grass. The blue heart vine was a poison that appeared not long after the snow silverfish. It was originally an ordinary vine, but after 2 hours, it had turned into a poisonous, blue heart vine. As for the bone-penetrating grass, it was a poison that appeared at the 12th hour. The juice of the blue heart vine could cure the poison of the bone-piercing grass? Mu Yan stands up abruptly. Xiaobao, how did you know? It's written in the book. Xiaobao holds a somewhat shabby ancient book and brings it to Mu Yan. Mu Yan takes it and has a look. On the cover of the ancient book was written, Records of Mutual Restriction of Poisonous Substances. Opening the ancient book, Mu Yan discovered that more than half of the pages were missing. There were also a few that had long been broken, without much information left behind. But the small half of the book left behind has already made Mu Yan overjoyed. Because the poisonous herbs and poisons mentioned in this, mutual restraint of poisons, are what she had seen in the King of Medicine's first test. All things in the world reinforce and restrain each other, complementing each other. This is a truth that many people know. But what about between poisons and poisons? No one knows, and no one dares to try. Fighting poison with poison, it sounds simple, but how many people would really dare to take poison to cure another kind of poison? But as it happens, the king of medicine has grasped the heart of a cultivator that seeks benefits and avoids harm, and set up this, everything, checkpoint. All things reinforce and restrain each other. Without top there is no bottom, without low there is no high, without bitterness there is no sweetness. It's not only elixirs that can restrain poison, but also poisons that also contain highly toxic substances. The only way to survive in the everything checkpoint is to push oneself to the edge of death. Xiao Bao, you really are Nyangqin's god of luck. Mu Yan picks up Xiao Bao and kisses him hard. Nyangqin finally knows the way to pass the checkpoint. Xiao Bao's long eyelashes hang down, a little shy, but also a little happy. Nyangqin finally doesn't have to worry anymore. Mu Yan, that's right, Xiao Bao, where did you find this mutual restraint of poisons? Xiao Bao blinks, brother Qi Huang gave it to me. Despite Qi Huang's strong protests, Xiao Bao still obeys Mu Yan's wishes and calls Qi Huang brother. Mu Yan, hee, a brat that's more naughty than Xiao Bao, and still wants to be a generation higher than Xiao Bao, dream on. Brother Qi Huang said, that woman Mu Yan is so stupid, she can't even pass this small checkpoint. Wouldn't that be throwing the face of the Tian Mo Qin, throwing the face of this great tool spirit? Boy, you wait here. In a moment, when I throw the book down, you take it to her. If she can't pass it, humph, this sage will despise her for a lifetime. Xiao Bao's words are said with a straight face, and it also contains the unhappiness of Qi Huang scolding his mother for being stupid. However, he repeated Qi Huang's words without missing a single word. Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Is Qi Huang's skin itching again? Where is he? Xiao Bao shook his head blankly. I don't know either. Big brother Qi Huang disappeared after leaving the book. Mu Yan's heart stirred, suddenly remembering something. Did Qi Huang help her find the book in the book pagoda? However, it was clear that Qi Huang could only help her find the book in this state. Thinking of this, Mu Yan felt both amused and moved. She gestured to Xiao Bao, the fat rabbit, and little Phoenix not to come in, and walked into the book pagoda. The structure of the book tower was completely suspended in the air, and the structure of the bottom could be seen at a glance. Mu Yan looks around and quickly sees a small bulging bag in the northern corner of the tower. The small bag was covered with a gray cloth and was hidden in the shadow of the bookshelf. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Mu Yan walked to the small bag in 2 or 3 steps and reached out to pull it. However, the cloth covering the bag was tightly sealed, and she couldn't open it no matter how hard she tried. Mu Yan said softly, cough cough, Qi Xiao Huang, are you going to stay like this for 6 hours? A crisp but exasperated voice came from under the gray cloth. Get lost. Within 6 hours, no one is allowed to enter the book pagoda. Otherwise, this sovereign will kill all of you. Mu Yan listened to this childish voice and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. But thinking that Qi Huang had turned into the form that he most didn't want to in order to help her, Mu Yan's heart becomes extremely soft. Although Qi Xiao Huang was stubborn and merciless with his words, the truth was that he was just a tsundere. Mu Yan suddenly reaches out, and together with the gray cloth, she picks up the person. Qi Huang's whole body stiffened, then he shouted, Jun Mayan, you, what are you doing? Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? You, put me down. Mayan sneers, and conveniently slaps her fair and tender little butt. You're just an artifact spirit, why are you talking to me about how men and women shouldn't touch? Qi Huang tore off the gray cloth, shouting in a flustered and exasperated manner, Jun Mayan, you still know that this Zun is a noble ancient artifact spirit. You're simply audacious, you actually dare to hit the Zuns, his little fart. Mu Yan kindly added for him. Seven Brilliance was so angry that he almost fainted. Bastard, wait for this sovereign to recover, I definitely won't let you off. His brows are cold and his eyes are fierce, his killing intent is soaring, and he's overbearing towards Mayan. Unfortunately, these expressions and auras were terrifying when placed on the young Qi Huang's face. But on this fair and tender little baby in front of him, there was only an enchanting cuteness. Mayan finally can't control her devil's claws. She grabs her soft little face and pulls. It's really nice to pinch." It was softer than Little Treasure's face. Qi Huang was completely driven mad, his lotus-like limbs flailing about. "Bastard, bastard, bastard. Jun Mayan, Benzun wants to kill." Before he could finish howling, Mayan's hand that was pinching his little face has already changed to caress the back of his head. His peach blossom eyes, which had always been lazy and evil, contained a bit of gentleness and gratitude. "Qi Huang, thank you." All of Qi Huang's rage was instantly like a punctured ball, completely leaking out. He snorted. "You don't think that I will let you off just because you said that?" Mu Yan continued, "Moreover, I think this Qi Huang is really cute, I like it very much." Her fair and tender cheeks turned crimson, almost visible to the naked eye. Seven Brilliance opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was tongue-tied and could not say a single word. He felt that his heart was beating so fast in his chest that it almost jumped out. If he, an artifact spirit, had the heart. "You like it?" Qi Huang's voice was strained and nervous. But before he could say anything, Little Treasure rushed in from outside. As soon as he sees Mayan holding a little baby carved from jade. The Polar Domain's future young master, who had always been calm and mature, who wouldn't change his expression even if Mt. Tai collapsed in front of him, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis surge in his heart. Who was this kid? Why was his mother hugging him so intimately? Could it be that his position as the most precious treasure in his mother's heart was about to be snatched away? Thinking of this, Xiaobao doesn't even think about it. He rushes over and hugs Mu Yan's thigh, "Nyangqin." Raising his delicate little face, a pair of watery blue eyes are filled with childish admiration and longing. "Mommy, hug." Mu Yan is stunned. Was Xiaobao acting coquettishly with her? Her baby had always been calm and rational. He didn't have the naivety and willfulness of his peers. This was the first time Little Treasure had acted like a 5- or 6-year-old child. Mu Yan promptly puts down Qi Huang, hugs Xiaobao in her arms, and kisses his face. "What's wrong, baby?" Xiaobao doesn't say anything, but he rubs against her neck, then coldly looks at Qi Huang. "I don't care who you are, right? But Nyangqin is mine. Nyangqin can only hug me, can only kiss me, can only treat Xiaobao as the most important treasure." The corners of Qi Huang's mouth twitches. He, a dignified tool spirit, has actually been reduced to fighting for favor with a child. Fight your sister. Who said that he wanted Mayan to hug him, kiss him? He doesn't care about it. Although he thinks so, Qi Huang still wraps himself in the gray blanket and turns around. His little face is still boiling hot at this moment, as if it's about to burn. The moment he turns around, Qi Huang suddenly feels that his thoughts are blurred for a moment. The next moment, his arrogant and stubborn expression turns into a deep and unfathomable sneer. His gaze unobtrusively schemes over Mayan and Xiaobao behind him, then slowly converges. The curve of his mouth is cold and meaningful. However, in the blink of an eye, this strange expression disappears without a trace. What's left is a bewildered and frightened Qi Xiaohuang. He also glances at Mayan, but his eyes are worried and concerned, nervous and determined. His small hands are tightly clenched into fists. In some remote ruins deep in the mountains. Luo Yunxiao and Qi Wen are walking through the ruins, followed by a woman in a purple dress. This woman is fairy-like and has a picturesque appearance. She's a great beauty that can topple the nation. Looking at her bearing and posture, graceful and luxurious, there's an unconcealable icy arrogance between her brows. It's very obvious that she's a very proud and noble person. But facing Luo Yunxiao at this time, she's gentle like water blown by the spring breeze. The adoration and infatuation between her brows are almost overflowing. The man in front of her is like a piece of cutting and learning from each other, like a chisel and polished. His beauty is unique and unparalleled in this world. Even if it's just a glance from him, she would feel that she has no regrets in this life. It's just that this person looks as gentle as jade, without any edges or corners. In fact, he always keeps a distance that's neither too far nor too close. He can't advance an inch, but he's also reluctant to take a step back. There's silence in the ruins, only Qi Wen's incessant chatter can be heard. "Oh, it seems that it's not here. Master, we have to look for another place. Wandering around in the mountains every day is so boring." Let's go back and find Mei Yan, okay? I haven't seen Mei Yan for a long time. I want to sleep and wake up in Mei Yan's warm embrace every day. Luo Yunxiao coldly looked at Qi Wen laughed dryly. I'm just joking. Master, you can't even sleep with him, how could I get a chance? Splat. The kiss fell to the ground and turned into a lump of meat pie. It struggled to get up and wanted to protest like its master. However, Luo Yunxiao suddenly clutched her heart, and her originally fair cheeks flushed. Even his originally pale thin lips had turned bright red. Master, what's wrong? Young Master Yunxiao, are you alright? Luo Yunxiao dodged the purple-clothed woman's outstretched hand and used one hand to support herself against the stone wall to steady herself. Master, what's wrong? Is it acting up? Luo Yunxiao shook her head and stared blankly in a certain direction. Clearly, there was nothing but a pitch-black stone wall, and yet, it was as if he could see through it into the distance. A figure that filled him with dread, desire, and longing. What was going on? Just now, he felt as if he was very, very close to Mu Yan, so close that he could hear her voice and smell her breath. And that faintly discernible "I like it very much." Right now, Mu Yan was clearly far away at Longting Academy, so why would he have such an illusion? Moreover, this wasn't the first time. In the river of forgetfulness, when he was in the most pain and despair, almost falling into the endless abyss of darkness. It was also in a trance that he heard Mayan's zither, and endured it. Master, are you okay? Don't scare Qi Wen. Yunxiao Gongzi, did you get hurt while saving me? The purple-clothed woman and Qi Wen are about to cry. Luo Yunxiao's complexion slowly returns to normal. He says in a low voice, I'm fine. Seeing that his expression is as usual, Qi Wen is relieved, but she can't help but start to talk. Master, you don't know, you looked like you were suddenly in love. Heh, did you suddenly think of beauty? Luo Yunxiao doesn't wait for it to finish, waving his hand and activating the array plate. Soon, the transmission array is activated, and 2 people and 1 beast arrive at the edge of the jungle. Luo Yunxiao looks at the woman, it's safe here, we'll go north to the nearest town, we'll say goodbye here. Wait a minute. Seeing that Luo Yunxiao is about to leave, the woman says anxiously, Yunxiao Gongzi, don't you even want to know who I am? Before Luo Yunxiao can speak, Qi Wen is already shouting, do you think you're Mei Yan? Why should my master know who you are? Oh, another one who wants to devote herself to him? TSK, forget it, the number of people who want to devote themselves to my master can line up from Tiannan to Haibei. If you want to devote yourself to him, go to the back and line up. The purple-clothed woman's face stiffens, her face showing humiliation and unwillingness. She looks at Luo Yunxiao with watery eyes, wanting to see a trace of amazement and emotion in his eyes. Unfortunately, Luo Yunxiao did not even look at him. She directly grabbed Qi Wen's neck, who was about to continue her nonsense, and left. His pace looks calm and unhurried, but in the blink of an eye, he's already a kilometer away. The purple-clothed woman doesn't even have time to say her identity. She lowers her head slightly, her hands clenching the hem of her clothes. At this moment, several figures appear in front of her like lightning, kneeling on the ground. Greetings, Saintess. Saintess, it's great that you're okay. We've been looking for you for a long time. The purple-clothed woman grits her teeth, finally suppressing the surging emotions in her heart. She turns around and says, let's go. Mu Yan tells Xiaobao that the little doll carved from jade is big brother Qi Huang. Xiaobao's cold little face was about to shatter. Then, her big eyes sparkled, and she couldn't hide her curiosity and happiness. However, Xiaobao has always restrained his emotions since he was a child, so he didn't laugh out loud like Mu Yan. Instead, she held Qi Huang's hand and read with him in the book Pagoda. Xiaobao knew that big brother Qi Huang didn't want others to see him like this, so he would accompany him in the book Pagoda for 6 hours. Mu Yan looked at the 2 little guys getting along harmoniously and couldn't help but smile. Xiaobao might look cold, but he was actually very nice to the fat rabbit, little phoenix, Bai Xia and Qi Huang who accompanied him all the way. He treated them as a family from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, with Qi Huang's bad temper, how could he tolerate little Bao seeing him like this? Mu Yan left the book tower and once again entered the Tianguang ruins. As soon as he arrived at the reincarnation square, he heard the excited chatter of the crowd. It's been 14 hours, 14 hours. Great God Fuchin has yet to come out. Ha ha ha, I already said that God Fuchin is going to break Yi Liangchen's record this time. He will be the one to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. Bah, it's only 14 hours. Didn't he still break God Ye's 14 hours record? What arrogance. Listening to everyone's discussion, Mayan raises her brows. This time, Fuchin was still alive after staying inside for 14 hours. It seemed like he had made ample preparations before entering. However, other people's results have nothing to do with her. She can't wait to try and see if the theory of everything reinforcing and restraining each other is true or not. Soon, she arrives at the Medicine King's inheritance space through the teleportation array in front of the appraiser hall. But it is different from the first time when hundreds of people gathered. This time, there were only a dozen or so people in the space. And everyone is meditating with their eyes closed. They don't even look at her. Not to mention, they are shouting Gaji at her like the first time. However, this phenomenon is also very understandable. After all, during the first time, many people still have the mentality of a fluke. They think that if they are lucky enough to survive for 24 hours? What if they pick up a bargain? However, after a few attempts, everyone knew that luck was useless. In the valley where everything is poisonous, without strength and full preparation, they can't survive for more than 12 hours. Moreover, they have to endure all kinds of pain before they die. Therefore, most of them retreated. Those who stay are those who are truly confident in their own strength. And Mayan guesses that most of them are pill masters. Soon, the waiting time is up. Even if there are not 100 people gathered, Mayan and the others are also sent into the myriad thing space. It is still the same valley, beautiful and calm. But the hidden turbulence and murderous intent is like a stormy sea, sweeping over at any time. Mayan jumps to the top of the mountain, looking at the green and colorful scene, the corner of her mouth raises into an unruly smile. The world of poison left by the only sacred ancestor Medicine King, then let's see if she can walk out of this world of poison alive. On the reincarnation plaza, there are more and more people gathering. The bustling noise rose and fell one after another. 16 hours, it has been 16 hours and God Fuchin still hasn't come out. Ha ha ha. This time, Yi Liangchen will definitely lose his first place. I've been unhappy with that Yi Liangchen for a long time. He's from the azure blue world, but he came to our purple cloud world to show off. There's actually no one in the entire purple cloud world who can punish him. It is fortunate that she overestimated herself and came to participate in the Medicine King's inheritance trial. Ha ha ha, now that she has been slapped in the face by God Fuchin, she must be teaching herself a lesson, right? There are only a few of you who said that Fuchin stayed in there for 16 hours. Who knows if it is true? Don't tell me your Fuchin supporters are bragging? Great God Ye's time limit of 14 hours was announced by Tianguang Ruins. The two sides quarreled fiercely. At this moment, the virtual projection in front of Reincarnation Square suddenly flashed. Following this, the ranking for the first round of the Herb Emperor's succession, living being, changed. First place, Fuchin. The second place was Yap Liangchen. The Reincarnation Square was silent for a moment, and then it exploded like firecrackers. Great God Fuchin is number 1. He finally surpassed Yap Liangchen. Ha ha ha, what did I say? I already said that Great God Fuchin would be the one to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance, but you guys didn't believe me. Liangchen Dajuan, why don't you continue to be stubborn? Continue to be arrogant? You've been slapped in the face this time, right? Who does Yi Liangchen think he is? He's just from the azure blue realm. Does he really think that no one in the purple cloud realm can deal with him? Shut up. Who do you think you are to dare slander Gaji? He's the master of the Azure Sky sect, aren't you? He's the Lord of 6 stars. Can you do that? Wasn't it just a Medicine King's inheritance? Our Gaji doesn't care at all. Ha ha ha, if you can't do it, just say that you don't care. I can see that the faces of your Liangchen army are almost swollen. Liangchen's army wanted to retort, but the facts spoke louder than words. On the projection screen in the Reincarnation Square, the bright ranking made them speechless. Ever since Yi Liangchen's name appeared in the world, no one had been able to shake his name. As long as it was a list with her participation. No matter what type, be it the Azure Cloud Realm, Azure Blue Realm, or the Purple Cloud Realm, she was unquestionably number one. But today, her number one position had been snatched away by someone else. Fuchen's supporters and Yi Liangchen's haters were welcoming a carnival. Especially those from the Purple Cloud Realm who thought highly of themselves and looked down on the cultivators from the Azure Blue Realm. Ever since Yap Liangchen appeared, they couldn't even raise their heads in front of the trash from the Azure Blue Realm. His heart was filled with resentment. At this moment, they could finally hold their heads up high. They could finally scold the entire Azure Blue Realm for being trash and Yi Liangchen for being trash. Liangchen's army, on the other hand, felt an indescribable sense of loss, as well as a sense of grievance that could not be vented. Yap Liangchen's results were already heaven-defying. Even if he wasn't good at alchemy, wasn't that normal? However, those who wanted to discredit God Yi wouldn't listen to this at all. They seized on Great God Yi's little flaw and expanded it infinitely, almost slandering him. The Reincarnation Plaza was filled with praises for Fuchen and ridicule for Yi Liangchen. However, these people didn't know that the great god Fuchen that they were praising was currently hiding his appearance and name. He was standing in the middle of them and was frowning while looking at the list of myriad things. Nearly 18 hours. He had survived in the valley filled with poisonous creatures for 18 hours. It was indeed a long time, and it broke Yap Liangchen's record. But all of this was meaningless. This was because Chu Tianyu himself knew that he had made ample preparations before entering the space of all creation. He even obtained a grade 9 poison avoidance pill from Chu Xinyan. As long as he took the grade 9 poison avoidance pill, he would be immune to all poisons for 6 hours. But even such a pill didn't allow him to last more than 18 hours. This was because after 16 hours, even the grade 9 poison avoidance pill could not resist the poisonous creatures in the valley. It was only 18 hours, and he was already at his wit's end. How could he hold on for 24 hours, if he couldn't hold on for 24 hours and didn't obtain the Medicine King's inheritance? His father wouldn't let him off. Chu Tianyu clenched his fists and lowered his head to hide the fear and despair on his face. Now, the only thing worth rejoicing about was that even if he couldn't pass the trial of all creation, no one else could either. If he couldn't obtain the Pill King's inheritance, no one else could either. He still had a chance. Inside Laozi's number 1 shop, Easy Bro, North Sunflower, Xiang Yuan, Sister Hua, and Old Ma, who were the backbone of Liangchen's army, were gathered together. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces as they gritted their teeth. Do we need to publicize Great God Ye's identity as the Lord of 6 Stars, and how impossible it is to accomplish? Are we just going to let them belittle Great God Ye like this? Yes, I'm going to organize the Liangchen army. They can go around discrediting Great God Ye, and we can also publicize Great God Ye's achievements. I'm even going to publicize it in reality. A few people were ready to make a move, but only Bei Kuei Xiangyuan was thinking about something, and suddenly said in a low voice. You don't believe in Great God Ye? Everyone's gazes were on this delicate and pretty girl who looked unremarkable. She rarely spoke and only quietly managed the affairs of her father's number 1 shop in the world in an orderly manner. She never fought for credit, never showed off, and never showed off when leading the Liangchen army. But when they saw the girl's persistent and determined eyes, they suddenly remembered. This girl was the first person to stand by Great God Ye's side in the entire Tianguang ruins, and never left him. No matter how unimaginable the things Miss promised, which one of them hasn't been done? Sister Hua, Old Ma, and the others swallowed their saliva, thinking of the water element pill refining talisman in their arms. No matter how wishful thinking Miss wants to compete for the rankings, which one of them hasn't won first place? Easy Bro and the others thought of Golden Tianguang, and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Bei Kuei Xiangyuan's little face showed a shy smile. I once told myself, from now on, I will trust Miss unconditionally. So, I also believe that as long as Miss wants to compete for the Medicine King's inheritance, she will not fail. Moreover, do you think that Great God Ye will disappoint the Liangchen army? Easy Bro, Sister Hua, and Old Ma's breathing quickened. The original anxiety and worry in their eyes turned into certainty and determination in an instant. Yes, Great God Ye will never disappoint the Liangchen army. And they only need to believe, and wait patiently. In the space of all things. Mayan's face was flushed, and large beads of sweat kept falling from her forehead. Her clothes had long been soaked in sweat. She took out an hourglass from the jade key and glanced at it. There was still a quarter of an hour until the 24th hour. But there was almost no place to stand in the entire valley. And the poison in the air was still getting stronger. In the beginning, she only needed to consume stream water. Later on, stream water, fruits, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts, as long as it was something she collected in the first 12 hours, she would consume it all. However, his body felt that it was getting harder and harder to resist the poison in the air. Yes, it was just as she had guessed. In this myriad creation space, it was impossible to survive just by relying on antidote pills and poison avoidance pills. This was because the poison that appeared after 12 hours was not something that could be detoxified by the current antidote pills in the cultivation continent. The only things that could resist the poison after 12 hours were the various poisons that appeared in the first 12 hours. The toxicity of these poisons was light and could be removed by detoxification pills, but it could perfectly restrain the poison that would appear after 12 hours. One by one, they countered each other. Even if it was consumed incorrectly, it could be resolved with antidote pills. This was the only way to pass the trial of all things. Sure enough, Mu Yan used this move to last for 11 hours. However, at the 11th hour, just as Mu Yan had expected, even the air had become highly toxic. Can you imagine, a casual breath can make you bleed to death. At this time, the whole valley has completely turned into a poisonous swamp. Mu Yan's foothold is left with several basin-sized tree stumps. The stumps of these trees also contain poison, so they haven't been corroded by the swamp yet. But as the poison in the air becomes more and more intense, the swamp tumbles, even as if it's boiling. Even the stumps that can be used as footholds are swallowed up one by one. No. If this goes on, she definitely won't be able to hold on for 24 hours. Mu Yan's lips have already turned purple. Brown blood oozes out from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. What's even more tragic is her feet. Whether it's her shoes or her flesh, they have long been corroded by the swamp that splashes up from time to time. A piercing pain spreads from her feet to her calves and knees. Even if she holds her breath, her exposed skin starts to hurt as if it's being burned. Mu Yan takes another look at the hourglass. No. It's too late, even if there's only less than a cup of tea's time left, she still can't hold on. Don't tell me she's going to fail at the last moment. Mu Yan closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, there's already an unwavering determination in her eyes. All things are poisonous, all things reinforce and subdue each other. Her line of sight is looking at the swamp that has almost swallowed the whole valley, and she murmurs. If it's said that there's always something that counters everything in this valley, then there's always something else. Then now, the only thing that can subdue the poisonous air is you. Does she believe that she can hold on until the last moment? Or does she want to bet on the only thing that can subdue each other outside of the 12-hour time frame? Mu Yan's mouth hooks up into a wanton smile. All things counteract each other, putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. This is the true purpose of the all things checkpoint. I bet I won't lose. As soon as her voice falls, Mu Yan directly opens up her body that is riddled with holes, and directly falls into the tumbling swamp. Tianguang Ruins. It's a new day, and on the list of all things on the Rebirth Square, the first place is still Fuchin. Liang Chen's army has been sullen for more than 10 hours. As long as they are in Tianguang Ruins, they can hear other people laughing at them and cursing at Yi Liang Chen. However, the majority of Liang Chen's army did not choose to escape or leave. Instead, he gritted his teeth and waited in Tianguang Ruins. They believed that their great god Yi would never sit idly by and watch his first place be taken away. Bei Kuwei, Xiang Yuan, and the others did not even care about their Laozi's #1 store anymore. From time to time, they would come before the list of all creations, wanting to see if their god Yi had returned to first place. Maybe god Yi really can't make it this time. After all, alchemy isn't his forte. That's right. If I had to say, great god Yi is already versatile enough. If he even knows about pharmacology, that would be incredible. I think our Liangchen army should keep a low profile during this period of time and leave the Tianguang Ruins first. Easy Bro also placed his hand on Xianxua's shoulder. He looked at her with concern in his eyes. Xiao Kuei, why don't we go back first? Before he could finish his words, a woman's voice suddenly came from the side. Are you the two people in charge of Yi Liangchen's shop? Bei Kuei, Xianxuan, and Easy Guy all turned to look at the source of the voice and saw that it was a middle-aged woman who had spoken. The woman was about 40 years old, and the wrinkles on her face were very deep, making her look mean and sinister. When she met their eyes, there was an additional sense of superiority. Go back and tell Yi Liangchen to stop selling the water element elixir to refine talismans from tomorrow onwards. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Easy Bro frowned and asked coldly, who are you? Do you need to care what talismans our world #1 shop sells? Heh. The middle-aged woman sneered, small fries like you aren't qualified to know my name. You just need to know that Lord Fuchen asked me to pass these words to Yi Liangchen. Fuchen? Easy Bro, North Sunflower Xianxuan, and Liangchen Dajuan frowned. The middle-aged woman was naturally Fengyu, who was following Chu Tianyu. Seeing their expressions change, Fengyu's expression became even more arrogant. Lord Fuchen will obtain the Herb King's inheritance sooner or later. By then, don't think that Yi Liangchen will still have his glory today. Do you still remember the scene when you were chased out of the upper 3 districts of the Heaven Light Ruins? If you don't want to stay in the lower 3 districts and middle 3 districts, you better be obedient. Easy Bro and the others revealed an infuriated expression. Even if it is Fuchen, he can't go overboard. Go overboard? Haha, Guobin, I think you don't know what it means to go overboard. Fengyu sneered, your Gua clan is just a second or third-rate clan in the Azure Blue world. Do you think it is easy for me, a nascent soul realm cultivator from the Purple Cloud world, to eradicate your Gua clan? And you? She pointed at North Sunflower Xianxuan, your brother is in the Azure Blue world's Green Flame City's city guard, right? Easy Bro and North Sunflower Xianxuan's expression turned ashen. Big Sister Hua was enraged, are you threatening us? So what if I am threatening you? Fengyu had a mocking expression and turned to look at the 3 words Yi Liangchen. Her eyes were filled with hatred as though they were dipped in poison. Yi Liangchen publicly announced the water element elixir's recipe and sold the water element elixir to refine talismans. To the Flowing Moon sect, it was a devastating blow. Fengyu might have judged the situation and immediately submitted to the Dingguo Marquis, Chu Xinyan. However, how could the days of living under someone else's roof and being a slave compare to the comfortable days of being an elder in the Flowing Moon sect? Therefore, Fengyu really hated Yi Liangchen. Furthermore, the few pill formulas that Fengyu gave to Chu Xinyan might be treasures of the Flow Moon sect, but their value could not be compared to the water element pill. Moreover, it was not easy to concoct the water element pill, and ordinary pill refiners would not be able to concoct it. She thought that if she could cut off the source of the water element pill's talisman, then the number of people who could refine the water element pill would decrease by 90%, and her status in the Marquis's residence would naturally rise. That was why she hid it from Chu Tianyu and came to threaten the people in the #1 store in the world. The more Fengyu thought about this, the more arrogant she became. I admit that being the Lord of 6 Stars is an incredible honor, but how can it compare to the Medicine King's legacy? Now that Lord Fuchen has snatched Yi Liangchen's #1 position, all of you are mocked by everyone and have nowhere to hide. When Lord Fuchen truly becomes the Medicine King's disciple, think about it. How many people will the Good Day Army become a laughingstock? Ha ha ha. The surrounding people were already pointing at them and discussing. Some were sympathizing, some were ridiculing, and some were rejoicing in their misfortune. The Good Day Army was filled with righteous indignation as they gritted their teeth but couldn't say anything to refute. Fengyu's expression was cold and stern while her eyes were filled with resentment. I am the person that Lord Fuchen is most proud of. Offending me is the same as offending Lord Fuchen. Think about the consequences of offending the Medicine King's successor. Before Fengyu could finish her sentence, there was suddenly a dazzling radiance that burst out from the center of the plaza. Immediately after, the entire Heaven Light ruin shook slightly. Everyone's ears echoed with Xiao Tian's mechanical and calm voice. With the intention to save the world, I shall concoct a heaven-defying pill to change fate and seize the soul of the King of Hell. The first stage of the sacred ancestor Medicine King's legacy, myriad creations, has been broken. The second stage, Mind's Eye, is now open. Everyone is welcome to challenge. The reincarnation plaza fell into a dead silence. After a long time, someone asked with a trembling voice. Who is the one who passed the trial of all creations? Almost as soon as that person's question vanished, the radiance that exploded on the plaza started to converge on the list of all creations. The densely packed names on the projection started to vanish and finally converged into a giant, blinding word. Yi Liangchen. The one who passed the first trial of the sacred ancestor Herb King, all creations, is Tianguang Ruin's special class user. Yi Liangchen. Feng Yu's arrogant and mean look was still on her face. When she saw the name Yi Liangchen on the light screen, her face froze. As for Liangchen's army, after the initial silence, all of them looked at each other. They could see shock, infatuation, worship, and ecstasy in each other's eyes. Immediately after, God Yi, the one who passed the Herb King's inheritance is God Yi. Woo-woo, I knew it. God Yi will never disappoint our Liangchen's army. Bastard. Who the F***K said that God Yi can't make it, stand out now. The plaza was in an uproar and had also turned into a sea of joy for Liangchen's army. Those who were previously insulting Yi Liangchen and flattering Fu Chen in high spirits were now all dumbfounded. Some of them lowered their heads awkwardly and silently backed out of Tianguang Ruins. Some of them wanted to make a ruckus. Did Tianguang Ruins make a mistake? But their voices were drowned out by the cheers of Liangchen's army. Feng Yu opened her mouth and hissed, "This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible." That's right. How is this possible? Yi Liangchen could draw talismans and became a 6-star lord. His combat strength was top-notch. How was it possible for her to understand medicinal knowledge? Even Fu Chen, a prodigy pill master, couldn't pass the Herb King's trial. How could she pass it? Cheating. Yi Liangchen must have used some tricks. Before Feng Yu could finish her scream, a huge crowd suddenly pushed her to the ground. Following that, countless pairs of feet stepped on her head mercilessly. Liangchen's army was jumping and cheering. They walked back and forth and trampled Feng Yu into a pig's head. Feng Yu screamed, "Ah, who stepped on me? My face. Ah. She wanted to leave Tianguang Ruins. However, he discovered that he couldn't concentrate at all and couldn't even retreat from the Tianguang Ruins. Feng Yu couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly released her spiritual power and flipped the person who was stepping on her over. She was a nascent soul cultivator, so her soul power was naturally much stronger than that of a golden core cultivator. However, Feng Yu just stood up. A bolt of lightning struck down, causing her body to convulse and her eyes to roll back. Little Tianji's voice came from above the reincarnation square. User, Alchemist Feng Yu, has violated the rules of the Tianguang Ruins and attacked another user. As such, she has been punished with an electric shock to her soul and is banned from entering the Tianguang Ruins for 3 months. Feng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood along with a cloud of black gas. She shouted with difficulty, "No, it's not fair. Why were these people not punished for stepping on him? If he resisted, he would be electrocuted." This soul electric shock had damaged more than half of her primordial spirit. From now on, it would be difficult for her cultivation to improve. Unfair. This was too unfair. However, before she could finish her sentence, her figure had already dissipated bit by bit until it completely disappeared. In the dreamy cloud swampland, Lil Tian snorted, slandering the first host, "And you still want fairness?" In your dreams, == when Chu Tianyu heard the news that the gate of all creation was broken, he sat down on the chair, his face pale. "Crown Prince." The subordinate beside him said worriedly, "Crown Prince, are you all right?" Chu Tianyu didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he murmured, "Is it Yi Liangchen?" The subordinate nodded with difficulty, then frowned and said, "Moreover, before the gate of all creation was broken, Lord Feng Yu went to provoke Yi Liangchen's army. In the end, she suffered a heavy blow to her soul and is still bedridden." The subordinate repeated what happened in Tianguang Ruins. Chu Tianyu's expression was indifferent. He said coldly, "Who gave her the courage to use my name to provoke Yi Liangchen's people? She only has herself to blame now that she is in such a state." "Crown Prince is right," the subordinate responded, showing disdain in his eyes. Feng Yu thought that by sending a woman to the Marquis' confidant, she could flaunt her power in front of the crown prince. Now, she was suffering the consequences of her own actions. Chu Tianyu didn't have the mood to care about Feng Yu. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with fear and annoyance. Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen again, this girl was like his natural nemesis. From the moment she appeared in the purple cloud domain, she had completely overshadowed all of his glory. The Lord of 6 Stars was hers. She used the evolution moon sex elixirs to suppress her, and she passed the first stage of the King of Medicine's inheritance. It could be said that Chu Tianyu had never won a single time against this young lady. If he only lost, he wouldn't care. But he didn't have the mysterious Sky Pearl, nor the King of Medicine's inheritance. His father would never let him go. What should he do? Crown Prince, I think you don't need to worry too much. Chu Tianyu looked at the person kneeling on the ground. What do you mean? I heard that someone asked Tianguang Ruins if Yi Liangchen passed the first stage, which meant that the King of Medicine's inheritance was already in her hands. However, Tianyuan Guangshu's reply was that the one who obtained the Medicine King token and activated it would be the true successor of the Medicine King. Chu Tianyu abruptly stood up from his seat. You mean, passing the first trial is useless? The subordinate chuckled and said meaningfully, it's not completely useless. Didn't it help us find the entrance to the second level? The tensed expression on Chu Tianyu's face relaxed slightly, his eyes once again revealing spirit. Have you found the entrance to the second stage, Eye of the Mind? The smile on the subordinate's face became even wider. They've already been found. Also, young master, you absolutely cannot imagine what the second test of the King of Medicine's inheritance, Eye of the Mind, is. Chu Tianyu, not alchemy? The subordinate shook his head. It has nothing to do with alchemy. You definitely cannot imagine what the mind's eye is testing. On the second day after the everything gate was broken, the entrance to the Eye of the Mind gate was found. However, it was different from the everything test, which started with a group of 100 people. The time for the Eye of the Mind trial was fixed. As soon as Mayan entered the space of the King of Medicine's inheritance, she saw a huge ring-shaped wall. There were lines drawn on the wall in a disorderly manner. These lines sometimes disappeared, and sometimes appeared. Each time, they would show a different part. However, he could roughly tell that this was an unimaginably complex formation. That's right, the second stage of the Herb King's inheritance actually relied on formations. Mu Yan couldn't help but sigh. This legendary sacred ancestor Medicine King was truly a strange person who did not play by the rules. Let's not talk about how perverted and strange the conditions to trigger the inheritance were. Otherwise, no one would have been able to find it even after 800 years. If it weren't for Xiaobao's heaven-defying luck, perhaps no one would be able to trigger it even after another 800 years. The first test of all living things was already strange enough. But more or less, fighting poison with poison had something to do with pharmacology. But what the hell was up with the second test's formation? Did array formations have anything to do with alchemy? Alright, there were some connections. At the very least, all the alchemy furnaces were engraved with talisman arrays so that they could assist the alchemist in refining the pills. However, he had never heard of a person who studied alchemy learning formations as well. Unfortunately, there was only one requirement for the mind's eye checkpoint, and that was to use one's divine sense to link up the formation markings within a set amount of time. By activating the formation core, it would light up the formation core. Moreover, the mind's eye stage was different from the everything stage. It could only be opened once. The time was set to be in the morning 3 days later, and they only had 6 hours to clear the game. Within 6 hours, everyone had a chance to light up the formation core. The more formation cores they lit up, the better their results would be. Once his divine sense was depleted, or if he made a wrong judgment about the rules of the array's operation, he would immediately be sent out of the inheritance space and be judged to have failed. When 6 hours had passed, there was still not a single person who had reached the requirements of the Eye of the Heart. Then, the Medicine King's inheritance space would be closed forever. Mu Yan looks at the rules written in the corner of the stone wall and the corner of her mouth twitches. Did the Medicine King really want to find a successor? although the everything stage was difficult, at least there was the possibility of unlimited attempts. But the barrier of the eye of the heart was 6 hours. To decide victory or defeat in one go? If it failed, wouldn't everyone's efforts be in vain? Xianxian continent, polar domain, northern frontier. When Han Yi hears the news that the all living things pass has been cleared, he simply can't believe his ears. No way. It was broken in just a few days? Who the hell is so perverted? One had to know that the myriad objects stages test was also once one of the stages that the Medicine King Hall used to select successors. Back then, how many alchemy masters in the Cultivation continent were stuck at the all things trial, but now, it was broken by a cultivator from the Cultivation continent. Elder Chang stroked his beard and said with a gratified smile, Little Nine sent a message this morning saying that the Heaven Void Cauldron shook for the 2nd time. That meant that the Everything Gate was really broken. Perhaps there really is a genius in the Cultivation continent. Han Yi coldly snorts, so what if you've broken through the myriad things barrier? Weren't mind's eye and nourishment the hardest? There was only one chance for that. Elder Chang, do you think an ordinary array master can pass the test of the eye of the mind when he or she is at the pseudo-immortal realm? Han Ye's words caused the smile on Elder Chang's face to immediately freeze, his expression turning gloomy and unsightly. Yes, that bet and the curse was meant to put Little Nine to death. Why would he give him a way out? The requirement of the mind's eye stage is to light up more than 90% of the array's eyes. Previously, there was only one person who had met this requirement at the pseudo-immortal realm. That is the current master of the Medicine King Hall, Han Shujiu. But for so many years in the Xianxia continent, there was only one Han Shujiu. On the Xianxia continent, is it possible for someone to reach such a perverted requirement? No, it's impossible, and once it fails, the space of the Medicine King's inheritance will be closed forever. And Little Jiu's hope will also be completely destroyed. Han Yi sees Elder Chang revealing a distressed expression, and his face changes. He says with a hollow laugh, Elder Chang, I was just speaking nonsense earlier. Think about it, isn't the condition to activate the Medicine King's inheritance even more perverted? Didn't someone reach it? Perhaps there really is hope? Elder Chang didn't speak, turning around and silently leaving. His gaze, however, can't help but look towards the horizon. Really, is there still hope? The 3rd day hasn't arrived yet, and the Medicine King's space is already densely packed with people. But the magical thing is that the space looks so small. There are thousands of people squeezing in, but everyone doesn't feel crowded at all. Furthermore, they can see that enormous wall in front of them very clearly. My God! Luo Yu is speechless. 6th senior apprentice sister, this array has only revealed less than 1%, and I'm already dizzy. Are you sure you can light up 90% of the array's eyes? Ling Yuma also has a sigh, let this old lady, me, chop down this wall, and I'll definitely do it for you. Light up this densely packed array's eyes that are even more terrifying than a spider's web. Haha, spare her, Mu Yan also has a bit of a headache. She isn't very proficient in the path of arrays in the first place. The only bit of knowledge she has is still from little martial uncle, and learning how to draw talismans. But the talisman patterns involved in talismans are usually very simple, at most there are only 1 or 2 array's eyes. And the array in front of her has more than a few hundred array's eyes. Hey, you're Yi Liangchen? A deep male voice suddenly comes from behind. Mu Yan turns around to look, but the first person she sees isn't the person speaking. Instead, it's Fuchen who is standing not far away. Around him stand several young cultivators. There are women and men. The male cultivator who spoke just walked out from the crowd. He's wearing a gown full of runes, and there's an 8 trigrams plate on his waist. This was clearly a configuration that only formation masters would have. Seeing Mu Yan look at him, the male cultivator raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of disdain. The famous Lord of 6 Stars, the one who broke the pass of all living things in the Medicine King's legacy. So she's just an unassuming little girl. As he spoke, he took a glance at Fuchen and let out a soft laugh. I have always heard that great god Fuchen is a well-known figure among the youth generation and that his innate talent in elixir concoction is unparalleled. From the looks of it now, it seems like the rumors are exaggerated. Chu Tianyu glanced coldly at the person who spoke and didn't reply. The people around him were all under the age of 30, and they were all famous formation masters. Some of them were found by him. There were also some who were sent by Chu Xinyan and did not know his true identity. Chu Tianyu was an all-rounder and had some achievements in the field of array formations. However, he was afraid of Yap Liangchen. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he was fully prepared this time. He would not allow any possibility of failure. The person who spoke was called Wang Bao and he is a grade 6 formation master. He is also one of the strongest formation masters that the Dingwa Marquis residents recruited this time. Because of his strength, Wang Bao is extremely arrogant and doesn't even put Great God Fuchen in his eyes. He didn't even wait for Chu Tianyu to stop him and provoked Mu Yan. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth lifted as she spoke in a leisurely manner. Fuchen, where did you find this dog? Since you were the one who found it, why didn't you tie it up properly? Wang Bao's face changes as he glares at Mu Yan. However, before he could speak, he heard Chu Tianyu say indifferently, it's just a disobedient wild dog that likes to bark. I just raised it, and it still doesn't know how to be obedient. I've made a fool of myself in front of Godyi. Wang Bao was enraged. Fuchen, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? I was personally invited by the Marquis to break the formation. Aren't you just relying on the fact that you've been with Marquis longer? At this point, he sneered, speaking of which, if you hadn't lost to Jun Mayan in the pass of all things, why would we need to act? You can only blame yourself for being too useless. Hee, but don't worry. You can't win against Yi Liangchen. I, Wang Bao, will definitely make her lose. Chu Tianyu suddenly clenched his fists and frowned. He did not care about Wang Bao's provocation at all. However, he had indeed lost to Yap Liangchen. Again and again, he was completely powerless to fight back. Chu Tianyu slowly walked in front of Mu Yan and said in a deep voice, in the next 2 rounds, I will not lose to you. Even if I die, I will not lose. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows, really? I'll wait and see. Wang Bao shouted for a long time, but the two of them completely ignored him. This caused his expression to become even more twisted and hideous. Yap Liangchen. He sneered, I heard that you are even more versatile than Fuchen. You can fight, refine elixirs, and draw talismans. But don't tell me that you even know arrays? Haha, I, Wang Bao, will break your undefeatable legend today. Even if I cannot break through the mind's eye, I will make sure you will forever be defeated by me. After Wang Bao said this, he thought that Mu Yan would be angry and refute. Who knew that Mu Yan didn't even look at him and turned to Luoyu, where's third senior brother? If I remember correctly, he's also an expert in formations, right? I'm not planning to come and take a look. The corner of Luoyu's mouth twitched. Third senior brother said that he only knows killing formations. Even if the Medicine King was going to test array formations, it would definitely be closely related to alchemy. He has no interest in this kind of formation. Ling Yuma ridiculed, bullshit, listen to his nonsense. In my opinion, there are only 2 reasons why third senior brother doesn't want to do anything. Either he's lazy, or things aren't abnormal enough. The 3 of them chatted among themselves, completely ignoring the existence of others. Chu Tianyu sneered and left. Wang Bao's face alternated between green and white. He was ignored again and again. However, before he could speak, little Tian's voice rang out in the King of Medicine's inheritance space. The second stage of the Medicine King's inheritance, Eye of the Heart. The time starts now. 6 hours later, if you light up 90% of the formation cores, you'll pass. Those who failed to activate the matrix or exhausted their divine sense would be directly eliminated. If no one passes after 6 hours, the Medicine King's inheritance will be permanently closed. Almost as soon as little Tian's voice fell, the entire huge stone wall lit up with a dazzling silver light. Following that, numerous formation eyes appeared. And rune lines that were all over the place but were not connected. Luoyu sucked in a breath of cold air. This is far more than a few hundred formation eyes, there are at least a few thousand formation eyes. Even if it was the mountain guarding formation of those big sects, they would at most have these formation eyes, right? How could such a large formation light up 90% of the formation eyes in 6 hours? In the inheritance space, many formation masters were shocked by the large formation that appeared in front of them. Chu Tianyou's face was ashen. He was also a formation master, so he knew better than anyone else that this was an impossible task. Although their hearts were in turmoil, everyone immediately started to observe the situation of the formation. In the first hour, there were people who failed to light the formation and were expelled from the inheritance space. But this was only a tenth of the number. However, at the fourth hour, there were incessant exclamations from the crowd. "Aya, I lit it wrong. Give me another chance. Oh no, my divine sense is depleted." At the end of the fourth hour, 70% of the people were expelled from the inheritance space. Mu Yan, Chu Tianyou, and Wang Bao stared at the entire formation, not letting go of a single detail, but no one tried to light it up. As for Ling Yuma and Luo Yu, they were simply here to join in the fun and protect Mu Yan. They did not have the ability to break the trial. 4 hours. There were less than 100 people left in the inheritance space. And of these 100 people, more than half of them were sweating profusely, their faces pale. It was obvious that their divine sense was about to be depleted, like an arrow at the end of its flight. The remaining people who had not started to light up the formation's core also showed an anxious expression. There were thousands of formation's cores. If they did not start now, it would be too late. Chu Tianyou looked at the hourglass, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and slowly attached his divine sense to one of the formation's cores. Wang Bao was staring at the stone wall with a solemn expression. But all of a sudden, he shouted in joy, "I found the core. Ha ha ha, I finally found the core." He looked at Mu Yan and Chu Tianyou with a smug and mocking look, then gritted his teeth with resentment. A formation with thousands of formation's cores was indeed complicated, but he came from a family of formation masters, so it was not like he had never encountered such a formation before. The formation seemed to be ever-changing and dizzying, but as long as the formation's core was found, it could be broken in one strike. If the formation was broken, how could the formation's core not be lit up? Wang Bao closed his eyes, and his divine sense quickly wrapped around one of the formation's cores, spreading out rapidly. There was not much time left. He must break the second stage of the Medicine King's inheritance, defeat Yap Liangchen, and make a name for himself. He must let the entire Tianguang ruins and the continent know his name. On the other side, Luo Yu and Ling Yuma looked at the hourglass, then looked at Mu Yan, who was staring at the stone wall without moving. They were a little anxious. Now, there was less than an hour left. There were only 50 or 60 people left in the inheritance space. Everyone, even Chu Tianyou's group, began to break the formation. However, only Mu Yan seemed to be immersed in the formation and did not have the slightest reaction. Luo Yu could no longer hold it in and wanted to step forward to speak. However, before he could speak, Ling Yuma pulled him back. "Don't disturb little junior sister. But there's not much time left. What if sixth senior sister has forgotten about the 6 hours?" Looking at Mu Yan's appearance, her eyes had lost focus, as if she had really lost her soul. Ling Yuma also frowned, but she still gritted her teeth. Wait a little longer. Time was slowly approaching its end. There were only about 20 people left in the inheritance space. And among these 20 people, Chu Tianyou, who had the best result, had only lit up half of the formation cores. However, he was already hesitating, and fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Not only was his divine sense insufficient, but it was also because the next formation was intricate and complicated. One wrong step and he would lose everything. He did not dare to gamble. On the other hand, Wang Bao was getting more and more excited. His face was flushed and he kept repeating, "Array core, array core. Just a little more and I will be able to break the array core." Finally, Wang Bao took a deep breath and looked at Mu Yan and Chu Tianyou. He then looked at the other 20-odd people in the spatial zone. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, "All of you, turn your heads around and take a good look at how I break the formation." Chu Tianyou maintained his divine sense on the array formation, frowning as he turned to look at Wang Bao. The other array masters couldn't help but turn around too. As long as a small trace of divine sense was placed on the other party, they would be able to see the progress of the array core. Chu Tianyou soon saw it clearly, and his pupil shrank slightly. Wang Bao had only lit up half of the array cores. But the strange thing was that the array cores he lit up were distributed in a circular pattern and were slowly moving towards the center. Right now, it was a complete circle and only the array core in the center was still empty. This was the array core that Wang Bao was talking about. As long as the array core was broken, the entire array would be broken. Wang Bao saw everyone's envious eyes and his expression became even more delighted. He looked down at Chu Tianyu with a condescending attitude and sneered, "I will prove to the Marquis who is the real valuable person. I think it is better for me to be in charge of the Herb King's inheritance. And you, Yi Liangchen." Wang Bao turned around abruptly and looked at Mu Yan. As compared to Fu Chen, he wanted to defeat Yi Liangchen more. Yi Liangchen was much more famous than Fu Chen. Lord of 6 stars, pass of all things breaker, chief of flourishing heaven light. As long as Wang Bao could trample on her, he would be able to make a name for himself and achieve meteoric success. Wang Bao originally wanted to see how much Mu Yan had broken through the array. When he realized that she didn't even light up a single array core, he burst into laughter. "Yi Liangchen, how can someone like you be called a god? You might be better than Fu Chen in terms of elixir concoction, but in terms of arrays, a trash like you isn't even fit to carry my shoes." Ling Yuma and Luo Yu were both enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the Heaven Light Ruins, Ling Yuma would have unsheathed her saber. Damn it! A Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to clamor at their junior sister and scold her for being trash. If they were in the real world, they would have already rushed over and chopped him into pieces. Just as Ling Yuma was about to scold him back, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, and a clear and melodious female voice came into her ears. "Is that so? Since you're so powerful, why don't you break the formation core now and show us?" Ling Yuma and Luo Yu turned around at the same time and were overjoyed. "Little junior sister, you have finished looking at the formation." Mayan nods, "I'm done." "Are you confident in breaking it?" Mu Yan thinks for a moment. "The probability is 50-50. Luo Yu said anxiously, "Sixth senior sister, why don't you hurry and light up the eye of the array?" "Hee, no hurry." Mu Yan raised the corner of her mouth and looked at Wang Bao with a smile that was not a smile. "Some array master wants me to carry his shoes for him, how can I not see with my own eyes how capable he is?" Wang Bao is infuriated by Mu Yan's contemptuous gaze that doesn't even put him in her eyes. Now that the time limit is almost up, a trash that couldn't even light up a single array core, what qualifications does she have to look down on him? For a moment, new hatred and old hatred, along with the ambition of stepping on Yi Liangchen to make a name for himself, surged up. Wang Bao laughs 3 times, "Alright, Yap Liangchen, I will let you watch as the King of Medicine's inheritance is snatched away. At that time, don't kneel in front of me and cry." Saying that, his consciousness connects to the last eye of the formation. Almost at the moment the divine sense wrapped around the stone wall, the entire stone wall lit up and even shook a bit. Almost all the cultivators present are shocked. Such a big movement, could it be that Wang Bao is really going to break the heart's eye? The only one who is calm and even has a mocking smile on her lips is Mayan. Her red lips slightly open, silently spitting out 2 words, "Courting death." Wang Bao looks at the strange movement of the stone wall and reveals an excited expression. However, in the next moment, a ray of white light suddenly shot out from the array core that he had lit last and directly pierced through his chest. "Ah!" Wang Bao lets out a mournful scream, and his figure slowly disappears from the inheritance space. Everyone is dumbfounded by this unforeseen event. Even Ling Yuma and Luo Yu can't help but be curious. "Junior sister, what is going on?" Wang Bao was clearly full of confidence just now. Furthermore, what he said about lighting up the heart of the array first in order to break the array was very reasonable. Why is the result that Wang Bao is more miserable than all the other eliminated cultivators? Mayan chuckles and lightly says, "That's because he forgot that this is the King of Medicine's inheritance test, not an array master test." Luo Yu and Ling Yuma are about to continue asking questions. Then they hear someone exclaim, "Oh, there's only a stick of incense left." This time, the two don't want to ask anything and anxiously urge Mayan to start. Mayan is even more calm and composed, "No need to hurry, the final result is the same anyway." Hearing Mayan's words, everyone can't help but shake their heads. It seems that Yap Liangchen really intends to give up this time. This is also normal. There are thousands of array's eyes, even if half of them are lit up, it's still too late. Moreover, it's Mayan who hasn't been lit up yet. Everyone no longer pays attention to her, but turn their heads to seize the last opportunity and continue to light up the array's eyes. However, as more than half of the array's eyes are lit up, more and more cultivators begin to be eliminated. Usually, a single step down would result in failure and one would be expelled from the inheritance space. In the end, only Chu Tianyu, Mu Yan, Ling Yuma, and Luo Yu were left in the entire inheritance space. The cold sweat on Chu Tianyu's forehead dripped down drop by drop. The fire in his heart almost made him go crazy. Lost. He was going to lose. It was impossible to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. He took every step very carefully. More than half of the array eyes were lit up, but he did not fail. But in the end, it was too late. His divine sense was also depleted. No, I can't accept this. I want to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. I must obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. With a roar, Chu Tianyu's figure disappeared from the inheritance space. On the rebirth square, those who had failed to clear the trial were all gathered together, chattering non-stop. Damn, is the King of Medicine messing with us? Even a 9th grade formation master can't light up thousands of formation eyes in 6 hours. Hurry up and look, Great God Fuchen has also been eliminated. Doesn't this mean that everyone has been eliminated? Did the Herb King's inheritance fail just like that? No, this isn't right. There is still Great God Yi is still inside. Could it be that the one who passed the second round of the Herb King's inheritance is Great God Yi again? Hearing this person's words, a cultivator who had just come out of the inheritance space not long ago sneered. What Great God Yi? I see ye devouring. Liang Chen is a complete idiot in the field of arrays. That's right. When we left, it wasn't even 30 minutes and she didn't even light up a single array core. Yes, I saw it too. I feel that she has completely given up. In my opinion, Great God Fuchen is still better in the field of arrays. He has lit up the most array cores, but it is a pity that he didn't reach 90%. But Great God Yi is already incredible enough. Even without the Herb King's inheritance or knowing arrays, her reputation isn't tarnished. Isn't the funniest one called Wang Bao? Arrogant and looked down on Great God Yi. He swore that he would obtain the Herb King's inheritance, but in the end. He was taught a lesson by the Heart's Eye array. Wang Bao staggered as he walked to the plaza. At this moment, his soul was in extreme pain, and his heart was filled with resentment and indignation. He felt that every step he took was correct, and his strategy of breaking the formation by destroying the core of the formation was perfect. But, why? Why was he attacked? And he was the only one that was attacked. Wang Bao was unwilling and felt that the Heart's Eye array was unfair. When he heard Liangchen Dajuan's mockery, he was instantly infuriated. So what if I was attacked? I am still better than a trash that can't even light up a single array core. Liangchen Dajuan could tolerate people saying that Great God Yi wasn't proficient in arrays. But how could he tolerate people slandering Great God Yi? Who are you calling trash? Wang Bao sneered and said loudly, what a joke. Of course I am talking about Yi Liangchen. Everyone that entered the Herb King's inheritance space lit up a few array cores. Only Yi Liangchen couldn't even light up a single array core. If he isn't trash, then what is he? A cute young lady gritted her teeth and mocked. Before the passive myriad was broken, I also heard people slandering Great God Yi. In the end, she became the only one to break the passive myriad. Don't get slapped in the face later if you speak without thinking. Ha. Ha. Wang Bao laughed out loud. Are you saying that Yap Liangchen might be able to pass the second test of the King of Medicine's inheritance, Mind's Eye? Ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard today. Are Yi Liangchen's supporters idiots? The cute young girl's face instantly flushed red. You're going too far. The rest of Liangchen's army also surrounded them with hostility. Wang Bao sneered, did you say that Yap Liangchen could pass the Mind's Eye? Alright, I'll make a bet with you. If Yap Liangchen really passes the second level of the King of Medicine's inheritance, I will eat a pile of shit in front of you. If Yi Liangchen can't do it, then your Liangchen army will kneel down and bark like a dog. You will also have to lick my feet. How about it, do you dare? The cute girl was so angry that her eyes turned red. She glared at Wang Bao. The rest of Liang Chen's army tried to persuade her. After all, everyone knew that it was impossible for anyone to pass the second stage of the Medicine King's inheritance. Wang Bao became even more pleased with himself. Dogs really follow their masters. Yi Liangchen is useless, and his dogs are all cowards. All right. I'll bet with you. The cute girl roared out, her hands clenched into fists. I alone, on behalf of Liang Chen's army, will bet with you. Zhu Xiang, don't be rash. Yeah. You've heard what everyone said. This checkpoint isn't something that anyone can pass. Even a 9th grade formation can't do it, let alone someone like Gaji who doesn't know much about formations. The girl called Zhu Xiang gritted her teeth, glaring at Wang Bao with bloodshot eyes, not taking a step back. Wang Bao felt all the anger in his heart dissipate, and he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He looked at the hourglass he carried with him, and said slowly, there's only a moment left before the 6 hours are up. The results will be shared soon. I'll be waiting for you, Liang Chen's army, to kneel on the ground and lick my. Bang! A huge shockwave spread out from the center of the reincarnation plaza. Following that, a blinding white light shot into the sky. All the faces of the people in the square were illuminated by the white light. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, stammering, F***ck. Why? Why does this scene look so familiar? No. No way. It can't be real? Just as everyone was mumbling to themselves. Little Tian's mechanical and calm voice entered everyone's ears, shaking their souls. With the heart to save the world, refine a pill that can change fate, and seize the soul of the King of Hell. The second stage of the Saint Herb King's inheritance, Eye of the Heart, has been cleared 100%. The third stage, which is also the final stage of the Saint Herb King's inheritance, Nourishment, has officially begun. Everyone is welcome to challenge. Gulp, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, wanting to ask who it was that had broken through the mind's eye. However, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Because he felt that there was no need to ask. To be able to make the impossible possible, to be able to create miracles time and time again, to shock everyone time and time again, to the point of numbness, there was only one person. Under Gaji, there was no other king. Whoosh, exploding rays of light rained down on the plaza like fireworks, finally converging on the glowing image of the central, forming 3 blinding words. Yi Liangchen. Little Tian's voice rang out once more, the person who cleared the second stage, Eye of the Heart, is Tianguang Ruin's special class user, Yi Liangchen. Zhu Xiang suddenly covered her mouth as tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She did it, she really did it. I knew it. I knew Gaji wouldn't let us down. From the azure blue realm to the purple cloud realm, from reality to Tianguang Ruins, she has never disappointed us. The reincarnation square exploded once again. In other words, the entire Tianguang Ruins had exploded. Most of them were not surprised when Yap Liangchen passed the everything challenge for the first time. Firstly, the all things stage could be tried an unlimited number of times, and in reality, it did not only involve medicinal theory, but also the strength of the Xianxia. Yap Liangchen was so powerful, and he had been at the top for a long time. It was not surprising that he would be the first one to pass the test. But in the mind's eye stage, many array masters had come to the conclusion that it was impossible to pass. How was it possible to light up thousands of formation cores in 6 hours? How was that possible? Guru Yi, our hearts aren't strong enough. Please don't agitate us anymore. In the future, as long as Yap Liangchen participates in any ranking competition, all mortals will have to leave. Damn it, if we don't leave, are we waiting to be slapped in the face? Liangchen's army, on the other hand, looked at each other in confusion. Their faces were more dazed than ecstatic. Someone gulped and said, "Are we really supporting a person and not a god?" Zhu Xiang smiled through her tears. In my heart, Goddessi is my only faith. She's the most powerful god in my heart. Are you guys stupid? Someone suddenly reacted and slapped his companion's back. Goddessi passed the second stage of Herb King's inheritance. The second stage. Everyone said that Goddessi couldn't do it. She did it again. Why are you guys still standing there? Everyone looked at each other. The next moment, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in Reincarnation Square again. In the end, these chaotic shouts intertwined into 3 words. Yap Liangchen. Yap Liangchen. Yap Liangchen. Not only Liangchen's army, but even the other cultivators could not help but raise their arms and cheer. Wang Bao lowered his head, shrunk his shoulders, and carefully retreated. His soul was severely injured in Herb King's inheritance space, so he could not condense his divine sense. Moreover, there were too many people in Reincarnation Square. Divine sense and mental power were mixed together, so he could not even retreat from Tianguang ruins. However, before he could retreat from the crowd, someone shouted, "This son of AB*TCH who slandered goddess she wants to run." That voice scared Wang Bao so much that he shuddered. It also woke up the people who were immersed in the cheers and laughter. Zhu Xiang wiped the tears off her face and smiled. "What did you say just now? If goddess she breaks the heart's eye stage, will you eat *T in front of everyone?" Wang Bao was filled with indignation at that moment. He felt that his method of breaking the formation was correct. However, why was it Yi Liangchen who broke the formation in the end? However, facing the thousands of unfriendly and mocking gazes from Liangchen's army, Wang Bao shuddered and stammered, I was just saying, hee, weren't you very arrogant when you slandered goddess Yi earlier? Now you want to beg for mercy? That depends on whether Liangchen's army agrees to it or not. Eat *T. You must eat *T in front of everyone. The crowd approached Wang Bao step by step. Occasionally, it was mixed with other people's mocking and jeering. Eat *T in front of everyone, who wouldn't want to see something so interesting? Cold sweat dripped down Wang Bao's forehead. His voice trembled as he desperately tried to gather his divine sense to leave the Skylight ruins. However, he couldn't do it no matter what. He could only shout, "This is Tianguang ruins. Even if I'm willing to fulfill my promise, there's no shit for me to eat." Almost as soon as his voice fell, patter! A pile of yellow, greasy, and smelly poop fell in front of Wang Bao. Little Tian's emotionless voice came from the Reincarnation Square. Tianguang Ruins certified user, Master Leopard, wants a pile of stinky golden poop, worth 1,000 top-grade crystals. Friendship price, 500 top-grade crystals. It has been directly deducted from the jade key of Master Leopard. This, golden smelly stool, has a large amount and a strong fragrance. Once it enters the mouth, it will work on the divine soul, and it won't dissipate on the tip of the tongue for at least 7 days. Guaranteed to be worth the money. User, Master Leopard, please enjoy. The moment the golden stinky poop dropped onto the ground, many people took a few steps back in fear. Several girls covered their noses in disgust. However, after hearing little Tian's words, the crowd was stunned at first, then they burst into laughter. Golden stinky poop? Tianguang ruins, are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha. I'm really convinced that Tianguang ruins even has this thing. And it's actually selling it for 500 high-grade crystals. I say, Master Bao, weren't you just worried that Tianguang ruins wouldn't have shit for you to eat? Great, Tianguang ruins has specially satisfied you. Wang Bao looks at the huge pile of stinky poop in front of him. His vision darkens, and he almost faints. How could Liangchen's army let him go? They surround him one by one. If you don't fulfill your promise and eat this poop, we'll beat you up every time we see you in Tianguang ruins. If I can't beat you up in Tianguang ruins, I'll beat you up in reality. Isn't it just the eastern continent of Ziyun world? Don't think that I can't find you. Wang Bao's face is pale. He opens his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But someone kicks him from behind, and his whole face bumps into the stinky golden poop. A pungent stench directly rushes into his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It makes him twitch all over, and he's better off dead. At this time, there's only one thought in Wang Bao's mind: what's wrong with me to provoke this fiend, Yi Liangchen? Boo-hoo, if I see this demoness in the future, can't I just take a detour? Mu Yan still doesn't know that she hasn't done anything, yet she's been crowned with the title of demoness. After breaking through the mind's eye, she directly left Tianguang ruins. At this time, she's really ecstatic. It's not because she broke through the second test of the Medicine King's inheritance. Rather, it's because the mind's eye array is really an unimaginable treasure for her. Many people are very puzzled about the test array of the Medicine King's inheritance. But the moment Mu Yan sees the mind's eye array, she knows why the Medicine King set up this kind of test in the second test. Because this array was completely prepared for the alchemy cauldron. Mu Yan has seen a similar array in the Encyclopedia of Alchemy Basics, in the Tian Emochin space. But it's only an incomplete array. The mind's eye array, on the other hand, is complete, and can be divided into thousands of small arrays. If Wang Bao wants to break an array for an alchemy furnace in the same way as other offensive and defensive arrays, how could he not suffer a backlash? And lighting up 90% of the array's eye is just a trap. This was because thousands of small arrays were fused into a large array, forming a rare alchemy furnace. Since it was an alchemy furnace, the entire array was naturally one. How could there be a difference in how many array eyes there were? Therefore, if Mu Yan wants to light up the entire heart's eye formation, she only has one chance. That was to use the core of the formation as the core and use his immense spiritual sense to envelop the entire formation and activate it in one go. If he succeeded, he would win. Defeat meant complete defeat. In the end, at the very last moment when Mu Yan's divine sense was exhausted, she succeeded. As soon as she returns to Tianlang Palace, Mayan immediately runs into the alchemy room. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu followed her out of the Tianguang ruins. Towards their junior apprentice sister breaking through the heart's eye array in just a few short breaths of time, causing all the array eyes to light up, they were all dumbfounded. As soon as they arrived at the reincarnation square, the crowd's cheers were like waves, almost drowning them. It was a pity that his junior sister didn't seem to have any interest in him passing the second round of the Medicine King's inheritance. He wasn't even interested in admiring his own achievements and left the Tianguang ruins directly. Now, he's hurriedly running into the alchemy room. What's he up to? In Tianlang Palace, even Yun Ruhan and the others were alarmed, rushing over one after another. After that, everyone stared dumbfoundedly at their junior sister, whose appearance could cause the downfall of a nation and possessed the beauty of a celestial being. She climbed up and down inside the huge alchemy furnace like a monkey, not stopping for even a moment. She used a knife to carve rune lines, injected crystal energy into the rune lines, and used her divine sense to guide spiritual power into the rune lines. Even Xiao Bao, the fat rabbit, little phoenix, and Bai Xia, who had taken the Zhiyuan pill and was cultivating in the boundless space, all came out. The other beasts and humans were all dumbfounded. Xiao Bao, on the other hand, obediently went over to give his mother the crystal stones and a towel to wipe her sweat with. Her delicate little face was still expressionless, but her cute appearance of taking care of Mu Yan made Ling Yuma and the others envious and jealous. After busying herself for 4 hours, Mu Yan jumped out of the alchemy furnace. Her face was covered with a lot of dust, but her eyes were sparkling. She had just carved 3 small formations of the mind's eye on the 8th grade alchemy furnace of Tianlang Palace. These 3 small formations were mainly used for energy conversion. Mu Yan wanted to convert the spiritual power of the Shozhen continent into immortal power. If she could do this, the immortal power that the Zhiyuan pill could supply to Xiaobao would increase by a lot. Of course, these 3 small formations were definitely not enough. But the mind's eye had thousands of small formations, and she remembered them all. If 3 was not enough, then 6, then 9. She could always make up for the immortal power that Xiaobao needed. Yun Ruhan looked at the alchemy furnace, then looked at Mu Yan, hesitating. Little junior sister, this 8th grade alchemy furnace is an 8th grade spiritual tool. His voice was not loud, and Mu Yan was so excited that she did not hear him at all. After confirming that there were no mistakes in the formation, she injected her spiritual power and divine sense into it in one breath, lighting up the 3 formation eyes at the same time. The next moment, bang! A loud noise came from Tianlang Palace again, shaking the whole flying dragon city. Then, thick smoke surged out from the top of Tianlang Palace. A few big and small people escaped from the alchemy furnace in a panic, each of them as black as charcoal, covered in dust. Only a pair of eyes and a mouth of teeth were shining. The teachers and students of Dragon Soar Academy, as well as the participating teams, were naturally alarmed. All of them ran over to watch the show. Ah, did he blow up the alchemy room again? TSK, TSK. What do you think is wrong with the Xiaoyao sect? If you don't know how to concoct pills, why do you insist on concocting pills? If you want to fight properly, just do your best. The dean of the Dragon Soaring Academy, Zhou Daoi, also rushed over. Using his divine sense to sense roughly, his face immediately darkened. The 8th grade alchemy furnace had exploded again, in less than a month, a 7th grade alchemy furnace and an 8th grade alchemy furnace. If converted into crystal stones, it would be several million. Even if their Dragon Soaring Academy was rich and overbearing, they could not afford to lose like this. Zhou Daoi wanted to rush out and denounce him. However, he suddenly remembered what Kong Yuanjiu had said the last time he went to consult him. The entire Tianlang Palace belongs to her. If she loves it so much that it explodes, if she loves it so much, 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 you'd better not interfere. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhou Daoi took a step back. In the end, who was this she that Elder Kong spoke of? But no matter what, there must be someone in the Xiaoyao team that he could not afford to offend. Zhou Daoi had always been cautious. He did not want to capsize in the gutter for an 8th grade alchemy furnace. At this time, Mayan looks at the thick smoke rising from the alchemy room, her expression completely unsightly. She actually failed? How could this be? Ha ha ha, idiot. Qi Huang's gloating voice comes to her ears. You stupid woman, do you know what level this mind's eyes array is? You dare to casually carve it on a trash alchemy furnace? Do you think an ordinary alchemy furnace can withstand the huge impact of the mind's eyes array? Mayan grits her teeth. What kind of trash alchemy furnace is this? This is an 8th grade alchemy furnace. It's more than 10 times more expensive than the 7th grade purple gold furnace she bought last time. Isn't it very expensive? Why did it become trash in Qi Huang's mouth? Qi Huang snorts coldly. TCH, something that can't even withstand a real alchemic fire can also be considered an alchemy furnace? In the Shoshan continent, this thing can only be regarded as a stove at most. Do you know what kind of alchemy furnace the king of medicine left behind this mind's eye array? Hee, forget it, a country bumpkin like you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Mayan is simply going crazy with anger. At this time, Yun Ruhan comes over and coughs lightly. Little junior sister, the 7th grade alchemy furnace you blew up last time cost at least 100,000 high-grade crystal stones. This time, I think the 8th grade alchemy furnace you blew up is worth at least 2 million high-grade crystal stones. Cough. Although Dragon Soaring Academy hasn't come to collect the debt from us now, I think that after the Dear Cry banquet is over, I'm afraid that we'll have to pay the total debt together. Mayan suddenly feels her vision go dark. She didn't manage to make a high-grade alchemy furnace, and she even carried a debt for herself. Originally, she was using Laozi's #1 store in the world to support the entire Netherflame army, plus her own cultivation, and she was already stretched thin. Now she's carrying a debt of several million? Qi Huang's smile becomes more and more gloating. Ha ha ha, Jun Mayan, who told you not to give Benzun the crystal stones, now you yourself have become a pauper. Mayan grinds her teeth, suddenly narrowing her eyes dangerously. Qi Xiao Huang, you already knew that when I carved the mind's eye on the 8th grade alchemy furnace, it would cause it to explode? Humph, what does Benzun not know? After Shiguang Gang's finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. As expected, Mu Yan chuckled. Good, very good. Since that's the case, then the explosion of the cauldron will be your responsibility. I'll give you 1 month to pay off the debt of 3 million crystal stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for serving you a round of itchy meat set meal every day. Jun Mayan, you dare. Qi Huang yells in anger. Moreover, there's clearly only 2 million, where did the 3 million come from? Wait, why should I help you pay off your debt? Mayan ignores him and directly shields the space, letting him jump around inside. Xiaobao hugs Mu Yan's thigh and raises his small head. His big eyes are filled with determination. Nyangqin doesn't need to worry, Xiaobao will help you earn spar. As he spoke, Xiaobao clenched his little fists, and his face was filled with determination. Wasn't it just 2 million crystal stones? He wants to earn it back for his mother. Shoshan continent. To devour. Elder Chang descended from the sky and walked into a luxurious palace. The plaque in the middle of the palace impressively has the words Medicine King Hall written on it. The entire palace is magnificent and majestic, brightly lit, and there's even the sound of stringed instruments. However, there's not even a shadow of a person in the huge palace. And this kind of brilliant lights and the sound of music can only serve as a foil to the person in the depths of the palace, making him look even more solitary, lonely, and mournful. Elder Chang's heart feels sour. His footsteps, which were originally like stepping on air and shrinking the ground, also slow down, as he walks step by step towards the end of the hall. There, on the chaise lounge, sits a youngster. The youngster is dressed in an old and mature black and grey robe, his long hair hanging loose. But this kind of dressing can't hide his young and tender face. At this time, the youngster is sitting cross-legged and holding his chin, looking out the window, as if there's a magnificent scene there that attracts him. However, Elder Chang knows that there's only a thick black fog outside the Medicine King Hall. It's like a huge cage, firmly shackling the person inside. Little Jiao, I heard Han Yi say that the mind's eye gate was broken? Your curse might really be. Elder Chang's trembling voice hasn't finished speaking. He sees the youngster fiercely pounding the table, angrily saying, I'm so angry, in the end, which guy broke it? He actually lit up all the eyes of the array? To be able to light up all the eyes of the array before the age of 30, doesn't that mean he's stronger than me, Han Chujiao? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. In this world, it's impossible to have a better talent for alchemy than me. Elder Chang's mouth twitches, the blue veins on his forehead violently throbbing. You're sitting here with a lonely face, not because you're sad, but because you're envious of your future disciple? Little Jiao's unreliable temperament really hasn't changed for thousands of years. Elder Chang coughs lightly. In any case, the mind's eye gate was perfectly broken, and the probability of breaking the moistening thing gate has increased by 30%. Such a genius is bound to ascend and come to the Shoshian continent. At that time, he might help you, plus with Jun Shang's power. What do you mean by might? Han Chujiao interrupts Elder Chang again, his nose crooked in anger. That's my disciple, if not me, who would he help? And Di Mingju, you go back and tell him, if he dares not help me, I will cut off the supply of elixirs to your polar domain. Elder Chang looks at the sky, speechless. Before Jun went to the northern frontier, he left behind the mythological beast, Di Ting, to monitor the entire polar domain. Han Chujiao's complexion changes, stiffly saying, Di Mingju, this kid manages the polar domain well, he can be considered young and promising. Looking at his reluctant praise, Elder Chang almost laughed out loud. Don't look at how Han Chujiao treats Di Mingju with her nose and eyes. In fact, in the entire polar domain, there was only one person he feared. That is the only king of the polar domain, Di Mingju. Chang Lao talked to Han Chujiao for a while, telling him to practice and nourish his body. Then, he left. After Elder Chang left, the entire Medicine King Hall fell into a lonely clamor once more. Han Chujiao picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip, then murmured, Disciple? Will you let me not be alone anymore? I really can't stay here for another day. Tianguang ruins. Beikue Xiangnuan's message popped up before his eyes. Mu Yan glanced at it and frowned slightly. Junior sister, has no one found the entrance to the nourishing thing? Yun Merhan asked with concern. The entrances to the first and second stages of the Medicine King inheritance were quickly found. But the entrance to the third stage, the nourishing thing, had been searched for 3 days, yet no one in the entire Tianguang ruins could find it. Liangchen Dajuan wanted to find the third entrance to the Medicine King inheritance as soon as possible, more than anyone else. During this period of time, he almost turned the entire Tianguang ruins upside down. However, in the end, he gained nothing. What worries Liangchen Dajuan the most is not that he hasn't found the entrance to the nourishing object test. It's the rules of nourishing object. The rules of mind's eye are already very abnormal. 3 hours, 1 chance, 1 hammer to decide everything. If he fails, he will close the Medicine King's inheritance. But the rules of the nourishing object test are even more abnormal. The nourishing object entrance will only be open for 7 days. And only 3 people can enter the inheritance space to take the test. Once all 3 people fail the test, the Medicine King's inheritance will close. Mu Yan takes out 3 crystal clear glass beads from the jade key space, and gently twirls them on her fingertips. These 3 beads appeared when the variant Yuan Dan triggered the Medicine King's inheritance, passed the All Things test, and the Mind's Eye test. It probably means that she has passed several of the Medicine King's tests. But Mu Yan has a hunch that if she can't pass the last test, Nourishing Object, then no matter how many of these glass beads she has, it will be useless. So, does the Medicine King really want to find a successor? He always felt that the content of his assessment was completely forcing people to do things that were beyond their control. Mu Yan withdraws her resentful thoughts, looks at her fellow apprentices, and slowly says, "No, someone has found the first entrance to the Nourishing Object test." The past life square is once again filled with people. Everyone's eyes fall on the central platform. A virtual projection screen once again appears there, and on the screen is a vast space. In the space, a middle-aged man is holding a flower pot in his hand, looking around with a look of horror. And standing around him are 100 cultivators. These cultivators all have a variety of names above their heads, such as Guangdong No. 1 Roar, Golden Blade dominates the heavens. One look and you can tell that they are users of Tianguang ruins. Everyone is a little dumbfounded looking at this scene. This is the 3rd test of the Medicine King's inheritance, Nourishing Object test, but who exactly is it testing? And what is it testing? Very quickly, little Tian answers the questions of the strange people inside and outside the inheritance space. User, Honest Lu who wants to become Jin Dan, the 3rd test of the Medicine King's inheritance, Nourishing Object, is now open to you. There is only one requirement for this test, and that is to grow the spirit plant in your hand. As long as the spirit plant in your hand sprouts, blossoms, bears fruit, and finally gathers the fruit, it means that you have passed the 3rd stage of the Medicine King's inheritance. Once this stage is passed, the Medicine King token will appear. Once the Medicine King token is activated, the Medicine King inheritance will officially begin. Honest Lu who wants to become a Jin Dan was clearly the name of the middle-aged man in the Tianguang ruins. When he heard Lil Tian's words, his eyes lit up. Are you serious? As long as I grow the spirit plant, I will be able to obtain the Herb King's inheritance. I am a Ling plant's master. I might not be good at other things, but when it comes to planting Ling plants, I can definitely do it well. Of course, not, little Tian replied. Do you see the heavenly light users around you? They were all chosen by the Medicine King's inheritance space. They are all elite cultivators of the same level as you. They'll attack you while you're planting the spirit plants. Once you're killed by them or your spirit plant dies, you'll be deemed to have failed the challenge. During the process of planting the spiritual plants, you won't have any weapons or elixirs. You can only rely on your physical body to fight and defend, and you can only rely on your own spiritual energy to replenish it. But these 100 elite cultivators are immortal and indestructible. Even if they're killed by you, their spiritual energy will be full and they will return to the Nourishing Object space. As little Tian spoke, Honest Lu's face turned paler and paler. His initial confidence and joy turned into fear. Elite cultivators of the same level? That meant they were all fasting cultivators, and most of them were at their peak. And he was only at level 6 fasting. As far as the eye could see, he couldn't even defeat a single cultivator. However, little Tian had yet to finish his sentence. In addition, the 100 cultivators selected are not without benefits. If you fail a round, all cultivators will be rewarded with 1,000 popularity points, which can be exchanged for 1-to-1 high-grade crystals in Tianguang ruins. If you kill the examinee or destroy the spirit herb, apart from 1,000 popularity points, you will receive an additional spirit tempering. If you fail all 3 rounds, all assisting examinees will be rewarded with the privilege of bathing in Tianguang ruins Ningyuan pool. Honest Lu's eyes were filled with despair as soon as these words were spoken. On the other hand, the eyes of the 100 cultivators lit up. They were practically beaming with joy. They had been pulled into the Herb King's inheritance space out of nowhere and were at a loss. Who knew it would be a free lunch from the heavens? Let's not talk about the actual 1,000 popularity points. Spirit tempering and Ningyuan pool were things that were extremely beneficial to a cultivator's soul and consciousness. In the end, the outcome of the first round of the nourishment test was unimaginable. Honest Lu threw away the flower pot in his hand almost immediately, kneeling and begging for mercy, giving up on passing. The cultivators on Rebirth Square were dumbfounded when they saw the contents of the test. This time, I'm really suspicious. Does the Herb King really want to find a disciple? Does he want to pass on his skills to someone else? That's right. This kind of mission doesn't look possible. Even Guru Yi can't do it, right? If Guru Yi faced 8 or 10 cultivators of the same level, I believe she could win. 30 or 40 shouldn't be a problem. After all, she's the Lord of 6 stars. But this is 100 cultivators of the same level who will never run out of spiritual energy? If she could do it, she wouldn't be human. That's not the point. Don't forget that you have to nourish the spirit herb while fighting. You can't let it die. How can you pass such a test? The crowd was in an uproar. This time, even Liangchen Dajuan could not remain calm. Because it was obvious that this was an impossible mission. Many people were cursing the Medicine King for being such a scammer. If he didn't want to give the inheritance, he could have just not opened the inheritance space. Was it fun to fool people? Mu Yan, who is also at the reincarnation square, can't help but frown. Junior sister, can you pass the stage? Mu Yan shook her head, I don't know. She really didn't know now. He wasn't afraid of the 100 cultivators. It was the spirit plant. Was it really possible to grow a spirit plant that had never even sprouted? And most importantly, she has no way of bringing the Tian Mo Qin into the Tianguang ruins. Without the Tian Mo Qin, there would be no flourishing and myriad plants resonating skills. Could he really grow a spiritual plant just by watering the soil and injecting his spiritual energy? Mu Yan remembers the dark cloud spirit flower that Di Mingju had her plant. A dark cloud spirit flower, with low spiritual power, was already so difficult to grow. Would the test given by the Yaowang be so easy? If other people were to hear her thoughts, they would probably directly vomit blood. She didn't even put the attacks of 100 cultivators of the same level in her eyes. The only worry was whether the spirit herb could be planted. After learning about the details of the nourishing item round, most of the people immediately gave up on the Herb King's inheritance. There were also people who guessed that Yi Liangchen and Fuchen wouldn't seek humiliation and would search for the entrance. Because even if they found it, it would only result in failure. Rather than being seen as a failure in front of everyone, it was better to keep a low profile and save some face for themselves. However, things went beyond everyone's expectations. On the second day, the second entrance of the nourishing item was discovered. The one who discovered the entrance was none other than the special user whose reputation was only inferior to Yi Liangchen in the Tianguang ruins, Fuchen. After finding out that Fuchen insisted on challenging the nourishing item round, everyone immediately flocked to the reincarnation plaza. Fuchen looked at the Golden Core Realm cultivators that were surrounding him. Every one of them was at least at the 7th grade of the Golden Core Realm. In the Dragon Soar Academy, all the young cultivators below the age of 30 were gathered. It was naturally rare for cultivators below the age of 30 to break through to the Golden Core Realm. But in the entire Tianguang ruins, there were countless cultivators above the Golden Core Realm. Therefore, a casual grab from the Tianguang ruins would be able to find a huge bunch of them. Right now, these Golden Core Realm cultivators were looking at Fuchen with burning eyes, as though they were looking at a huge pile of popularity points, the Ning Yuan pool, and the divine spirit tempering. Kiki, God Fuchen, don't blame us for not showing mercy later. After all, everyone is doing this for their own benefits. Fuchen took a step forward and lifted his chin slightly before saying indifferently, later on, none of you shall attack me. Why? That's right. Do you think we won't dare to kill you just because you are a god? I am used to living on the edge of a blade and I don't care what reputation you have. Fuchen let out a faint smile and his face was filled with confidence. Just because I can give each of you 10 times more benefits than 1,000 popularity points, the Ning Yuan pool, and the divine spirit tempering. Once the statement was out, the 100 cultivators were startled. What does God Fuchen mean? Fuchen said, the meaning is very clear. Everyone here, as long as you don't make a move on me while I am nurturing the spirit herb, once I obtain the Herb King's inheritance, I guarantee that each of you will receive more than 10,000 crystals. The 100 cultivators all took a deep cold breath and their breathing became hurried. 10,000 crystals was not a small sum for itinerant cultivators like them. The smile on Fuchen's face grew even more haughty. You all saw the scene yesterday. Everything that happened today must have been witnessed by tens of thousands of people in the Reincarnation Plaza. Are you all afraid that I will go back on my word? I, Fuchen, am already able to refine grade 6 elixirs. Do I still need to rely on your 1 million crystals? Indeed, a 6th grade medicinal pill was worth tens of thousands of crystals. Fuchen was definitely able to produce 1 million crystals. The 100 cultivators gritted their teeth and finally nodded heavily. All right, deal. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Oh my god, so that's how it works. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Ning Yuan Qi might be a lot to us regular cultivators, but to someone like Great God Fuchen, it isn't considered much. Even Mu Yan was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but chuckle. This Fuchen is quite interesting. Ever since he fought with him for the King of Medicine's inheritance, he hadn't used any sinister tricks. But he never gave up. Right now, this seemingly dead-end, nourishing item stage actually allowed Yi Futian to come up with such an unconventional method. It was a pity that the things that Yi Futian wanted to compete with him, be it the Mystic Heaven Pearl or the Herb King's inheritance, Yi Futian would never give up. Let's see if Fuchen's unconventional method could allow him to break through the nourishing item stage and summon the Herb King token. Without the interference of 100 golden core realm cultivators, Chu Tianyu quickly started to nurture the spirit herb in his hands. There was nothing else in the nourishing item spatial zone. But the necessities for growing the spirit herb were all prepared. In fact, the water used to cultivate the spirit herb was the rarely seen, rootless spirit water. As Chu Tianyu used his spirit qi to nourish the spirit herb and watered it with the rootless spirit water, a tender green bud slowly grew out of the flower pot. The bud emitted a rich spirit qi and fragrance, causing the 100 cultivators in the inheritance spatial zone to involuntarily take a sniff. Chu Tianyu was also overjoyed. He was originally afraid that this spirit herb would be extremely difficult to nurture. But from the looks of it now, the hardest part of the nourishing item stage wasn't to nurture the spirit herb, but to deal with the 100 cultivators of the same cultivation realm. As Chu Tianyu meticulously nurtured it, he injected more and more spirit qi. The spirit herb in the flower pot grew bigger and bigger, so much so that 3 stamens slowly appeared at the top. Right now, only 4 hours had passed. Those 3 stamens didn't look like they were going to bud for a long time either. The green calyx slowly opened up, revealing the pink and translucent petals. There was a commotion on the plaza. Could it be that the person who passed the nourishing item stage was God Fuchen? If I remember correctly, Tian Guangsu said that the nourishing item stage would be broken and the Herb King token would be revealed. Whoever activated the Herb King token would be the true Herb King's inheritor. From the looks of it, could it be that Yi Liangchen passed 2 stages consecutively and ultimately helped God Fuchen? As soon as this statement was made, many people agreed with it. As for Liangchen's army, they were about to explode from anger. Chu Tianyu used the method of bribing cultivators to pass the simplest, nourishing item stage and was going to take away all of Godya's credit? How could they accept this? Hence, Liangchen's army scolded Fuchen for being shameless, while Fuchen's supporters retorted loudly, clamoring that the Medicine King token belonged to their great god Fuchen. For a time, the reincarnation square was in chaos. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone turned around and focused their attention on the virtual projection again. However, when they saw it, they were all shocked. The 3 flowers that Chu Tianyu had nurtured had all bloomed. The petals were light pink and almost transparent. They were crystal clear and extremely beautiful. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary items. However, the petals of the first flower that bloomed slowly turned black. Then, it began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Tianyu's face was filled with panic and pain, desperately injecting spirit energy into the flower pot. No, how could this be? You can't fail. You can't wither again. Absolutely not. Unfortunately, reality did not develop in the direction he had hoped for. After another quarter of an hour, the second-most flowers withered. An hour later, even though Chu Tianyu had used all his strength, the last flower had withered. Soon after, the entire flower branch had withered, until Chu Tianyu's hand was left with a bare flower pot again. Chu Tianyu clenched the two sides of the flower pot tightly and his eyes were scarlet red. No. I cannot fail. I did not fail. User Fuchen has failed to challenge nourishment. Everyone will be expelled from Medicine King's inheritance space. Medicine King's inheritance third stage, nourishment, only has one chance to challenge. If you fail again, or if no one finds the entrance within 7 days, Medicine King's inheritance will be permanently closed. Tianguang Ruins. This is already the 7th day since nourishment opened. However, no one has found the location of the third entrance. Although Mu Yan feels that it's a pity, she can only admit that she might not be fated with Medicine King's inheritance. On the contrary, Liang Chen's army looks even more anxious and unwilling than her. Even if there is only half a day left, they must turn Tianguang Ruins upside down. They don't believe that Lu Laoshi and Fuchen's people can find the entrance. They, Liang Chen's army, are so useless. There are thousands of people, but they can't even find the entrance for the great god they support. Mu Yan looks at them bustling about, and her heart is filled with unspeakable gratitude and guilt. Thus, she wandered around Tianguang Ruins, hoping to encounter this last opportunity. Niangqin. As she is worrying, Xiaobao's crisp voice comes to her ears. Then, a small body bumps into her arms. Along with it is a colorful chicken and a strange rabbit with a pair of pink big eyes. Mu Yan looks at her son's two spirit pets, and her mouth twitches. What kind of aesthetic is this? Not a beautiful phoenix, but a coloring plate chicken. He didn't want to be a fluffy and fat rabbit, but instead wanted to be neither. It's all because of Qi Huang and Bai Xia. These two brats have led them astray. Bai Xia and Qi Huang are both tool spirits. To enter Tianguang Ruins, they need the Drifting Soul Seal. But the Drifting Soul Seal is too expensive, and Mu Yan can't afford a second one. Xiaobao solemnly vowed that he will earn it for Bai Xia. Therefore, Bai Xia can't enter Tianguang Ruins right now. At most, he can attach himself to Xiaobao's soul and come in to watch the fun. Thus, this guy is in a bad mood, so he starts to brainwash the fat rabbit. Fat rabbits have no future, slim and slender is the way of the king. How can a mung-bean-eyed rabbit attract a female rabbit? Fat rabbit, you attract female rabbits. Your whole family attracts female rabbits. Of course, it's Pika Pika's big shiny pupils that can become a fan of millions. Look at Little Master and the Goddess, which one of them doesn't have big watery eyes? In short, Little Phoenix was tricked by Qi Huang and Fat Rabbit was tricked by Bai Xia. The image of the two pets in the Tianguang Ruins was simply unsightly. Mu Yan dislikes them for being by Xiaobao's side and making him lose face. But before she could speak, she heard Little Phoenix fluttering his colorful wings and said, "Beautiful sister, we found a fun place, come play with us, okay?" Oh, would the fat rabbit wiggled its enchanting little butt. Mu Yan felt embarrassed. She turned her head and held Xiaobao's little hand. "Baby, did you have fun in Tianguang Ruins?" Xiaobao's little face was still expressionless, but it was no longer tense. His pair of blue eyes were sparkling. Hearing Mu Yan's question, he immediately nodded. There were many interesting things in Tianguang Ruins, many of which little Bao had never seen before. Suddenly, Xiaobao thought of something. He summoned the jade key storage space and muttered a few words. Then he looks at Mu Yan with big sparkling eyes. "Niangqin, here are the crystals." Mayan stares blankly and glances at her jade key space. She is startled by what she sees. Xiaobao has transferred 800,000 high-grade crystal stones to her storage space. How many days has it been since Xiaobao said he wanted to enter Tianguang Ruins to earn crystal stones to pay off her debt? He actually earned 800,000 high-grade crystal stones? Even her father's income from the world's #1 store couldn't be this fast, okay? Mayan, baby, where did you earn so many crystal stones? Xiaobao shyly lowers his long eyelashes and nervously asks, "Does Niangqin like it?" "I like it." Mayan firmly kisses his tender white cheek. "Niangqin likes it." Xiaobao's little face is bright red, but he can't help but smile. The chicken, oh no, Little Phoenix continues to cry, "Beautiful sister, there are a lot of treasures over there. No one else can find them, only little brother can. Would you like to go with us?" Mayan looks down at Xiaobao's eager eyes and nods. She has been wandering around for a long time without finding any clues to the entrance anyway, so she might as well accompany Xiaobao. Perhaps an unintentional willow tree will have a harvest. Xiaobao quickly brings Mayan to an incomparably vast place. Mayan has heard of this place before. It is called the Desolate Area, also known as the garbage dump of Tianguang Ruins. It is independent of the upper, middle, and lower districts. Tianguang Ruins completely simulates the living conditions of human beings in reality, so it specially opened up a garbage dump. Every day, the things that cultivators throw away in Tianguang Ruins will be transferred to the Desolate Area. Of course, unlike reality, if the garbage in the Desolate Area accumulates to a certain extent, it will be cleaned up. Many people know that it is possible to find treasures in the Desolate Area, but the Desolate Area is too big, and there is also a divine sense interference boundary. To find treasures inside is not something that a cultivator above the leaving body stage can do. But Xiaobao unexpectedly found a treasure worth 800,000 high-grade crystal stones in the Desolate Area. Mayan glances at her son and can't help but feel jealous. This is the child of destiny. Casually picking up garbage can earn a lot of crystal stones. Mayan has just tried to cover the entire Desolate Area with her divine sense to see if there are any treasures. In the end, she found that it is simply impossible. The barren land was too big, and there were too many disturbances. So, Xiaobao really relied on his luck to pick him up, or maybe Fat Rabbit, if he remembered correctly. This fellow was also an expert in discovering and devouring treasures. When they first met, this guy swallowed Gong Qianshua's sacred beast egg. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth twitched when she saw the three little ones rushing into the barren area to scavenge. Because in the blink of an eye, Xiaobao picked up another treasure. Mayan was standing so far away, but she could feel the fluctuation of spiritual power. He could easily sell it for dozens of high-grade crystals, right? Xiaobao and the Fat Rabbit, on the other hand, looked very disgusted. Mu Yan couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She lowered her head to pick up a bracelet at her feet. This thing was also a spiritual tool, but it was a pity that it was of the third rank and was damaged. So his luck was only good enough to pick up this. Just as this thought flashed through Mu Yan's mind, in the next moment, her fingers touched the bracelet, and a bright light flashed before her eyes. On the reincarnation square, Liang Chen's army was sighing. There were also unrelated cultivators who were feeling pity, gloating, and sighing. The seventh day of the nourishing item trial was about to pass. It seemed like no one would be able to obtain the Herb King's inheritance. Right at this moment, there was a sudden flash of light. Immediately after, a familiar scene appeared on the screen in the center of the plaza. 100 armed Golden Core Realm cultivators. There was also a fluttering white robe. She had an ordinary appearance, but no one could ignore her. After a moment of silence, the reincarnation plaza suddenly erupted with loud shouts. God Yi! It's God Yi! She finally found the entrance to the nourishing item trial. Ha ha ha, I knew it was God Yi who obtained the Herb King's inheritance. Bah, Yi Liangchen broke through the nourishing item trial? Yesterday, God Fuchen spent so much time planting flowers and didn't succeed. While the outside was in a perilous situation, Mu Yan, who was in the inheritance space, was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? She just wanted to pick up a treasure with her son. In the end, she didn't find any treasure but found the last entrance to the nourishing item trial. Thinking of this, Mu Yan couldn't help but smile. Xiaobao was truly her little lucky star. In fact, the Herb King's inheritance was opened mostly due to Xiaobao's good luck. Now, she was able to find the last entrance to the Herb King's inheritance at the last moment because of Xiaobao. Xiaobao's eyes flashed with attachment, then turned into Yi Liangchen's army's ardent expectations. Alright, even if it was for Xiaobao and those who supported her unconditionally, she must succeed. Mu Yan's divine sense slowly penetrated into the flower pot in her hand. Right at this moment, among the 100 Golden Core Realm cultivators, someone spoke loudly. Yi Liangchen, Chu Tianyu offered 10 times the price that Tianguang Ruins offered yesterday. How much are you going to pay today? Hehe, you are the Lord of 6 Stars, the #1 talisman master in Tianguang Ruins. Your shop must be earning a lot every day, right? If you don't give us a satisfactory price today, we will not be obedient. These 100 Golden Core Realm cultivators revealed an expectant and greedy expression. Fuchen might have failed yesterday, but he fulfilled his promise. He gave those 100 golden core realm cultivators a lot of good stuff. Today, when they found out that they were chosen by Tianguang ruins, they were extremely excited. How could he not be excited when the opportunity to make a fortune fell on his head several times? However, after they finished shouting, they found that the girl opposite them was not moving at all. Her willowy eyebrows were slightly knitted, as if she was in a daze. "Hey, Yap Liangchen, did you hear that? Don't think that we're afraid of you just because you have the support of Liangchen's army. That's right. Without any benefits, we won't listen obediently." Mayan's consciousness slowly withdrew from the flower pot, muttering in a low voice, "So that's how it is. No wonder Chu Tianyu failed yesterday." In fact, when Chu Tianyu failed yesterday, she had thought of a possibility. Now that she probed with her divine sense, she was even more certain. Hearing the clamor of the 100 cultivators, Mu Yan slowly raised her head, the corners of her mouth slowly hooked up, revealing a lazy and evil smile. "Are you trying to extort me?" The leading cultivator at the peak of Golden Core Realm frowned and said, "So what if we are? Yap Liangchen, don't forget that you're the one who needs our help." "My apologies." The smile on Mu Yan's face is getting brighter and brighter. It makes her ordinary face look even brighter. "The person who can blackmail me, Yi Liangchen, hasn't been born yet." As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the sky. Thinking until here, Mu Yan couldn't help but smile. Xiaobao was truly her little lucky star. In fact, the reason why the Herb King's inheritance could be opened was mostly due to Xiaobao's good luck. Right now, she was able to find the entrance to the Herb King's inheritance at the final juncture because of Xiaobao. Xiaobao's sparkling eyes flashed in front of her eyes, which then turned into the ardent expectation of Liang Chen's army. Alright, even if it was for Xiaobao and those who supported her unconditionally, she must succeed. Mu Yan's divine sense slowly permeated into the flower pot in her hand. Right at this moment, one of the 100 golden core realm cultivators spoke loudly. "Yi Liangchen, Chu Tianyu offered 10 times the price that Tianguang ruins offered yesterday. How much do you intend to pay today?" "Hehe, you are the Lord of 6 stars, the #1 talisman master in Tianguang ruins. Your shop must be earning a lot every day, right? If the price you offer isn't satisfactory, we will not listen obediently." The 100 golden core realm cultivators revealed expressions of anticipation and greed. Fuchen might have failed yesterday, but he fulfilled his promise. He gave the 100 golden core realm cultivators plenty of good stuff. Today, when they found out that they were chosen by Tianguang ruins, they were extremely excited. How could he not be excited when the opportunity to make a fortune fell on his head several times? However, after they finished shouting, they noticed that the young lady in front of them didn't move at all. Her willowy brows were slightly knitted as though she was in a daze. "Hey, Yi Liangchen, did you hear that? Don't think that we are afraid of you just because you have the support of Liangchen's army. That's right. Without any benefits, we will not listen obediently." Mu Yan's divine sense slowly withdrew from the flower pot and muttered, "So that's the case. No wonder Chu Tianyu failed yesterday." In fact, when Chu Tianyu failed yesterday, she already thought of a possibility. Now that she probed with her divine sense, she was even more certain. Hearing the clamor of the 100 cultivators, Mu Yan slowly lifted her head and the corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a lazy and evil smile. "Are you trying to extort me?" The peak stage golden core realm cultivator frowned. "So what if we are? Yi Liangchen, don't forget that you are the one who needs our help." "My apologies." The smile on the corner of Mayan's mouth is getting brighter and brighter. It makes her ordinary face look even brighter. "The person who can blackmail me, Yi Liangchen, hasn't been born yet." As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the sky. At the same time, an invisible longsword condensed in her hand. Wherever the sword light went, the 100 golden core cultivators were all enveloped. "They're just 100 pieces of trash. Instead of giving you any benefits, I might as well kill them all in one go." This is sword chi materialization? Isn't this something only leaving aperture realm experts are capable of? How could Ji Liangchen, a Jingdan cultivator, do that? The cultivators on the reincarnation square were driven crazy by Yap Liangchen. Shock after shock, legend after legend. Many people were even numb to it, not feeling surprised at all. "Calm down, calm down. What's there to be surprised about? You're ignorant, are you? To great God Yu, this is nothing out of the ordinary. Otherwise, do you think anyone can become the Lord of 6 stars? The golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators were on the verge of tears. Sword chi materialization at the Jindan stage? This is not normal at all. If this was a normal operation, they would all be rookies. Isn't the point that God Yi didn't choose to bribe 100 cultivators and chose to challenge him instead? Yeah. Even if Goddess Yi is really strong, in the face of 100 cultivators of the same level, and most of them are at the peak of the gold core realm, how can she win? Little Treasure, the fat rabbit, and the others had also rushed to the reincarnation square at this time. Watching the battle on the screen, Xiaobao clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly as he stared ahead. Mother is so strong, there's still a long way to go before I reach my mother. If he wants to protect his mother, he must work harder. Looking at the screen of light, the demoness who killed golden core cultivators as if she was chopping melons and vegetables, the fat rabbit couldn't help but shrink his neck. How terrifying. A female devil was indeed a female devil, he must never provoke it in the future. At this time, in the inheritance space, Mu Yan's battle with 100 Aurus core stage cultivators had already been going on for half an hour. The ground was covered with the corpses of golden core cultivators. The last standing middle-aged man stared at the young girl in front of him in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Impossible. From the corner of his eyes, the middle-aged male cultivator glanced at the 100 people who had already been killed, and felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Each of his 100 cultivators was at least a 7th-stage golden core cultivator. How was it possible for them to be completely wiped out within an hour? Was this Shi Liangchen, the Lord of 6 stars? Is this the invincible king that all young cultivators worship? Puchi, the sword chi pierced through his neck, and he slowly fell down. Mayan lowers her hand and the sword in her hand disappears. She slightly gasps for breath and fine beads of sweat appear on her forehead. She had just killed 100 cultivators of the same level as her with lightning speed. It seemed as if he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, but in reality, it was definitely not that easy. Mu Yan doesn't look at the fallen Jindan stage cultivator, but instead lowers her head to look at the spirit plants. During the battle, she held the flower pot in her left hand. The blood of 100 golden core cultivators splashed on it, causing the flower pot and soil to be stained with blood. Mu Yan quickly fetches the rootless spirit water from the side and waters it. Then, she injects mellow spiritual power into the flower pot. In the next moment, a tender green sprout emerged from the soil. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. This rate of growth was clearly faster than Chu Tianyou's. In less than 10 minutes, the spirit plant had already grown to the height of an arm. 9 flower buds gradually appeared on the branch. The calyx that covered the petals opened slightly, allowing people to see the pink petals inside. Someone on the reincarnation square shouted. 9 flowers. Great God, Yi actually produced 9 flowers. Much more formidable than Fuchen. Also, why do I feel that Great Goddess Yi's flower is darker than Fuchen's? Hee, 9 flowers, what's the use of having a deep color? Won't it wither in the end? Just as everyone had guessed, after all 9 flower buds were formed. The first flower bloomed. The second, third, fourth, all showed signs of blooming. However, what appeared even faster was the first flower. Black spots appeared on its translucent pink petals. This was obviously a sign of withering. People in the reincarnation square screamed. They knew that Yap Liangchen was going to fail. No one would be able to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance anymore. In the square, Liangchen's army is going crazy, but Mayan's expression doesn't change. She looked at the first flower that was gradually withering, then at the corpses of the 100 cultivators that were slowly disappearing. She frowned slightly. Is this little bit of blood chi really not enough? Almost as soon as her voice fell. In the inheritance space, 100 golden core cultivators were resurrected. The expressions of these 100 people were completely different from before. Some were furious, some were gnashing their teeth, and some were terrified. However, no one dared to step forward. While the 100 people were hesitating, the first flower completely withered, and the second flower slowly bloomed. Mu Yan looked at the 100 people, and her lips curled into a disdainful smile. She held the flower pot in her left hand, and the sword chi in her right hand took shape again. Only then did he say casually, 100 experts? Heh, with this kind of standard, you still have the nerve to call yourself a powerhouse? Now, do you still want benefits from me? This contemptuous tone completely infuriated most of the Golden Core Realm cultivators. What's there to be afraid of? She's just a silly little girl. Didn't you guys notice that the spiritual energy around her has decreased by a lot? Her face isn't looking good either. Don't forget, she just used up a lot of spiritual energy. Didn't you guys hear the rules announced by Tianguang Su? She can't use elixirs here, nor can she replenish her spiritual power. The moment these words came out, the faces of the 100 Golden Core cultivators immediately changed from fear to joy. Right, and this time, we won't attack her. We'll attack the spiritual plant. She can block 100 of our attacks on her own. I don't believe that she can protect the spiritual herb in her hands at the same time. This thought didn't just run through the minds of these 100 cultivators. Even the people in the reincarnation square are sweating for Mayan. After killing 100 people, Mayan's breathing was uneven, and her pale face was still in front of him. Almighty Yi was naturally powerful and could easily kill 100 cultivators of the same level. But no matter how strong they were, without spiritual power to replenish their strength, how long could they last? This time, God Yi would definitely fail, right? However, the truth once again exceeded everyone's expectations. When Mu Yan has turned the 100th Jindan stage cultivator into a corpse for the second time, his blood flows like a river on the ground. Inside and outside the inheritance space, it was dead silent. The people in the reincarnation square were dumbfounded. Another round of slaughter, another round of killing. Was he even human? Invincible among his peers. In the crowd, someone suddenly screamed. In the past, someone said that so-and-so was invincible among his peers, but I absolutely didn't believe it. But at this moment, I don't have the slightest doubt that God Yi is absolutely invincible among his peers. It's not just invincible. Even if you let a nascent soul cultivator kill 100 high-level golden core cultivators, they might not be able to do it. In my opinion, Great God Yi is invincible under the 3rd level of nascent soul realm. Reincarnation Square was in an uproar. Everyone was amazed at how terrifying, powerful and invincible Yap Liangchen was. But very quickly, someone from Liangchen's army cried out in surprise. God Yi's injuries are so severe. With these words, everyone's attention was once again focused on the light screen. With this look, many of the Liangchen army felt their hearts clench. There was a large group of Jindan stage cultivators surrounding them, and Mu Yan wasn't facing them, so they didn't notice. In the inheritance space, the girl stood alone in a pool of blood. His light-colored clothes had long since been dyed red with blood. Even her blood flowed down her arm and into the flower pot she was holding. Because there's too much blood, it's overflowing. On her hanging left arm, there's a hideous wound. The flesh is turned over, and the dense bones underneath can be seen. Xiao Bao, who's watching from a distance, suddenly clenches his small hands, his blue eyes filled with unwillingness, worry, and fear. He wants to rush over to help his mother. But he knows that he can't. In the Liangchen army, there are quite a few girls whose eyes are already red. Covering their mouths, tears fall down in a pitter-patter. Not only because the person they're supporting has suffered such a serious injury, suffering unbearable pain for ordinary people. It's also because she's clearly worked so hard, but the spirit plants in her hands, but they still withered one after another. In the second round of battle against 100 cultivators, Mayan spent an hour. It's twice as long as the first time. In this hour, there are only 3 flowers left from the 9 in her hands. And the 7th flower that's blossoming also has faint black spots on its petals. This means that the 7th flower is also about to wither. How could this be? Zhu Xiang cries very sadly. Great God Yi obviously worked so hard, why did he still fail in the end? Oh no, Devour, look, 100 cultivators are about to be resurrected again. Great God Yi has already used up all his spiritual power, his body is full of injuries, how can he fight the 3rd round? Boo-hoo, what lousy medicine King's inheritance, Great God Yi, let's not take it, okay? In the square, not to mention the angry and distressed Liangchen army. Even those unrelated passersby can't help but feel worried. Originally, they were still gloating. If they can't get the Medicine King's inheritance, it's best if no one else can get it. But at this moment, they suddenly hope that Great God Yi can get it. That's just a girl who looks like she's just 20 years old, she's already paid so much, left with injuries all over her body, bled all over. Why can't she succeed? However, the people outside are worried, but they suddenly see the girl with a deathly pale complexion, covered in cuts and bruises, looking at the spirit plant in her hands, suddenly blooming with a brilliant smile. Spiritual energy, blood energy, evil chi, three energies nourish a plant, so it's really like this. TSK, just what kind of divine being is this spirit plant, to actually use such an abnormal method to raise it, if it wasn't for the fact that he had once used 10,000 plants resonating resonance, and had a certain degree of sensitivity towards spirit plants, he wouldn't have been able to do so. He would never have guessed that there was actually such a delicate and strange spirit plant in the world. The point is, in this world, apart from Mu Yan, who has the Tian Mo Qin and can use the 10,000 plants resonating, is there a second person who can guess the real way to clear this level? That's impossible. Hearing Mayan's ravings, everyone in the reincarnation square stares blankly. Spiritual chi, blood chi, and evil chi. 3 chi nourishing a plant? What did that mean? Then, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, isn't the 7th flower much redder than the previous 6 flowers?" As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately came to a realization. The 7th flower was no longer pink, but close to a bright red. It seemed that he was only one step away from being bright red. Sister Hua came to a sudden realization. I get it now. This spiritual plant can't just be nurtured with spiritual energy and rootless spirit water. It also needs to be nurtured with killing intent and blood energy. This is the reason why Fuchen bribed 100 cultivators but was unable to make the spirit plant bloom and bear fruit. This is also the reason why Great God Yi didn't hesitate to choose to fight against 100 strong cultivators of the same level who can be resurrected. Just then, in the inheritance space, 100 gold core stage cultivators appear again. The 60 or so golden core cultivators had obviously noticed this as well. Each of them are happy, but then they reveal their ferocious faces. Ha ha ha, this bitch really can't do it anymore, she can't even take out her sword. Let's see how she's going to kill us this time. Yap Liangchen, now, we'll give you another chance. The leading peak Jindan stage man says proudly, give each of us 100 times the reward of Tianguang ruins, and we'll let you go. How about it? There's no expression on Mayan's face, she doesn't care about the words of these people. She carefully observes the remaining 3 flowers for a while. Suddenly, the spirit plant planted in the flower pot is snapped in half. Everyone inside and outside the inheritance space exclaims. What is Yap Liangchen doing? Could it be that she knows that she has no hope of passing this stage, so she's giving up? Those 60 Jindan stage cultivators spit a few times in annoyance. A woman will always be a woman. She's exhausted her spiritual power and is afraid of us, so she's going to use this method to admit defeat. However, out of everyone's expectation, Mayan's expression is unfazed. She leisurely snaps the spirit plant and directly holds it in her blood-stained palm. They thought that the spirit plant will wither and die. But who knew, the flower on top of it is still blooming. In fact, her complexion was even more beautiful than before. And there's no sound of defeat in the inheritance space. Does this mean that Yap Liangchen won't let the spirit plant die? She's not going to admit defeat. She's going to fight to the end. Mayan uses her torn clothes to tie the broken spirit plant to her hand. The fresh blood soaks the branch even more, and the 2 blooming flowers are even more beautiful. However, it can't stop more and more black spots from appearing on the petals. Yap Liangchen, did you hear what we said? If you admit defeat now and agree to compensate us 100 times, we'll spare your life. Humph, this bitch dares to ignore us like this. How can 100 times be enough, at least 1,000 times? Mayan slowly raises her head, and her gaze falls on these people. Her mouth hooks up into a sinister smile. You still want compensation? Ah, today, Yap Liangchen, will leave my words here. If the 100 of you don't have enough killing intent, and if you're not strong enough, I won't be able to nurture this spirit plant. Just you wait, I'll demand compensation from you one by one in the real world. When the time comes, it won't be 10 times or 100 times, but 10 million times. The moment she said this, the 100 golden core cultivators were all dumbfounded. Damn it, this was the first time they had seen someone more unreasonable than them. This B*TCH couldn't grow any spiritual plants herself, so she wanted to seek compensation from them. Why? It had nothing to do with them, this was blatant extortion, okay? Wait a minute, some of the golden core cultivators, whose faces were distorted with anger, suddenly reacted. You can't even materialize your sword chi, and you want to kill another 100 of us? Ha ha ha, Yap Liangchen, have you lost your mind because of the withered flowers? No sword, no spiritual energy, and your body is covered in wounds. Let's not talk about 100 people. Even 10 people would be enough to torture you to death. You still dare to talk nonsense to us, is this really a big joke? Mayan sneers, no sword? Her blood-stained hand slowly stretches out, who said I don't have a sword? As soon as she finished speaking, a blood-red light shines from her body. Immediately, the girl's flesh and tendons all burst open, and blood splatters everywhere. Her already pale face was now drained of all color. Almost at the same time, the spiritual power that had disappeared from Mayan's body gradually emerges again. In her right hand, an invisible sword that was even longer than the previous one reappeared. Inside and outside the inheritance space, there is dead silence. Gulp. Someone swallows a mouthful of saliva, his eyes full of horror. Too ruthless? Did she explode her sea of consciousness and primordial spirit to gather spiritual power? Is Yi Liangchen crazy? Spiritual power can be recovered after it is used up. Those injuries are only materialized in Tianguang ruins, not real physical injuries. But she exploded her own primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, that can't be recovered at all. Cultivators and spiritual pets can enter Tianguang ruins by relying on their materialized primordial spirit. Although fighting is forbidden in Tianguang ruins, there are some special battlefields that are used to practice magic weapons. Here, physical injuries in Tianguang ruins will not be reflected in reality. But primordial spirit is different. In Tianguang ruins, everyone is most afraid of primordial spirit injuries. But Yi Liangchen, not only is she not afraid, she even exploded her own primordial spirit and sea of consciousness. The people on the reincarnation square are still shocked. The 100 Jindan stage cultivators in the inheritance space are going crazy. Damn, this woman is too ruthless. Is Yi Liangchen really a woman? Why do I feel that there are not many men who are more ruthless than her? Who the hell knows? Tianguang ruins can change one's appearance and gender. In my opinion, this is not something that a human can do. Exploding her own primordial spirit and sea of consciousness to gather the exhausted spiritual power. This will damage one's innate talent, and they may never be able to break through again. Moreover, can ordinary people bear the pain of exploding their primordial spirit and sea of consciousness? Isn't it better to die than to live? But looking at the girl in front of them, although her face is pale and there is not a single part of her body that is unharmed, her blood-covered face is calm and tranquil, without a trace of pain or fear. This woman is King lunatic. Mayan holds the invisible sword and says in a low voice, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Don't dare to fight now? A bunch of trash." The 100 faces on the other side turn red. However, looking at the sword in her hand, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. All right. They really didn't dare. In the past, when hundreds of rampaging beasts almost trampled them flat, they were not afraid. But now, facing this woman, they were really, really terrified. Mu Yan frowns, "All of you attack me with all your might, don't hold back the slightest bit. If you don't have enough killing intent and blood chi, you won't be able to nourish my spirit plants. Hee, you know the consequences." The 100 people on the other side shuddered. On the contrary, if you work hard enough to kill me, I can guarantee that I won't trouble you afterward. This was a blatant threat. If it was in the past, these old men who lived on the edge of a knife would definitely rather be killed than humiliated. But now, at the thought of being hunted down by this terrifying woman, no, this she-devil, in the future, the cultivators felt that there was nothing left to live for. In the end, these 100 people slowly raised their magic tools again. Mu Yan glances at the spirit plant in her hand. The 7th flower has already completely withered. The remaining 8th and 9th flowers had completely bloomed. Black spots had already appeared on the petals of the 8th flower. Time was running out. Mayan points the tip of her sword, suddenly releasing her evil chi. At this moment, someone on the opposite side suddenly asked loudly. If we help you obtain the Medicine King's inheritance, will you allow us to join Liangchen's army? As soon as he said that, the eyes of the 100 people lit up, filled with anticipation and excitement. Liangchen's army, everyone knew that this was the wealthiest, most glorious, and most arrogant organization in the entire Tianguang ruins. Talismans, elixirs, vanity, he did not lack anything. It was just that Liangchen's army was very united and cohesive, and they were very strict with those who wanted to join. Itinerant cultivators like them, who had no power or influence, and whose background was not clean, would definitely not stand a chance. Originally, these ruthless cultivators, who were used to doing things their own way, did not want to join any organization. However, Yi Liangchen was just too strong. He was so strong that they were afraid and convinced. Now, they felt that it was pretty good to follow such an awesome, powerful, and omnipotent boss. The eyes of the golden core cultivators in the inheritance space lit up. Outside, Sister Hua, Godfather Ma, and the others almost cursed out loud. What the hell? How dare he threaten Gaji at this time and even want to join Liangchen's army? Humph, this group of bastards, even if they really join in, I'll torture them until they wish they were dead. However, the people inside and outside the inheritance space did not receive Mu Yan's reply. A blood-colored figure had already soared into the sky, directly disappearing into the crowd. You've been chattering away for half a day, but you don't even dare to fight. You want to join Liangchen's army with your pathetic looks? If you want to join Liangchen's army, you'll have to kill me first. Drip. Drip, fresh blood drips from Mayan's bony hand, winding into a river of blood on the ground. There was a fist-sized hole in her abdomen. His left shoulder was almost sliced off. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was unscathed. Other than dripping onto the ground, the blood also flowed onto the stalk and leaf of the spiritual plant tied to her left hand. At this moment, the dark green stems and leaves were faintly red. And on the branch, there was a bright red flower that seemed like it could drip blood, blooming brilliantly. This was the only one of the 9 flowers left. It was also the only one that was not contaminated by the black spots. However, a flower was still a flower, not a fruit. Mu Yan shook her head, and everything in front of her began to turn into a shadow. Her body was ice-cold, heavy, and empty, as if she couldn't control it at all. Her ears were ringing, and she couldn't hear anything. The remaining dozen or so golden core cultivators gripped their weapons tightly in their hands, but they were unable to advance or move. More than 10 people's eyes were slightly red. But it was not because of anger or fear. Instead, it was an incomparable shock. How many waves of people had this girl killed? Was it the 4th wave or the 5th? She exploded her primordial spirit and consciousness again and again. Did she really not want her life anymore? How could someone be so cruel to themselves? How could anyone be so strong? The killing intent of these slaughterers had already been obliterated. But what about her? His body was covered in cuts and bruises, but his eyes were shockingly bright. There was only an indomitable determination. He did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Mu Yan shook her head again and clenched the sword chi that was almost impossible to condense in her hand. She would not retreat, she wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. She didn't want to become the same weakling from her previous life who could be trampled upon, who couldn't even protect her own son. She wanted to be her own master. She wanted to protect the people she cared about. She wanted to be qualified to stand by Di Mingju's side. She wanted to protect her most important treasure in this world. She didn't want to let him get hurt. On the reincarnation square, many soldiers of Liangchen army were crying. At this moment, they really wanted to rush in and take the place of the person they respected. Xiaobao's icy blue eyes were already red. His little body was trembling. If he could find the entrance to the nourishing space, he would have already rushed in. Mother suffered such a serious injury. It must be very painful. Why wasn't Xiaobao by her side? Why couldn't he protect Mother? Tears fell from his big eyes. Suddenly, a hand pressed on the top of his head and rubbed it gently. Little junior sister's talent surpasses everyone else's, but how many people know exactly how hard she works? Xiaobao turned around. His tearful eyes met Chu Moli's gentle gaze. Third martial uncle. Xiaobao looked up and saw Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiu, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, and Luo Yu. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were all here. In fact, they didn't know that Luo Yunxiao was also quietly watching the scene in the realm of inheritance in the dreamy cloud lake. Her eyes were as deep as an abyss, but there were faint waves in them. Yun Ruhan sighed softly. The sword energy in the blood slaughter sword formation left by junior martial uncle is twice as much as ours. Ling Yuma squatted down and gently wiped the tears off Xiaobao's face. No matter what the opportunity is, as long as it can make her stronger, she won't let it go. If she can't catch it, she won't force it. But if she catches it, she won't let it go. Luo Yu smiled mischievously. Xiaobao, you should know that your mother, my sixth senior sister, is someone who will continue to get stronger and grow. She will eventually stand at the peak. She isn't someone who needs other people's protection to survive. Xiaobao looked at them blankly, as if he didn't understand. But the obsession in his heart, as well as the heart-wrenching pain and unwillingness, slowly disappeared. There was only one thought left in his mind. His mother was so strong, he must also become stronger. Xiaobao wiped his tears with his sleeve and said in a muffled voice, "But mother is in trouble now. I want to help her." The people of the Xiaoyao sect sighed. Yes, they all knew that their little junior sister had fallen into a desperate situation, but they had no choice. The only thing he could do was probably to pray that junior sister would succeed, right? Ling Yuma said casually. However, Xiaobao seemed to have understood. His little face turned serious, and he clenched his fists tightly. He closed his eyes and said, "Mother will succeed. She will definitely succeed." The people of the Xiaoyao sect were speechless, but they couldn't help but clasp their hands and whisper, "Junior sister, you must succeed." They didn't know if their voices were heard by other people in the reincarnation square. Someone else started to chant, "Yi Liangchen, hold on a little longer. You will get the inheritance of the king of herbs." Slowly, the entire Liangchen army in the square started praying with tears in their eyes. The spiritual plant in God Ye's hands. No matter what you are, hurry up and bear fruit. God Yi, you must obtain the king of medicine's inheritance. From Liang Chen's army to the upper, middle, and lower districts, everyone on the reincarnation square. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind, God Yi, she is worthy of the king of medicine's inheritance. So, if there are any gods or Buddhas, then please bless God Yi's success. In the inheritance space, the 100 golden core cultivators that had reappeared did not attack again. Instead, they looked at each other, and then at the girl who was no longer in human form, but was unwilling to fall down. Suddenly, someone threw the weapon in his hand to the ground. Damn it, what kind of stupid test is this? Is there anyone who tortures people like this? Didn't they say that you can grow this stupid flower with blood chi, evil chi, and spiritual power? Why is there no result yet? Are you going to King exhaust God Ye's life before you're satisfied? What lousy medicine king? What lousy inheritance? What was so good about it? Almighty Yi, can't we just give it up? Someone suddenly points a sword at the blood-red flower in Mayan's hand. What kind of lousy flower is this? Hurry up and finish it for me. That's right, hurry up and finish it. It's time to pass the nourishing object stage. The king of medicine's inheritance belongs to our God Yi. 100 people started cursing in a disorderly manner. In the end, they began to shout in unison, "End it. If you don't end it, I'll kill you." At this time, Mu Yan can no longer hear the sound, nor can she see everything in front of her. A distant and mournful voice faintly sounded in her ears. It sounded like a chant or a murmur. Resurrection lily, resurrection soul. Drink your blood, devour your soul. Condense your baleful chi, take your life. The red spider lily bloomed, and the obsession was born. The flower of the other shore withered, and the yellow springs fell. Mayan suddenly opens her eyes and looks at the bright red flower in her hand. Two clear terms appeared in his mind. Spider lily. Yellow spring fruit. This spirit plant was going to grow, a yellow spring's fruit. As soon as this thought fell, Mu Yan felt her vision go black, and she directly fell down. God Yi. Oh no, God Yi really can't hold on any longer. Great God Yi paid such a huge price. Is he really going to fail the last stage of the King of Medicine's inheritance? Regardless of whether it was the inheritance space or the rebirth square, they were all in a mess. Especially when the inheritance space began to tremble, it caused everyone to feel despair. Did Great God Yi fail to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance in the end? Why? Why? Guru Yi was already so outstanding, so why didn't he get King Yaowang's recognition? While everyone was filled with hatred and heartache, they didn't notice that specks of white starlight were seeping into the space from all directions. Some of the starlight was emitted by the 100 cultivators. And some of the starlight came from the 100 cultivators. The inheritance space was collapsing more and more. Just when everyone thought that the Medicine King's inheritance would be completely closed, suddenly, the blood-red spirit plant swayed slightly, and its petals began to fall off one by one. That's right, it wasn't withering, but it was floating in the air after falling off. When all the petals fell, a sparkling and translucent fruit slowly condensed in the center. Everyone was stunned by the scene. He did not understand what this meant. The next moment, the entire King of Medicine's inheritance space shattered, and the light screen on the plaza also disappeared. The heaven ruined shook and earth. Heaven. The heave. Of the heaven. Of the sky otherworld. The. Harboring the heart of saving the world, concocting a pill that defies the heavens and changes fate, seizing the soul of the King of Hell. This is the sacred ancestor Medicine King. Yoth King of King Other Inherit King. Inheritance of King King. Other of Medicine of Saint Ancest King is. King Inheritance. The one who obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance is, Lil Tian didn't finish. The light of the rebirth square disappeared. It's just that this time it's not an image, but a line of glittering, incomparably conspicuous words. Congratulations to Tianguang Ruin's special class user Yi Liangchen for becoming the only successor of the sacred ancestor Medicine King. Then, the entire Tianguang Ruins is suddenly filled with countless explosions of fireworks. The bright light blinds everyone's eyes. And in the sky above the upper, middle and lower districts of Tianguang Ruins, as well as the Barren district, this line of big words appears. Congratulations to Tianguang Ruin's special class user Yi Liangchen for becoming the only successor of the sacred ancestor Medicine King. Little Tian's voice pauses for a moment, and then suddenly rises. The person who obtained the Medicine King's inheritance is Yi Liang Chen. Tianguang Ruins is deathly silent. Mu Yan drags her head that feels like it's splitting apart, looking up to see the glittering big words hanging above her head. The corner of her mouth twitches fiercely. Little Tian's taste is really getting more and more strange. First host, you're really great. Little Tian's excited voice reaches her ears. When the Medicine King's inheritance was set up, Little Tian seems to have heard that it's 100% impossible for anyone to pass, but you really obtained the inheritance. You're really worthy of being the first host, 100% impossible for anyone to pass? Mu Yan presses her dizzy head, puzzled. Why did Medicine King set the assessment to be 100% impossible? Is he really looking for a successor? In fact, these 3 checkpoints. Everything has a certain chance to pass. When it comes to the mind's eye, it's already very abnormal. If Mu Yan didn't happen to see the incomplete formation, she would have died. As for nourishing things, that's the most desperate of desperate situations. Until now, Mu Yan still doesn't know how she finally passed this checkpoint. Little Tian says, at that time, Little Tian didn't understand a lot of things, so I didn't understand a lot of the words, and I didn't remember them. Or in other words, a part of the information has been erased. Mu Yan shakes her head. In any case, she has obtained the Medicine King's inheritance. That's not right. She has become the Medicine King's successor, but what about the inheritance? She didn't see anything. Little Tian, where's my Medicine King's inheritance? Is it an ancient book or a jade slip? Little Tian, none of them. First host, in a while. Wait a minute. First host, why you seem to be about to level up? What? Mu Yan was confused. Upgrade? What upgrade? Little Tian's mechanical voice became urgent. It's too late, first host. You have to leave Tianguang ruins quickly. Before the upgrade is completed, you can no longer enter the Tianguang ruins. Wait a minute, can you explain yourself? What level should I upgrade to? And my Legend of the Medicine King. Before Mu Yan could finish her sentence, she felt her vision go dark. The scenery of the barren area disappeared. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the sleeping quarters of Tianlang Palace. Mayan sat in a daze for a good while. She suddenly woke up and tried to enter the Tianguang ruins. However, she discovered that this time, she was actually unable to enter. Shit. So she had gone through so much hardship to pass the King of Medicine's inheritance? Not only did they not get anything, but they couldn't even enter the Tianguang ruins? Xiaoxian continent. Boom, a loud noise resounded in the center of the polar domain, the Imperial City. Then, in the depths of the Imperial City that was shrouded in fog, something rose into the air. It let out a buzzing sound, and then slowly fell down. The people who stayed behind to guard the polar domain's Imperial City jumped in fright, looking at the horizon in astonishment. One after another, they discussed what it was. Han Yi, who's changing shifts to stay behind in the Imperial City, hears the commotion and comes out. Seeing something rise and fall, his feet stagger, and he almost falls down from the palace. Someone passed the Medicine King's inheritance? It's fine that such an abnormal Medicine King's inheritance was discovered, but there's actually someone who passed the assessment? This, how is this possible? Even Ying Mei, who had always been cold and indifferent, revealed a surprised expression. Others don't know the contents of the Medicine King's inheritance, but in the polar domain, Di Mingju's confidants more or less know a little. That's an assessment that he doesn't want anyone to pass. Don't look at Senior Medicine King's tough talk. In fact, so many years have passed, and he's long since given up hope. He didn't expect that someone would actually pass today. Elder Chang will definitely be very happy, right? But a certain someone, Ying Mei looks at Han Yu with a smile that's not a smile. This time, are you going to change your name to Yihan? Han Ye's expression stiffens. He was just casually saying it at the time. How could he have thought that someone would actually pass that abnormal Medicine King's inheritance assessment? However, Han Ye's expression only turns unsightly for a moment. Then he immediately smiles and looks at Ying Mei. I think the name Yihan isn't bad. Our daughter will be called Yixing in the future. Ying Mei's expression turns sluggish for a moment. Then he flies into a rage out of humiliation, and ruthlessly kicks out, who's going to be your daughter? Han Yi flies 2 steps back from the kick, but he smiles even more like an idiot. Then a son is fine too, the son will be called Ye Chen. Ying Mei has the heart to still get angry, but facing Han Yi's silly smile, he can't help but reveal a smile at the corners of his mouth, smiling like an idiot. As the two are messing around, they see a figure swiftly flying over from afar, but he doesn't enter the Imperial City. Instead, he flies directly in the direction of the Medicine King Hall. It's Elder Chang. Ying Mei says softly, there's hope for Senior Medicine King, the happiest must be Elder Chang. As soon as Elder Chang enters the Medicine King Hall, he rushes in shouting, Little Jiu, I just saw the light of the Heaven Void Cauldron in the polar domain's northern frontier. It's the Medicine King's inheritance. Someone passed the Medicine King's inheritance, right? Elder Chang's voice can't stop trembling, even carrying a trace of hoarseness from excitement. 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. He thought that there was no hope for little Nine in this lifetime. He didn't expect that the Xiaoxian continent actually had such a shocking and brilliant person. However, Chang Lao hadn't finished sighing, when he heard Han Chijia shouting in anger. Bastard! Bastard! I'm so mad. Ah! Which bastard is it? Give me back my disciple. Di Mingju, is it you? Yes, it must be you, you bastard. You were afraid that my disciple would surpass you, so you purposely didn't let me come into contact with her. The moment Elder Chang saw, the entire Medicine King Hall was smashed into smithereens by Han Shujiu. Those pills that could be sold at a sky-high price in the Xiaoxian continent were trampled on the ground like mud. As for the sacred artifact, the Heaven Void Cauldron, it was treated as a rubbish bin, and a large pile of debris was thrown into it. The corner of Elder Chang's mouth twitched. What was going on? Shouldn't he be happy that he had found a disciple? Who provoked this ancestor again? Cough cough. Little Nine, shut up. Is the monarch someone you can casually slander? What the hell is going on? Han Shujiu's eyes glared over fiercely, overbearing and threatening with killing intent. However, when Elder Chang met those eyes, he almost burst out laughing. Han Shujiu's appearance right now, with apricot eyes and peach cheeks, a cute round face, and a fierce baby face, she doesn't look imposing at all. With great difficulty, Elder Chang said, the heaven void cauldron temporarily broke through its shackles. That means that someone managed to imitate the Yellow Springs fruit. Isn't that a good thing? Little Nine, you finally have the chance to break the curse. By the way, who is your disciple? He was really curious as to how such a heaven-defying monster could exist in the Cultivation continent. He could even grow the Yellow Springs fruit. However, when she heard his words, Han Shujiu became even more furious. How would I know who my disciple is? I can't sense anyone in the inheritance space at all. Elder Chang was stunned. What do you mean? Han Shujiu angrily said, my apprentice didn't wait for me in the inheritance space. Tell me, could it be that the people of your polar domain are up to something? They're afraid that my precious apprentice will retaliate against Demingju in the future, so they deliberately plotted against him. The corner of Elder Chang's mouth twitched. Little Jiu was so unreliable. Could he be any more unreasonable? Recently, the northern border's barrier had weakened, and the poltergeist ghosts had invaded. The emperor didn't even have time to chase after his wife. The entire polar domain was busy, so who would have the time to plot against his disciple? Ahem. Elder Chang coughed lightly. Could it be that the person who received the inheritance isn't interested in becoming the successor of the Medicine King? When these words came out, Han Shujiu's facial expression instantly became sluggish and her eyes were full of disbelief. Elder Chang coughed softly again. Don't tell me you've never considered this possibility? Ahem. Maybe the person who inherited your heritage is a combat cultivator, and he doesn't want to be a medicine king. No. But. Yes. Han Shujiu shouted and fiercely interrupted Chang Lao. I am the king of medicine, the only king of medicine in this world, why does he despise me? There is no one in this world who doesn't want to be Han Shujiu's disciple. It must be the people of your polar domain. They're afraid that my precious apprentice is more powerful than Demingju, so they're deliberately suppressing me. Old Chang was having a headache. As soon as she saw the heaven void cauldron, she ran over, wanting to hug Little Nine and cry. She wanted to comfort him that she was truly an idiot who had finally been freed from all these years of pain. Little Nine's focus was on whether or not he could be normal for once. He sighed and said, how could the emperor suppress your disciple? Forget it, even if he doesn't want to accept the inheritance, he still has to transcend the tribulation and ascend, right? Now that a trace of your primordial spirit has been branded in her sea of consciousness, as long as she ascends to the Xianxia continent, without the space barrier, you will be able to sense her. Besides, have you ever thought of another possibility? The 3 stages of the Medicine King's inheritance are not easy to pass. Perhaps your precious disciple has passed the 3 stages, but suffered heavy injuries and is currently recuperating? You're already a few thousand years old, can't you be more mature? Han Shujiu's face immediately changed from anger to surprise. Yes, my disciple must have been injured. He must be sleeping now. If my disciple knew that he could become my sacred ancestor Medicine King's disciple, he would definitely be overjoyed. How could he possibly despise it? By the way, what gift should I prepare for my disciple? Restoration pill? Not good, it's too embarrassing. The dust-removing pill was still the best. But the inheritance space doesn't seem to be able to give out pills. Damn it, spatial barriers are so annoying. Then, I have to prepare a few sets of alchemy techniques. Chang Lao stared at the round-faced youngster with a dumbfounded expression. From a moment ago, he was furious, but now, he was so excited that he couldn't sit still. Rummaging around in the Medicine King Hall, wishing that he could dig out all of the treasures and give them to his disciple. Elder Chang watched for a while and could not resist laughing in spite of himself. Following that, he shook his head and turned around to leave the Medicine King Hall. That's great. After so many years, he finally saw in Little Nine's eyes a true life force. He did not know who had become Little Nine's only disciple. He really hoped that he could quickly come up and bring Little Nine out of the quagmire of hell. Mayan, who had painstakingly obtained the Medicine King's inheritance and hadn't even seen the Medicine King's token, was chased out of the Tianguang ruins. Helpless, she could only recuperate from her injuries and sleep. When she woke up, it was already the next night. Mother! As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaobao looking at her nervously, his blue eyes filled with childish admiration and worry. Mu Yan sits up and extends her hand towards him. Xiaobao immediately threw himself into her arms, hugging her tightly and rubbing against her. What's wrong? You look like you haven't seen your mother for a long time? Did I sleep for a long time? Xiaobao didn't say anything. He shook his head in her arms, but he hugged her even tighter. Mayan laughs despite herself. She interpreted Xiaobao's actions as her son acting coquettishly. Little junior sister, you didn't sleep for long. It was only 2 days and 1 night. However, because of you, the entire Purple Cloud realm, and even the entire Cultivation continent, have been turned upside down because of you. Mu Yan blinks. Luo Yu giggled and said, eldest senior brother told us to keep a low profile. In the end, 6th senior sister created a Lord of 6 stars. Not only did she blow up the Dragon Ascension Academy 6 times, she even blew up the entire Purple Cloud realm. With this, it'll be hard for me not to be famous. The result of the Medicine King's inheritance test didn't shock the entire Cultivation continent like it did when it was triggered. However, everyone in the Tianguang ruins knew about it. Little Tian almost stuck the words that Yi Liangchen was the successor of the King of Medicine in every corner of the Tianguang ruins. As such, the entire Cultivation continent was in an uproar. The other 3 realms were still fine. Most of them were weak, so they had no idea how important the Medicine King's inheritance was and how impossible it was for them to obtain it. But the Ziyun realm was different. In the Ziyun realm, there were many experts who had comprehended the Tao. They had a good understanding of the Shoshian continent and the sacred ancestor Medicine King. The more he understood just how terrifying the sacred ancestor Medicine King's sole inheritor was, just how covetous of an identity. Mu Yan glanced at the expressionless Yun Ruhan and said guiltily, ahem. It's Yi Liangchen who's famous. It has nothing to do with me. I'm still very low-key. Hearing this, the people of the Xiaoyao sect all wanted to roll their eyes at her. With her little junior sister's troublemaking personality, how could she say that she was low-key? They almost didn't know how to write the word low profile anymore. Mu Yan felt very wronged. She was obviously very low-key at the Deer Cry banquet this time. He didn't steal the limelight, and he didn't hit anyone. Cough, he didn't hit anyone with a gunny sack, so that didn't count. Up until now, the deer feast is almost over, but not many people know her. Jun Mayan's name, Ling Yuma giggled and said, many big shots of the Purple Cloud world have entered the Tianguang ruins and are offering a reward to confirm Yi Liangchen's identity. Some people even went to the Azure Blue World's 3 academies to inquire about it. But fortunately, we've already informed Dean Meng and the others, and with Xiaowu's brother Qing helping to cover it up, it definitely won't be easily leaked. Ling Yuxing glared at Ling Yuma. What brother Qing? Brother Qing was naturally Ouyang Qing. That day, he brought Ling Yuxing's parents back to the Hellfire Valley and didn't come to the Deer Cry banquet. Ouyang Qing already had a lot of prestige in the Starry School, and with the help of Meng Baichuan and the other clan leaders, it was not difficult to hide Yi Liangchen's identity. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Right, what is the Medicine King's inheritance like? What about the legendary Medicine King token? What does it look like? If you take it out, you can command all the alchemists in the world, and no one would dare to disobey you. The people of the Xiaoyao school asked all at once. They were also very curious about how magical the inheritance that everyone coveted was. Mu Yan's face fell. I don't know either. You don't know? I have never seen the Medicine King token. When I was unconscious, I felt something fly into my body, but I could not see it clearly. I was kicked out of the Tianguang ruins before I could get the inheritance. What? Kicked out of the Tianguang ruins? Why? Mu Yan was about to answer when the Tianlang palace shook violently. Then, a strong and familiar aura came from afar. In the air, the sky demon zither hummed. Then came Qi Huang's excited voice. Mysterious heaven orb, it's the aura of the mysterious heaven orb. The mysterious heaven orb is about to be formed. Almost as soon as Qi Huang finished speaking, an old voice came from the sky. It was the spirit of the 6 stars tower. 3 days until the mysterious heaven orb is formed. The chaotic tower will open now. Lord of 6 stars, Yi Liangchen, please come. Lord of 6 stars, Yi Liangchen, please come. Mu Yan's eyes brightened. The mysterious heaven orb is formed. Did this mean that her sky demon zither could be repaired for the second time? Dingwa Marquis residence. In a cave in the backyard, a stone door opened slowly. A figure covered in blood was thrown out mercilessly from inside. Chu Tianyu opened his eyes, only to see a mess of flesh and blood. He breathed softly and felt a bone-piercing pain all over his body. These 2 days and 2 nights of hellish punishment, or rather, torture, made him want to die every second. However, he knew that if he failed this time, what awaited him was an ending that was 100 times more miserable than death. You really disappoint me. Suddenly, a gloved hand slowly touched his bloodied face. Lord of 6 stars? You can't have her. You won't be able to snatch the profound heaven pearl. The Medicine King's inheritance was so close, but it was taken away by Yi Liangchen. You're so useless. Why should I keep you alive? What's the point of keeping your mother? Chu Tianyu suddenly raised his head, tears of blood rolling down his cheeks. Father, I beg you, don't hurt my mother. I'm willing to find the most precious treasure in the world for you. I'm willing to do anything for you, just let my mother go. Was Chu Tianyu afraid of death? Of course he was afraid. They were especially afraid that they would end up like their half-brothers and half-sisters. However, compared to death, he was more afraid that his mother, the wife of the Dingwa Marquis, would be tortured to death by this terrible man. Chu Xinyan stood up and looked down at his son, who was crying and begging like a dog. Letting out a cold laugh, he suddenly lifted his foot and ruthlessly stepped on his head. His actions were rough and cruel, but his words were incomparably gentle. This is the last chance I'm giving you. This is your last chance to obtain the mysterious heaven orb. If you can't even grasp this opportunity, then don't blame your father for letting you accompany your brothers and sisters. Of course, your mother will also accompany you. Chu Tianyu said with a trembling voice, Mysterious heaven pearl? It's Yi Liangchen's. I can't get it at all. Chu Xinyan chuckled again, yes, it's Yi Liangchen's. And you are Yi Liangchen. Purple Cloud Realm, Dragon Soaring Academy's highest meeting hall, Treasure Light Hall. At this moment, almost all the leaders of Dragon Soaring Academy were gathered here. Dean Zhou Daoi, Vice Dean Chu Zongxing, Vice Dean Yu Tsuanjin, the Sun, Moon, and Star Supremacies, as well as the 9 elders of the Elder Council. Only the number 1 expert of the Academy, Vice Dean Kong Yuanjiu, was absent due to seclusion. Everyone was frowning, and there seemed to be worry in their eyes. Zhou Daoi glanced at everyone present, then said in a low voice, Everyone should know why all of you are gathered here today. Mysterious heaven pearl. Someone said softly. That's right. Zhou Daoi immediately said, I believe everyone still remembers that there is an iron law left behind in Dragon Soaring Academy. The Emperor's decree cannot be disobeyed. The Emperor's most important instruction is to take care of the mysterious heaven pearl and chaotic tower and give them to the Lord of 6 stars. Many people present frowned, and their eyes revealed a trace of greed and unwillingness. But when they thought of the legend of the Emperor and the great formation in Divine Elephant City, they suppressed the greed in their hearts. The mysterious heaven pearl and chaotic tower were precious, but they needed to be alive to enjoy them. But the problem now is that the Lord of 6 stars, Yi Liangchen, has yet to appear. Vice Dean Zhu frowned, we once sent people to Tianguang ruins to contact her, but we didn't expect to run into the Herbalist King's inheritance. Initially, I wanted to wait until the King of Herbs' inheritance ended before going to look for her. However, I didn't expect that Yap Liangchen would disappear completely after the inheritance ended. Disappeared? Vice Dean Zhu nodded, yes, she disappeared into thin air. You might not believe it, but there are many people in Yi Liangchen's army who can communicate with her. But now, they can't even find Yi Liangchen's name in the communication list. Yi Liangchen's army is going crazy. If it wasn't for, congratulations to Tianguang Ruin's special class user, Yi Liangchen, for becoming the sole successor of the sacred ancestor Medicine King. With the name of Tianguang Chief of the Golden Age still hanging in Tianguang Ruins, everyone thought that Yap Liangchen didn't exist anymore. Zhou Daoi also frowned. What's going on? Could it be that Yap Liangchen was severely injured in the inheritance space? Many people in Tianguang Ruins had seen her self-destructing her primordial spirit when she was breaking through the nourishing objects barrier, leaving her covered in wounds. He might have already fallen into a coma. But the problem is that the profound heaven orb will be condensed in 3 days, and we don't even know who Yi Liangchen is. At that time, who should I give the profound heaven orb to? Vice Principal Yu Tsuanjian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Recently, there has been a rumor in the Divine Elephant City." What rumor? After a pause, Yu Tsuanjian said, "Now, many people suspect that Yi Liangchen is Chu Tianyu from our Dragon Soaring Academy." What? That's impossible, right? Qi Xing, one of the Sun, Moon, and Star Venerables, immediately shook his head and said, "That's impossible. One must know that Yi Liangchen first appeared in the Azure Blue Realm. But Chu Tianyu is a native cultivator of the Purple Cloud Realm, the son of the Dingwa Marquis. He probably hasn't even been to a small place like the Azure Blue Realm. How could Chu Tianyu be Yi Liangchen?" Many people nodded at Qi Xing's words. But some of them were deep in thought. Elder Song, one of the 9 elders, chuckled. "Haha, I think he did. Did you forget that last year, Chu Tianyu applied to go out for training? He was gone for several months. That time coincided with Yi Liangchen's appearance in the Azure Blue Realm." You mean, Chu Tianyu went to the Azure Blue Realm during his training? Can anyone prove it? Elder Song stroked his beard and said casually, "When I heard the rumor, I immediately went to Chu Tianyu's bodyguard to verify it. He told me that Chu Tianyu did go to the Azure Blue Realm during those months. He was looking for a rare spiritual plant for the Dingwa Marquis, which happened to grow in the Danyang mountain range." At this moment, everyone in the room could no longer remain calm. Zhou Daoi asked, "Where is Chu Tianyu?" "Go and get him." Yu Tsuanjian shook his head and said, "I haven't seen him since 3 days ago. I asked his manservant, but the manservant hemmed and hawed and refused to tell me. He only said that the prince suffered some minor injuries and had to undergo closed-door training." That's it. That's it. Several elders of the Sky Court stood up and slapped the table. I knew it. How could such a monster come from the tiny Azure Blue Realm? How could he defeat all the elites of the Dragon Soaring Academy? Haha, it turns out that the Lord of 6 Stars is the brightest genius of the Dragon Soaring Academy. Everyone in the room looked gratified. Their nervousness and unwillingness had disappeared without a trace. In fact, the teachers and students of the Dragon Soaring Academy had been very sullen these days. The 6 lists of the Dragon Soaring Academy, which represented the highest combat strength of the students, had been slaughtered. Moreover, it was a nameless cultivator from the mortal world. How could the students of the Dragon Soaring Academy, who had always been high and mighty, show their faces, now that they knew that the person who slaughtered the 6 lists, became the Lord of 6 Stars, and obtained the Dragon Soaring Academy's supreme treasure was their genius? They were naturally overjoyed. This meant that the Dragon Soaring Academy was still powerful, the leader of all academies, and could suppress a small place like the Azure Blue Realm. But there were also a few people who looked surprised. For example, the Vice Deans, the Sun, Moon, and Star Venerables. Chi-Ri murmured softly, "But why do I remember that when Chu Tianyu went to train, he went west? That place isn't..." He did not finish his sentence. Yu Tsuanjian interrupted him abruptly. "Moreover, I believe that Chu Tianyu is Yi Liangchen, and there is one more important piece of evidence." When the Lord of 6 Stars arrived, everyone hurried to the 6-star pagoda, only to see Chu Tianyu emerge. But he didn't admit it at that time. That's because Tianyu keeps a low profile. Elder Song looked gratified. "After this child entered the Dragon Ascension Academy, I taught him personally. He is the most talented person I have ever seen. Fighting, alchemy, talismans, he is proficient in all of them. However, despite having such talent, he had always been low-key and humble, never showing off. I think it's because of his personality that he changed his name to Yap Liangchen. As he spoke, he looked at the three venerables with a faint smile. Moreover, compared to letting a kid who has nothing to do with the Dragon Soaring Academy become the Lord of 6 Stars and humiliate us, shouldn't we be happier that Chu Tianyu won this honor? Venerables, what do you think? Everyone nodded simultaneously. Most people had already concluded that Chu Tianyu was Yi Liangchen. The three venerables were suspicious, but they didn't say anything. Yu Zuanjian smiled. I heard that Chu Tianyu has woken up today and his injuries are not a problem. We just need to wait for him to claim the Shantian orb 3 days later. In an inn in the Divine Elephant City. Have you heard? Yi Liangchen's real identity is actually Chu Tianyu from the Dragon Soaring Academy. Huh? Isn't Yi Liangchen a woman? Stupid, that's just a cover. You forgot that Tianguang ruins can change one's appearance and gender. Who has seen Yi Liangchen's real face? Who can guarantee that Yi Liangchen is a man or a woman? In my opinion, female cultivators are naturally inferior to male cultivators. There are only a few men like Yi Liangchen. How can he be a woman? Haha, I was wondering how the Azure Blue Realm could have such a genius. So Yi Liangchen is the senior brother Chu that I admire. No wonder. Ah, senior brother Chu, how can you be so powerful? I love you so much. The cultivators from the Azure Blue Realm in the inn couldn't take it anymore. Yi Liangchen is from the Azure Blue Realm. The entire Azure Blue Realm knows that. You are so despicable. Saying that Yi Liangchen is Chu Tianyu is just T. The Starry School students were so angry that their faces turned red. Yi Liangchen is from the Starry School. I have seen Yi Liangchen outside the Linglong Tower. Chu Tianyu's figure is completely different from Yi Liangchen. Don't boast. Haha, you said that Yi Liangchen is from the Azure Blue Realm. If you can, ask her to come out and talk. If she can't, then Yi Liangchen is from the Purple Cloud Realm. Outside the inn, a group of people were blushing and arguing. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu, who were about to enter the inn to eat, looked at each other and smiled dangerously. Chu Tianyu is Yi Liangchen? Haha, are you kidding me? There was actually someone who dared to pretend to be their junior sister. They must be tired of living. 2 days passed quickly. There were only 16 hours left until the profound heaven orb was completely condensed. At this time, all the instructors of the Dragon Soaring Academy had gathered under the Chaotic Tower. When the Lord of 6 Stars was born, the Chaotic Tower was formed from the light gathered from the 6 directions of the Dragon Ascension Academy. This was a divine equipment, and it was even more precious than the 6 Stars Pagoda. Originally, the Chaotic Pagoda was floating high up in the sky. But as the profound heaven orb slowly condensed, the Chaotic Pagoda descended lower and lower. At this time, it was only 1 meter away from the ground. The originally tightly shut doors of the Chaotic Tower had long since been opened 2 days ago. It was filled with dense spiritual energy, as well as an oppressive aura. Such a treasured land was something that all cultivators couldn't help but covet. However, at this moment, the people present could no longer be bothered to exclaim at the preciousness of the Chaotic Tower. Zhou Daoi looked at the door nervously. Who was this Yi Liangchen who had suddenly appeared a month ago and swept the Soaring Dragon list to become the successor of the Herb King? Was his veil finally going to be lifted today? Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, an aura suddenly approached the Chaotic Tower. The Vice Dean shouted in a low voice, "The Chaotic Tower is a holy land, no one is allowed to barge in." Who is it? The outside was silent for a moment, then a low and hoarse male voice sounded, "Yi Liangchen." Add to bookmark for easier reading. Swish, everyone in the tower stood up and stared at the door. Yu Zuanjian and Elder Song were the only ones who were not worried at all. Soon, they saw a tall young man walk into the Chaotic Tower. The young man was handsome and graceful, but his face was as pale as a piece of paper. Obviously, he had not recovered from his serious injuries. Seeing him, the mentors of the Soaring Dragon Academy beamed with joy. Chu Tianyu. It's really you. You really are Yi Liangchen. Chu Tianyu bowed slightly. I'm sorry that I've caused trouble for you, mentors. I've defeated the 6 roles of the Soaring Dragon Academy and obtained the inheritance of the King Pharmacist. Ha ha ha. Yu Xuanjian laughed. Your achievements are for the glory of the Soaring Dragon Academy. How can you say that you're causing trouble? Right, right. You're the Lord of 6 stars and the heir of the King Pharmacist. The entire Soaring Dragon Academy is proud of you. Chu Tianyu lowered his eyes to hide the shame in them. Yi Liangchen, I'm sorry. I had no choice. The Dark Heaven Orb is the last hope of my mother and me. Even if I have to impersonate you, even if I have to become a shameless villain, I must get it. Elder Song stood up and patted Chu Tianyu's shoulder. Good job. You didn't let the Purple Cloud Realm be suppressed by those good-for-nothings from the Azure Blue Realm. Let's go. I'll take you to the top floor to get the Dark Heaven Orb. Chiri frowned. The Dark Heaven Orb hasn't been condensed yet. Haha, that's nothing. Elder Song didn't care. Let Tianyu wait there. We'll take it when it's condensed. The Vice Deans hesitated and asked, don't we need to verify Yi Liangchen's identity? Tianyu, where's your herb token? As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Yu Xuanjian forced a smile. What's there to verify? So many days have passed and Chu Tianyu is the only one who has come to collect the Dark Heaven Orb. This time, Zhou Daoi looked at Chu Tianyu. Do you have the herb token? A trace of panic flashed across Chu Tianyu's eyes. He cleared his throat and said, Dean, the herb token is actually illusory. I can't take it out. Illusory? Yes, that's also possible. Elder Song said loudly, the king of medicine is from the Shoshian continent. The people there all use the methods of the gods. They say it's the king of medicine token, but it might just be a divine soul imprint. Haha. Plus, is it that easy to impersonate Yap Liangchen? If it wasn't for God's blessing, who else could be as good as Yap Liangchen? Even if others wanted to impersonate her, they would have to consider whether they have the ability to be blessed by the heavens. Zhou Daoi frowned and finally waved his hand. However, before he could say anything, a voice came out of his mouth. He felt a few auras shooting toward him. The Vice Deans were about to sternly warn the unrelated people to stay away. Who knew that the newcomer's speed was shockingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed through the door. Everyone was startled. When they saw who it was, they were shocked. Vice Principal Zhu immediately frowned and said, You are, from the Carefree Squad? How dare you? Didn't you hear the Flying Dragon City's announcement that unrelated people were not allowed to approach the Chaotic Tower? Why are you still here? Ling Yuxing smiled. I'm not a nobody. Vice Principal Zhu revealed a suspicious look. However, before he could ask anything, another figure suddenly appeared. Go out? Aren't you guys looking for Yap Liangchen? Ling Yuma swaggered in with a long blade on her back. Plus, this chaotic tower seems to belong to Yap Liangchen, right? Why do you want us to go out? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. You're Yap Liangchen. Me? Of course. I'm not Yap Liangchen. Ling Yuma grinned, revealing her white teeth. I'm opening the way for God Yap Liangchen. What the hell? Opening the way? The Vice Deans were speechless. Chu Tianyu's pupils constricted as he stared at the door. Right at this time, a few more figures shot towards the outside of the chaotic pagoda, swaggering in. Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiao, Chu Moli, and Luo Yu were all present except for Mayan. The moment Luo Yu entered, she yelled, I heard that someone is pretending to be Yap Liangchen. I was wondering who it was that was so shameless. Turning to Chu Tianyu, she sneered, so, it's the leader of the Qilin team. Wasn't it enough that you pretended to be Yap Liangchen the last time? I heard that you're representing the Dragon Ascension Academy. So, the Academy's reputation is thicker than the city walls. Chu Tianyu's face darkened, you said that I'm not Yap Liangchen. Are you? Hee, I'm not Yap Liangchen. Luo Yu laughed, I'm here to open the way for God Yap Liangchen. Yun Ruhan looked at everyone and said slowly, we're not Yap Liangchen. We're here to open the way for him. What the hell? Open the way again? The teachers and deans of the Dragon Ascension Academy were stunned. Yu Xuanjian said coldly, you're here to open the way for Yap Liangchen? Do you know who Yap Liangchen is? And you're just spouting nonsense here? TCH, we don't know. Do you? Luo Yu sneered, in the Divine Elephant City, everyone knows that every time Yap Liangchen kills someone, it's related to us. If we don't know him, how could it be so coincidental? These words caused many people to ponder deeply. Especially the three venerables of Sun Moon, who were in charge of the Deer Cry banquet, they agreed with Luo Yu. The vice deans asked, then, who do you think Yap Liangchen is? Before he could finish his words, Elder Song interrupted him sternly, Vice Principal Zhu, stop listening to their nonsense and trying to claim connections with us. A few small fries from the azure blue world came here to swindle our Dragon Soar Academy's most precious treasure with a few irresponsible words. Do you really believe them? Qi Xing said, I'm just asking them who Yap Liangchen is and verifying it. Is it wrong? His words were once again interrupted by Yu Tsuanjian, who looked at Zhou Daoyi and said, Dean, please think it over. Who didn't know that the mysterious Heaven Orb and Chaotic Tower were supreme treasures? Naturally, there were many who coveted them. Do you want to give it to those outsiders who have ulterior motives and fabricate lies, or to give it to our Dragon Soaring Academy's own people? You must think carefully. What? Open the way for Yi Liangchen? You really believe that? They are clearly in cahoots with each other, deliberately mystifying things, wanting to swindle the profound heaven bead. Zhou Daoyi frowned slightly, his expression grave. Right at this moment, a clear and tender voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Devour, I'm also here to clear the path for Yi Liangchen. Could it be that I'm also colluding with them to swindle the profound heaven orb? Everyone was shocked and looked towards the door in unison. When they saw who it was, their expressions changed instantly, and they bowed in greeting. Greetings, Your 11th Highness. Greetings, Lord Lan Feng. A youth of about 12 or 13 years old, dressed in brocade clothes, slowly walked into the chaotic palace. He was the Lan imperial family's 11th prince, Lan Huahong, and the only legitimate son of the Lan imperial family's emperor and empress. Following behind Lan Huahong was naturally Lan Feng. When he first went to the azure blue world, Lan Feng had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. On top of that, he had made a breakthrough to the leaving aperture realm. Even though he had retracted his aura, it was still powerful. Zhou Daoyi said respectfully, May I know what the 11th prince's orders are? Lan Huahong glanced at them. Didn't you hear me? I have already said that I am here to open the path for Yi Liangchen. What? Another one opening the path? The corner of Zhou Daoyi's mouth twitched. 11th prince, do you know who Yap Liangchen is? Lan Huahong, of course I know. That's my boss's mother. I also know. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Chu Tianyu. He is definitely not Yi Liangchen. He actually dared to impersonate the matriarch's identity. He must be tired of living. This time, boss asked him to prove Guru Ye's identity, so he must perform well. Strive to sit firmly on the throne of boss's number one lackey. Thinking of this, Lan Huahong clenched her fists, raised her chin, and became even more arrogant. Chu Tianyu closed his eyes and slowly raised his head. He asked in a deep voice, if I'm not Yi Liangchen, then who is? Zhou Daoyi and the vice deans also said anxiously, yes, who exactly is Yi Liangchen? I am. A pleasant, heavenly voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Then, a snow-white figure slowly walked in from the door. Skin of ice and bones of jade, hair of misty clouds. There was a beautiful woman, elegant and graceful. There was a beauty that he would never forget. For a time, the entire chaotic tower fell into a deathly silence. Even Chu Tianyu was staring at the newcomer in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Jun Mayan of the Carefree team, the number one assistant of this Deer Cry banquet. It wasn't that no one had seen this girl before. However, it wasn't like looking at flowers in a mirror. There was a layer between them, so they couldn't see it clearly. In order to comply with Yun Ruhan's wishes, Mu Yan had deliberately kept a low profile and restrained her aura. It made people ignore her appearance. At this moment, when she unleashed her aura, she did not hold back at all. All to devour. Only then did he realize how beautiful this girl was. Even the princess of the Lan dynasty, who was known as the number one beauty in the eastern continent of the Purple Cloud realm, couldn't be compared to her. Mayan slowly walks into the main hall and stands in front of everyone. She lightly raises the corners of her mouth, revealing a languid smile that could turn all living things upside down. I'm really sorry to disappoint everyone. I am Yap Liangchen. Deputy Headmaster Zhu said suspiciously, You are the assistant musician of the Xiaoyao team, Jun Mayan? Exactly. The chaotic tower was silent for a moment. Then, Elder Song laughed out loud. You said you are Yap Liangchen? Are you kidding me? How dare an assistant musician pretend to be Yap Liangchen? Ha ha ha, do you know who Yap Liangchen is? Do you think that the Dragon Ascension 6 lists, which represent the highest combat power in the Dragon Ascension Academy, can be slaughtered by just anyone? Even the 3 venerables of Sun Star who didn't believe that Chu Tianyu was Yap Liangchen shook their heads. Jun Mayan, stop messing around. If you know the real Yap Liangchen, ask her to come out as soon as possible. The mysterious heaven orb is destined to belong to her. If the other members of the Xiaoyao team say that they are Yap Liangchen, I would still believe them. But you, Mu Yan, have a sliver of hope to rank first on the Ganhua rankings. You can't possibly become the Lord of 6 Stars? I say you should be more reliable in your lies. Time is of the essence. Let the real Ye Liangchen come out. This time, Mu Yan was a little depressed. Why can't I be the Lord of 6 Stars? Did she look that weak? The Xiaoyao sect members couldn't help but laugh. In fact, it was normal for the Soaring Dragon sect members to not believe it. The Soaring Dragon 6 rankings might have support rankings like the Ganhua rankings, but most of them were for combat cultivators. Among the 7 from the Xiaoyao sect, Mu Yan looked young and weak. She was also a support musician who had never displayed her combat ability. Who would believe that such a delicate and beautiful assistant zither player was Yi Liangchen, the Lord of 6 Stars who was invincible among all the gold core cultivators in the Purple Cloud realm? Chu Tianyu took a deep breath and walked towards Mu Yan. He looked at her deeply. You said you are Ye Liangchen? Do you have the Medicine King token? Mu Yan shrugged, no. Do you have anything that can prove your identity? Mu Yan shook her head, no. She really didn't have anything now. The clear sky token and the glass beads she obtained from the Medicine King's inheritance were all stored in the Tianguang Ruins Jade Key. Even the Medicine King token that she hadn't seen yet was probably in the Jade Key. Now that she couldn't enter the Tianguang Ruins and couldn't open the Jade Key, she naturally couldn't take anything out. Chu Tianyu chuckled with a sharp gaze, you don't have anything. What makes you think you are Ye Liangchen? I don't have anything. Do you? Mu Yan raised the corner of her eyes and smiled lazily and evilly. What's more, even if I don't have any proof, I think I finally know something. What is it? When we first met in the Tianguang Ruins, I felt that you looked familiar, but I couldn't remember. Now, I finally know. Kiki, I wonder if Senior Chu knows Fuchen? Chu Tianyu's eyes shrank and his expression changed. He subconsciously wanted to step back. There were very few people who knew that he was Fuchen. How did this woman know? Could she really be Ye Liangchen? Chu Tianyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Yu Zuanjin suddenly shouted, what a farce. How could they let an assistant musician pretend to be the Lord of 6 Stars? Do they have no respect for me, Soaring Dragon? Headmaster, don't waste any more words with them. Chase them all out, don't let them disturb the mysterious Heaven Orb's process of recognizing them as its master. If these people dare to cause trouble again, expel them from Divine Elephant City and the Purple Cloud Realm. Lan Feng's brows furrowed and he said coldly, Vice Dean Yu, don't go overboard with your words. Miss June was the savior of the 11th Highness. Her strength is not something you can comment on. Ha ha ha, strength? Playing the zither and showing off? Elder Song laughed heartily. We have long acknowledged this point. Or do you really think that she's more powerful than Tianyu? Lord Lan, 11th Highness, could it be that you've been smitten by this woman just because she's pretty? When these words came out, Lan Feng and Lan Huahong flew into a rage. Even Zhou Daoi and the others frowned. But Elder Song and Yu Zuanjian didn't seem to care about the two of them at all. Lan Huahong took a step forward with cold eyes. He suddenly released the prowess of the imperial family. How dare you? Lan Feng glared fiercely at Elder Song. Song Wei, do you think you can disrespect the royal family just because you're Dinghua's man? Who gave you the courage to speak to the 11th prince like this? A ferocious glint flashed in Elder Song's eyes. He was about to lose his temper when Xianxia pulled him back. In the end, he let out a cold snort and said indifferently, I, Old Song, am a boorish man. My words are unpleasant to hear. I hope that your highness will forgive me. But you want to say that this delicate little girl is the Lord of 6 stars, Yi Liangchen? Heh, what a joke. Lan Huahong was seething with anger. He wished he could get someone to execute this arrogant person on the spot. However, before he could speak, Mu Yan stretched out her hand and stopped him. Are you saying that as long as you are strong enough, you can be Yap Liangchen? Heh, then things are very simple. I will fight with senior brother Chu. Whoever wins will be Yi Liangchen. Isn't that it? She looked at Chu Tianyu with a smile that was not a smile, or is it that senior apprentice brother Chu doesn't dare to fight? Chu Tianyu absent-mindedly raises his head. Looking at Mayan's devastatingly beautiful face, his heart suddenly beats. Not only was he stunned, but he also felt a sense of familiarity and fear that came from his bones. Even if it was a different face, the look in his eyes and the disdainful attitude. He had seen it time and time again in the Tianguang ruins. Yap Liangchen, in this world, only Yap Liangchen had such a look in his eyes. Chu Tianyu suddenly lowered his eyes and coughed lightly. Yu Xuanjian immediately sneered and said, everyone in the Tianguang ruins saw that Yap Liangchen's primordial spirit self-detonated when he passed the last test of the King of Medicine's heritage and was severely wounded. You look completely unscathed right now, yet you want to challenge Chu Tianyu who is yet to recover from his injuries. I really don't know what your intentions are. This time everyone looks at Mu Yan with even more suspicion. Mu Yan is simply speechless. His primordial spirit self-detonated and he was heavily injured. Yes, she did detonate her primordial spirit and her sea of consciousness. However, her primordial spirit was as condensed as a mountain, and her sea of consciousness was as vast as the sea. So what if she self-destructed a little? It didn't affect him at all. Okay, he would be fine after resting for 2 or 3 days. But now, it became the proof that he was not Yap Liangchen. Mu Yan almost rolls her eyes. The next moment, she raises her hand, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. The melodious sound of the zither resounded within the chaotic tower. Countless specks of light landed on Chu Tianyu's body and drilled into his body. Chu Tianyu only felt that his body, which had been tortured to the point of being covered in cuts and bruises, seemed to have a gurgling stream flowing through his body. His damaged divine soul and sea of consciousness healed bit by bit. Even the pain in his mind seemed to have been soothed. When the song ended, Chu Tianyu's face was no longer pale. His weak aura also became incomparably condensed, even stronger and more condensed than before. Peak of Golden Core, only 1 step away from the nascent soul stage. The mentors of Soaring Dragon were all stunned. Jun Mayan is actually healing Chu Tianyu. Moreover, even if he knew that Jun Mayan was the strongest assistant musician at the Deer Cry banquet. But in the time it took for a song to heal the wound on his divine soul. Isn't this support ability too overpowered? Mayan raises her hand and puts the Tian Mo Qin into her space. She looks at Chu Tianyu with a smile that isn't a smile. Brother Chu, now that there's no excuse, can we fight? Chu Tianyu stared at her in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Ling Yuma spits, you've been babbling for half a day, but you don't even dare to fight. You still dare to call yourself Yap Liangchen. Before coming here, this old lady had heard that every member of the Soaring Dragon's Qilin team was one of the best Heaven's Pride in the Ziyun boundary. Now that I see it, if you're not AF** King Talker, you're a coward. Since Miss Lin looks down on the Qilin team so much, I think there's no need to let Miss June and the team leader fight one-on-one. How about our Qilin team and Carefree team compete? Everyone turned around and saw the 9 members of the Kirin team swaggering in from outside the door. Among these 9 people, some were brimming with fighting spirit, some were brimming with anger, and some were filled with hatred. Shui Huailu, Su Yi, and Chu Yuanlei immediately rushed to Chu Tianyu and said excitedly, Captain, are you really Yi Liangchen? Why didn't you tell us that you were going to slay the Dragon Ascension 6 roles? Chu Tianyu struggled in his heart for a moment before finally concealing all the guilt and uneasiness. Nothing was more important than his life and his mother's safety. He was Yap Liangchen, yes, he, Chu Tianyu, was the Lord of 6 Stars, the heir to the Medicine King, Yiliankan. Chu Tianyu put his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, "Apologies, I need the profound heaven pearl." Although Xue Huailu was unwilling, when he thought of Chu Tianyu's identity and his hatred for the Carefree Squad, he immediately smiled and said, "Senior brother Chu must be joking. You are the captain of our Kirin Squad and your strength is above ours. Becoming the Lord of 6 Stars is only natural." Suyi's face was filled with flattery. "If someone else used me, Suyi, to climb to the top of the Hiyu list, I would definitely not accept it. But only you, Captain, are worthy of the title." Even Chu Yuanlei and Duan Wenbin, who had always been unruly, showed reverence for Chu Tianyu. Duan Wenbin already knew that his captain was stronger than him. The only reason he was at the top of the 1,000 average list was because Chu Tianyu had no interest in slaughtering people. The members of the Kirin team congratulated Chu Tianyu one after another. They also felt honored. The fact that the Lord of 6 Stars was the captain of the Qilin Squad was proof of how powerful they were. No one in the entire Purple Cloud realm or even the entire cultivation world could shake them. Morong Shui was the only one who looked confused. "Boss Chu, are you really Yi Liangchen?" Chu Tianyu smiled. "What? You don't believe me? Or do you think I'm not qualified?" "No." Morong Shui subconsciously shook her head. Everyone in the Kirin team acknowledged Chu Tianyu's strength. Since Chu Tianyu could become the unquestionable captain of the Kirin team, he naturally had his own beauty. Even though Morong Shui hated vile people like Xue Huailu and Sui, she still respected Chu Tianyu. However, she still feels that there's something wrong with this matter. Her gaze subconsciously turns towards Mayan. If she didn't hear wrongly, it was just outside the door. The woman said that she was Yap Liangchen. However, how could such a delicate young girl be Yi Liangchen, who had slaughtered all 6 lists and trampled all the geniuses of Dragon Ascension under her feet? Not even Morong Shui suspected Chu Tianyu, much less the other members of the Kirin Squad. This made the instructors of Dragon Soaring Academy even more convinced that Chu Tianyu was Yi Liangchen. Chu Yuanlei walked up to Yun Ruhan and said in a booming voice, "Carefree team, I've watched your match against the Fusong team, and I respect your strength. But I, old Chu, will tell you the truth. With your performances, no matter which one of you wants to beat our boss Chu, you are still far from being able to do so." As he spoke, he turned to Mayan, and the trace of admiration in his eyes turned into disdain. "Not to mention, she's such a delicate little girl. It's not that I look down on women, and I'm not like those bastards from the Fusong team either. But in the cultivation world, the one with the biggest fist is the last word. Any other flowery words are nothing but nonsense. I advise you to admit your mistakes and leave this place as soon as possible. We, the Qilin team, will not bother with you. Otherwise..." Yun Ruhan had yet to speak. Ling Yuma already sneered, "Otherwise what? You want to fight with us? Let's fight. You think we're afraid of your bullshit donkey riding team, horse riding team? That's right, what's the point of talking so much?" Luo Yu also shouted loudly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Whoever wins is Yi Liangchen. Fourth brother, Shao Qi." Yun Ruhan shouted with a headache, "Don't cause trouble. This is a decision that only little junior sister can make. No, I think it's pretty good." Mu Yan said slowly, "Don't many people think that even if we win the competition, we won't be able to dominate the Deer Cry Banquet? They also said that the Qilin team will always be the uncrowned king of the Deer Cry Banquet. Hee, in my opinion, it's time for someone else to sit on the throne of the uncrowned king." As soon as these words came out, not to mention Xue Huailu and the others who already hated the Carefree team. Even Duan Wenbin, Morong Shui and the others had burning eyes as they stared at Mu Yan aggressively. The members of the Carefree team did not show any weakness and stared back at him. Chu Tianyu slowly stood up straight. At this moment, he no longer had the dispiritedness, guilt, and gloom. What he had was the confidence, pride, and awe-inspiring domineeringness of a strong person. "If you want to defeat our Qilin team, your Carefree team is still far from enough. Since you want to humiliate yourselves, then, in an hour, in Flying Dragon City, our 2 teams will fight it out." Chu Tianyu's gaze swept across the people of the Carefree sect and finally landed on Mu Yan. "There are only 7 people in the Carefree team. Our Qilin team will not take advantage of you. You can choose 3 people from the participating teams, no need. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth slowly raised. A lazy, disdainful, and captivating smile slowly bloomed on her face, dazzling Chu Tianyou's mind and heart. To deal with your Qilin team, I, the Carefree 7, is enough. Purple Cloud Realm, Divine Elephant City. Hurry, let's go to Flying Dragon City, it will be too late. What's going on? Haven't you heard? The Carefree team is going to compete with the Qilin team. The performance of the Qilin team with the Yuanying stage teacher has been cancelled and changed to a life and death battle with the Carefree team, to compete for the title of the strongest person in the Deer Cry banquet. What? We can't miss such a grand occasion. Quick! Let's go now. The match between the Carefree team and the Qilin team was scheduled for an hour later. But in less than 15 minutes, the entire Divine Elephant City was empty. On the contrary, the stands of the Flying Dragon City were densely packed with people. Even if they couldn't enter the Flying Dragon City, they were still guarding the perimeter, unwilling to leave. Everyone knew that Qilin versus Xiaoyao, this would be the most exciting match of the Deer Cry banquet. If he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Between the Kirin team and the Carefree team, who do you think will obtain the final victory? Isn't that obvious? Of course it was the Qilin team. Senior brother Chu, senior brother Duan, and eldest Miss Murong, which one of them was not strong enough to fight against 10 people alone? The Qilin team, compared to the other teams participating in the Deer Cry banquet, is simply not on the same level. Do you really think that if the Carefree team defeated the other teams, they would really be able to win against the Qilin team? Stop joking. That's right, the Carefree team fought so hard against the Fusong team, and later lost to the Changing Moon team. But these 2 teams together are completely not a match for the Qilin team. I admit that the Carefree team is very strong, but to say that they can win against the Qilin team, this is absolutely impossible. What's more, don't forget, there are only 7 people in the Carefree team, and each of their cultivation bases is below the 3rd stage of Jingdan, while the Carefree team has 4 peak Jingdan, and the rest are all in the 8th and 9th stage of Jingdan. In short, 90% of the people in the stands are not optimistic about the Carefree team. There's no other reason, the gap in strength is too big. But the performance of the Carefree team before is too good. Therefore, the supporters in the stands are not one-sided, there are also many people who are cheering for the Carefree team. It's different from the previous 8 high platforms, 8 flowers in the mirror. At this time, there is only a huge high platform left in the center of Flying Dragon City. On the high platform, there is still a small secret realm constructed by the flowers in the mirror. From the stands, one can clearly see the landscape of the jungle, lawn, and stream inside. And the seats on the high platform, in addition to the contestants of each team. There is also a large group of people, the dean and mentors of the Dragon Soaring Academy. Zhou Xiaoyu, the leader of the Heavens Pivot team, and Lu Jinheng, the leader of the Phoenix Sky King team, look around and swallow their saliva. Lu Jinheng murmurs, are the people of the Carefree team crazy? How could they go against the people of the Qilin team? Zhou Xiaoyu is silent for a long time, then dryly says, You can't say that, can you? The strength of the Carefree team is also very strong. Lu Jinheng rolls his eyes, of course I know that the Carefree team is very strong, but do you understand that the Qilin team is a team that can tie with a nascent soul mentor? Otherwise, the Qilin team would not have been specially brought out for this time's chief competition. It's not easy for the Carefree team to beat the Fusong team, do you really think they can win against the Qilin team? What's more, even with Jun Mayan, there are only 7 people in the Carefree team. Can they really win against the Qilin team, who are all in the late Jingdan stage? Lu Jinheng's words make the 2 participating teams of the Azure Blue Realm show dejected expressions. Although they also hope that the Carefree team will win, although they also don't want to boost other people's morale and diminish their own prestige. In the stands, even little Fatty Jing, Nailan Dongyun, and the other die-hard supporters of Mayan all reveal worried expressions. On the contrary, the supporters of the Kirin team and Chu Tianyu were in high spirits. The news that Chu Tianyu was Yi Liangchen, the great god Yi, spread like wildfire. In such a noisy and tense atmosphere, Qilin team and Carefree team, a total of 17 people, appeared in the center of Flying Dragon City. Morong Shui smiled and stared straight at Luoyu. She smiled gently and said, "Little brother, if I win the competition later, you'll accompany me for a day. If you win, how about I accompany you for a day?" Shui Huailu's arrogant face immediately revealed a venomous expression as he glared at Luoyu with murderous intent. Luoyu looked around and said blankly, "Sister? Where is my sister? Why don't I see her? I only saw an old auntie pretending to be young." Puchi. The people of the Xiaoyao sect laughed without giving them any face. Morong Shui was also angered to the point of leaning back, but she quickly put on a charming smile. Little brother Luoyu's mouth really makes this sister love and hate it at the same time. Why don't you let this sister block those sexy lips of yours later? This time, it was Luoyu's turn to blush, shameless. Morong Shui was tickled by his cute reaction and couldn't stop giggling. Her bright and beautiful appearance makes many of Miss Morong's supporters in the stand stare blankly. It also makes Shui Huailu gnash his teeth in hatred. Chu Tianyu doesn't pay attention to Morong Shui and Luoyu, but stares straight at Mayan. After a long time, he says in a hoarse voice, "I will use my strength to prove that I am Yi Liangchen." His words seemed to be swearing something to Mayan. It seemed like he was trying to convince himself. Mayan sneers, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She directly turns around and enters the mirror gazing. Chu Tianyu closes his eyes, grits his teeth, and waves his hand, "Enter." The next moment, 17 figures appear in the mirror gazing. As soon as they enter the little secret realm, everyone feels a gust of wind blowing. Their clothes are fluttering, as if it can send people and nearby trees flying together. However, no one present was moved by this scene at all. Chu Tianyu says clearly, "Jun Mayan, I'll give your carefree team one last chance. If you admit defeat now, this match will end immediately." Shui Huailu sneers, "Yeah, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, your true colors will be revealed in a moment. The people of Azure Blue Realm will be pulled back to reality, knowing that such a trashy place can't produce any geniuses. Won't this make them sad and disappointed?" Many people of the Qilin team show a relaxed smile. They admit that the Carefree team are cultivation geniuses. But they are also geniuses. And there is a gap between geniuses. These days, everywhere in Dragon Soaring Academy is talking about the Carefree team and Yi Liangchen. They've almost forgotten about the Qilin team, and they don't put the Ziyun realm in their eyes at all. It's time to let these people see who is the real Heaven's pride. Mayan raises her hand, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. She slowly sits down, and her slender fingers pluck the strings. "I really wonder if your Qilin team is really strong, or if you only know how to shoot your mouth off." Ling Yuma raises the long blade in her hand, and casually carries it on her shoulder. She says clearly, "A bunch of idiots, do you understand my junior sister's meaning? If you don't, this old lady will translate for you. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't fight, get lost." This merciless sentence made the faces of everyone in the Qilin team become extremely ugly. Chu Tianyu sneered, "Fine, I understand what you mean. In battle, our Kirin team has never been afraid of anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he released his aura. The second layer of air-piercing field. Someone in the stands exclaimed. Even Zhou Daoi and the others who were sitting below were shocked. Air-piercing field domain is one of the rare field domains in the world. It's 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary field domains. Tianyu actually broke through to the second level. As for the other members of the Kirin team, they seem to have received a sign from Chu Tianyu. Following that, his aura burst forth one after another. Duan Wenbin, Chu Yuanlei, Jin Zhonghao, Morong Shui, Zhu Chongliang, and Shui Huailu. There were a total of 10 people in the Qilin team, and 7 of them had activated their domains. Furthermore, Duan Wenbin and Morong Shui were both second-layer domains. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Flying Dragon City were no longer shocked, but overwhelmed with shock. In the entire cultivation continent, how many people had activated their domain before the age of 30, and how many people could cultivate to the second layer of their domain? In the Qilin team, 4 first-layer domains and 3 second-layer domains had suddenly appeared. Chu Tianyu's domain was the rarely seen, space-piercing domain. The Kirin team is too strong. As expected of the strongest team in the Purple Cloud realm. "Ah, senior brother Chu, you're so cool. I love you. Team Qilin will win. The deafening noise rang in the ears of the members of Carefree Team. Mu Yan presses her ears, the corners of her mouth slowly raising into a disdainful smile. Isn't it just a domain? Do you think we don't? As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible and powerful energy suddenly burst out from her body. In an instant, the explosive domain of the Kirin team was suppressed. Astral domain activated. In an instant, the noise in the audience seemed to have been forcibly stopped. The Dragon Soaring Academy mentors' joyful and proud smiles were still on their faces, but at this moment, they suddenly froze. Such a thick, powerful, and stable domain energy fluctuation. This was clearly a triple domain. But how was that possible? How old is Jun Mayan? Perhaps he wasn't even 20 years old, but he had already activated 3 domains, one higher than Chu Tianyu. At this moment, everyone was silent. Even Chu Tianyu and the other members of the Kirin squad were shocked. However, they did not know that the matter that shocked them to the point their jaws dropped was far from over. After Mu Yan activated the Star Field, Yun Ruhan was the first to activate the Sea of Mountains domain. Second stratum. Someone in the stand shrieked, Yun Ruhan's domain was only at the first level last time, but now it's at the second level? How could it be so fast? Ling Yuma stabbed her long blade into the ground, and the flame domain instantly exploded. It was the same level 2 domain, but it was several times thicker than when he fought against the Japanese team. Qinjiu let out a roar and suddenly released the power domain. Ho! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Second domain. Another second domain. Oh my god, what kind of people are in Xiaoyao squad? Ling Yuxing slowly took a step forward. This was the first time that the absolute space domain was fully displayed on the stage of the Deer Cry banquet. The second layer of the absolute space domain was unique in the Cultivation continent. Whoosh! The dean, deputy dean, and instructor of Dragon Ascension Academy stood up abruptly and stared at the young man on the stage. Space territory? It was the space domain? Furthermore, it was a second layer space domain. This also meant that this young man had reached the peak of speed among cultivators of the same rank. No one could match up to him. There's actually someone who can activate a spatial domain. Zhou Daoi's voice trembled. It wasn't just the space domain. There was also the extremely rare Mountain Sea domain, the extremely ferocious Raging Flames domain, and the mutated Power domain. Moreover, in this Deer Cry banquet, Jun Mayan is the only one who has activated the third domain. Even now, no one knew what kind of domain it was. Carefree Team, Carefree Team. Who are you people? How could he gather so many monstrous geniuses? Did Elder Kong tell him not to provoke the Carefree troop because he had already foreseen their identities? Gulp. Gulp. On the grandstand, many people began to swallow their saliva. 5. His voice was light as he said, 1 level 3 domain and 4 level 2 domain. They're even stronger than the Kirin team. Someone said dryly, but the Qilin team has 7 people who have activated their domains. It's still better than. The discussion had yet to die down. The last 2 members of the Carefree team, Luoyu and Chu Moli, activated their domains simultaneously. Both of them had just activated their domains in the battle against the Fusong team, so they were still at the first level. Moreover, Luoyu's mirror domain seemed to be the same as Mu Yan's star domain, and no one present recognized it. However, the immense power contained within it made everyone feel fearful. Even the people of the Carefree school only knew the name, Mirror Life, through Yun Ruhan. As for Chu Moli's domain, no one knew what it was called or what it was used for. But this did not hinder the shock and disbelief of everyone present. The Carefree team, a team of 7 people. Every one of them was a genius who had activated their domains. Moreover, 1 was at the 3rd level, 4 were at the 2nd level, and 2 were at the 1st level. The Carefree team and the Qilin team looked at the flowers in the mirror for the first time. In the first match, a contest of domains, the 10-man Qilin team could be said to have been completely defeated. After a moment of silence in the stands of Flying Dragon City, immediately, a small number of people erupted into fierce shouts. These were practitioners from the Azure Blue world. There were also die-hard supporters who had been attracted by the Carefree team recently. Before the start of the match, they really thought that the carefree team was going to lose, and had no chance of winning. However, it was only now that they realized that the person they supported would never disappoint them. Xue Huailu and the others' faces were ashen. They had thought that by releasing their domains, they would be able to intimidate the carefree team. Xue Huailu was even waiting to see Lan Luoyu, that pretty boy, lose his head in fright and flee in panic. But who knew that Lan Luoyu had also activated his domain? No, the 7 people of the carefree team, all of them had activated their domains. The one with the worst expression in the Qilin team was definitely Sui. The Qilin team used to have 6 champions in the 6 lists of the Dragon Ascension. But among the 6 champions, only Sui had not activated his domain. But he mainly practiced control, and the domain of control was the most difficult to activate. Moreover, he was only 26 or 27 years old. Not being able to activate his domain was very normal. He had never felt that he was weaker than others. But now, among the 7 people of the carefree team, even Yun Ruhan was a little younger than him. The youngest, Luo Yu and Mu Yan, are only around 20 years old. These people's domains were like a slap to his face. Chu Tianyou's expression was heavy, yet he didn't reveal any panic, and he said in a low voice, "All of you, keep your spirits up. The carefree squad is not as easy to deal with as you think, but we, the Qilin squad, are not afraid of anyone." Huailu, support. Yes, Captain. Xue Huailu's expression turned serious. He raised his hands and gently waved them in the air. His spiritual power and the energy of his domain spread out together. Before long, white clouds began to appear in the sky. The air was also filled with thick fog. But this thick fog was actually light purple. The clouds condensed, and the pitter-patter of rain fell. But the strange thing was that even though he was looking at the flowers in the mirror, the howling wind and the continuous drizzle could not disperse the thick purple fog at all. When the raindrops landed on her body, Yun Ruhan frowned and said sternly, "Everyone be careful, there's something strange about this rain. It's not just the rain. There's something wrong with the fog as well. Be careful not to breathe it in." Xue Huailu laughed heartily. At this moment, the gloominess on his face had already turned into insolence. "Only now did you realize? It's already too late. How could trash like you break the Xue family's ultimate support technique, the little art of cloud and rain?" Almost as soon as Xue Huailu's voice fell, the Xiaoyao sect members felt their bodies become heavy after being tainted by the cloud and rain, and they couldn't unleash their speed to the limit. After inhaling the purple mist, they felt it even more difficult to breathe, and the circulation of their spiritual power was blocked. This was Team Qilin's #1 support. Xue Huailu naturally had his reasons for being able to top the Ganhua proclamation. Chu Tianyou's reaction was even faster, and he shouted, "Yuan Lei, Wenbin." "Roger, Captain." With Chu Tianyou's order, the 2 strongest people in Team Qilin, apart from him, immediately soared into the sky, and pounced in one direction. They didn't pounce towards Mu Yan, the strongest support, nor Yun Ruhan, the captain. Instead, it was Chu Moli, who was sitting in a wheelchair. The only long-range cultivator in Team Xiaoyao. Xinjiu's eyes were crimson as he suddenly took a step forward, and shouted. A wall of earth rose in front of Chu Moli. At the same time, he soared into the sky himself, and a huge fist, mixed with a thunderous aura, suddenly blasted out. The power of this fist was fierce, and its might was so great that it caused the expressions of everyone in Flying Dragon City to faintly change. At this moment, the wild wind in the mirror seemed to stop blowing because of the ferocity of this fist. Even the dense mist that Xue Huailu released was scattered a little. Chu Yuanlei's eyes brightened, and he retreated instead of advancing. He shouted excitedly, "Good momentum, let me try you." Bang, the 2 men's fists collided with each other. The earth shook, and the trees in the distance creaked and fell down one after another. Many people on the grandstand gasped in shock. So strong. Too strong. I really didn't expect that Xinjiu of Team Xiaoyao to have such strength. This was a true contest of strength, a contest of the density of spiritual power. Chu Yuanlei was able to sit at the top of the sky-splitting proclamation before Yi Liangchen appeared, which was enough to show how strong he was. If it was a true contest, even Duan Wenbin of Team Xiaoyao might not be his match. However, Shinjuku had truly withstood his attack. Xiaoyao team, how many more surprises are left for us? As it turned out, the surprise that Team Carefree could bring to everyone, or rather, shock, was far from over. Xinjiu blocked Chu Yuanlei, but Duan Wenbin charged towards Chu Moli with unstoppable force. The long sword brought with it a pressure that could split mountains and split rocks as it slashed towards the sickly young man on the wheelchair. Chu Moli slowly raised his head. Facing the sword ray that resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. The next moment, clang, a colorful sword blocked Duan Wenbin's attack. Yun Ruhan's expression was still gentle and modest, but the light in her eyes was firm and resolute. If you want to touch my junior brother, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. Duan Wenbin, your opponent is me. Duan Wenbin's pupils constricted in shock. What a vigorous aura, what a steady pressure. His eyes were burning with the desire and throbbing of a long-time opponent. Alright, then let me see if you have the qualifications to be my opponent. The swords of the two clashed again. The next moment, the boundless rolling mountain sea domain and the mountain-splitting lightning domain erupted at the same time. The entire flower-gazing mirror began to shake. The spectating cultivators with low cultivation even felt their consciousness and primordial spirits tremble. Chu Tianyou's gaze darkened. The Carefree squad was indeed very strong. Not just one of them, but all of them were ridiculously strong. But until now, Chu Tianyou's gaze fell on the beautiful girl who was pressing her fingers on the zither. Until now, the person who called himself Yi Liangchen still hadn't made a move. Hee, how can I miss out on such an exciting battle? Morong Shue's face flushed with excitement. As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the air. The damask of cloud frost in her hand rolled like a snake, directly attacking Chu Moli's face. Chu Moli's lips curled into a bashful smile. Is everyone treating me as their target? Do they really think I'm so weak? His slender fingers lightly moved the armrest of the wheelchair, but he didn't move in the end. This was because Morong Shue was stopped by a long saber before she could reach Chu Moli. Ling Yuma soared into the air, flames raging under her feet, and the long saber on her back. Want to play? Want to find excitement? Sure. I'm bored too. I'll play with you. Morong Shue chuckled. You? I'm afraid you're no match for me. Ling Yuma's expression turned cold. Are you looking down on me? Morong Shue's smile became even more confident. How could that be? Who in Divine Elephant City doesn't know the Carefree squad's blazing berserk blade Ling Yuma? If we fight head-on, I'm no match for you. But have you forgotten that I used to be at the top of the void list? What I'm good at isn't swords, nor close combat, but illusions. Before she could finish her sentence, the domain that had been faintly restrained was suddenly released. The void list tested a cultivator's divine sense, state of mind, and willpower. Those who were able to pass this test were naturally outstanding in this aspect. And Morong Shue was one of them. This was because her domain was created to construct illusions. Ling Yuma only felt her vision blur, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. And the rain that originally only made her body feel slightly heavy now felt like heavy lead stones, binding her hands and feet. Even in her mind, complicated images began to appear. What's with that look? Who told you to look at me like that? Today, I'll beat you to death, you animal. I'll let you know the consequences of disobeying me. He, your mother died in my hands. You won't be able to escape from me either. Lung family. Everything is mine. Ling Yuma's eyes were scarlet red. Crazy killing intent and despair surged out from the depths of her soul. However, just as her spirit was on the verge of collapse, a melodious tune slowly drifted into her ears and seeped into her soul. It also caused the shackles and fog around her to slowly disperse. Ling Yuma's eyes were clear, and the long blade in her hand suddenly slashed out. With a clang, she cut off a section of the white silk that was aimed at her throat. Morong Shue's expression was one of shock. You actually dispelled my illusion so quickly? How was that possible? Ling Yuma wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Create illusions and confuse the mind. My junior sister is here, and you want to play this trick with us? Have you forgotten who's currently ranked first on the void list? Morong Shui suddenly turned her head to look at the young girl sitting in the corner not far away with a stern expression. Yes, it was the young girl's zither that had dispelled her illusion. This girl called herself Yi Liangchen. She was the one who had defeated all 6 dragon ascension rolls and replaced her at the top of the void roll. Yi Liangchen, no. Morong Shui shook her head. What was wrong with her? Was she doubting her captain's words? Her captain never lied. If he said he was Yi Liangchen, then he must be Yi Liangchen. Morong Yan plucked at the strings and glanced at Shui Huailu with a faint smile. So this is the genius from the #1 support family in the Purple Cloud realm? If this is all the support of your Qilin team is capable of, then wait to be suppressed by our carefree team. Shui Huailu's expression turned ferocious when he heard this. The reason why the Shui family had such a status in the Purple Cloud realm's southern continent was because of the Shui family's support skills. Many cultivators and sects in the Purple Cloud realm flocked to the Shui family's disciples. It was because of the Shui family's help that these cultivators could unleash their strongest abilities. Now, a naive little girl dared to question the achievements of the Shui family? Shui Huailu let out a shrill laugh and flipped his wrist. A blue fan suddenly appeared in his hand. This fan was called the Turning Cloud Fan. It was a superior level 9 spiritual weapon. Even in the Purple Cloud realm, a rank 9 spiritual artifact was extremely rare. Shui Huailu was a junior of the Shui family, yet he was able to use the Turning Cloud Fan. This showed how much importance the Shui family placed on him. As soon as the Turning Cloud Fan appeared, it expanded several times. The spiritual power in Shui Huailu's body and the power of his domain surged towards the Turning Cloud Fan. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The veins on his face bulged from the exertion. But in his eyes, there was a sinister and venomous smile. Turning Cloud Fan, overturning Soul Rain. The Turning Cloud Fan wasn't just a simple competition. It was going to devour their primordial spirits bit by bit. Even if they took healing pills after the competition, they wouldn't be able to recover from the damage. Normally, Shui Huailu wouldn't use this special skill of the Shui family. Firstly, it would make him seem too sinister. Secondly, he had to pay a high price to use the Turning Cloud Fan. But now, he couldn't care less. Those bastards from the carefree team. That pretty boy tried to seduce Morong Shui. This woman in front of him completely disregarded him and the Shui family. How could he tolerate this? Die! Shui Huailu roared angrily as he waved the cloud-flipping fan in his hand. You brought this upon yourselves. Below the stage, the expressions of the few Longting instructors changed drastically. The 3 venerables, Ri, Yu, and Xing, were even more shocked as they said, Soul Captivating Rain, it's just a spar, but he actually used Soul Captivating Rain. Shui Huailu is too vicious. Although the audience couldn't see the power of the soul-subduing rain, at first glance, they all knew how powerful it was. However, when the cyan fan fanned, the clouds and rain in the sky had turned into a horrifying green color, and the dripping rain was no longer pitter-patter, but dense and continuous. And it became a huge drop, a drop. Every drop that fell to the ground made a sizzling sound in the mirror. That patch of grass and trees was actually corroded by a single drop of rain, forming a huge pit. Good, very good. I told you that great god Shui is the best support. What's a mere Ganhua rankings to him? But this is just a spar. Isn't it too much to use such a vicious technique? Since it's a competition, it's only natural to determine the victor. Humph, they could only blame the members of the Carefree Squad for overestimating themselves and provoking them. Especially that woman called Jun Mayan. Did she really think that she could be so arrogant just because she won a few rounds in the competition? Right now, God Shui is teaching them a lesson. In the stands, there was a lot of discussion because of this unforeseen event. The supporters of the Kirin team cheered loudly. The supporters of the Carefree Squad, on the other hand, had their hearts in their throats. Morong Shui turned to look at the cloud-flipping fan in Shui Huailu's hand and the azure rain clouds. Her expression changed drastically. Shui Huailu, what are you doing? This is just a spar in the Deer Cry Grand Banquet. You used the overturning soul rain, are you trying to put people to death? Shui Huailu's eyes were filled with madness. He laughed loudly, Morong Shui, didn't you say I was useless and that I liked that pretty boy? Now, I'll let you see who will be the one to suffer a crushing defeat in this competition. He waved the fan in his hand again. The corrosive raindrops that were falling from the sky suddenly seemed to be pulled by something. All of them whizzed towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu's expression changed. Even though he was far away, he could feel how terrifying the raindrops were. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to be attracted by something and was boiling, wanting to break through his meridians. The air was filled with a rancid smell that made people nauseous. Little 7. The people of the Xiaoyao sect all screamed. He wanted to rush over to help, but he was unable to do so. The Bao and Chu Moli's hand slowly appeared. Ling Yuxing's absolute space domain had already been completely released. However, at this moment, everyone heard a light and sweet-sounding voice. Don't move. Mayan presses her hands on the strings of the zither. She smiles disdainfully and her gaze is like a knife. If I can't even deal with this little bit of negative interference, then what kind of carefree team's first support would I be? As soon as he finished speaking, the originally faint sound of the zither suddenly rang out like a powerful army. After hearing her voice, the Xiaoyao sect members, who were originally anxious and panicky, all calmed down. Even Luo Yu stood calmly on the spot, looking at Xue Huailu with disdain and ridicule. Idiot, isn't she better than my 6th senior sister? Competing in support, I'll make you cry for your parents when I lose, that's not right. How could these people not cry for their parents when competing with their 6th senior sister? Voila! Just as this thought flashed through Falling Rain's mind, the corrosive green raindrops had already reached him. However, in the next moment, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared around him. When the cyan raindrops touched this barrier, not only were they unable to penetrate it, but they were also unable to penetrate it. Instead, it seemed to have been repelled by some great force and was sent flying in a certain direction. Ah! Xue Huailu's expression changed drastically, and his face was filled with terror. Because these blue raindrops were actually flying towards him. No one knew better than him how terrifying these raindrops were. Save! Save me! Save me! Jin Zhonghao, Shi Jingfeng, and the others from the Kirin team reacted quickly and blocked the attack. However, he was still a step too late. A few drops of blue rain fell on Xue Huailu's body. He immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. When his clothes came into contact with the raindrops, it burned a hole. His skin and flesh sizzled as they burned. However, the most painful thing was that his soul was being burned. It was as if someone had lit a fire in his brain, causing him to fall to the ground, rolling and wailing incessantly. This tragic scene makes everyone in the Qilin team turn ashen. The match has just begun, and their team's support has already been hit hard. Jin Zhonghao fiercely glares at Mu Yan. It's just a competition, aren't you being too ruthless? The burning of the primordial spirit is an irreversible injury, and Xue Huailu's strength is likely to never recover. Mu Yan sneers, giving him a taste of his own medicine? When Xue Huailu attacked Luo Yu, these people didn't feel that he was ruthless. Now that their own support has been seriously injured, and he's jumping around, saying that it's just a competition, hee, how can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Mu Yan's mouth hooks up into a cold smile. However, since you say that I'm ruthless, I have to make this accusation a reality. The real reciprocity has only just begun. As soon as her voice falls, the sound of the zither in her hand suddenly changes. From a powerful army, it becomes melodious and sweet, full of sorrow. Looking at the flowers in the mirror, the Qilin team shows a dazed expression for a moment. Even the cultivators in the stands are intoxicated by this beautiful music, as if they're surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, and fragrant flowers. A refreshing fragrance lingers at the tip of their noses. Soon after, everyone sees fluttering pink petals falling in the mirror. The petals are like snow, pink snow. As they fall to the ground, they slowly melt into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Some also slowly fall on the hair and shoulders of the Qilin team members. For a moment, the originally tense battlefield seems to be filled with tenderness and sweetness. Chu Tianyu stares blankly at the zither-playing girl not far away. Her clothes are as white as snow, and the petals are like rain, setting off her beautiful appearance and white jade-like skin. She's like a fairy that has drifted down from the 9th heaven. So distant, so ethereal, and so soul-thirsty. Chu Tianyu's heart suddenly tightens. He absent-mindedly turns his head and looks at a petal that has fallen on his shoulder. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. His face changes greatly. Everyone, be careful of these petals. Mu Yan's movement of plucking the strings remains the same, leisurely and languid, but her mouth hooks up in a playful smile. Your reaction is fast, but you're still a step too late. As soon as her voice falls, her slender fingers suddenly move on the strings. Hum. A sharp tremor was accompanied by a series of explosions and screams. In the next moment, Jin Zhonghao, Shi Jingfeng, and Guo Zhenxing fell to the ground. Jin Zhonghao's domain had been broken, and he was unable to use it. Shi Jingfeng and Guo Zhenxing were covered in blood. Mu Yan shook her head regretfully. She had once used the improved version of Petal Shower's attack in Yanwu Continent when she attacked Jin Hongmen. Such an attack, coupled with Floating Like Dream, could catch the opponent off guard and deal a fatal blow. But that was only for the weak. The members of the Kirin team were too strong. Therefore, this attack only injured 3 people, and they were only superficial wounds. What a pity. While thinking like this, Mu Yan's hands changed the tune of the zither. Graceful Feather, activated. From now on, it was time for her true support skills to be activated. Mu Yan is regretting here, but everyone in the stands is stupefied. Although the competition had just begun, the Carefree team was completely suppressing the Kirin team. How was this possible, and that Jun Mayan? They already knew that this girl was the #1 support in the Deer Cry banquet. But that was based on the fact that the Kirin team was not participating. However, at this time, Jun Mayan makes her move. They know why the other members of the Carefree team are shining brilliantly, but the people of Azure Blue World always mention the strongest member of the Carefree team, Jun Mayan. Because this girl's support is really too strong. So strong that Xue Huailu doesn't have the slightest strength to fight back against her. In particular, when the Graceful Feather is launched, the originally evenly matched Qin Jiao and Chu Yuanlei, Yun Ruhan and Duan Wenbin, Ling Yuma and Murong Shui, the battle begins to tilt in the Carefree team's favor. Xue Huailu suddenly coughs out a mouthful of blood and gets up from the ground. His eyes look at Mayan with mad resentment. He suddenly screams, "You, what are you still standing there for? Can't you tell who's the one who's controlling this battle? That slut is just an insignificant support. You still haven't killed him." Su Yi, Jin Zhonghao, Zhu Chongliang, did you hear that? Xue Huailu's words are very unpleasant, so unpleasant that Zhu Chongliang and the others frown in disgust. But his words were not wrong. At this point, they would be fools if they still couldn't tell who was the one who was controlling the outcome of the battle. Kill. They must first kill Mayan and expel her from the flower-gazing mirror. Otherwise, this match will really be in danger. Their Qilin team's reputation will also hit rock bottom. They look at each other and quickly soar into the sky, whistling towards Mayan. Only Jin Zhonghao stays where he is, a 9-jointed whip appearing in his hand. Only his 9-jointed whip is different from the others. When it is swung into the air, it actually separates into 9. With a crashing sound, a crack is opened in the air. Although Jin Zhonghao's domain has just been broken, in terms of fighting strength, he is second only to Duan Wenbin and Chu Yuanlei. Moreover, he is the only long-range cultivator in the Qilin team. The 9 whips in the sky are swinging up and down, making a snapping sound. The crack in the space is getting bigger and bigger, slowly turning into terrible lightning. These 9 lightning bolts contain the pressure of a strong person, and it really falls on a Jindan stage cultivator. It will definitely strike a mortal body until it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. At this time, Mu Yan had just activated Graceful Feather, and did not have any spare energy to complete Divine Hands Weave the Heavens in a short period of time. In the stands, the supporters of the Kirin team were seething. It's the 9th Heaven's Thunder. The 9th Heaven's Thunder has been activated. No one has ever been able to escape from God Jin's attack. Haha, Great God Jin's long-range attack is invincible. Jun Mayan is dead for sure this time. Jin Zhonghao's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. He was about to swing the whip in his hand. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he took several steps back. Almost at the same time he retreated. An arrow whistled as it flew past his neck. Jin Zhonghao looked over and saw the weak-looking young man in the wheelchair opposite him. The young man gave him a gentle and shy smile and said, "Don't disturb Junior sister from playing the guqin." The bow and arrow in his hand slowly disappeared. The action just now had made his face a little pale. The strong wind in the mystic realm also made him cough from time to time. No matter how one looked at him, he was a sickly young man who would be blown away by the wind. However, Jin Zhonghao stared at him with fear in his eyes. At that moment, he felt the threat of death. If he had lashed out with that whip, the one who would have died wouldn't have been Mayan, but him. The stands fell into a deathly silence, followed by a thunderous roar. Chumoli! Chumoli! So cool, Chumoli! Silver bow godly arrow Chumoli, I like to see great god Chu shoot arrows. Ninth heavens thunder Jin Zhonghao against silver bow godly arrow Chumoli, who will win in the end? Jin Zhonghao touches his aching neck and takes a deep breath. He looks at Chumoli with a burning gaze, his eyes overflowing with fighting spirit. The number 1 long-range attack cultivator, this title is destined to be his. Jin Zhonghao's attack on Mayan is fruitless, but Sui and Zhu Chongliang's attacks have arrived. Especially Zhu Chongliang, he was originally the top of the Fuxi list. His speed is so fast that when he attacks, there's only an afterimage left. However, his speed is fast, but someone's speed is faster than him. Bang, the two figures collide. Zhu Chongliang retreats a few steps, then suddenly stops. He looks at the youngster in front of him, his eyes bewildered. He was clearly the first to rush towards Mayan just now, but this youngster is the first to arrive. He directly intercepts his attack. Moreover, the shining silver needles are right in front of him. If he can't control his speed and charges forward, his throat would be pierced by the silver needles. That would be his final outcome. Ling Yusheng holds the absorbing magic needle, the binding silk gently fluttering as he says in a low voice, "If you want to make a move against little junior sister, you'll have to get past me first." Suyi's attack speed isn't as fast as Zhu Chongliang and Jin Zhonghao. However, he is already prepared to attack as early as he's advancing. One after another, puppets appear around him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 30. The people who were originally distracted by the other battles are stunned by the increasing number of puppets around him. Heavens, how many puppets are there already? 50? 60? The number of puppets is still increasing. Great God Su is truly worthy of being called Great God Su. Haha, not just anyone can become the top of the Hiyu list. Haha, did you forget that the current top of Hiyu list is Yi Liangchen? Even so, Sui is still the most powerful control cultivator after Yi Liangchen. Yes. The members of the Carefree Squad were really too stupid. They actually allowed Sui to release all of her puppets. Now, the number of enemies they had to face would increase by tens of times. Team Carefree will lose for sure, haha. A proud smile appeared on Suyi's face when he heard the exclamations from the audience. The grievance he felt when he had been slaughtered on the Heiyu list and his position at the top had been snatched away disappeared without a trace at this moment. Yap Liangchen? Yap Liangchen is nothing. In terms of controlling puppets, Sui was the strongest. It doesn't matter if Yi Liangchen is the captain or Jun Mayan. He, Sui, had to prove this point in front of everyone. That bunch of idiots like Xue Huailu and Murong Xue are completely suppressed by Mayan. Today, he, Sui, was the most dazzling superstar. 88 puppets of all sizes appear in the mountain forest, surrounding Mayan who is still playing the zither. The puppet's combat power was naturally not strong. But on an evenly matched battlefield, a low-level Anidia puppet could decide the outcome of the battle. What's more, there are 88 of them now. 88 puppets simply surrounded Mayan and Luoyu, who was the only one left behind Mayan. Sui laughed, using his divine sense to control the puppets to get closer. Jun Mayan, Lan Luoyu, it's not too late for you to admit defeat. Luoyu glanced at Mayan, who was still playing the zither, and turned to look at the puppets surrounding her. She asked innocently, "That's it? Just these few puppets?" The smile on Suyi's face froze, anger flitting across his eyes, then he sneered, "Death is at hand, and you're still so stubborn. Or do you think that Murong Xue will come to save a pretty boy like you?" Luoyu let out a long sigh, Then the corners of her lips rose as she said unhurriedly, "You can get first place on the Hiu list by controlling these few puppets?" It turns out that the young cultivators of the Ziyun realm are all so weak. No wonder 6th senior sister was able to slaughter all of your rankings so easily. Luoyu said the last sentence very softly. The people in the stands couldn't hear it, but Sui, who was watching flowers in the mirror, heard it. He could no longer maintain his arrogant smile, and a strong murderous intent emerged. "Good. You're very stubborn. Let's see if you can still talk so big after being beaten up by my puppets." Sui hadn't finished speaking. Luoyu suddenly raised her finger in the air. At the same time, the mirror field was released to its greatest extent. In the blink of an eye, clattering puppets jumped down from the sky one after another. These puppets, including Suyi's, had naturally been made and hidden in the storage space. But puppets were usually only the size of a fist in the storage space. Cultivators used their divine sense to activate the puppets, and then control their movements. That was how they became battle puppets that could assist in battle. But to activate hundreds of puppets, connect the sea of consciousness with the crystal nucleus in the puppets' bodies, and control their every movement, all took time. Sui had been preparing since he entered the mirror viewing flowers, and when he attacked Mayan, he had already prepared all 88 puppets. This speed was already extremely fast. It also represented how sharp his divine sense was, and how vast his sea of consciousness was. The people in the stands marveled at his strength, precisely because of this. But at this moment, the scene that appeared before them made everyone dumbfounded. Because, in the mirror viewing flowers, after Sui released the puppets, more puppets of various sizes began to appear. There were humanoid creatures, animal-shaped creatures, and even insect-shaped creatures so tiny that they were impossible to control. Moreover, the puppets that Sui released just now were released one by one at an extremely fast speed. In just a few dozen breaths, he had already released 88 of them. But now, Luoyu's puppets were released by the dozens. 20, 40, 70, gulp. Someone gulped. 100. However, the number of puppets was still increasing. 100, 130, 180, 200. The crowd shrieked like a groundhog. But the problem was that the number of puppets was still increasing. They surrounded Mu Yan and Luoyu who were inside. Outside, Suyi's 88 puppets were also encircled. In an instant, the 88 puppets, which had been making a huge ruckus a moment ago, had no way to advance or retreat. All alone, he looked exceptionally miserable and pitiful. Suyi's eyes widened as she stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. His voice was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make another sound. Luoyu's smile became brighter and brighter. The dimples on her cheeks were faintly discernible. She was indescribably cute. "What did you just say? Beaten by the puppets until they can't get up? May I ask who you are talking about?" She looked at Sui in disbelief. Luoyu sneered. "You want to compete with me on the number of puppets you can control? I, Xiaoqi, have never been afraid of anyone." Yes, he only controlled 220 puppets now. But in reality, after he broke through to the golden core stage, if he wanted to, he could control 300 puppets without a problem. And right now, he was only at the golden core stage. Luoyu waved her hand and a fierce light flashed in her eyes. "Destroy all these annoying puppets for me." With a command, the 200 puppets seemed to have a life of their own and rushed towards Suyi's 88 puppets agilely. In reality, the cultivation of the puppets Sui controlled was higher than Luoyu's. After all, Sui was already at the 8th level of the golden core stage. But there were too many ants to kill an elephant. Sui desperately controlled the puppets to escape, but in a short period of 15 minutes, half of the puppets were destroyed. His sea of consciousness was also injured. After a moment of silence, the cultivators on the spectator stand immediately burst into an uproar. 200 puppets. How can someone control more than 200 puppets? This is too terrifying. What's more terrifying is that he is only at the golden core stage. For someone to have such a powerful divine sense at the golden core stage, when he reaches the nascent soul stage or the leaving body stage, how heaven-defying will he become? Oh my god! What kind of monsters are the Xiaoyao team? I thought they would definitely lose against the Qilin team. But now, they are completely suppressing the Qilin team. The ones who were more shocked were not the cultivators on the spectator stand, but Longting's instructor and Lan Feng. Zhou Daoi swallowed and looked at Lan Feng in shock. That is the mirror field? Lan Feng stared at Luo Yu for a long time before shaking his head. I don't know either. Even in the Lan royal family, the mirror field is only a legend. Was it really possible that it was the mirror field that could only be activated by the purest god's descendants? But if it wasn't for the mirror field, how could someone at the Golden Core stage control so many puppets? In the mirror, Luo Yu, who was chasing after Sui and beating a drowning dog, had no idea that someone had already guessed his domain. At this moment, an unbelievable scene appeared on the battlefield. The Qilin team, whose cultivation base was generally 5 small levels higher than the Carefree team, was actually completely suppressed by the other team. This was something that had never happened since the founding of the Dragon Soaring Academy and the establishment of the Kirin team. Chu Tianyou's hands, which were hanging by his side, slowly loosened and then clenched. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in his hand. The tall figure soared into the sky and stayed in midair. The powerful, space-piercing field was slowly released. The inconspicuous silver longsword in his hand began to emit a dark red glow. After that, he didn't do anything. Suddenly, a sword light flashed around him and slashed downwards. Boom, the first sword strike landed on the body of Wine Qin, who had already gained the upper hand. Qin Jiao abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his entire person was sent flying. A huge wound appeared on his chest. The second slash was aimed at Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan's reaction was extremely fast, and she quickly raised her sword to block. However, the flowing light sword that belonged to Master Yin Xiao made a cracking sound and suddenly shattered. Yun Ruhan also flew back more than 10 meters, heavily falling to the ground. The third sword slashes towards Ling Yuma. A large pit suddenly appears on the ground. Half of Ling Yuma's body is buried in the pit, her face deathly pale. The fourth sword slashes, the wind howls. The hundreds of puppets controlled by Luo Yu explode with a loud bang, shattering into fragments and scattering everywhere. The stands are completely silent. In just a few short breaths, 4 short swords. Chu Tianyu only used 4 swords to completely reverse the good situation of the Carefree team. This is the strength of the Kirin team's captain. This is the #1 genius of Dragon Soaring Academy. Chu Tianyu. Brother Chu, I love you. Brother Chu is too handsome. Heavens, I'm going to faint. How could Brother Chu be so handsome? The Carefree team isn't weak at all, but Brother Chu is too strong. He alone can crush everyone. Someone stares at the dark red sword in Chu Tianyou's hand, breathing heavily. Can't you see? The sword in Brother Chu's hand is a divine weapon. I know, it's one of the few divine weapons in the Shozhen continent, the Scarlet Flame Sword. Crushing strength, crushing godly weapon. At this moment, the Kirin team's supporters finally let go of the boulder in their hearts. So what if the Carefree team is strong? As long as Brother Chu is here, the Kirin team will never lose. Chu Tianyu hovers in the air, looking down at the girl playing the zither below. His eyes darken, he says in a low voice, Shi Jingfeng, Guozhenxing, Sui, listen to my command. Don't worry about the others, attack Mayan with all your might, banish her from the mirror. Yes. Zhu Chongliang, Jin Zhonghao, Shui Huailu, hold off the others, don't let them destroy. Roger. Morong Shui, Chu Yuan Lei, Duan Wenbin, take advantage of the victory to pursue and secure victory. Yes. Chu Tianyu takes a deep breath, his voice loud and clear, his eyes resolute and cold. Finish the match within a quarter of an hour, don't let down the prestige of our Kirin team. The eyes of the Kirin team suddenly blaze, shouting in unison, team name, captain. At this moment, the situation has reversed. From Team Carefree to suppressing Team Kirin. It became Team Qilin chasing after Team Carefree. Everyone could see that Team Carefree was in danger. And the most dangerous one is definitely Jun Mayan. This weak girl, the strongest support in the Deer Cry banquet, would be besieged by 3 experts until she was expelled from the flower in the mirror. What kind of desperate situation would the carefree squad, which was already strapped for cash, face after losing this support? In the stands, a supporter from the Purple Cloud realm was so anxious that he was about to cry, "It's over, it's over. If June Mayan is eliminated, then the carefree team will really lose. But there are too few people in the carefree squad. No one can save her. The others can't even protect themselves. She's just a support. How could she block 3 attackers?" However, after shouting for a long time, these people turned around and discovered that the people from the Azure Blue realm were calm. It could even be said to be leisurely and indifferent. "What's wrong with you guys? Had he given up on himself? Why aren't you worried about the carefree team at all?" "Hee hee." The cultivator from the Azure Blue realm replied with a mysterious smile, "Of course we're not worried. Soon, you'll know the reason. The support Zither player is the weakest, 3 attackers can get rid of June Mayan, hee hee, you'll soon know how foolish and naive such thinking is." In the mirror, Morong Shui and the other 2 were forcing Ling Yuma and the others to retreat. Ling Yuxing and the others were also blocked and could not return to help. Shi Jingfeng, Guo Zhenxing, and Sui had already surrounded Mu Yan. Sui once again summoned more than 10 puppets. Shi Jingfeng and Guo Zhenxing did not seem to be famous, but they were both at the 8th and 9th level of the Golden Core stage. In terms of attack power, they were much stronger than Sui. At this time, the 3 tall figures were surrounded by the frail girl. No one believes that June Mayan can still escape and ascend to heaven. "Go to hell!" Shi Jingfeng roared. He suddenly raised his giant axe and fiercely chopped down in Mayan's direction. At the same time, Guo Zhenxing's meteor hammer. Suyi's puppets also attacked. Boom! Rocks cracked, smoke and dust filled the air, and the sound of the zither stopped. In the stands, everyone held their breath. They were waiting for the girl's wounded body to slowly disappear. However, in the next moment, a pig scream came from the smoke and dust. Then, there were a few bangs. One by one, tall bodies were kicked out along with blood splattering everywhere. While everyone was surprised, they saw a snow-like silver light shoot up to the sky. Hovering in the air, she looked at Chu Tianyu from afar. The girl with snow-like skin and fluttering white clothes held a crystal-clear sword in her hand. She pointed the sword at Chu Tianyu, and her mouth curved into a cold smile. "Impersonating my identity and injuring my fellow apprentices, it's time to pay them back." Chu Tianyu. In an instant, the 3rd layer of the star domain erupted. A huge pressure was suddenly released, accompanied by the reverberating sound of the zither. Pfft. Below, Shui Huailu and the others with the weakest cultivation spat out a mouthful of blood. The injured Shi Jingfeng and the others were about to get up, but now they knelt on the ground again, their knees could not stop trembling. Even Duan Wenbin and the others turned pale, faintly feeling that they could no longer use their spiritual power. On the contrary, the injuries of Ling Yuma and the others were slowly healing, and the spiritual power that they had used was gradually replenished. Feather Grace, completed, Echo Aura, completed, a 6th-level Shin musician technique, as long as one spends enough time and spiritual power to prepare. The lingering effect of the skill would linger on the battlefield for a short period of time. There was a deathly silence in the stands. "What happened just now?" someone murmured. "Am I seeing things? Isn't June Mayan an auxiliary musician? She just used one move and sent Senior Shi and the others flying. With his early-stage golden core cultivation, he can fly without a flying sword. Her domain, the triple domain, turns out it's not for support, but it's a powerful combat domain." Dreamy voices rang out from every corner of the stands. From the beginning, it was sporadic, but then, it suddenly exploded in the entire Flying Dragon City. Yes, the entire Flying Dragon City was boiling. What kind of monster is June Mayan? Strictly speaking, the cultivators of the cultivation world are divided into 2 main categories. One was the main combat type, and the other was the main refining type. The main combat type cultivators studied how to go on the battlefield and kill the enemy. And the main refining type cultivators mainly studied how to indirectly increase the strength of cultivators, such as alchemists, refiners, talisman formation masters, doctors, and so on. The main combat type cultivators were divided into 2 types, the combat type and the auxiliary type. In the Xianxia continent, which is biased towards team combat, both combat and auxiliary cultivators are extremely valued. But these two kinds of cultivators, even if they are both combat-type cultivators, their cultivation direction and methods are completely different. Especially the auxiliary cultivators of musicians. They have always been regarded as pure support, with no fighting power, and the weak who need to be protected. Correspondingly, the support ability of musicians is much stronger than that of other auxiliary cultivators. Therefore, when the people of Flying Dragon City saw Mayan's powerful support ability, they had already determined that she doesn't have any fighting power. But everything that just happened has completely subverted their understanding. A Zither master with a heaven-defying support ability killed 3 experts of the Qilin team in the blink of an eye? Are they really not seeing things? At this time, the cultivators of Azure Blue Realm, who have been waiting to watch a good show, finally let out a breath. They look at the cultivators of Purple Cloud Realm with an expression that says, "You mortals really haven't seen the world. Do you know what kind of achievements June Mayan has in our Azure Blue Realm? An auxiliary Zither master directly beat the strongest team of our Azure Blue Realm Spirit and Martial Arts Academy without the power to fight back. Can you imagine? A weak girl at the peak of Anidia defeated the head of the 4th great family of our Azure Blue Realm, Tian Haiba, who is at the nascent soul stage. Can you believe it? The 6 Xiaoyao sons are all combat cultivators, and only June Mayan is a weak auxiliary cultivator, the only weakness of the Xiaoyao team? Haha, really too stupid and too naive. The cultivators of Purple Cloud Realm look at the people of Azure Blue Realm with sluggish expressions. These low-grade cultivators, who were usually submissive and fearful whenever they saw them, were now looking at them with disdain. Then they tell them about June Mayan's terror and strength, spittle flying everywhere. In the end, they come to a conclusion almost in unison. Are the 7 Xiaoyao sons strong? Of course, all of them are very strong. But if you ask who is the strongest among the 7 Xiaoyao sons? Then it is absolutely June Mayan. An auxiliary Zither master who can reverse the situation of a battle. At the same time, a terrifying sword cultivator with explosive fighting power. Have you ever seen such an evildoer in Purple Cloud Realm? Haha, a group of stupid mortals. Just wait for the demoness. Ah no, June Moxia's full display of strength to tremble in fear, looking at flowers in the mirror. Chu Tianyu looked at the sword-wielding girl with a complicated expression. When she was playing the zither, she was delicate and beautiful. When she looked up, the green mountains were visible, and when she looked back, the sunset clouds were far away. She was like the crystal-clear snow on the Tianshan mountain, ethereal and ethereal. But in the blink of an eye, the zither disappeared and the sword was unsheathed. In an instant, all the flowing wind, returning snow, and flower-like shadows disappeared. All that was left was the biting cold that had been tempered by the wind and snow. But Chu Tianyu only felt as if his heart was being fiercely gripped by something. Especially clear in the face of snow, even more beautiful in the frost. At this moment, the cold sword-wielding girl was extremely beautiful and dazzling. It was so dazzling that a sense of inferiority arose in his heart. Chu Tianyu shook his head abruptly, restrained his turbulent emotions, and concentrated his attention on the battlefield. He looks at the girl in front of him, and says in a low voice, "June Mayan, I don't want to be your enemy, but I must seize the mysterious heaven bead. Yap Liangchen is me, and only me. In this match, it would be better for us to stop here and consider it a draw. But from now on, no matter what compensation you want, I can give it to you." Mayan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. "I heard that if you tell too many lies, even you yourself will believe it to be true. I didn't believe that there would be such a brazen and self-deceiving person, but now I believe it. Chu Tianyu, do you want to go to the 1000 average list and split sky list to take a look? The name Fuchen is still clearly ranked below Yi Liangchen? Where does this man get the face to say that Yi Liangchen can only be him?" Chu Tianyu sees the disdain in the girl's eyes, and his heart is filled with irritation and anger. June Mayan is looking down on him. Not only does she look down on his impersonation, she looks down on his strength even more. Chu Tianyu was able to crawl out of the hell-like place of the Dingwa matter, which naturally proves his talent and excellence. No matter where he is the focus of attention, the object of admiration and admiration. He has never cared about those infatuations and admiration. But at this moment, this girl's disdain and contempt makes him burn with anger. Jun Mayan, you should know very well that you are not my opponent. Chu Tianyu grits his teeth, I just don't want to hurt you. Gold core first rank and peak gold core, that is the difference between heaven and earth. For heaven's prides like them, killing people above their level is a common occurrence. But between heaven's prides of the same level, the difference of one level can be a natural chasm. Chu Tianyu pauses and lowers his voice to a very low level. Except for Mayan, who is also in the sky, no one can hear him. The Dragon Ascension 6 lists will adjust the difficulty according to the cultivator's cultivation. Even if you can reach the top of the list, it doesn't mean that you can beat me. No, you are definitely not my opponent. His face shows a rare pleading, Jun Mayan, I will say it again, I don't want to hurt you, but I must get the mysterious heaven bead. Mayan slightly frowns. Because she sees not only pleading in Chu Tianyu's eyes, but also madness that is close to despair. As if he doesn't get the mysterious heaven bead, he will sink into hell. But she quickly throws this thought to the back of her mind. Why Chu Tianyu wants to impersonate, why he wants to get the mysterious heaven bead, it has nothing to do with her. She only knows that she must get the mysterious heaven bead. Otherwise, how can she advance? How can she become stronger? How to protect something important? The 7 absolute sword in Mu Yan's hand spun in a circle, and the spiritual power and domain field around her suddenly expanded. At the same time, the sound of the zither hummed. Lotus Steps was activated. The girl's clothes fluttered in the strong wind and the flower in the mirror. Her black hair, which was like a waterfall, drew the outline of an ethereal dreamlike landscape painting, but it was also mixed with a biting chill. Chu Tianyu, you're blabbering so much nonsense. Even if you don't find it annoying, I find it annoying. I will still say the same thing. You can defeat me, and Team Qilin can defeat Team Carefree. Then, you can talk to me about the ownership of the mysterious Heaven Pearl. Chu Tianyu takes a deep breath, the pleading and unbearable look in his eyes instantly turns into determination. Fine, Jun Mayan, you brought this upon yourself. From now on, I won't show any mercy. I will make the Carefree team suffer a crushing defeat. I will let everyone know that the Qilin team is the strongest team in the Deer Cry Banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely released the space-breaking field. Immediately after, the raging flame sword soars into the sky, turning into countless sparks, ruthlessly chopping down in Mayan's direction. The power of this sword was several times stronger than the one Chu Tianyu had just used on Yun Ruhan and the others. Blotting out the sky and covering the earth, the mountain rocks cracked, and the flower in the mirror shook violently. Everyone in the stands revealed a shocked and aghast expression. Under the raging sword, the girl in white appeared so weak, as if she would be cut into several pieces at any time. This is Chu Tianyu's piercing sky flame cut. Like raging lava, it cuts through the void, and wherever it goes, everything is destroyed. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Once the sword is drawn, there is bound to be waves of killing intent, making people unable to avoid it. The supporters of the Carefree team all suck in a breath of cold air, their faces pale, and they want to scream for her to quickly dodge. But they find that under such monstrous killing intent of the sword, their voices seem to be stuck in their throats, unable to be released. However, the next moment, a scene that makes everyone dumbfounded happens. Just when everyone thinks that the piercing sky flame cut will tear Jun Mayan to pieces, or make her flee in embarrassment. That girl, like a small boat in a stormy sea, unexpectedly doesn't dodge or evade. She suddenly leaps into the air, directly facing the monstrous sword light. Boom, there is a loud noise, and the entire flower in the mirror shakes violently. Gorgeous colorful rays of light explode in the air, like the most dazzling fireworks. The powerful pressure and spiritual power that overflows from the small secret realm makes many people in the stands directly overturn to the ground, their faces pale and trembling. Even the mentors of the Dragon Soaring Academy are horrified, their eyes full of disbelief. Their eyes are fixed on the two figures fighting in the air and the flower in the mirror. In just a few breaths, they have already exchanged dozens of moves. Every move is filled with killing intent, only advancing and not retreating. Every move is like a stormy sea, as if it can directly split the world in the small secret realm. The vice heads' mouths open for a long time before they murmur, Jun Mayan can actually contend with Chu Tianyu head-on. Yes, everyone thought that Jun Mayan would choose to avoid the sharp edge, and then use auxiliary skills to entangle Chu Tianyu, and finally use a surprise strategy to win. Just now, Jun Mayan's zither sound created an invisible rebound barrier, making people believe that she has such an ability. In addition, Jun Mayan's zither sound can infinitely replenish her own spiritual power, but it can also accelerate the consumption of the opponent's spiritual power. It wasn't impossible to slowly grind Chu Tianyu to death by delaying the fight. This was a combat method that most support-type cultivators would use. However, no one would have thought that such a delicate and beautiful girl, a girl who looked so delicate that a gust of wind could blow her away, would actually be so beautiful. He didn't even think of fighting Chu Tianyu from the start. If she wanted to win, she had to win fair and square, without any tricks. She wanted to tell everyone that she was Yi Liangchen. Chi Ri murmured, his voice hoarse. She's using this method to tell us that she's the Lord of 6 Stars. She's Yi Liangchen. Apart from Yap Liangchen, who else could have such a powerful assisting ability and such a powerful fighting ability, other than Yap Liangchen, who else could fight against a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core Realm at the first stage of the Golden Core Realm and not be at a disadvantage? Chi Ri's words were like a giant bell that smashed into the chests of the instructors of the Soaring Dragon sect. Zhou Daoi, the vice deans, and the others fell into deep thought. Yu Xuanjian and Elder Song, on the other hand, looked livid. Watching flowers in the mirror. Yun Ruhan and the others who were fighting suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The sense of danger made them numb all over. Then, they felt a sword light coming straight down from the sky. If it weren't for Yun Ruhan and Duan Wenbin's quick reflexes and evasion, the sword aura would have cut the two of them into pieces. The same thing happened to Qingjiu, Ling Yuma, and the others. Luo Yu was the most miserable. He was controlling the puppet to fight against Sui, Shi Jingfeng, and the others. Caught off guard, the sword radiance fell, and rocks flew everywhere, directly cutting 2 of his puppets to death. Of course, Sui was in an even worse state. The 7 or 8 puppets that he had just summoned were directly smashed into pieces. He was also thrown to the ground by the sword Qi and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Yu looked at the crack in the ground and patted her chest with lingering fear. Seeing Ling Yuxing, who was also hiding over here, Luo Yu couldn't help but say, 6th senior sister, and that Chu Tianyu's fight is a bit too intense. Why does it look like he's going to tear down the whole mirror? The corner of Ling Yuxing's mouth twitched. I don't think so. The next moment, with a loud bang, a whirlwind-like energy ball smashed towards the ground. Everyone's expression changed, and they roared, "Run!" They scattered in all directions. In the next moment, it felt as if the entire flower viewing mirror was shaking. Countless giant trees were uprooted and thrown into the air. Slowly, the smoke and dust settled. Luo Yu and Ling Yuxing looked at the huge crater on the ground and looked at each other. He really tore it down. This pit took up more than half of the area in the flowers in the mirror. The forest and plains had disappeared without a trace. Under the exposed ground, one could see the scattered and condensed energy bodies. The flower in the mirror was really going to be torn apart, too scary. Many people on the grandstand swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with shock. I know that senior brother Chu is strong. He's been invincible in the Soaring Dragon for so many years, but Jun Mayan, why is Jun Mayan so strong? Isn't she supposed to support the zither player? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Yes. Isn't Jun Mayan the assistant zither master? How could an auxiliary zither player be able to fight head-on with senior brother Chu and be locked in a stalemate? Was there really such an omnipotent person in this world? His support was heaven-defying, and even his battle prowess was unshakable. No, in this world, there is still one person who can do this. Among the Azure Blue Realm cultivators, someone suddenly said softly. The Lord of Azure Cloud, the Lord of Golden Heavenly Light, the Lord of 6 Stars, the Medicine King's successor. There is only one person in the world who is omnipotent and capable of everything. This person, no matter what he does, I will not be surprised, I will not doubt. Because there were no more kings under Godyi. There was dead silence. After a long time, someone stuttered, You mean, Jun Mayan is Yap Liangchen? No way. Didn't they say that brother Chu is Yi Liangchen? However, senior brother Chu is indeed not as good as Yi Liangchen. Senior brother Chu doesn't know how to assist at all. The Azure Blue Realm cultivator who had just spoken fell silent. However, this kind of speculation was also planted in everyone's heart. Who was Yap Liang Chen? The instructors of the Soaring Dragon didn't even have time to think about this question. They hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy into the flower in the mirror to stabilize the small mysterious realm. No one expected that the battle between two Golden Core Realm students would almost destroy the treasure of the Soaring Dragon sect, flower in the mirror. At this time, the battle between Chu Tianyu and Mayan had also reached the most critical moment. In the sky, the two people standing far away from each other appeared pale, and their bodies were covered in sword wounds. Chu Tianyu looked deeply at the girl in front of him. There was no longer any pity, guilt, infatuation, or pleading in her eyes. Instead, there was only admiration and battle intent that had been ignited. After so many years, this was the first time he had met his match, and the first time he had fought to his heart's content. At this moment, there was only joy in his heart. Even the mysterious heaven pearl, even Chu Xinyan, as well as the humiliation and despair he had been born with, were all thrown to the back of his mind. He just wanted to finish this fight as quickly as possible. The two of them didn't say anything else and soared into the sky almost at the same time. The sword radiance flashed, and the wind howled. Thousands of sword nets fell from the sky and exploded. Sky-piercing flame cut, when used to the extreme, could create 108 cuts at the same time. That was a true sea of raging flames. It blotted out the sky and was unstoppable. Originally, Chu Tianyu had no way to display the sky-piercing raging flame cut to its peak. But at this moment, his mind suddenly became clear, and he truly displayed it. Mayan feels as if she's in a boundless sea of swords. That sea of swords was even vaster and sharper than little martial uncle's sword formation. Every single one of them contained piercingly cold killing intent, and they pressed forward courageously and were difficult to resist. After all, the time that Mu Yan has spent learning the sword is too short, and the time that Luo Yunxiao has taught her is even shorter. Most of the time, she has to rely on herself to figure out the sword formation and the ancient books that junior uncle left behind. At this moment, facing Chu Tianyu, who had been cultivating sword intent for more than 10 years, he was naturally at a disadvantage. Mayan's spiritual power is slowly depleting, and with her lotus-blossoming steps, she can no longer avoid every single sword ray. Bloody scars began to appear on his body. Would she lose her identity as Yi Liangchen, lose the profound heaven orb, lose the courage to become stronger? Mu Yan was in a trance. More and more sword chi landed on her body, causing her to be drenched in blood. Suddenly, two figures, one large and one small, appeared in front of her. It was on the summit of Danyang Mountain. Di Mingju hugged Xiao Bao and said that he wanted to be Xiao Bao's real father. He wanted the family to never be separated. At that time, just how bright were Xiao Bao's eyes, just how longing, just what kind of warmth flowed through her heart, was she going to admit defeat? Never. Buzz buzz buzz, Mu Yan doesn't notice that the small dark green sword that Luo Yunxiao gave her is trembling violently in the space. At the same time, at the core of her star domain, a ball of light was faintly discernible and slowly taking shape. Countless sword wills poured into her mind. It was someone else's, but also her own. It was as vast as the sea, scattered like stars on a chessboard. I want this world to no longer be able to shackle my destiny. I want this world to never be able to take away anything I care about. I want to be with the one I love in this world of mortals and never leave him. This is my, June Mayan's, sword heart protect. Mayan suddenly opens her eyes, her peach blossom pupils are as bright as the stars, as bright as the blazing sun. A dazzling light, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, burst out from the net of the 108, void-piercing flame cuts. Almost at the same time, Chu Tianyu's last sword move, the strongest move, the setting sun void cut, also arrived. Rumble. The violent sound caused the entire flying dragon city to shake. The mirror visualizing secret realm on the high platform at the center let out cracking noises. In the end, under the situation where the mentors of Long Teng were shocked and didn't have enough time to input spiritual power to repair it, it shattered with a loud bang, along with the high platform in the center of Flying Dragon City. Gravel splashed, and for a moment, many people were injured by the gravel. However, no one was willing to leave. They stared at the center of the smoke and dust, and there was only one thought in their minds. Chu Tianyu or Jun Mayan, who won in the end? The Qilin team, the carefree team, who would ultimately become the first king of the Deer Cry banquet. Cultivation continent, jungle ruins. Swish, while Luo Yunxiao was exploring the ruins, 8 natal flying swords suddenly appeared around her without being summoned. The tips of the swords were all pointed in the same direction, emitting a buzzing sound. The powerful sword chi spread out, causing all the spirit beasts in the forest to become restless and flee. Luo Yunxiao stared blankly at this scene as if she had lost her mind. Master, what's going on? Why is your natal heart sword moving on its own? Qi anxiously walked around the 8 swords a few times and asked nervously, Master, is there something wrong with your body? Luo Yunxiao only came back to her senses after a long while. Her slender jade-like hand waved in the air. The 8 flying swords flew back at lightning speed and entered his body. A wave of pure energy washed through his body. It was like a cleansing of his soul and domain. Master, what happened? Ah. Could something have happened to Mei Yan? The other natal sword sensed danger from the Dragon Void sword? What to do? Should we go save Mei Yan? Master, you won't be heavily injured because the Dragon Abyss sword is damaged, right? It's not a crisis. Qi chattered for a long time before she heard the man's slightly hoarse voice. It's not a crisis. It's Mu Yan who has condensed her sword heart. Quack, Qi voice got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a single word for a long time. Condense. Not. Sword. Heart? Did it hear wrongly? Mei Yan condensed a sword heart? Master, are you joking with me? Luo Yunxiao slowly exhaled, a helpless yet gentle smile slowly blossomed on her beautiful and picturesque features. I had originally thought that I was helping her, but in the end, I still owe her. The sound of the zither in the river of forgetfulness once, the engagement once, and the heart sword once again. Jun Mayan, your redemption, how can I repay it in full? How could he have the chance to pay it off? Xianxia continent, polar domain, northern frontier. Demingju, who had just annihilated a wave of poltergeist ghosts, suddenly shudders all over. He abruptly opens his palm. A strange fluctuation slowly condensed in his palm, forming a faint luster. Jun Shang, what's wrong? Han Yu beheads a roaring ghost that pounces over, asking nervously. Demingju looks at it for a while, then withdraws his hand. The corner of his mouth outlines an imperceptible smile. Mayan has condensed her sword heart. What? Hearing this, Han Yi is almost bitten by the poltergeist that pounces on him. Condensed sword heart? The sword heart with the domain core, a golden core stage cultivator from the cultivation continent condensed a sword heart? Jun Shang, are you teasing me? Han Yi isn't the only one who is dumbstruck. Even defeating armies, who is like a heartless and emotionless puppet, has an incredulous expression on his face. As far as they knew, it was because of the limitations of the cultivation world's energy field. The number of people who could activate a domain there was less than 1 in 10 million. For Miss June to be able to activate her domain at the age of 20, that was already an unimaginable talent. In the Xianxia continent, there were many people who could activate their domains. But domain sword heart? What's that? That's the realm that all sword cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. Once a sword heart is condensed, it can double the speed of the domain's advancement. Moreover, his comprehension of sword intent, the coherence between his sword chi and his body, and the exertion of his own strength would all be greatly enhanced. Not to mention, only those who possessed the sword heart could refine their own natal flying sword after their sword heart was completely stabilized. It could be said that only a person who had condensed a sword heart was qualified to be called a true sword cultivator. In the Xianxia continent, only when one's domain reached the 5th rank would they begin to condense their sword heart. In the entire Xianxia continent, Demingju was able to condense his sword heart when he was at the 4th rank of domain master. What about Miss June? She was only at the 3rd level of domain. Moreover, he was able to condense his sword heart in a place where the energy in the cultivation continent was heterogeneous. If it weren't for Demingju saying this, Han Yu would have directly spat out, "Nonsense, you condensed the sword heart in your dream." The first to react was Ying Mei. Her face, which had always been as cold as ice, revealed an excited and expectant smile. that's great, as expected of Miss June, my lord. Does that mean that Miss June can come to the Xianxia continent faster and become the mistress of the polar domain faster? Dimingju's complexion is cold, but the bottom of his eyes is sparkling. He remembered what Mu Yan had told him. She wanted to be a wife who was worthy of him, a wife who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and not a canary in a cage. Because of this promise, his Yan worked hard without a moment's rest. There has never been a moment like this when Dimingju believes that Mayan also loves him, as if their hearts are linked. Because she loved him, she was desperate to become stronger. Because she loved him, she tried her best to get close to him, tried her best to make them a real family. Jun Shang. Han Yi originally wants to ask Dimingju if he's sure that Mayan has really condensed her sword heart. When he raised his head, he was stunned. Only to see Dimingju's face rippling with a gentle and loving smile. At that moment, Jun Shang, who has always been cold and aloof, is unexpectedly happy like a child. His face, which was already extremely handsome to begin with, instantly became as elegant as the rosy clouds of the morning, causing people's hearts to be enchanted. However, they were only willing to submit to him and look up to him, treating him as their lifelong faith. Han Yi stares blankly. He suddenly kneels down and bows. Jun Shang, in this world, only Miss June is worthy of you. She would definitely become the mistress of the polar domain. No, the mistress of the polar domain can only be Miss June. Dimingju restrains his expression and lowers his head to look at him. He faintly says, 3 months in the purgatory pool, for now. Han Ye's words were originally spoken from his heart, from his feelings. He didn't expect that by a stroke of luck, he would be exempted from the purgatory pool for 3 months. He was overjoyed. Sure enough, in front of Jun Shang, there were no other principles. As long as Miss June was praised, then it was right. Hee, Han Yi bends down. Just as he's about to express his thanks, there's a sudden violent fluctuation in the barrier not too far away. Then, a dense horde of venomous ghosts roared and surged in crazily. Han Ye's complexion greatly changes. How could this be? Isn't the barrier about to stabilize? Ing Mei shouted, Shan Division, listen up. Kill. Kill. The light in Dimingju's eyes faintly narrow. He raises his hand, and in the hollow of his palm, there faintly appears a weapon that seems like a sword but isn't a sword, seems like a knife but isn't a knife. It was impossible to discern the color or shape of this weapon. It's just that as soon as it appeared, the venomous ghosts that wanted to approach Dimingju instinctively feel fear. They whimper, wanting to retreat. Dimingju raises his hand, but he doesn't seem to make any movements. A red light flashes, and dozens of poltergeist ghosts immediately vaporize and disappear. But Dimingju looks at the enchantment and slowly frowns. Is it his illusion? The strength of the poltergeist ghosts this time seems to be stronger than last time. But the energy of the enchantment has weakened. Shozhen Continent, Dragon Soaring Academy. The dust and smoke in the center of Flying Dragon City dissipate, and 2 figures slowly appear. Whether it's Chu Tianyu or Jun Mayan, both are scarred, their faces like paper. Everyone holds their breath for a moment, staring unblinkingly at the scene on the broken platform. Finally, the girl in the blood-stained white dress slowly hooks up her lips. Her pale and gloomy complexion is like the dull sky, stained with red clouds, bright and beautiful. Chu Tianyu, on the other hand, suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. A huge wound split open from his chest. The wound is so deep that the bone can be seen, just an inch away from the centrifugal artery. And this is obviously not because he avoided the vital parts, but because the opponent was lenient. Chu Tianyu's body suddenly shakes, and he quickly uses the scarlet flame sword to support himself, so that he doesn't completely fall down. His blank eyes slowly fill with astonishment and disbelief. He lost? In a real competition, he actually lost to Jun Mayan? A young girl at the first level of Gold Course stage, no more than 20 years old. Captain. Boss Chu, are you okay? The members of the Qilin team rush over, their faces full of worry. Chu Tianyu stares at Jun Mayan in a daze. After a long time, he reveals a bleak and desperate smile, slowly shaking his head. He opens his cracked and blood-stained lips, and with difficulty, he spits out 3 words with almost all his strength, I lost. As soon as these words come out, the entire Flying Dragon City is thoroughly seething. 1. The winner is the Carefree team. It's actually June Mayan? The Qilin team lost to a team of 7 people. How is this possible? Everyone's face is filled with shock, amazement, and complete bewilderment. The strongest team of Dragon Soaring Academy, the genius combination of 1 in 10,000 in the younger generation of Purple Cloud Realm, actually lost to an unknown team of Azure Blue Realm. And the most outstanding Heaven's pride in the history of Dragon Soaring Academy lost to an auxiliary Zither Master. How could the high and mighty cultivators of the Purple Cloud Realm accept this? Even more unacceptable were the other members of the Kirin team. Are you kidding me? How could our Kirin team lose? The veins on Xue Huailu's face bulged as he roared hysterically, I refuse to accept this. How can we lose to a bunch of trash from the Azure Blue Realm? Sui also screamed, yes, we haven't lost yet, we still have a chance. June Mayan, don't think that Xiaoyao team has won just because you used a trick to win against the captain. Not to mention Xue Huailu and Sui, even Jin Zhonghao, Duan Wenbin, and Chu Yuanlei revealed expressions of unwillingness. In front of everyone, it was 10 against 7, a high-level Gold Core Realm cultivator against a low-level Gold Core Realm cultivator. If they admitted defeat, how could they have the face to stay in Longting in the future? Chu Tianyu frowned. He wanted to say something but didn't say anything in the end. Xue Huailu's spirit jolted as he glared venomously at the members of Carefree team. The real competition has only just begun. My Qilin team won't be lenient anymore. Xue Huailu was incomparably arrogant right now. He felt that he had the capital to be arrogant. Because at this time everyone in the Carefree team was already covered in cuts and bruises, and their spiritual power was almost exhausted. The Qilin team is also injured, but they are high-level core formation cultivators, and their spiritual power is vigorous. In addition, there are 10 people. Don't look at how each of them is injured and suppressed, but their true loss is far less than that of the Carefree team. Especially June Mayan, although she won the battle against Chu Tianyu. She also paid a heavy price. Chu Tianyu is powerless to fight again, but does she still have the strength to spare? In other words, in the battle just now, the Qilin team used Chu Tianyu to exchange for the strongest support and the strongest fighting force of the Carefree team. Now, the Carefree team is left with only the weak soldiers, unable to withstand a single blow. Their Qilin team will definitely win. Hee, there's no flowers in the mirror in the next match. You bunch of wastes will really be crippled if you're crippled. June Mayan, how about this, you kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy, and then come under my crotch. Maybe I can let you lose a bit more decently. Xue Huailu spouts nonsense while looking at Mayan with a malicious look. Just now, it was this woman who made him lose face, and caused his spirit to suffer irreversible damage. He now hates June Mayan even more than he hates Luoyu. He can't wait to ruthlessly trample on June Mayan and lose all his dignity, only then will he feel appeased. In the stands, all the cultivators reveal expressions of disgust and anger because of Xue Huailu's words. Although they can't accept that all the glory and splendor have been taken away by the people of Azure Blue World, they are only unwilling, only ashamed. They have never thought of humiliating the strong like this. And Xue Huailu's current action is taking advantage of people's difficulties, using numbers to bully the few. It's the behavior of a shameless villain. Such a despicable and shameless guy, they actually regard this great god as their idol. It's simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. But even more people are worried about the Carefree team. 7 people fighting, each one covered in cuts and bruises, and without the protection of flowers in the mirror, what will happen to them? Carefree team, withdraw from the competition. We already know that you're the strongest. Yes, June Mayan, no, great god June, you are the strongest in the Deer Cry banquet, there's no need to bother with that kind of person. Overwhelming voices come from the stands, reaching the ears of everyone in the Qilin team and the Carefree team. Xue Huailu, Sui, and the others' faces contorted. They never would have thought that the majority of the people who originally supported them would now be cheering for the Carefree team. Why? Xue Huailu's eyes were filled with malevolence, he glared at Mu Yan even more fiercely, his eyes filled with crazy killing intent. Duan Wenbin and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they glared at Xue Huailu and Sui. They cupped their hands towards Mu Yan and said, I know that if we continue to compete now, it will be an unfair victory for our Qilin team. However, our Qilin team represents the Soaring Dragon sect and the Purple Cloud boundary. As long as the rules of the competition allow it, we will never give up on winning. I hope everyone will forgive me for this. If you're not willing to continue fighting, then this match can be considered a draw. Most people agreed with Duan Wenbin's words. This was the demeanor that a cultivator of the Purple Cloud realm, a prodigy of the Soaring Dragon, should have. After Duan Wenbin said this, he thought that everyone in the Carefree team would agree with him as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. However, who would have thought that what greeted him was Mayan's chuckle? Are you sure you want to continue the competition? The Tian Mo-chin appeared in Mayan's hand, and she slowly sat down on the ground. Her fingers moved the strings, making a melodious sound. I advise you not to. Otherwise, the Qilin team will not even have the last bit of fig leaf. Duan Wenbin frowns. Miss June, there's no point in boasting at this time. Mayan sneers. Well, since you think it's boasting, then let's continue the game. Her eyes sweep over the people of the Xiaoyao sect. Responding to her is the tacit laughter of her fellow apprentices. Ling Yuma is bathed in blood, but her eyes flash with a burning light of desire. Junior sister, let's start. I'm already impatient waiting for the moment to hang them up and beat them up. Hang them up and beat them up? This word makes the Qilin team and the cultivators in the stand stare blankly. Are the people of the Xiaoyao team crazy, or did they hit their heads? They actually want to hang them up and beat the Qilin team, relying on their almost exhausted spiritual power and riddled with holes? Ha 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 ha. Xue Huailu lets out an unbridled laugh. Want to hang us up and beat us up? This is the best joke I've ever heard. Sui also sneers. In a moment, when we beat them half to death, don't cry for mercy. Even Duan Wenbin and Chu Yuanlei frown. The people of the Xiaoyao team are too arrogant. They're clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, yet they still dare to talk nonsense. Even if today's victory is unfair, they must teach these madmen a lesson. As she thinks this, Mayan's fingers on the zither suddenly speed up. The next moment, an invisible energy is emitted from the Tian Mo-chin, splitting into 6 parts and connecting to the 6 people of the Xiaoyao sect. In an instant, the spiritual power in the air forms a whirlpool and rushes into the Tian Mo-chin, then along the Tian Mo-chin, it rushes to the 7 people connected. At the same time, the 7 people's divine sense, fighting intent, and primordial spirit are highly unified, blending and matching. Shin Musician Level 6 Skill, Big Dipper, starts. Almost as soon as the Big Dipper is launched, Chu Qianyou's pupils suddenly shrink. He looks up at the 7 people of the Xiaoyao team in disbelief. There's only one thought in his mind. The Qilin team lost, a crushing defeat. Ling Yuma wasn't lying, the Xiaoyao team can really hang the Qilin team. And Jun Mayan, or rather, Yi Liangchen, thoroughly trampled Chu Tianyu under her feet. He was defeated wholeheartedly, without the slightest hesitation or complaint. Under the dumbfounded gaze of tens of thousands of people in Flying Dragon City, the Carefree team, which had formed the Big Dipper formation, defeated the Qilin team with a crushing force. Duan Wenbin, Morong Shui, and the others had it easy if they fought head-on. At most, he would be kicked out of the ring or knocked unconscious. The injuries on his body were only superficial wounds that would heal in 3 to 5 days. The truly pitiful ones were Xue Huailu and Sui. When the members of the Carefree squad beat them up, they really beat them to death. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. The screams of the 2 of them like pigs being slaughtered resounded in every corner of Flying Dragon City. All the spectators in the Flying Dragon City couldn't help but swallow their saliva, but they still felt a chill down their spines. How terrifying, the Carefree team was so scary. Damn it, is this a spar? It was clearly a one-sided abuse. Didn't they see Xue Huailu and Sui, the 2 former champions of Ganhua and Hiyu, bawling their eyes out with tears and snot? Moreover, if you beat people up, then beat them up. Why did you beat them until they lost their clothes? Long Ting's Heaven's Pride, a noble son of an aristocratic family, a former great god, exposing his balls and buttocks in public, he doesn't want face. Then he heard Mayan say in a heavenly voice, time is tight, it's such a pity that I can't draw a picture of a beauty. Everyone in the stand shuddered at the thought of it. At this moment, there's only one thought echoing in their minds. The unfettered 7 demons can't be provoked. Absolutely can't be provoked, the female demon Mayan can't be provoked. Can't be provoked even in death. After the match, the unfettered team, Qilin team, and instructor Longting return to the chaotic tower. At this time, there's only 2 hours left until the mysterious heavenly orb condenses. The atmosphere in the chaotic tower is very heavy. The previously high-spirited Qilin team is now dejected, their faces filled with disappointment. As for the most miserable Sui and Xue Huailu, they've already fainted, thrown into a corner of the chaotic tower like a pile of mud. No one even looks at them. Even the Qilin team feels disdain and disgust towards these two, ashamed to be associated with them. But what about their captain, Zhu Tianyu? He said he's Yi Liangchen. But in the match just now, he lost to Jun Mayan. The King Yi Liangchen is the Lord of 6 stars, an omnipotent existence. And the heaven-defying strength that Mayan displayed in the battle is even greater than the rumored Yi Liangchen. No matter how much the Qilin team respects and trusts their captain, their hearts are filled with suspicion. Boss Zhu. Suddenly, Morong Shui strode forward and blocked Zhu Tianyu's path. Boss Zhu, tell us one more time. Are you Yi Liangchen? In the chaotic tower, everyone's gazes are focused on them. Shui. Duan Wenbin tugs at her, how can you speak to the captain like that? The other Qilin team look at Mayan, then at Zhu Tianyu, and hangs their heads. I've always been like this. If there's something in my heart, I just can't hold it in. Bite me. Morong Shui shakes off Duan Wenbin's hand and stares straight at Zhu Tianyu. Boss Zhu, I've always respected you as our boss, the only captain of the Qilin team. You have a gentle temperament, you're upright and kind, you never bully the weak, nor help the wicked. I don't want to believe that you're a shameless person who impersonates others and plucks the fruits of others. Now, please tell me personally whether you are Yap Liangchen or not. As long as you say you are, everyone in the Kirin squad will believe you unconditionally. Even if... Morong Shui paused for a moment, then choked with sobs. Even if you really did lie for some reason, as long as you tell us, the Qilin squad will bear the consequences with you. We will apologize to those who need to apologize and compensate those who need to be compensated together. Captain, please, give the order to the Qilin team. As soon as Morong Shui said this, everyone in the Qilin team, including Duan Wenbin, looked up at Zhu Tianyu with bright eyes. Everyone's eyes shone with trust, respect, and unwavering comradeship. Zhu Tianyu felt as if his heart was being grabbed by something, and he couldn't breathe for a moment. However, there was also a surge of sourness and warmth that surged into his heart. It made his eyes burn, and he almost wanted to cry. Sorry, Before Zhu Tianyu could finish his words, a hand suddenly pressed heavily on his shoulder. Yu Zuanjian laughed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Tianyu is obviously Yap Liangchen. Zhu Tianyu frowned. Before he could say anything, the outspoken Chu Yuanlei already said, but it's true that our Qilin team lost just now. The winner will be Yap Liangchen. This was agreed before the game. Besides, that girl in the carefree team, that Jun Mayan is really powerful, more powerful than our boss and us. Only such a person could become the Lord of 6 stars and stand at the top of all the elites in the Soaring Dragon Academy. What a joke. Yu Zuanjian sneered. Whoever wins will be Yi Liangchen. Who made the rule? Is it so easy to confirm Yi Liangchen's identity? This time, even the dean and the mentors of the Soaring Dragon Academy frowned. In fact, in the battle just now, Jun Mayan's performance had convinced them that the girl was Yap Liangchen. But now, what did Yu Zuanjian mean? Yu Zuanjian glanced at Mayan and said slowly, have you forgotten that Yi Liangchen has another identity besides being the Lord of 6 stars? He is the successor of the King of Medicine. Many mentors in the Soaring Dragon Academy know about Tianyu's talent in alchemy. But as far as I know, no one in the Carefree team knows alchemy. Some days ago, he even blew up 2 alchemy furnaces in the Tianling Palace. Is that true? Mayan glanced at him with a faint smile. So what if it is? Ha ha ha. Look, your words have exposed that you are not Yi Liangchen at all. Elder Song laughed. Yi Liangchen is the successor of the King of Medicine. If the successor of the King of Medicine doesn't know alchemy, wouldn't it be a joke? Now, even Zhou Daoi and the others looked doubtful. Yes, many people witnessed the explosion of the alchemy furnaces in the Tianlang Palace. A person who could blow up 2 alchemy furnaces in a row must know nothing about alchemy. How could such a person be qualified to be the successor of the King of Medicine? On the other hand, Chu Tianyu had shown amazing talent in alchemy when he first joined the Soaring Dragon Academy. Over the years, his talent had been growing day by day. Until now, there were only 2 mentors in the entire Soaring Dragon Academy who could surpass Chu Tianyu in alchemy, let alone students. Chu Tianyu's face darkened and his eyes were full of irritation. Vice Dean, please stop. I don't. Before he could finish, the hand on his shoulder suddenly tightened, and the nails almost dug into his flesh. Chu Tianyu felt the pain seeping into his bones, and he couldn't help but groan. Before he could raise his head, he heard Yu Xuanjian's cold voice ringing in his ears. Your Highness, you'd better think it through. This is the last chance the Marquis is giving you. If you still can't obtain the profound heaven pearl this time, you will not be able to escape death, but the one who will be even more miserable is your mother. Chu Tianyu's body trembled, and his face turned pale like snow. He clenched his teeth until the tip of his tongue tasted blood. Only then did he close his eyes miserably. He allowed himself to sink all his conscience, hopes, and expectations into the abyss of hell. Yu Xuanjian revealed a victorious smile. Glancing over the Kirin team, he loosened his grip on Chu Tianyu's shoulder and patted him gently. Come on, Tianyu. Tell them if you're Yi Liangchen. Chu Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and met the expectant and nervous gazes of the Kirin squad. A stiff smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said in a hoarse voice, I'm Yi Liangchen. I want to obtain the profound heaven pearl. For a moment, the expressions of the Kirin squad were complicated. Some breathed a sigh of relief, some were suspicious, and some were disappointed. However, all of this no longer mattered to Chu Tianyu. Yu Xuanjian turned his triumphant eyes to Mu Yan. Miss June, I'll give you one more chance. Do you still think you're the only successor of the King of Medicine, Yi Liangchen? Mu Yan glanced meaningfully at Chu Tianyu, who was in a daze, and then looked at Yu Xuanjian. Vice Elder Yu, do you mean that Chu Tianyu and Dragon Soaring Academy are going to go back on their word again? Before the competition between Team Qilin and Team Carefree, everyone had tacitly agreed that the winner would be Yi Liangchen. Lan Huahong had already returned to the palace, but Lan Feng stayed to support Mu Yan. Seeing this scene, he could not help but sneer. Executive Zhou, no matter what, Dragon Soaring Academy is still one of the best places for educating people on the path of cultivation. How can you still go back on your word like this? Zhou Daoi's face darkened, and he was in a dilemma. The mysterious sky bead and the chaotic tower are the most precious treasures left by the emperor. Isn't it reasonable to be careful? Elder Song shouted, this little girl obviously doesn't know how to refine elixirs. How could she become the successor of King of Medicine? There is something strange about it. How can she be Yi Liangchen just because she won the competition? Lan Feng said angrily, everyone knows that none of the 3 tests of King of Medicine have anything to do with elixir refining. King of Medicine wants to choose people with talent in elixir refining, not those who have experience in alchemy. Even if Miss June doesn't know how to refine elixirs, it doesn't prove that she is not Yi Liangchen. And it was true. On the surface, the 3 inheritance tests of King of Medicine indeed had nothing to do with elixir refining. But who asked King of Medicine to be the only holy ancestor-level alchemist in the world? Yu Xuanjian sneered, you don't know how to refine elixirs at all, yet you have the nerve to call yourself the personal disciple of King of Medicine? What a joke. The hall of the chaotic tower fell into an impasse. Mu Yan slightly raised her eyebrows and glanced at the people of Dragon Soaring Academy with a faint smile. Then how do you want to prove who is Yi Liangchen? Yu Xuanjian was silent for a moment. He looked at Chu Tianyu and gritted his teeth, refine elixirs. In this chaotic tower, you two will compete in alchemy. Whoever can refine the better elixir will be Yi Liangchen. He said this, expecting to see Mu Yan and the people of Team Carefree in panic, anger, and unwillingness. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the 7 boys and girls all revealed a strange smile. These people looked at Chu Tianyu as if they were looking at an idiot. A trace of uneasiness and anger rose in Yu Xuanjian's heart. He snapped, what are you laughing at? Mu Yan ignored him, and leisurely found a chair in the hall, and lazily sat down. The people of the Xiaoyao sect did the same. They all sat comfortably and leisurely, as if they were in their own garden. He had completely disregarded the many mentors and deans of the Dragon Soaring Academy. Yu Xuanjian was furious. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Mu Yan. A slender white finger was raised, and a voice as sweet as the sounds of nature resounded in everyone's ears. Do you want to compete in alchemy? Not bad. But I have a condition. Elder Song was enraged. You arrogant little girl, how dare you raise conditions with us? Yu Xuanjian's face turned blue and white. Mu Yan ignored them and said leisurely, if you don't agree, fine. I will leave the chaotic tower right now. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, the news that the Dragon Soaring Academy asked Chu Tianyu to pretend to be Yi Liangchen, the Lord of 6 Stars, will spread throughout the Tianguang ruins and even the Purple Cloud realm. Everyone's faces froze and almost twisted. This little girl is so ruthless. So ruthless. What kind of existence is Yap? Liangchen in the Tianguang ruins, he is the real god, the belief of all Liangchen's army. Do you think that there is no king below Yap? Liangchen is just a casual remark. In the eyes of Liangchen's army, their great god Yap is omnipotent and invincible. Under such circumstances, if you let them know that Longting Academy found a loser to pretend to be the perfect great god Yap in their eyes, wouldn't these crazy Liangchen's army overturn the entire Longting Academy? This is a threat, a blatant threat. Zhou Daoi coughed lightly. Tell me the condition first. Mayan smiled and gently stroked the jade key of the Tianguang ruins with her fingers. Then she said slowly, I want everyone to swear by their souls that from today on, no information about Yap Liangchen will be leaked. If they violate this, they will be punished by heaven and their souls will be destroyed. Previously, she didn't want to say that she was Yap Liangchen because she wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. But now, Yap Liangchen, who has the mysterious heaven bead and the king of medicine's inheritance, was already a crime. Mayan could totally imagine that if the news of her being Yap Liangchen was spread out, there would definitely be a group of people coming to him. They all wanted to get what they wanted from Yap Liangchen. What if they couldn't get it? Coercion, bribery, murder, and robbing were all common occurrences. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to get the mysterious heaven bead, Mayan didn't want anyone in the Ziyun realm to know that she was Yap Liangchen. Hearing this condition, Zhou Daoi was immediately relieved. Okay, we agree. They didn't want to reveal Yap Liangchen's identity. Guessing was one thing, but if Mayan was really Yap Liangchen, the Longting Academy would lose all its face. If they didn't reveal Yap Liangchen's identity, they would at least have one last piece of fig leaf. Strangely, after frowning, Elder Song and Yu Xuanjian agreed without hesitation. However, they revealed a meaningful sneer of contempt on their faces. Everyone present, including Xue Huailu and Sui, was forced to swear that they wouldn't reveal any information about Yap Liangchen. Soon, 2 huge alchemy furnaces with flowing halos appeared in front of them. These 2 pill furnaces were both rank 8 spirit artifacts. Moreover, it was a high-grade spirit weapon among the 8th rank spirit weapons. Each of them was worth 7 or 8 million high-grade crystal stones. They saw Mu Yan walking towards one of the alchemy furnaces, surrounded by the members of the Xiaoyao sect. Zhou Daoi's brows suddenly twitched. Don't tell me this 8th grade alchemy furnace exploded again? No matter how wealthy the Dragon Soaring Academy was, they couldn't afford to have high-grade spirit artifacts explode one after another. Mayan's complexion darkens. If she explodes again, she'll be as poor as a doorbell. The members of the Carefree Squad laughed out loud without holding back. Little junior sister, if we really blow up the 3rd alchemy furnace, we'll all have to sell our bodies to the Dragon Soaring Academy to pay off our debts. That's right. You must take it easy this time. If you want to sell yourself, let little junior sister do it. She's more valuable. Maybe if we sell junior sister, we'll be able to go back to the azure blue world and live a good life. Mu Yan. Selling me for 3 alchemy furnaces, is our brother-sister friendship made of paper? The people of the Xiaoyao school were laughing and joking, but their conversation was overheard by Yu Xuanjian and Xue Huailu, who had just woken up. However, he felt that she really did not know how to forge weapons. Yu Xuanjian's anxious heart was completely at ease. As for Xue Huailu and Sui, their gazes weren't just filled with hatred and fear, they were filled with bone-deep hatred. After waking up, the two of them discovered that more than half of their meridians and sea of consciousness had been destroyed. Both of them were auxiliary cultivators. With their sea of consciousness destroyed, it was equivalent to saying that all their previous cultivation efforts were in vain. How could they not hate him? As long as they can prove that Jun Mayan is not Yap Liangchen, they will immediately dismember this group of bastards. Even if Jun Mayan was really Yap Liangchen, they would still consign them to eternal damnation. The alchemy competition soon began. This time, Chu Tianyu did not say anything, but silently stood in front of the alchemy furnace. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Yu Xuanjian was worried that the man was deliberately going easy on him. But when Chu Tianyu took out some rare and precious spirit herbs, Yu Xuanjian's worry immediately turned into ecstasy. This is the formula of Golden Crow Elixir. Is Tianyu going to refine a 7th grade Golden Crow Elixir? As soon as these words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar. In the cultivation world, there was a rule that could not be followed. An alchemist can only be called a grandmaster when he can refine a 7th grade and above medicinal pill. For example, a 7th tier alchemy grandmaster. From this, it was obvious how great the gap between a 7th and 6th grade medicinal pill was. As for the Golden Crow pill, it was a rare item among the 7th grade pills. With the assistance of elixirs, cultivators with metal and fire spiritual roots could refine their meridians and condense metal and fire elemental energy faster, thus speeding up their advancement. In the Tianguang ruins, a Golden Crow elixir could be sold for at least a few 100,000 high-grade crystals. Captain can already refine 7th grade pills? How old is he? In our family, even a 100-year-old alchemist might not be able to refine the Golden Crow pill. This kind of alchemy talent, this kind of improvement speed, to say that he is the only successor of the Medicine King is really too believable. Could it be that Yap Liangchen wasn't Jun Mayan, but Chu Tianyu? Looking at Muyan's side. Little junior sister, did you see that Chu Tianyu only took out rare spirit medicines? Why are all these cheap goods that can be found on the streets? Are you sure you can fight against Chu Tianyu like this? Muyan has a headache. Do you think I want to? I am also very helpless. This isn't the fault of Qi Huang, that brat. The Tian Mo Qin space doesn't let him put this, doesn't let him put that. He even said that the spiritual herbs she bought were trash. She could only place them in the jade key of the Tianguang ruins. Now, she couldn't take them out. The only thing he left behind was a small storage ring, which contained some ordinary spirit herbs that he had collected in the Azure Blue Realm's Red Yang mountain range. Yun Ruhan frowned and said, "Little junior sister, what spirit herbs do you need? Do you want me to find them for you now?" Mayan was moved in her heart. At the critical moment, eldest senior brother was indeed the best, however, she still shook her head. No need, no need. I'll just refine what I'm best at. Luo Yu asked curiously, 6th senior sister, what pill are you best at? Could it be the Ji Yuan Dan? Mu Yan hooks up her lips, revealing a mysterious smile. You'll know in a while. Time passed as the 2 pill furnaces burned with raging alchemic flames. Finally, after nearly an hour, an anomaly appeared on Chu Tianyu's side. Accompanied by crackling sounds coming from the alchemy furnace, rays of golden light were emitted from the lid of the alchemy furnace. At the same time, a rich medicinal aroma permeated the entire hall. Is it really the Golden Crow elixir? Even the vice deans were shocked. Tianyu really made a 7th grade Golden Crow elixir. Who would believe that a Golden Core cultivator under the age of 30 could make a 7th grade Golden Crow elixir? Yu Xuanjian and Elder Song were full of pride. This proves that Tianyu is the real Yi Liangchen, right? Without his talent, who would be qualified to be the personal disciple of the King of Medicine? Elder Song looked up at the top of the tower and said anxiously, the Dark Heaven Orb is about to condense. I'd better ask Tianyu to get it first. Yes, there was less than half an hour left before the Dark Heaven Orb would condense. The entire chaotic tower had fallen to the ground. There was also a faint but powerful energy fluctuation coming from the top of the tower. Yu Xuanjian and Elder Song thought that as long as they could get the Dark Heaven Orb, it didn't matter who Yi Liangchen was. However, Zhou Daoi and the others became more cautious after the previous match. Zhou Daoi said, no hurry. Mayan is not done yet. Let's wait and see. Almost at the same time his voice fell, Mu Yan's alchemy furnace also stirred. The same dazzling light was emitted from the furnace. But the difference was that the light on Mayan's side did not come from the top of the furnace, but from the whole furnace. Almost at the same time, the whole furnace was creaking as if it would disintegrate at any time. Zhou Daoi's face darkened. Is it going to explode again? There was a loud bang. But it was not the furnace that exploded. Instead, it was the lid that flew off. A fragrance several times stronger than the golden crow elixir made by Chu Tianyu came from inside. At the bottom of the furnace, 10 shining elixirs were lying quietly. It's done. Ling Yuma said happily, "Junior sister, what elixir is this? It smells even stronger than the elemental elixir, but I don't think I've smelled it before." Just as Mu Yan was about to reply, she saw that the 8th grade alchemy furnace seemed to have completed its mission and could no longer endure it. It let out creaking sounds and then suddenly collapsed, shattering into a pile of residue. All of a sudden, Zhou Daoi was dumbfounded. Everyone in the Xiaoyao squad was dumbfounded. Mu Yan is also struck dumb. Bastard. This time, she had clearly tried her best to restrain herself. She did not use the heart's eye array formation, nor did she use the cloud-forming sea, so why did the furnace still explode? This broken alchemy furnace couldn't be a fake, right? She swallowed her saliva and forced a smile at Zhou Daoi. At least the furnace didn't explode this time. Maybe if I stick them together. I can. Stick them together? The last 3 words were softly silenced by Zhou Daoi's murderous gaze. Zhou Daoi really wanted to cry. The third high-grade alchemy furnace, nearly 10 million top-grade crystals, even someone as wealthy as Long Ting would feel the pain of losing so much in one go. Did this B***starred girl really think that her family owned Soaring Dragon? And he said that at least the furnace didn't explode. How dare you talk about sticking together? Stick to your big head, pay. This time, they had to pay. Furthermore, he had to compensate him for the 2 that he had blown up last time. However, before Zhou Daoi could lose his temper, he heard Yu Tsuanjian ridiculing, "You destroyed an 8th grade alchemy furnace and only refined a few 6th grade elixirs. Jun Mayan, how dare you call yourself Yi Liangchen with such a level of alchemy?" At this time, Mayan's 10 elixirs have been placed together with Chu Tianyu's 2 elixirs. Yes, Chu Tianyu only refined 2 elixirs in one go. But no one would think that the value of 2 7th grade elixirs would be lower than that of 10 6th grade elixirs. In the first round, Chu Tianyu lost to Jun Mayan, and the Qilin team lost to the Carefree team. But in the second round of the elixir competition, it was obvious that Chu Tianyu won. Yu Tsuanjian looked at Zhou Daoi. "Dean, there's nothing more to say, right? Yi Liangchen is Tianyu. Now that the mysterious heaven bead is about to condense, shouldn't we let him take it?" Zhou Daoi frowned and said nothing. Vice Dean Zhu stepped forward and picked up one of the elixirs refined by Mayan. "Strange, why haven't I seen this elixir before? This breath is not recorded in any ancient book. What elixir is this?" Elder Song said impatiently, "Is it interesting to ask what elixir it is at this time? Even if it's a rare elixir, can it change the fact that it's only a 6th grade elixir?" Mayan chuckled. "Isn't the real effect of the so-called elixir more important than its grade? Or do you think that a 7th grade restoration elixir and a 7th grade golden crow elixir are of the same value? What a joke. The golden crow elixir is the best even among the 7th grade elixirs. Do you want to say that your 6th grade elixir is more valuable than the golden crow elixir? Mayan, whether it's valuable or not, will know after taking it." With that, she turned to look at all the people present and finally hooked her finger at Zhu Chongliang of the Qilin team. Zhu Chongliang looked around and pointed at himself blankly. "Me? Mayan, you. Come here." The girl's words were concise and her expression was languid. But those enchanting peach blossom eyes and that pleasant voice seemed to have a magic power that made people unconsciously want to revere her. Zhu Chongliang didn't even think about it as he eagerly ran to her. "May I ask what Miss Jun's instructions are?" Before he could finish his last word, a fragrant pill was stuffed into his mouth. Then, a force slammed into his chest, and he swallowed it with a gulp. Zhu Chongliang had yet to react even after the pill entered his stomach. His face was filled with confusion. Jun Mayan fed him the elixir that she refined. What kind of pill was that? Could it be that the captain wanted to poison him because he had stolen the title of Yap Liangchen? Just as Zhu Chongliang's imagination was running wild, Elder Song saw this and laughed out loud. Jun Mayan, are you stupid? What does letting Zhu Chongliang eat the pill you refined prove? Even if his spiritual power immediately increases, even if his muscles and bones are tempered, does that prove that your Dan is better than the Golden Crow Dan? Everyone present was also confused. Elder Song was right. The effects of most medicinal pills could not be seen in a short period of time. Furthermore, even if he could see its effects, how could he prove that it was better than the Golden Crow pill? Just then, Zhu Chongliang's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Everyone was startled by his sudden cry. Duan Wenbin was about to ask him what's wrong. He saw Zhu Chongliang suddenly sit cross-legged on the ground, and the spiritual power of his whole body began to operate crazily. Immediately after, the spiritual power inside and outside the hall all rushed towards his dantian. At first, everyone was confused, not knowing what was going on. But slowly, some people began to see the signs. Zhou Daoyi exclaimed, "Advancement!" Zhu Chongliang advanced. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded when they heard this. Zhu Chongliang's current cultivation was at the 9th stage of the Golden Core. Many people knew that only when a cultivator reached the peak of the Golden Core could he feel the existence of the nascent soul. Then, by taking elixirs and practicing, the nascent soul could be slowly condensed into a nascent soul. Zhu Chongliang was at the top of the fortune list, but his strength was far inferior to Duan Wenbin and Chu Yuanlei. One of the important reasons was that he was only at the 9th stage of the Golden Core. And they were at the peak of the Golden Core. But advancing from the 9th stage of the Golden Core to the peak could be said to be the most difficult of all the small stages. Even though he had taken a lot of elixirs to refine his body and condense his soul, he was still one step away. This was known to the Qilin team and even to the teachers and students of the Longding Institute. But at this moment, Zhu Chongliang, who had been stuck at the 9th stage of the Golden Core, directly advanced after taking one of Mayan's elixirs. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? Elder Song's smile froze on his face. Yu Zuanjian's face was also twisted. The people of the Xiaoyao school all felt proud and elated. Ling Yuma sneered, "Elder, you just bragged about the 7th stage Golden Crow elixir. Now, do you dare to guarantee that the Golden Crow elixir can help people advance in an instant?" Elder Song's lips trembled for a long time. Who said that the Golden Crow elixir it can't be done. However, he was interrupted by Chu Tianyu before he could finish his words. Chu Tianyu's face was calm as he said lightly, "The Golden Crow elixir can't help people advance, nor can it expel the impurities in the veins during the advancement. The value of one Golden Crow elixir is not equal to that of one refined by Mayan. It couldn't even compare to 1 let alone 2 to 10. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't react at all. They had thought that Chu Tianyu would beat Mayan in the second round. But the result was that he lost even more miserably. Devour what? What kind of pill is this? The vice deans nervously look at Mayan. I really have never seen this elixir in any ancient book. Mu Yan chuckles lightly, grabs a pill, and casually tosses it. Of course you guys haven't seen it before. That's because this medicinal pill is something that I created. Original creation? Mayan raises her hand, and a talisman appears in her left hand. This is my father's signature talisman unique to the number 1 shop under the heavens. His right hand gently caught the pill falling from the sky. This is the signature pill unique to my old man's number 1 under heaven store. These two can be considered a set. Now, do you know what this pill is? Everyone stared blankly. Suddenly, several people cried out in unison, barrier-breaking pill. Yes, anyone who had been to the Tianguang ruins and heard of Yap Liangchen and Laozi's number 1 shop in the world would know about it. Who doesn't know what's the most popular talisman in the world's number 1 shop? It was the barrier-breaking talisman. No one had ever heard of such a talisman since the beginning of the cultivation world. With enough talismans, it could assist a cultivator below the core formation stage to advance. The only one who could draw up a barrier-breaking talisman was Yi Liangchen. And now, this abnormal evildoer, not only could she draw up a barrier-breaking talisman, he had actually refined an even more powerful and terrifying bottleneck-breaking pill? God, is this person really omniscient and omnipotent? In fact, these people don't know that when Mayan was in the Yenwu continent, she also created a filter of barrier breaking. Filter of barrier breaking talisman, barrier breaking pill. 3 completely different items, but in terms of effectiveness, they were all of the same series, the same set. That was why Mayan said that she would refine the elixir that she was most familiar with. He had already sold 2 continents, how could he not be familiar with it? Mu Yan casually tosses the elixir and talisman in her hand to one side, and slowly stands up. Her gaze sweeps over everyone present, and her clear voice resounds in everyone's ears like ice and jade striking against each other. Now, does anyone still doubt that I am not Yi Liangchen? The entire great hall of the chaotic tower was completely silent. Did anyone still suspect that she was Yap Liangchen? How could he doubt it? She had even concocted a bottleneck-breaking pill. The effect was exactly the same as the barrier-breaking talisman. No, it should be said that it was an advanced version of the barrier-breaking talisman. You said that you suspect that she is not Yap Liangchen. If you have the ability, you can also make a barrier-breaking talisman compatriot elixir. After a long time, Zhou Daoi slowly let out a breath. Looks like there's no doubt about Yi Liangchen's identity now. Just as he finished speaking, the entire chaotic pagoda shook violently. Even the 6-star pagoda on the side and the entire flying dragon city started to shake. Everyone's faces changed, as they lifted their heads to look. The profound heaven bead had finally condensed successfully. The top of the chaotic tower was so high that it pierced through the clouds. Looking up, there was only an endless staircase with no end in sight. But now, a dazzling light shone from above. At the same time, the Tian-Mo Qin in Mayan space vibrates violently, constantly flying upwards. It seemed to be agitated, but also like excitement and desire. Inside the chaotic tower, Mu Yan had no way of contacting 7 brilliance. But even if she thought about it, she knew that the brat must be shouting in the space. He threatened her that if she did not obtain the profound heaven pearl, she would definitely die. Soon, the dazzling light at the top of the pagoda slowly converged, gradually condensing into a dark blue pearl. Slowly, it flew downwards. The moment they saw the pearl, many of them stared blankly. This is the treasure of heaven and earth, the mysterious heaven orb. Even Chu Tianyu, who had already lost all hope, was breathing heavily. This was something that he had dreamt of day and night. It was his and his mother's only hope of escaping hell. If he could obtain the profound heaven orb, would he be able to obtain redemption, not to mention Yu Tsuanjian and Elder Song, whose eyes were already filled with greed. The mysterious heavenly pearl slowly hovered above a jade box in the center of the hall. As the light dissipated, it turned into an ordinary blue stone. But even though it didn't emit any light or spiritual energy fluctuations, it made people crazily want it. Zhou Daoi swallowed his saliva, instinctively wanting to touch the blue stone. But as if he suddenly thought of something, he turns his head with difficulty to look at Mayan, and says in a deep voice, "Miss June, no. Yi Liangchen, the mysterious heaven orb is yours, please take it." Mayan nods, restraining the agitation in her heart and the restlessness of the Tian-Mo Qin. She walks towards the mysterious heaven bead. However, she had only taken 2 steps. A strong gust of qi ruthlessly attacked her. Mayan's reaction is extremely fast, and in the nick of time, she flies back several meters. Only then does she manage to avoid the attack. Even so, there was still a wound on Mayan's arm. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. Mayan's eyes darkened as she looked up at Yu Tsuanjian. Judging from the sword move just now, Yu Tsuanjian's strength was at least at the out-of-body stage. Moreover, he was a practitioner at the out-of-body stage who was several times stronger than Lan Feng. He was by no means a match for the current Mayan. The vice dean of the Dragon Soaring Academy withdrew the flying sword in his hand and revealed a fierce expression. He looked at her with a sneer. "You're just a silly girl. Who said you're qualified to take the mysterious heaven bead? Junior sister. Junior sister, are you all right?" Leng Yuma was furious and glared at Yu Tsuanjian. "You can't compete openly, so you want to snatch it shamelessly? So the Dragon Soaring Academy of the Ziyun realm is such a shameless thing? Not to mention the members of the Carefree team. Even the mentors of the Dragon Soaring Academy and the members of the Qilin team were stunned. Zhou Daoi's face darkened. "Yu Tsuanjian, what are you doing? The mysterious heaven bead belongs to the Lord of 6 Stars. This is the rule left by the emperor, and no one can violate it. Yu Xuanjian ignored him and turned to grab the mysterious heaven bead. However, before he could get close, Zhou Daoi's body had already emitted a sword radiance. It was so powerful that it forced him back a few meters. The dean of the Dragon Soaring Academy, who usually looked like a nice guy, now looked cold. Yu Xuanjian, are you really going to disregard the emperor's order? Yu Xuanjian's face turned blue and white. He lowered his eyes to hide the anger and urgency in them. When he looked up again, these emotions had been restrained. He said respectfully, I don't mean to disobey the emperor. But who Yi Liangchen is, isn't it still uncertain? This little girl said that it's a bottleneck-breaking elixir. Who can prove it? Besides, even if this elixir can help people advance, is it better than the golden black elixir? Yes, yes. Elder Song came back to his senses and shouted, ask anyone who's more valuable, a 7th grade golden crow pill or a 6th grade pill that no one has ever heard of. The answer is definitely the golden crow pill. In my opinion, Tian Yu is the winner of this competition. He is Yap Liangchen, the one who should get the mysterious heaven orb. This time, not to mention Mu Yan and the others. Even Instructor Long Tang and the members of the Qilin team could tell that something was wrong. These two people were clearly pestering endlessly, wanting to let Chu Tianyu obtain the profound heaven pearl no matter what. Vice Dean Zhu's face darkened. Vice Dean Yu, Elder Song, that's enough. Not only are you guys losing face, but you're also losing face for Long Tang. Saying that, he turned towards Mayan and said in a gentle voice, I believe that you are Yi Liangchen, take the mysterious heaven orb. Who dares? Before Vice President Xu could finish his words, Yu Xuanjian bellowed. At this moment, there was a bright red paper crane in his hand. With a trace of madness on his face, Yu Xuanjian raised the crane in his hand high and said with a loud voice. Chu Tianyu is the crown prince of the Dingwa Manor. This mysterious heaven orb clearly belongs to His Royal Highness, but you want to take it by force and give it to someone else. Do you think the Dingwa Marquis will let it go if he knows all this? If you insist on giving the mysterious heaven orb to a little girl, then don't blame me for informing the Dingwa Marquis at once. At that time, I'm afraid that even the whole school would be in question, let alone the face of the Longting Academy. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the chaotic tower instantly froze. The faces of the principals and mentors of Longting were as black as the bottom of a pot. They were furious, but there was also a faint fear and dread in their hearts. Who was Dingwa Marquis Chu Xinyan? He was ranked 3rd on the Blue Sky Roll, the most authoritative ranking in the Purple Cloud realm. There were many legends about Chu Xinyan. Some said that he had lived for more than 300 years and had long surpassed the limit of a tribulation stage practitioner. Some said that he controlled an extremely powerful army of practitioners. If he attacked, it would not be a problem for him to destroy the Lan family empire. Some also said that although Dingwa Marquis Chu Xinyan looked gentle and elegant now, few people knew how bloody and cruel he was in the past, torturing and killing countless practitioners to prolong his life. No matter whether these legends were true or not. But one thing was for sure. Dingwa Marquis Chu Xinyan was very powerful. He was so powerful that all the aristocratic families and sects did not dare to touch him easily. If Chu Xinyan really wanted to attack Longting, then Longting would be in danger. Zhou Daoi pointed at Yu Xuanjian and Elder Song, who was standing next to him, and said in a trembling voice, So you have been the henchman of Dingwa Marquis for a long time. He suddenly looked at Chu Tianyu and said through gritted teeth, What about you? Do you think so too? The mysterious heaven bead should be yours? Chu Tianyu's heart was in a mess. When the Qilin team lost, he really wanted to admit everything and bear his sins. However, Yu Xuanjian's threat reminded him of his mother, who was controlled by Chu Xinyan. He could disregard his own reputation and life, but how could he ignore his mother? He had accepted his fate and was at the mercy of Yu Xuanjian and the others like a puppet. But when the mysterious heaven bead appeared, his originally dead heart began to beat again. As long as he gave the mysterious heaven bead to Chu Xinyan, would the immortal Chu Xinyan let him and his mother go? He, Chu Tianyu, was afraid of death, cowardly, and despicable. When the only hope of survival was placed in front of him, greed and hope floated in his heart again. But how could such a despicable and cowardly face the Qilin team who worshipped him? How would the girl whom he pretended to look down on him? Chu Tianyou's eyes were filled with struggle. All of a sudden, Yu Xuanjian's sneering voice came into his ears. Your Highness, from the moment you decided to pretend to be Yi Liangchen, you have no way out. Do you think that Jun Mayan or the Qilin team would forgive you? Chu Tianyou's face instantly paled. Yes. Once he stepped into the darkness, would he be able to return to the light? He was merely deceiving himself and others. The corners of Chu Tianyou's mouth hooked up into a self-deprecating smile. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was already a bit more ruthlessness in his eyes. Principal Zhou, although my golden crow pill can't let people advance immediately, it can condense the primordial qi of both metal and fire. Just now, I said that the golden crow pill is inferior to Jun Mayan's elixir because it's my first time refining a 7th grade elixir, so there's still room for improvement. But I don't think that my talent in alchemy is worse than Jun Mayan's. I am the successor of the Herb King, Yi Liangchen. The hall was silent for a moment, and everyone looked at Chu Tianyu in shock. Especially the members of the Kirin team, they simply couldn't believe it. Chu Tianyou's performance just now had clearly indirectly admitted that he wasn't Yi Liangchen. But now, he went back on his words. Morong Shui suddenly shouted, Big Brother Chu, what's wrong with you? Is the Dark Heaven Orb really that important to you? It's so important that you don't even want your conscience and dignity. Chu Tianyu said calmly, yes, the Dark Heaven Orb is very important to me. I am Yi Liangchen, and the Dark Heaven Orb belongs to me. What's wrong with me taking back what belongs to me? Everyone in the Kirin team was shocked and stared at him in disbelief. Then, the shock in their eyes slowly turned into disappointment. Yu Xuanjian and Elder Song, on the other hand, burst into laughter and patted Chu Tianyou's shoulder in satisfaction. Dean, did you hear that? His Royal Highness is Yi Liangchen, and Yi Liangchen is His Royal Highness. If any of you refuse to let him take the Dark Heaven Orb. Yu Xuanjian sneered and waved the paper crane in his hand, then wait for the Marquis to come and settle the score with you, puff. A sword light shot into the tower from outside and instantly penetrated Yu Xuanjian's hand. Ah! Yu Xuanjian screamed as his entire right hand and the paper crane in his hand exploded into pieces. Blood dripped down from his amputated wrist. Yu Xuanjian's face twisted in pain as he looked toward the door in horror. A man with snow-white hair, who looked to be in his 30s, slowly walked into the chaotic tower. Elder Kong. Zhou Daoi almost cried tears of joy when he saw the man. The other mentors of the Soaring Dragon Academy also shouted, Deputy Dean Kong. Kong Yuanjiu, the Deputy Dean of the Soaring Dragon Academy, was not responsible for any affairs of the Academy, but was the most powerful man in the Soaring Dragon Academy. 10 years ago, he was ranked 8th on the Blue Sky roll. Since then, there was no record of him fighting, and no one knew his real cultivation level. Yu Xuanjian and Elder Song stared at him in horror. Deputy Dean Kong, what are you doing? Are you trying to go against the Marquis by taking the Dark Heaven Orb from the Crown Prince? The two shouted for a long time, but Kong Yuanjiu didn't even look at them. Instead, he walked straight to Mu Yan. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, Kong Yuanjiu slightly bowed his head and said solemnly, Miss June, I've heard a lot about you. I finally get to meet you. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why does Kong Yuanjiu seem to know Mayan, and why is he so respectful towards her? Kong Yuanjiu is a crossing tribulation stage cultivator while Jun Mayan is merely a gold core stage little girl. No matter how he thought about it, this scene was too unbelievable, right? Don't say that the others are confused, Mayan is even more confused. Do I know him? However, this voice sounded a little familiar. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The one who arranged for us to stay in Tianlang Palace was you. That's right. Kong Yuanjiu smiled sincerely. I wonder if Miss June is satisfied with your stay in Tianlang Palace. After a pause, he continued, Tianlang Palace has been bound to your soul from the very beginning. If you are not satisfied, you can change it to your heart's desire. Bound to her divine soul, Mayan is startled, then a thought faintly emerges in her mind. But before he could ask anything, Yu Xuanjian bellowed, Kong Yuanjiu, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a tribulation cultivator. You are ranked 8th on the Green Sky list, while Master Ho is ranked 3rd. If you really dare to covet the things of the Marquis's mansion, Master Ho will definitely destroy your Dragon Ascension Academy. Kong Yuanjiu narrowed his eyes and slowly turned his head. But in a flash, his face no longer has the gentleness and respect he showed to Mayan just now. Even though he had a light smile on his face, it was enough to suffocate people. This was the strength of a tribulation transcending cultivator. There was no need for words, no need for spiritual power fluctuations, and no need for pressure to make you feel fear. Kong Yuanjiu's gaze shifted and landed on Chu Tianyu. Chu Tianyu, let me ask you again, are you Yi Liangchen? Chu Tianyu couldn't stop his body from trembling. The fear in his heart that was on the verge of collapse made him want to immediately kneel down and surrender. But in the end, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said hoarsely, yes. I am Yi Liangchen. The mysterious heaven pearl is mine. The people of the Xiaoyao school couldn't hold it in anymore. They cursed, Yi Liangchen my ass. How shameless. Shamelessness seems to be the tradition of the Dingwa manor. From the master to the servants, they are all the same. Sun Yuanjiu chuckled, you said you are Yap Liangchen. Alright then, I'll give you the profound heaven pearl. Go and get it. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Elder Kong. Zhou Daoi said anxiously, you don't know what happened just now. There's no doubt that Jun Mayan is Yi Liangchen. Kong Yuanjiu waved his hand. I know. There's no need to worry. He looked at Chu Tianyu with a faint smile. Didn't you hear what I said? You can go and take the mysterious heaven pearl. As long as you can take it away, it will be yours. And you are Yi Liangchen. Chu Tianyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his body stiffly turning towards the profound heaven pearl. As soon as the blue bead entered his eyes, his blood seemed to boil. Yu Tsuanjian did not even care about the wound on his hand. He shouted excitedly, Prince, quick, go get the dark heaven bead. As long as he gave the mysterious heaven bead to the Marquis, he would have done a great service. What was a mere hand? Master Ho naturally had elixirs that could heal his hand. When Ling Yuma and the others saw this, they were about to explode in anger. Damn it, I thought that a good person had come, but it turns out that they are all King jackals of the same tribe. Junior sister, these bastards want to swallow your things. Let's fight it out with them. The others were also filled with righteous indignation. Even the most composed Jun Ruhan, who'd been shouting about keeping a low profile, couldn't remain calm. He had bullied their junior sister again and again in front of them. Did he really think that the Xiaoyao school had no one? Do you believe that I won't invite little Marshal Uncle and Teacher Mo over and blast your lousy dragon soaring academy into smithereens? The people of the Xiaoyao sect all took out their weapons, and their faces were filled with determination, as if they were saying, I'll die with you bastards. But in next to no time, a jade white hand obstructed their path. Mu Yan looks at Kong Yuanjiu and says thoughtfully, don't be impatient, things may not be what you think. On the other side, Chu Tianyu had already walked in front of the mysterious heaven pearl. His eyes were slightly red as he slowly extended his trembling hand towards the profound heaven pearl. On the back of his hand, the veins on his forehead and neck were throbbing non-stop. It was obvious how excited and nervous he was at this moment. Profound heaven orb, he was finally going to obtain the profound heaven bead. As long as he obtained the profound heaven bead, he would be able to obtain redemption, and his mother would also be able to obtain redemption. His fingertips touched the ice-cold surface of the orchid stone. In the next moment, a dazzling ray of light burst out from the stone. Chu Tianyu's entire body was fiercely ejected, and he crashed into a table. Immediately after, an ancient and deep voice that carried a desolate aura resounded in everyone's ears. The Lord of Six Stars has successfully condensed the mysterious heaven bead. All teachers and students of Dragon Soar Academy must guard it with all their might. Do not covet it. Anyone who covets it will be severely punished. Those who refuse to repent will be punished. Chu Tianyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His abdomen burst open, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. His face was deathly pale, his eyes staring blankly in the direction of the mysterious heaven bead, as if he had lost his mind. Yu Tsuanjian and Elder Song were aghast, their mouths agape. They couldn't make a sound for a long time. Kong Yuanjiu looked at the three mockingly. After a while, he sneered, the Hex Star Pagoda has a spirit. It has guarded Dragonsaur for thousands of years. The Emperor ordered him to keep the chaotic tower and the mysterious heaven bead for the Lord of 6 Stars. I'm afraid you've already forgotten what the Hex Star Pagoda's spirit said when the mysterious heaven bead was condensed. Do you really think that the Emperor's things can be easily coveted? Inside the chaotic tower, there was a deathly silence. Chu Tianyu slumped to the ground. Suddenly, he grinned and laughed lowly. Tears mixed with blood slid down from the corners of his eyes. His laughter grew louder and louder. His voice was hoarse with madness and sorrow. Ha 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 ha. Chu Tianyu, who do you think you are? What Yi Liangchen? What Lord of 6 Stars? You're a joke. A complete joke. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the Qilin team looked at him with complicated expressions. There was anger, pain, and pity in their eyes. Morong Shui wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned her head and bit her lip. Kong Yuanjiu looked at Mayan. His sarcastic expression immediately became gentle. Miss June, please take back the mysterious heaven bead that belongs to you. Mayan took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the mysterious heaven bead. The closer she got to the blue bead, the more she could feel the vibration of the Tian Emochin space inside her. It was as if the powerful sacred object that had dominated the 3 realms couldn't hold back anymore. It wanted to rush out and devour a part of it. The entire chaotic tower was silent. Everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on Mayan. Everyone wanted to know. The mysterious heaven bead that sent Chu Tianyu flying and made him spit blood, would it allow Mayan to touch it? Was this beautiful young girl the real King Yi Liangchen? The girl slowly raised her hand. His slender hands were as white as jade, and his joints were well proportioned, as if they were carved from the most translucent white jade in the world. His fingertips landed lightly on the dark blue stone. Everyone held their breaths. Then, to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. The chaotic tower was silent. The mysterious heaven pearl in Mu Yan's hands and the jade box beneath it were also silent. There was neither light nor vibration. Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. So, this proves that Mayan is Yi Liangchen. Why does it feel so unreal? However, no one knew. Under the appearance of silence, Mayan actually hears a sound in her ears. We respectfully welcome the Lord of 6 Stars to the chaotic tower. This is the profound heaven pearl. May I ask, Lord of 6 Stars, should we announce to the world the true ownership of the chaotic tower and mysterious heaven pearl? Mayan immediately recognized the voice. It belonged to the 6 Stars Tower's artifact spirit. She promptly said, no need. The true ownership that the 6 Stars artifact spirit was talking about was obviously her identity as Mayan. What kind of joke was this? She couldn't hide it enough. Why would it announce it on its own initiative? May I ask, Lord of 6 Stars, should we take away the chaotic tower? Mu Yan blinked and looked around in surprise. This tower is mine too? Naturally. 6 Star Equipment Spirit replied, the Emperor has decreed that the chaotic tower and mysterious heaven pearl belong to 6 Star Lord. In Flying Dragon City, the 6 Star Order surpasses all rules and is only restricted by the Emperor. You can naturally take the chaotic tower. Only restricted by the Emperor? Mu Yan's heart stirred. Who is the Emperor? The Emperor is the Emperor. He is supreme, and no one can disobey his orders. Mu Yan thought for a while and changed the topic. What is the use of this chaotic tower? 6 Star Equipment Spirit was silent for a while before replying. The chaotic tower is a place to cultivate and temper one's spirit. It has 2 functions, cultivation and training. Cultivating in the chaotic tower will be twice as fast as cultivating outside. By training in the chaotic tower, one can accumulate combat experience and condense a true killing intent of blood and fire. Mu Yan asked doubtfully, isn't this similar to 6 Star Tower? Replying 6 Star Lord, the chaotic tower is different. The ancient voice said slowly, 6 Star Tower cultivates and selects true geniuses. As for the chaotic tower, it is called the chaotic tower because it is formed by the chaos and the unity of all desolations. The chaotic tower does not nurture a single strong cultivator, but an invincible army. Devour suddenly shrunk back. You're saying that the chaotic tower can accommodate many people to cultivate and train at the same time? Yes, according to 6 Star Lord's level, your strength is equivalent to level 7 Nihility Immortal and can accommodate 100 people. Strength is equivalent to level 9 Nihility Immortal and below Golden Immortal and can accommodate 1,000 people. Strength is equivalent to Golden Immortal and above, can accommodate 10,000 people. 6-star Equipment Spirit was still reporting the number of people that the Chaotic Tower could accommodate at each level. Mu Yan's mind was already in turmoil, and she could not take it in. Being able to accommodate 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people to train at the same time, did that mean that she could let the Nether Flame Army and Liangchen Army enter the Chaotic Tower to train? However, level 7 Nihility Immortal, she had heard from Deming that it represented tribulation, or at least peak leaving body stage. It was still far from allowing the Chaotic Tower to accommodate 1,000 people. But just 100 people was not bad. Mu Yan suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked with her divine sense, "Can I take the Chaotic Tower away now?" "Yes." The 6-star Pagoda Artifact Spirit paused for a moment, then said, "But please allow me to remind Lord of 6-star that the Chaotic Pagoda is a rare, demon god artifact. Even a sovereign cannot fully control it. Lord of 6-star, your current cultivation is too low. If you carry the Chaotic Pagoda with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to completely conceal its aura. For a treasure like the Chaotic Pagoda, if it was unable to conceal its aura, it would naturally be coveted by others. But Mayan's focus is somewhat different, a demon god artifact? She has also heard Han Yi mention the levels of magic weapons in the Xianxia continent. Although her understanding isn't very comprehensive, she's certainly never heard of the demon god artifact. The so-called demon god artifact is a type of magic treasure that is completely different from the artifact forging system of the three realms. In the world, demonic god artifacts were extremely rare. Generally, demon god tools would only recognize one true master, and they could grow stronger with the growth of their master's strength. Whether it was spiritual power, demon power, or evil spirit, they could all be absorbed by them. Some of the more special, demon divine weapons, have their own weapon spirits. Their true power is even more unimaginable. Even divine objects cannot compare to them. Mu Yan almost immediately thinks of Xiaobao's Bixia sword. Lord Ho's desperate strike won, however, at this moment, the people within the Chaotic Tower were already in an uproar due to this long-lost silence. Yu Xuanjian and Elder Song stared at the mystical heaven orb in her hand with blazing eyes, as if they wanted to pounce on it. Mu Yan could only gather her thoughts and ask one last question, "So you mean to leave the Chaotic Tower here?" "Yes and no." The ancient voice said respectfully, "The more people who train in the Chaotic Tower, the more killing intent, spiritual energy, and divine sense will remain in the tower. It will be more beneficial to the Lord of 6-star's army. I suggest that you place the Hex Star Tower in Divine Elephant City for all cultivators to train in until the day you take it back." Mu Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and her lips curled into a sly smile. "Alright, I'll leave the Chaotic Tower in the center of Divine Elephant City. Grandpa Artifact Spirit, please look after it for me. And..." She paused and was about to continue when Yu Xuanjian suddenly roared. When the Lord of 6-stars arrived, heaven and earth shook, and the sky was filled with multicolored light. The entire soaring dragon bead belonged to Yi Liangchen. But now that this woman has the mystical heaven orb, the artifact spirit and the Chaotic Tower have no reaction at all. Doesn't that prove that she's not Yi Liangchen? Yes, yes. Elder Song's eyes widened, and he murmured, "Who knows if she's the real Yi Liangchen? The mystical heaven orb can't be given to her." Suddenly, he made up his mind, and his cultivation erupted, and he pounced at Mu Yan. "Let me keep the mystical heaven orb for now." However, before Elder Song could touch Mu Yan, Sun Yuanjiu had already waved his sword. Elder Song was only at level 1 of Leaving Aperture, while Sun Yuanjiu was already at Tribulation Passing. This sword strike, with only sword energy, directly knocked Elder Song to the ground. Elder Song crashed into a pillar, and he was dizzy at first, then he screamed. His right hand, which was about to snatch the mystical heaven orb, was sent flying. He looked at Sun Yuanjiu with shock and fear, and his body couldn't help but tremble. "Kong Yuanjiu, what are you doing?" Yu Xuanjian shrieked, "Things have always been suspicious." Elder Song wanted to take back the dark heaven bead for safekeeping and give it to Mayan after confirming her identity. "What's wrong with that? You, how could you be so vicious as to chop off Elder Song's arm? What are your intentions?" Kong Yuanjiu sneered, Chu Tianyu doesn't have the ability to obtain the mysterious heaven pearl, he isn't Yi Liangchen. Young Miss June obtained the profound heaven bead and did not suffer from any backlash. This naturally proves that she is Yi Liangchen. What's there to doubt about? Holding his broken arm, Yu Tsuanjian glanced at Chu Tianyu and Elder Song. All of a sudden, his eyes were filled with viciousness and his face twisted. If he could not obtain the mysterious heaven bead today, he would not be able to complete the Marquis's instructions. His fate would be even more miserable than death. Rather than that, he might as well go all out. All of a sudden, Yu Tsuanjian raised his hand and grabbed at Qilin and the members of Carefree Squad. In the blood slaughter sword formation, the members of the Carefree Squad had long since trained their reflexes to dodge danger at any time, so they quickly dodged. But the Qilin Squad was not so lucky. Duan Wenbin, Chu Yuanlei, and Morong Shui were the strongest among them, so they barely managed to dodge. But the others were all wrapped around the neck by a black steel whip in Yu Tsuanjian's hand, and dragged directly in front of him. Give me the mysterious heaven bead, or I'll make sure that these brats of the Qilin Squad die without a corpse. End of this chapter. The desperate blow of Master Ho and his team. 2. Yu Tsuanjian's usually gentle and elegant face twisted crazily. He tightened the steel whip in his hand, and the Qilin team immediately wailed in pain. These Qilin team are the chosen ones of the big families. If they die, the big families and sects will never let it go, and the soaring dragon will be finished. Make your choice. Do you want the lives of these brats or the dark heaven bead? Yu Tsuanjian's move was out of everyone's expectation. Zhou Daoi and the others were livid and incredulous. Even Sun Yuanjiu frowned. Yu Tsuanjian, do you know what you are doing? Giving the dark heaven bead to the Lord of 6 Stars is an iron rule set by the Emperor. In the Soaring Dragon, the Emperor's order is the supreme rule, and no one can disobey it. Are you going to disobey the Emperor now? Emperor. Emperor. Ha ha ha. What Emperor? Don't be ridiculous. Yu Tsuanjian threw his head back and laughed. How can there be an emperor in this world? The Emperor disappeared 1,000 years ago and never showed up again. No one knows whether he is dead or not. Only you still follow these dead rules. Sun Yuanjiu's face suddenly darkened. He stared at Yu Tsuanjian, and the blade in his hand was faintly discernible. Yu Tsuanjian tightened the steel whip in his hand again, and Shui Huailu, who was at the periphery, immediately wailed like a pig being slaughtered. Blood gushed out from his neck. Shui Huailu was so scared that his tears and snot flowed out, and the stinky liquid flowed directly from his crotch. He shouted hysterically, I don't want to die, help me. Help me. Give him the dark heaven bead, Jun Mayan, do you hear me? Give him the dark heaven bead. Mayan sneered and did not even look at him. Hatred surged in Shui Huailu's eyes, and his face was ferocious. His hatred for her was far greater than that of Yu Tsuanjian, who kidnapped him. But he could do nothing about Mayan, and could only look at Zhou Daoi and the others. Dean, help me. I am the grandson of the Shui family. If I die, the Shui family will not let Soaring Dragon off. Sui, Shi Jingfeng, and the others also repeatedly begged for mercy. They also conveniently scolded Mayan for not helping when she was in danger. His cowardly face caused Duan Wenbin and the other two to frown. Their eyes were filled with shame and disgust. On the other hand, Zhu Chongliang and Jin Zhonghao clenched their teeth tightly and didn't utter a word. Zhou Daoi, the vice deans, and the others all had conflicted expressions on their faces. Shui Huailu's and the others' identities were too special. If they really died in the Soaring Dragon sect, the various aristocratic families and sects would definitely not let the matter rest. They looked hesitantly at Sun Yuanjiu. Kong Yuanjiu sneered, Yu Tsuanjian, kill me if you can, but in Longding, the Emperor's order is everything. I, Kong Yuanjiu, will bear all the consequences. It never occurred to Yu Tsuanjian that Kong Yuanjiu would not compromise even when he was in a life-and-death struggle. If Kong Yuanjiu had swallowed the dark heaven orb, he would have accepted it. But he, an expert of the green sky role and a practitioner of the crossing tribulation stage, had risked everything to protect a powerless young girl. Yu Tsuanjian was about to lose his mind. Kong Yuanjiu, have you lost your mind? For this woman, you don't even care about the safety of Soaring Dragon? Who the hell is this bitch? Did she seduce you? Is she your little lover? Is that why you are protecting her at all costs? Kong Yuanzhou's face suddenly changed. His anger was mixed with fear, and his body was trembling. He was even more agitated than when he saw Yu Tsuanjian kidnap the members of the Qilin team. P.S. There is one more chapter. I'm still writing, end of this chapter, greetings to the Emperor, which? Emperor? You shut up. You're the crazy one, shut up. How could Miss June and how could? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Elder Kong speak so incoherently and lose his head out of fear? Yu Tsuanjian, however, laughed sharply, ha ha ha, did I hit the nail on the head? So you're feeling guilty? Or rather, not your lover, but Lan Feng's? Lan Feng cursed angrily, you're slandering me. Yu Tsuanjian, don't go too far. Ha ha ha, as early as the beginning of the Deer Cry banquet, I heard that this shameless woman hooked up with men everywhere. Not only did she hook up with the royal family of the Lan family, but also the people of the Seuss family were bewitched by her. That's why she sent gifts to a little-known team one after another at the beginning of the Deer Cry banquet. And you, Kong Yuanzhou, you arranged for a small team from the Blue Realm to live in the Tianling Palace. That's the forbidden area of the entire Longting, where no one is qualified to set foot. But you specifically pointed out that Mayan should live there. Who would believe that you have no affair with this woman? I think you've long been bewitched by your little lover, and you've even forgotten that you're an elder of the Longting, haven't you? Yu Tsuanjian was now like a cornered dog jumping over the wall, wishing he could bite at will and drag everyone down with him. However, his words caused many people present to reveal doubtful expressions. Indeed, the gifts of the Seuss and the royal family of the Lan family aside, Kong Yuanzhou's action of arranging for the carefree team to live in the Tianling Palace was really too strange. In the Divine Elephant City, everyone knew that the Tianling Palace was the forbidden area of the Longting, or rather, the Holy Land. Even Kong Yuanzhou dared not set foot there. The carefree team was just a small team from the Blue Realm. What qualifications did they have to live in the Tianling Palace? Yu Tsuanjian proudly looked at Kong Yuanzhou, who was trembling with anger, and his obscene and vicious eyes turned to Mayan. Mayan, I don't know if you're Yi Liangchen, the Lord of 6 Stars, but I admire your ability to seduce men. However, with your country-toppling beauty, you do have the capital to bewitch people. Yu Tsuanjian licked his lips. Why don't you let me have a taste of ecstasy? I guarantee that you'll be able to live a good life if you follow me. It'll be much better than following that boring old fart, Kong Yuanzhou. Mu Yan slightly narrowed her eyes, a cold light overflowing from the bottom of her eyes. The people from the Xiaoyao sect were furious. Their killing intent surged, and they didn't even want to say anything. They just wanted to kill this shameless bastard. However, before they could make a move, the entire chaotic tower suddenly shook violently. A pressure so powerful that it could suffocate people instantly exploded in the main hall. This pressure was like a raging storm, sweeping away all obstacles and unstoppable. Other than those who were at Leaving Aperture Realm advanced Leaving Aperture Realm and those from the Xiaoyao sect, the others didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they fainted. Yu Tsuanjian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not even hold the steel whip in his hand and it fell to the ground. He raised his head in horror and shouted in a trembling voice, Who? Who are you? Kong Yuanzhou's pupils suddenly shrank, and he abruptly knelt down. Zhou Daoi and the vice deans, who were barely conscious, opened their mouths slightly and stared blankly at a dazzling light slowly bursting out from the center of the hall, which eventually condensed into a tall figure. When the light dissipated, an incomparably handsome face was revealed. However, the man clearly had a face that could turn all living things upside down, but the first thing that everyone noticed was not his face, nor was it his bottomless blue eyes. Instead, it was an overwhelming pressure that made people want to submit and not have the slightest desire to resist. Kong Yuanzhou's whole face was almost stuck to the ground, and he said in a trembling voice, Greetings, Emperor. The voice was like a heavy hammer that knocked on everyone's soul. Zhou Daoi and the vice dean's knees softened, and they knelt down with a thud. There was only one sentence echoing in his mind, Emperor. Emperor. Which? Emperor? Di Mingju's eyes turned and fell on the completely stiff face of Yu Tsuanjian. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile like that of a demon from the ninth heaven. You want to let my fiancé have a taste of ecstasy? Why don't you tell me? The author has something to say in order not to get stuck. I wrote more than 200 words in this chapter. Sometimes getting stuck is not what you want, because all the plots may be stuck for everyone. Here comes the key point. Where's the god of song? Today, there are 5 more hegemons. They are, the 20th hegemon Ikonampampnana, referred to as Nana, the 22nd hegemon Bixia, the 23rd hegemon Blood Moon, the 24th hegemon Ruahan, and the 25th hegemon Mujing. Azzy almost fainted with joy. Ha ha ha, alas, I've never seen the market before. My dear friends, I've made a fool of myself. In just 1 week, there are 10 new hegemons. How can I not express my gratitude when my dear friends are so awesome? I have plans for this weekend, so I don't have time to update. I promise you here that I'll update next week. The list of rewards is too long. Nana, Hegemon Bixia, Hegemon Blood Moon, Ruahan, and Mujing directly rewarded the Hegemon Alliance. Huaidu, Yun, and the wise janitor rewarded 10,000 coins, Yearning Elegy, Zixin, Li Shang. And so on. There are so many cute little rewards. Azzy would like to thank everyone here, and also thank the little cuties who subscribe and vote. I love you, moi. End of this chapter. All of a sudden, Xianxia's body trembled and he even stopped breathing. His eyes rolled back, and his body fell limply to the ground. He muttered madly, Monarch. Monarch. Impossible. Impossible. How could this be? How could this be? Zhou Daoi and Xianxia were scared out of their wits. Even the people from the Xiaoyao sect were flabbergasted. M.O. Instructor M.O.? Why is Teacher M.O. here? Why does the elder of the Soaring Dragon sect call Teacher M.O. Emperor? Although he's heard Han Yi and the others address M.O. Ju as Jun Shang before. However, the people of the Xiaoyao sect didn't care at all. At this moment, they felt a tempestuous storm in their hearts, and they almost suspected that they were hallucinating. In the past 1,000 years, there had always been a legend on the road of cultivation that no one could surpass. At that time, the cultivation world was in a mess and wars were raging everywhere. Fiendish cultivators, spirit cultivators, and demonic beasts. The 3 sides wantonly slaughtered and fought, and a bloody and murderous aura pervaded the entire world. It was in such a chaotic world that a young man appeared. The man had a peerless appearance that could enchant all the women in the world, but he was as cold as an iceberg, and did not get close to women. At first, no one paid attention to the young man's appearance. But slowly, the man became stronger and stronger, and more people gathered under him. By the time the spirit cultivators, demonic cultivators, and demon beasts, who were addicted to war and blood, came to their senses, more than half of the cultivation continent was already under the man's control. For the first time in the cultivation world, there was a complete reshuffle. The man set the rules of the cultivation world. The weak could be prey to the strong, but the innocent could not be killed. They could be in opposing camps, but the mortals could not be harmed. Some refused to accept it, some violated it knowingly, and some disobeyed it on the surface. Of course, these people all had miserable endings. In just a few short years, the cruel and furious devil cultivators had either disappeared or remained silent. The spirit cultivators had no choice but to submit no matter how much they schemed against them. The demonic beasts even hid in the various mountain ranges, not daring to cause trouble again. The man had also established the 4 great academies, Soaring Dragon, Fengtian, Stellar, and Lingwu. He had planted one flame after another for the prosperity of the cultivators on this mainland. The cultivation world was restored to an unprecedented peace and tranquility. The mortals shed tears of gratitude, deeply engraved in their hearts. The spirit cultivators were sincerely convinced and followed him as their master. Everyone addressed this young man as emperor. He was the only person in the history of the cultivation world who unified the entire continent. He was also the only person who had the qualifications to be addressed as the monarch. Junior sister. Yun Ruhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a long while, her lips trembled as she asked with difficulty, Teacher M.O., who exactly is he? Mu Yan doesn't hear Yun Ruhan's voice at all. Her gaze was fixated on the man's handsome face, her heart pounding like a drum. How long has it been since I last saw him? It seemed like only a few months had passed, but she felt like years had passed. Mayan's emotions have always been restrained and rational. She also thought that her relationship with Di Mingju would always be like this. A thin stream flows for a long time. Take it calmly. Hold your hand and grow old together. But it was only at this moment that she realized that she could also be impulsive, yearn. Mu Yan slowly walked forward, her beautiful eyes like water. Her lips moved as she was about to speak. However, someone suddenly grabbed her waist and pressed her into his embrace. Yan, how many taboo have you committed these days? Ben Jun will settle the score with you in a moment. The man's deep voice whispered through gritted teeth in her ears. Mayan, who was just sad and sorrowful. If Bai Xia was here, he would definitely shout, "My dear Jun Shangdaran, did you take the wrong script? Shouldn't you hug the beauty and say, Yan, I miss you so much?" Then, a short absence makes the heart grow fonder, dry wood blazing fire. What's with settling the score with her, she? What score does she have to settle? Surely not, right? Di Mingju ignored Mayan's struggle and pressed her into his arms. His eyes once again looked at the few people who were still conscious in the hall. Zhou Daoi and the vice deans were still staring at the two, as if they were stupid. Sun Yuanjiu hurriedly raised his hand. "Idiot, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay your respects to the emperor." Which emperor? In Longting Academy, who could be called the emperor by Sun Yuanjiu, who had the qualifications to make the top 10 experts of Blue Sky list kneel, other than the invincible emperor who once swept across the entire Shoshan continent? Zhou Daoi trembled all over and banged his head on the ground. Greet the emperor." The vice deans couldn't even speak properly and almost fainted. Di Mingju said lightly, "Now, do you still have any doubts about the identity of the Lord of Six Stars?" No. Absolutely not. The two of them shook their heads like a rattle drum. God, it's the emperor. It really is the legendary emperor, the maker and controller of the highest rules of Longting Academy. So, the Lord of Six Stars, Yi Liangchen, is not only an underage girl, but also the emperor's fiancée? Zhou Daoi and the vice deans felt dizzy. No wonder Mayan was so powerful. Talisman, elixir, fighting, she could do anything. So she's the emperor's fiancée, a woman worthy of the emperor, of course, couldn't be an ordinary person. No wonder Sun Yuanjiu let Mayan and the carefree team live in Tianling Palace. It turns out that this place originally belonged to her fiancé. Rounding it up, it belongs to Mayan. If she doesn't live here, who else is qualified to live here? At this moment, Zhou Daoi felt extremely lucky. After June Mayan blew up several alchemy furnaces, he didn't go to her to punish her. Otherwise, he would be as dead as Yu Tsuanjian. No. It's impossible for you to be the real emperor. You're a fake, you must be a fake. I don't want to die, I can't die. Ah. All of a sudden, Yu Tsuanjian let out a hysterical roar and darted toward the door like an arrow leaving the bowstring. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to escape. The primordial spirit in his body burned furiously, and it even floated out of his body. His speed was almost at the limit. With just one more step, the fresh air outside the chaotic tower would be right before his eyes. With just one more step, he would be able to fly and flee far away. A hopeful smile appeared on Yu Tsuanjian's face. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. His body strangely froze in midair, as if he was being pulled by something, unable to move. Yu Tsuanjian slowly lowered his head and looked at his own body. Faint blue lines crisscrossed on the surface of his body, and even his internal organs gradually emitted faint blue light. Ah! A scream was heard, but it stopped abruptly. Then, Yu Tsuanjian's whole body suddenly exploded. But there's no flesh and blood, no bones, no soul. It's as if they've evaporated, completely disappearing from the world. The entire chaotic tower is in absolute silence. Di Mingju slowly retracts his hand. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he clasps Mayan's hand and turns to leave. With just one step, he's already at the entrance of the chaotic tower. Di Jun. Little junior sister. Several people call out from behind. Mayan turns around and makes a gesture to the Xiaoyao sect people. I'll explain things to you later. But before she can finish speaking, she suddenly soars into the air and is carried by Di Mingju. There's a dangerous sneer on the man's handsome face. Ben Jun hasn't seen you for so long, and you're still in the mood to look at unrelated people? Damn heartless woman. What's even worse is that he's about to leave again. Mayan coughs lightly. They're my fellow disciples, and also your students. How can they be unrelated people? Seeing Di Mingju's face as dark as the night, she quickly adds, of course, all the people in the world added together are not as important as you. Mayan doesn't care about the onlookers behind her. She wraps her arms around his neck and says with a smile, Di Mingju, I missed you. The girl's voice is soft and graceful, her smile languid and light. It seems to be just perfunctory words, but those peach blossom eyes, as clear as water, are genuinely filled with longing for him, as well as the joy of seeing him. Jun Shangdaren's mood is a little better. Snorting, his eyes sweep over the Xiaoyao sect people, and he reluctantly evaluates, domain fully opened, barely qualified. As soon as his voice falls, he takes a second step, and the two instantly disappear from the world. Yun Ruhan and the others look at each other, and see the joy on each other's faces. Aya, Teacher Mo actually praised them. You say barely qualified isn't a compliment? What a joke, such a cold and arrogant Mentor Mo. It's already not easy for him to say barely qualified. As for how Mentor Mo suddenly became the Shozhen continent's legendary emperor, and how the emperor is little junior sister's fiancé, they can always get an explanation from little junior sister. As soon as they enter the sleeping quarters of Tianlang Palace, Di Mingju presses the person against the wall, grabs those pink and tender lips, and fiercely kisses them. Their breathing became unstable and their bodies felt like they were on fire. Only then does Di Mingju reluctantly release her, and tightly encircles the young girl in his arms. He really wanted to fuse her into his flesh and blood and bring her back to the Shoshan continent so that they could never be separated. Mu Yan quietly leans against his chest, her fingers gently circling his chest. However, very quickly, Di Mingju firmly grips the dishonest little hand. The man's dark and husky voice seems to contain a monstrous flame. He whispers in her ear, Yen Yen, although there's not much time left, if you continue to seduce me like this, Ben Jun will first make you unable to get out of bed before going back. There's no harm in that. Mu Yan. Di Mingju, where is your integrity? Where was the innocent man who didn't even know how to kiss and could only write not betrothal gift in a love letter? Cough. Have there been a lot of things happening in the polar domain recently? Mu Yan raises her head to look at the man, her eyes rippling with reluctance. Is there any danger? She already knows that the one standing here right now isn't Di Mingju himself, but his primordial spirit avatar. With Di Mingju's current cultivation, the primordial spirit avatar is already very solid, no different from a real person. However, there was a powerful spatial barrier separating the two continents. An essence soul avatar wouldn't be able to last long. The first few times she was in a daze in her dreams, she felt a familiar embrace her, but it quickly dissipated. That is Di Mingju. Mayan's words make Di Mingju's eyes sink. He recalled the turbulent boundary at the northern border of the polar domain and the abnormal number of poltergeist ghosts. However, nothing strange could be seen on his face. Instead, he leaned forward and said slowly, it's just a trivial matter, how could it be dangerous? Yen Yen, are you doubting Ben Jun's strength? Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but glare at him. Long Tang and 6 Stars Pagoda are yours, why didn't you tell me earlier? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have tried so hard to prove Yi Liangchen's identity. Let Di Mingju directly give her the mysterious heaven bead and the chaotic tower. Di Mingju slightly narrows his eyes, and with a smile that isn't a smile, he looks at the little woman in front of him who has a confident and righteous face. Yen Yen, I still haven't settled the accounts with you. Why are you questioning me? Settle accounts? What account? Di Mingju makes a grabbing motion in the air, and there's suddenly a stack of paper in his originally empty hand. The moment she saw the stack of papers, Mu Yan's face stiffens. On the paper, there were pictures of the Fusang team's charming naked men. Every one of them was as flirtatious as it could be, as sensual as it could be, and as fiery as it could be. Di Mingju gently shakes the paper in his hand. Yen Yen, what did you promise me? Mayan dryly laughs, I didn't draw this, it was third brother who drew it. I didn't participate in the whole process, so what does it have to do with me? These papers were given to me by third senior brother to observe his painting skills. Yes, they were given to me by third senior brother. Di Mingju smiles, really? So, you haven't taken off other men's clothes or drawn other men? Mu Yan, no, no. Di Mingju stretched out his hand again. This time, only a piece of paper appeared in his hand. However, when she saw the drawing on the paper, Mu Yan's vision darkened. It was actually Long Ting's guard Zhang who had been put in a sack. Didn't she give this painting to Luoyu to burn and destroy the evidence? Luoyu, this unreliable person, had actually kept such crucial evidence. Wasn't he trying to get her killed? Di Mingju slowly approaches Mayan, stuffing the painting into her hands. This painting, was it also drawn by Chumoli? The cold sweat on Mu Yan's forehead is about to fall. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile, thinking that she might as well just admit her mistake. In the next moment, someone squeezed in between the two of them. Immediately after, Di Mingju's thigh is hugged. A childish voice with a hint of coldness mixed with a hint of surprise shouted, "Daddy." Di Mingju expressionlessly lowers his head, looking at the little guy sandwiched between him and Mayan. Xiaobao raised her head, her beautiful and exquisite little face flushed red. The blue eyes that are exactly the same as Di Mingju's are flickering, like butterfly wings gently flapping. Her eyes reflected her childlike admiration and longing for him. The lines on Di Mingju's face melt like ice, revealing a trace of gentleness. He reaches out to pick up the little guy, asking in a low voice, "Have you been cultivating well recently?" Xiaobao obediently nods. That appearance of his is deadpan, but it's so cold and adorable that even a heart of stone would melt. However, when Di Mingju can't see, Xiaobao quietly turns his head back and gives Mu Yan a look. Mu Yan beamed with joy, giving Xiaobao a thumbs up. "Baby, thank you so much for coming to save Nyangqin." However, just as Mayan's heart is half at ease, a hand suddenly presses on the back of her neck. Her whole body is buckled into Di Mingju's arms, and a punitive kiss falls on her earlobe. It's said to be a kiss, but it's actually a bite that's neither light nor heavy. Mayan cries out in pain, and her face turns red with anger. "Di Mingju, this bastard, is he a dog? He actually bit her. Don't think that this is over. Yan, I'm not in a hurry. After we get married, we'll slowly settle these accounts one by one." Mayan stiffens. Is it too late for her to back out now and not be the mistress of the polar domain? Di Mingju looks at her faintly. "If you dare to back out, Ben Jun will tie you to the bed, and you won't be able to get out of it for the rest of your life." Mayan, Xiaobao blinks, "I'm a child, I don't understand anything." After Mayan and Di Mingju leave, the chaotic tower directly banishes everyone out. Chu Tianyu staggers out of the tower, and sees two black-clothed people descending from the sky. They bow towards him. The Marquis asks you to return." Although they're speaking with honorifics, the two of them faintly form a pincer attack, blocking all his paths of retreat. Chu Tianyu gives a self-deprecating laugh, and coldly says, "He's really impatient. Do you think I can escape from his palm? Let's go." The two immediately stand behind Chu Tianyu, one on the left and one on the right. One of them raises his hand, and a flying boat immediately hovers in the air. The man looks at Elder Song, who has a broken hand. Elder Song shivers, and trembles as he walks over. Just as Chu Tianyu is about to board the flying boat, he suddenly hears the voices of Duan Wenbin and the others behind him. "Captain! Boss Chu!" Chu Tianyu's body stiffens. He slowly turns around, and hoarsely says, "I'm sorry, I'm not qualified to be your captain. I've shamed the Qilin team." Morong Shui's eyes redden. She wants to rush forward and grab his lapel, but she's stopped by the two cultivators sent by the Dingwa Marquis. "Captain, why are you doing this?" Morong Shui uncontrollably shouts, "Is the mysterious heaven bead that important to you? So important that you don't even want your dignity and conscience? Are you really the captain we know?" Duan Wenbin also took a step forward and glanced at the two men in black. He gritted his teeth and said, "Captain, do you have any difficulties? Can you tell us? We can help you solve any problem." "That's right, Captain. Even if we're not strong enough, we still have our family. As long as you're our boss, you'll always be our boss." Morong Shui gritted her teeth and said slowly, "Chu Tianyu, if you say you've let us down, you should at least tell us why you did it." In my heart, the captain of the Kirin team is a man of indomitable spirit, not a shameless villain who impersonates others. Chu Tianyu closed his eyes and blinked back the bitterness and wetness in his eyes. If possible, I hope to be teammates with you again in my next life. After saying this, Chu Tianyu directly jumped onto the flying boat. Before Morong Shui and the others could react, the flying boat shot out like an arrow from a bow. Dinghua Marquis residence. Do you have the ability to say what you just said one more time? Chu Tianyu expressionlessly lowered his eyes and said indifferently, the mysterious heaven bead is in the hands of the real Yi Liangchen. We'll never be able to get it back. Chu Xinyan glared at him, his body trembling slightly because of his extreme anger. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and kicked Chu Tianyu's stomach. Chu Tianyu's entire body flew out and crashed into a pillar. The bones in his body let out a crackling sound. The pillar collapsed and hit his head. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Both his legs were broken. He couldn't even stand up. But he smiled brightly. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to get the mysterious heaven bead. You won't be able to get the Pill King's inheritance. Chu Xinyan's eyes were filled with rage. He took a while to suppress it. Fine. You won't be able to get the mysterious heaven bead. You should know who Yi Liangchen is, right? Chu Tianyu wiped the blood off his mouth and smiled mockingly. I swore an oath not to say it. Even if I could say it, I wouldn't tell you. You. Chu Xinyan's eyes widened. Then, he smiled coldly. Good. Very good. Looks like your wings have hardened. Resisting me like this, you're probably already prepared for what will happen to you and your mother. Chu Tianyu's face paled. His eyes were filled with pain. Mother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't protect you anymore. But rather than living like this, it's better to die. Chu Xinyan ignored Chu Tianyu. He looked at Elder Song, who was trembling. He won't say Yi Liangchen's identity. You won't say it either, right? No, no. How would I dare to hide it from Marquis? Elder Song stammered. Before the mysterious heaven bead was formed, Yi Liangchen made us all swear an oath not to reveal any information about him. But, he didn't know that a mere gold core cultivator's oath with us leaving aperture cultivators can't really bind us. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Xinyan. Marquis, you don't need to be angry at the Crown Prince. As long as you know Yi Liangchen's identity, you won't have to worry about not getting the mysterious heaven bead. Chu Xinyan's eyes sharpened. Speak. Who is Yi Liangchen? Yi Liangchen is. Elder Song's face froze as soon as he said that. Then, the flattery on his face turned into fear and shock. No, no, no. Don't. Marquis, save me, save. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang came from his body. Then, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and broken bones scattered all over the ground. It was Elder Song's body that exploded. Faintly, an old voice reverberated in the void. Those who violate the 6 stars order shall be executed. The room was deathly silent. The veins on Chu Xinyan's forehead throbbed violently. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Chu Tianyu burst into unbridled laughter. This laughter caused Chu Xinyan's anger to boil. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Chu Tianyu and fiercely stomped his head into the ground. The pain of his skull shattering made Chu Tianyu wail in pain. Tears mixed with blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. However, there was still a twisted smile on his face. When the 6 stars order is issued, no spirit cultivator can defy it. Even if you kill me, even if you shatter my primordial spirit and search my soul, you still won't get anything. Father, you will never know who Yi Liangchen is, and you will never be able to obtain the mysterious heaven pearl. Chu Xinyan took a deep breath, and the monstrous anger on his face slowly receded. He withdrew the foot that was stepping on Chu Tianyu's face. He took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped off the blood that splashed on his body before saying faintly. It seems that you've really grown up. I can't help but admire your courage and insight today. I like you even more now. Chu Xinyan takes out a new pair of black gloves and puts them on his old bark-like wrinkled hands. He leans down and grabs Xianxia's chin, forcing him to raise his head. You should be very clear, what will happen to a child who is loved by father? Oh, that's right, there's also your mother. She has sat in the position of the marquis for too long. Where to send her next, father needs to think about it. Xianxia's body suddenly trembles and he suddenly yells, Xianxia, you're not a human. What do you want to do to my mother? Xianxia, she has loved you for so many years, how can you treat her like this? Xianxia has a smile on his face, seemingly very satisfied with his current performance. After a long time, he narrows his eyes and says, if you want me to let your mother go, it depends on your performance. Don't say that father didn't give you a chance. Father will give you another 7 days. Within 7 days, if you can tell Father Yi Liangchen's identity, your mother will still have a way to live. Otherwise, father seems to remember that Lu Yu has been interested in your mother's beauty for a long time. Why don't father send your mother over? Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrink and his body trembles like a sieve. At the same time, he feels an indescribable nausea, making him unable to stop himself from vomiting. Who is Lu Yu? He is Xianxia's most powerful confidant, but he is also an out-and-out devil. He takes pleasure in torturing and degrading women. Zhu Tianyu has seen with his own eyes that Lu Yu peels off the skin of a young girl. Feng Yu gave Ling Yuyao to Lu Yu. The next day, Ling Yuyao ran out crying for help. However, a few days later, when Zhu Tianyu saw her again, this once sinister and greedy woman has become a walking puppet. Living a life worse than death, purgatory on earth, this is the fate of those women who were given to Lu Yu. And Xianxia actually wants to give his mother, the Marquis of the Dinghua Manor, to Lu Yu to abuse and play with. Zhu Tianyu almost wants to vomit out all his internal organs. Tears of blood slowly flow down his cheeks. In the Tian Emochin space. There's no one playing the Tian Emochin, and it's constantly making chaotic sounds. Qi Huang nervously watches the changes in the Tian Emochin. Mu Yan and Xiaobao's sighs, one big and one small, come to his ears. Sigh, Qi Huang angrily says, the Tian Emochin is currently absorbing the mysterious heaven bead, what are you sighing about at such an important moment? Mayan rolls her eyes at him, and says with some flagging interest, can't I miss my fiancé? Xiaobao pursed his lips and said seriously, Xiaobao misses daddy, can't I? 7 Brilliance felt as though he had received a 10,000 critical hits. How he wished he could stomp the two of them into the ground. Di Mingju has only appeared here as a primordial spirit avatar. He can't stay for long, plus the polar domain situation is critical. Therefore, the family of 3 did not spend much time together. Jun Shangdaren's unwilling, or perhaps it should be said that his dissatisfied figure slowly dissipates. Mu Yan and Xiaobao anxiously waited for him to come, but in the end they didn't even say a few words before he left. Of course, they were unhappy. That was why the scene just now happened. However, playing around is just playing around. Mayan quickly gets up and walks over to the Tian Emochin. Whether the Tian Emochin can level up, whether she can advance to the 7th rank of the Shin musician, is very important to her. Not long after, the Tian Emochin's automatic sound slowly fades away. The radiance of the zither also gradually faded. Mu Yan nervously stares at the Tian Emochin, waiting for its second stage of change. However, 1 breath passed, 2 breaths passed, 15 minutes passed. Mayan points at the Tian Emochin, then looks at Qi Xiao Huang. This time when the Tian Emochin was repaired, why wasn't the movement as big as last time? The last time the Tian Emochin was restored was in the Yanwu continent, in that Wang Ye's mansion. At that time, her moon spiritual root was stimulated. It was said that even the Cultivation continent and the Cultivation continent were alarmed by the phenomenon. The Tian Emochin's appearance has also changed from its original worn-out appearance to its current appearance that can barely be seen. But this time, the Tian Emochin doesn't have the slightest change. Mayan walks over, picks up the Tian Emochin, looks around, and gently plucks the strings. Indeed, it was exactly the same as before. She suspiciously asks, I can already break through the bottleneck of the 6th level of Shin musician? You're thinking too much. Qi Huang rolls his eyes, the Tian Emochin hasn't completed its 2nd advancement. What? Mayan glares at him, didn't you say that the mysterious heaven bead is the material to repair the Tian Emochin? Otherwise, she wouldn't have to risk her life to take back the profound heaven orb. It's not bad to sell it for a good price. She had to support a big family now, so she was really poor. Qi Huang sneers. This deity said that the mysterious heaven bead is the material to repair the Tianmo Qin, but didn't say that as long as the mysterious heaven bead is present, the Tianmo Qin's second advancement can be completed? Mu Yan frowns. What do you mean? The Tianmo Qin's second advancement is the restoration of the Qin's body. The body of an ancient zither is divided into the crown and horn, the zither waist, the zither shoulders, the zither neck, the heaven and earth pillars, and so on. The mysterious heaven bead fuses with the Tianmo Qin, but it can only repair a third of the zither's body. Of course, it's impossible for any changes to occur. Mayan is a little dumbfounded. Then how many things do I need to repair the Tianmo Qin? Where are the remaining materials? I don't know, 7 Brilliance said very irresponsibly. You don't know? Mayan squints at him. Qi Xiaohuang, are you really the spirit of the Tianmo Qin? Don't tell me it's some wild monster in disguise? He was clearly an artifact spirit, but he knew nothing about his true self. Was there such an idiotic artifact spirit in this world? Qi Huang flies into a thunderous rage. The Tianmo Qin's restoration materials are all dropped from the Qin's body. How would Ben Zun know what they become after they drop? Moreover, the materials dropped by the Tianmo Qin are all rare treasures in the world. In order to prevent others from coveting them, they will automatically restrain their aura. This deity can't leave the space, so it's only natural that I can't sense it. Jun Mayan, this bastard, actually dared to doubt him. Bastard, bastard. How infuriating. Mu Yan turned a blind eye to Qi Xiaohuang's outburst, but frowned with a headache. He had only repaired 1/3 of it, but he didn't even know what the remaining materials were or where they were. The cultivation continent was so big, where was he going to start looking? Mother! Just as she was feeling vexed, Xiaobao's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Mother, look at this map. Mu Yan turns around and sees Xiaobao holding a map in his hand. Mu Yan was still very familiar with this map. It was left behind by Bailey Yin Lu at that time for her to search for materials to repair the Tianmo Qin. When she was in the Yanwu continent, she had indeed completed the first advancement of the Tianmo Qin through the coordinates on the map. However, after coming to the Yanwu continent, Mayan also checked the map, but she discovered that there were no coordinates at all, nor was there any response. However, the map that Little Bao brought over was slightly different. They see that the map that was originally completely in line with the Yanwu continent has now completely changed. Is this a map of the cultivation world? Mayan is startled, and quickly moves closer to take a look. Hey, Qi Huang, come look, there's a circle on this map. Qi Huang was still throwing a tantrum, grunting and ignoring her. Mu Yan directly grabs his collar and pulls the brat over. Before Qi Huang explodes in anger, she strokes his head. Be good, don't make trouble. Quickly help me see if the remaining restoration materials for the Tianmo Qin are here. The blue veins on Qi Huang's forehead throbbed. He wanted to curse out loud. I'm a dignified ancient artifact spirit, is my head something you can casually touch? At the same time, he felt that this feeling was very novel. He had experienced the river of time for such a long time, and he had seen all kinds of people in the world, but there had never been anyone like Jun Mayan who treated him without any ill feelings, without reverence or alienation. Qi Huang snorts awkwardly, looking at the map in Mayan's hands. After a long while, he says, the remaining materials for the Tianmo Qin are in this circle. According to Qi Huang, the people of the spirit music sect had been persecuted and hunted by the entire Xiaoxian continent. The fluctuation of the Tianmo Qin's breath has already been captured by some of the Xiaoxian continent's refining sects. If he carries the complete Tianmo Qin, even if he escapes to the Yanwu continent, he would still be discovered very quickly. As a result, Bailey Yin Lu and the others had no choice but to strip out a portion of the Tianmo Qin's materials that would expose their aura and throw them in various places in the 3 realms. The material that can expose its aura is naturally the most powerful and precious part of the Tianmo Qin. As a result, without these materials, the Tianmo Qin is weakened by more than 90%. And if a Shin musician wants to display their full strength, the Tianmo Qin is indispensable. The map that Bailey Yin Lu had left behind was embedded with complicated glyphs. As long as there is spiritual energy, it can automatically sense the location of the Tian Mochin's materials. In the beginning, there was no reaction because the materials on the cultivation continent were too scattered and their auras were too weak. Now that the mysterious heaven orb had returned to its original body, the map finally sensed the location of the remaining materials. However, Mayan frowns and says gloomily, if Bailey Inlu wants to give us the coordinates, then just give us the coordinates. What's the meaning of drawing a circle? A small circle on the map was hundreds of kilometers wide. Furthermore, this circle covered the Woodfern Sea and the Pilyang mountain range, as well as the azure blue world and the purple cloud world. If she wanted to find a small material in such a large area, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qi Huang also disdainfully said, the people from Godly Musicians are really a bunch of trash. They're being chased like stray dogs. They can't even accurately locate the repair materials. Mu Yan glanced at him with a smile that was not a smile. Qi Xiaohuang, your tone is really big. At least Bailey Inlu gave me a ring. What about you? Not even a circle. Bastard. Seven Brilliant stomped his foot in anger. If I could leave the space, I would have already found these materials. Mu Yan fiddled with the strings and put away the map. No matter what, at least he had a rough idea. There is a reaction between the Tian Mochin and the restoration materials. When the time comes, she will take the Tian Mochin and circle around these places 8 or 10 times. She doesn't believe that she won't be able to find it. As for the space that Qi Huang mentioned, Mu Yan shakes her head. Not to mention that Suzy, the only one who can bear the Seven Brilliant soul, is now in seclusion. Even if there is Suzy, there is no way to let the Seven Brilliant soul possess her for a long time. Just then, something on Mu Yan's body suddenly lights up. Jade key. Mu Yan's eyes light up all at once. That damned so-called upgrade is finally over. She can enter Tianguang Ruins, Welcome back to Tianguang Ruins, first host. Mu Yan finds that when her divine sense enters Tianguang Ruins this time, what she sees when she opens her eyes is not the reincarnation square. Instead, it's the endless chaos she saw when she first entered Tianguang Ruins. The familiar mechanical voice echoes in her ears. She doesn't know why, but this time, Mu Yan feels that this voice seems to have a trace of human emotion. Mu Yan calms down, and the scenery in front of her slowly becomes clear. In the bottom of her eyes, the appearance of a teenager is reflected. The teenager looks about 11 or 12 years old, and is dressed in a very strange costume. The upper body is a thin white shirt, and the outside is covered with a black vest. The lower body is a pair of black pants. What's even more strange is the teenager's hair, which is so short that it reveals his pointed ears. A pair of silver eyes flickered as it looked at her. It was indescribably adorable. Mu Yan has never seen this kind of attire in the martial arts stage or the Xiaoxian continent, but there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She hesitates. Little Tian? The teenager immediately smiles and throws himself into Mu Yan's arms, hugging and rubbing against her. First host, Little Tian misses you so much. Mu Yan is at a loss. Little Tian, why do you always call me first? Host? Did you recognize the wrong person? The teenager raises his head and sticks out his tongue at her. I won't recognize the wrong person. The first host's aura is exactly the same as before, and his embrace is also soft and warm. Little Tian likes it the most. It's a pity that Little Guang and Little Su are still asleep and can't see the first host. Hee, they must be envious of me. Mu Yan looks at the teenager's bright silver eyes. Little Tian, what is the first host? Little Tian blinks. I can't say it because of the rules. First host, you will know later. Mu Yan still wants to say something, but Little Tian has already said, oh, Master is calling Little Tian is leaving. First host, welcome back to Tianguang Ruins. After saying that, without waiting for Mu Yan to ask any more questions, the youth's figure had already completely disappeared. Master? Who was the owner? Furthermore, he hadn't even asked him about the Medicine King's inheritance. Mayan is both annoyed and amused at the same time. Her divine sense moves and she appears on the reincarnation square. Young martial uncle is also in the Tianguang Ruins? Mu Yan muttered and sent a message to Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao still didn't respond. She didn't take it to heart and strolled toward Lousy World's #1 shop. While walking, Mu Yan takes out a glittering golden token. A large medicine character was carved in the center of the token. That was right, this was the Medicine King token. But it was just a token. Mu Yan tries to use her divine sense and spiritual power to activate it, but the Medicine King token doesn't respond at all. She suddenly remembered what little Tian had said when he was announcing the rules. In the end, the one who obtains the Medicine King token and activates it will be the true successor of the Medicine King. So, getting the Medicine King token wasn't enough, and he still had to activate it. How could he activate it? Those glass beads suddenly flash before her eyes, and Mu Yan's eyes brighten. Xiaobao had obtained the 4 colored glass beads after he triggered the Medicine King's inheritance and passed the 3 tests with her. And on the Medicine King token, there were exactly 4 grooves. Mu Yan is about to take out the glass bead when she suddenly hears a familiar angry voice. I repeat, we are not going back to the upper 3 districts. Even if I have to go back to the upper 3rd district, I will never go back to your city. Just give up. It was Easy Bro's voice. Mu Yan looked up and saw that many people were surrounding the old man is #1 in the world shop. At the very front were more than 10 Tianguang city enforcers who were dressed in black uniforms with gold on them. The leader of the group was a man in a loose robe. He was an old acquaintance. He was the Jiang City supervisor of the north city of the upper 3 districts of Tianguang ruins. He was the one who had chased the old master's #1 under the heavens store out of the Tianguang ruins. Hearing the angry roar of the carefree brother, the manager of Rivertown was unperturbed. There was not a trace of guilt or annoyance on his face. There was only arrogance, as if he was giving alms. I advise you to calm down and think carefully before you speak. In the upper, middle, and lower districts of Tianguang ruins, the authority of the district administrators and urban management will decrease with each level. To put it bluntly, the district administrators of the 3 middle districts and the 3 lower districts are under the jurisdiction of the 3 upper districts. Jiang City's governor chuckled, the upper 3 districts' governor is my uncle. As long as I say the word, not to mention the upper 3 districts, you won't even be able to survive in the middle 3 districts and the lower 3 districts. Elegant Bro and North Sunflower Xianxua's faces were ashen. The surrounding Liang Chen's army was also filled with righteous indignation, unable to restrain their anger. You were the one who drove Gaji out of the upper 3 zones, and now you want us to go back with a wave of your hand? What do you take us for? Isn't it just because Almighty Ye's pills and talismans are selling well, and he has become the king of medicine's direct disciple, so he wants a piece of the pie? Although Great Gaji hasn't appeared recently, he has left a lot of talismans for sale. Now, most of the cultivators had gone to the middle and lower districts, while only a few people went to the upper districts, which used to be the most lively. That's why this son of a bitch got anxious. Just as the man had said. After receiving the benefits from the Flowing Moon School, the supervisor of Jiang City also thought that Yi Liangchen would never be able to rise again. Therefore, he expelled the lousy is the best in the world from the upper 3 zones. Unexpectedly, Yi Liangchen, who was being suppressed by the Flowing Moon sect, actually counterattacked. He was able to draw something as heaven-defying as the water element pill refining talisman. All of a sudden, the cultivators who had been swarming in the Flowing Moon Pill Palace all ran to the old man's #1 under the world store in the middle and lower 3 districts. As for the Flowing Moon Pill Palace, it was completely deserted overnight. Even the Flow Moon sect had become a thing of the past and had completely fallen to a 3rd or 4th-rate sect. If that was all, the Jiang City governor would not be so anxious. After all, there were only a few cultivators who wanted to buy talismans. The upper 3 districts were the highest level places in Tianguang ruins, so the human traffic and transactions were the highest. However, right after that, Yap Liangchen passed the almost impossible test and became the only inheritor of the King of Medicine. This time, the entire Tianguang ruins really exploded. The successor of the Medicine King. That means that in the future, my #1 shop in the world will not only sell talismans. There will also be elixirs. And Yi Liangchen was an omnipotent demon. He could become the master of Clear Sky sect, slaughter the Dragon Ascension 6 rolls, and draw the barrier-breaking talisman that had never been seen before. How could the elixirs he refined be ordinary? Therefore, 1/3 of the cultivators in the upper 3 districts who had already ran away again. This time, the Jiang city manager could not sit still. The decrease in the flow of people and transactions in the upper 3 districts meant a decrease in his income and the prestige of his uncle. How could the Jiang city manager accept this? However, even if he regretted it, the Jiang city manager's attitude was still condescending. He felt that it was already a great honor for him to invite Yao Liangchen and Laozi back to the world's #1 shop. If these people still dared to complain, they would be ungrateful. Jiang Chuanrong took the wine cup from his subordinate, swirled it gently, and tasted it with a look of enjoyment. This wine was called White Autumn Dew, and it was a spiritual wine unique to Tianguang ruins. This spiritual wine could be used directly on one's soul, giving one an incomparably wonderful taste. It was a delicacy that many cultivators yearned to taste. Of course, the price of White Autumn Dew was also extremely high. It was just a spiritual pleasure, but one had to pay the price of 100 superior-grade crystals. Ordinary people could not afford it, nor could they bear to taste it. However, Jiang Chuanrong was different. As a city enforcement officer in the upper 3 districts of Tianguang ruins, he had a fixed income of crystals every month. Even the amount of crystal stones that those cultivators and big sects secretly offered to him as bribes was already an astronomical figure. How would these ants in the middle 3 districts and lower 3 districts understand the power of a district manager and city enforcement officer in Tianguang ruins? Just like these lowly scums, they would never understand how luxurious and wonderful it was to casually taste White Autumn Dew. Jiang Chuanrong sighed in his heart, then looked at Elegant Bro with a smile. I admit that I was impulsive when I chased you out of the upper 3 districts. But now, I have come to invite you personally. Isn't that enough? I advise you to accept it obediently. Otherwise, if things get ugly, you might not even be able to open your shop. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Beikue Xiangyuan and Elegant Bro trembled with anger. The hot-tempered old Ma and Sister Hua wanted to rush up and slap the shameless fellow. However, before they could move, they were held back tightly by someone. Are you crazy? The law enforcement officers of Tianguang ruins are supreme beings. You can offend anyone but them. Otherwise, you will die miserably. There was an iron rule in the Tianguang ruins, and that was no real fighting. In particular, they were not allowed to use spiritual power to fight. Otherwise, they would immediately suffer the punishment of being electrocuted. However, the police were different. They were given special rights to use force in the Tianguang ruins in order to maintain order and manage the users. Therefore, in Tianguang ruins, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, they could offend anyone but the law enforcers. Jiang Chuanrong heard the discussions around her and snorted softly. He had long since gotten used to the feeling of being high and mighty, of being able to control the life and death of others. Clearing her throat, Jiang Chuanrong continued, Where is Yap Liangchen? Let her come out and pay her respects to me. I have a piece of great news to tell her. Everyone present was Liangchen's army. It didn't matter if he was insulted, but Jiang Chuanrong asked Ye Liangchen to greet him with such a disrespectful attitude. Everyone was about to explode. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask Goddess Shi to worship you? Old Ma roared in anger. The scar on his face twitched uncontrollably. He was about to fight Jiang Chuanrong. But before he could finish, he heard a clear and melodious female voice from the crowd. Manager Jiang, what good news do you have for me? Why don't you tell me now? There was a moment of silence inside and outside the shop. Everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. Following that, a thunderous roar erupted. Guru Yi is here. My God, it's been so many days and there's still no news of Guru Yi. I thought she was seriously injured in the nourishment stage. Guru Yi is fine, that's great. Beikue Xiangyuan rushed over joyfully. Her eyes were a little red, and she grabbed her sleeve and refused to let go. Miss, you're fine. It's great that you're back. Mu Yan reached out and touched her head, then smiled gently at Liangchen Dajuan. Don't worry, how could anything happen to me? I've made you all worry. Beikue Xiangyuan nodded heavily. Miss is the invincible Guru Yi. How could a mere medicine king's assessment hurt you? Everyone around Laozi's #1 shop was surrounding the girl with a delicate and pretty face. All the light between heaven and earth seemed to converge at that point. Everything else paled in comparison. Even the enforcers under Jiang Chuanrong were looking at Mu Yan with fervent and adoration. That was the Lord of 6 Stars, the Medicine King's successor, Yi Liangchen, in the Xiozhen continent where the weak were prey to the strong. Who didn't worship the strong? Who didn't worship the strong? Jiang Chuanrong's hand that was holding the wine glass tightened, and there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. It was the first time in Tianguang ruins that he was ignored like this. Jiang Chuanrong snorted coldly, then raised his voice, Yi Liangchen, since you've come out, then follow me back to the upper 3 zones and talk about the cooperation. Mu Yan's gaze shifted from Liangchen Dajuan, who was concerned about her, to the hawk-eyed, long-bearded man in front of her. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The cultivators of Tianguang ruins could adjust their appearance. Jiang Chuanrong's current appearance wasn't that of a handsome guy, but he still had a sage-like demeanor and handsome features. Unfortunately, he was a headstrong and greedy idiot deep down in his bones. Although he was thinking of this, he did not show it on his face. I wonder how Jiang City's governor would like to cooperate. Jiang Chuanrong has a card up his sleeve. The aloof Mu Yan strokes his long beard and leisurely says, Laozi is the world's #1 shop. You can still open it in the upper 3 districts. Moreover, I can also move the location of your shop to the most prosperous area in the North City. Mayan has a smile that isn't a smile. What are the conditions? Jiang Chuanrong smiled slightly. Miss Yi is really an understanding person. As everyone knew, the reason why Laozi's #1 shop was kicked out of the upper 3 zones was because of its fake popularity points and the poor quality of the talismans it sold. This was also a stain that was neither too big nor too small. If I let you go back for no reason, it will have a negative impact on the reputation of my upper 3rd district. So, what I mean is, if the #1 shop in the world moves to the Concentrating Mind Pavilion, the biggest shop in the north of the upper 3 districts, you can still sell your magic charms and elixirs, but you have to pay 50% of the income to the Concentrating Mind Pavilion as their guarantee fee. What do you think? As soon as he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. All of them were shocked by Jiang Chuanrong's shamelessness. At that time, he obviously received benefits from the Flowing Moon sect, slandered Laozi's #1 shop in the world, and even drove Yi Liangchen out of the upper 3 districts. Now, he actually wants to make the slander true. Not only that, but he also wants a share of the profits. He is shameless enough to ask the world's #1 shop to merge with Ningxin Pavilion and pay half of the income. Why doesn't he just rob? Who doesn't know that Ningxin Pavilion is owned by Jiang Chuanrong's relative? Most of the income of Ningxin Pavilion goes into Jiang Chuanrong's pocket every year. Now he wants to merge the world's #1 shop into Ningxin Pavilion. His intentions are clear. Bei Kuei, Xiang Yuan, and Elegant Brother are shaking with anger. Mu Yan, however, laughed softly. She stops them and chuckles, what if I don't agree? Jiang Chuanrong's face darkens. Yi Liangchen, do you know what you are talking about? The upper 3 districts of Tianguang ruins are the noblest and most authoritative places. I am the city manager of the upper 3 districts, and my uncle is the district manager of the upper 3 districts. Strictly speaking, the middle 3 districts are under my uncle's jurisdiction. So, even the district manager of the middle 3 districts will not protect you. Then, Jiang Chuanrong seems to think of something and sneers, the district manager of the lower 3 districts is really bold. He dares to stop me from entering. He said that since you are opening a shop there, he is in charge and I have no right to interfere. Haha, what a joke. I think he is going to lose his position as the district manager of the lower 3 districts. Jiang Chuanrong's eyes were burning with excitement. She said loudly, if you go against me here, it's equivalent to going against the rules of the entire Tianguang ruins. Yi Liangchen, think about it carefully. Don't lose your shop in the end. Screw your resisting me is equivalent to resisting the rules of the entire Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan rolls her eyes inwardly. Does little Tian know that this guy is so arrogant? In fact, when he was driven out of the upper 3 districts, little Tian said that he must suggest to the master to remove Jiang Chuanrong. But he just happened to be in time for the Medicine King's assessment, so he forgot about it. Mu Yan really thinks that if she doesn't go and settle accounts with Jiang Chuanrong, instead, he wants a foot after taking an inch and bullies her. Mu Yan calls out to little Tian in her mind, but there is no response. It seems that he is still being summoned by the master. However, she is really curious about who is little Tian's current master. While he was thinking, he heard Jiang Chuanrong's impatient voice again. Yap Liangchen, have you thought it through? Will you follow me back to the upper 3 districts and join the Concentrating Heart Pavilion, or will you not be able to survive in Tianguang ruins from now on? Liang Chen's army was about to go crazy from anger. Some of them couldn't help but clench their fists and punch Jiang Chuanrong fiercely. However, they did not dare to use their spiritual power, so they were quickly sent flying by the law enforcers beside Jiang Chuanrong. They lay on the ground and could not get up. Jiang Chuanrong smiles at Mayan, revealing a proud expression. Lord of 6 stars? Successor of the Medicine King? There were no more kings under Yi Liangchen, huh? So what, no matter how powerful he was still in the real world. In the Tianguang ruins, Jiang Chuanrong was the true king. Anyone who dared to resist him would die. Mu Yan's face darkens. He dared to attack Liang Chen's army right in front of her. Are you tired of living? Mu Yan's jade-like, lustrous hands gently pinched together, the joints emitting cracking sounds. Jiang City's administrator, right? The corner of the girl's mouth slowly raises, revealing a disdainful and dangerous smile. Didn't anyone teach you that you will end up miserably if you behave atrociously in someone else's territory? Jiang Chuanrong was stunned. She didn't know what he was talking about. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain on his face. At the same time, his entire divine soul shook violently, and he felt a burning pain. Jiang Chuanrong's whole body was sent flying, and she let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered in the air. When he landed on the ground, he raised his head and revealed his face, causing many people to laugh. Jiang Chuanrong's chiseled face had actually sunk in. The bridge of his nose was smashed into pieces, and a few of his teeth were missing. His original sage-like demeanor and imposing manner had now become a joke. However, the external injuries in the Tianguang ruins would heal very quickly. Jiang Chuanrong's face quickly returned to normal. However, he was still howling in pain. This was because Mu Yan's punch had used spiritual energy, and it had directly struck his divine soul. The pain in his divine soul was 100 times more intense than the pain in his body. Someone like Jiang Chuanrong, who had always lived like a prince, had never tasted it before. Snot and tears flowed down his face as he struggled to get up. At the same time, he let out a shrill roar, "You dare to hit me, you bitch, you dare to hit," bang. Jiang Chuanrong, who had yet to get up, was suddenly knocked to the ground by a figure that swept over like a whirlwind. A large foot stepped on his head, and with a thud, his face, which had just recovered, was stomped back into the ground. The weight of a tall and sturdy man pressed down on his face, causing his nose bone to make a cracking sound again. It was broken. June. Yi Liangchen, give me the crystal. The tall and sturdy man, Qi Xiaohuang, rushed in front of Mu Yan and said anxiously, "Hurry, I need it urgently." Mu Yan looks at the fierce-looking man in front of her with a headache. "What the hell are you doing now?" "Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm in urgent need of spar. Give it to me quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late." Mu Yan sighed. How much? His brat had been spoiled rotten. What else could he do? She could only spoil him. 10,000 top-grade crystals. Mu Yan's face changed greatly. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones? Qi Xiaohuang, why don't you go rob someone? No. Qi Huang was so anxious that the beard on his face trembled. This sovereign. I really need it urgently, just give it to me. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Was Qi Huang flirting with her, although it was a rare sight for the artifact spirit to admit defeat? But the problem is, you're not a handsome young man now, nor a cute and adorable Tuanzi, but a burly man. This coquettish tone and manner gave her goosebumps all over her body. Okay, Mu Yan has no choice but to transfer 10,000 crystals to the 7 Brilliance Jade Key space. Bitch. Bastard. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Jiang Chuanrong, who finally got up, was about to go mad with anger. Taking out a sword from the Jade Key space, he ruthlessly thrusts it towards Mu Yan and Qi Huang. The Tianguang ruins, which usually had no spirit energy fluctuations, was now filled with surging spirit energy and overflowing killing intent. Although Jiang Chuanrong looked like an idiot, the Jiang family had been sitting in the position of the upper three districts for so many years. Even though Jiang Chuanrong was an idiot, she still managed to reach the leaving aperture realm thanks to the miraculous pills she received. If a leaving aperture realm cultivator were to use his spiritual energy to stab out, the might of the sword would definitely be incomparably shocking. Be careful, God Yi. The onlookers cried out in surprise. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and block that sword for their guru Yi. But the furious Jiang Chuanrong moves too fast. No one can react in time. Mu Yan's face also changes, and she's about to open her mouth to warn Qi Huang. But she sees Qi Huang turn his head and wave his large palm leaf-like palm. Bang! Jiang Chuanrong is sent flying along with his sword. Once again, he's slapped to the ground like a pancake. This time, he didn't even have the chance to scream. An ant dares to use a sword against this sage. Qi Huang snorts coldly. Without saying anything to Mu Yan, he runs away and disappears. Why? Why didn't the divine punishment befall on these two? Jiang Chuanrong shakily climbs up again. His face is as pale as paper, and his expression is close to insanity. Divine soul shock. Quickly send down the divine soul shock. Hysterical roars resound all around, but everything is still quiet. What lightning strike, what punishment, there's no response at all. Mu Yan crosses her arms over her chest, calm and unruffled as she watches Jiang Chuanrong go crazy. The surrounding Liang Chen's army and passers-by are also dumbfounded. What's going on? Mu Yan and that burly man attacked Jiang Chuanrong just now. They clearly used spiritual power, and even injured Jiang Chuanrong's divine soul. But why didn't the divine soul shock fall? Many people remember the last time. Mu Yan also hit the steward of the Flowing Moon Pill House, but nothing happened. Moreover, they also heard the voice of the tool spirit of Tianguang Ruins, calling Mu Yan a special user. So, Great God Yi was also powerful and influential in Tianguang Ruins, not a small fry that can be suppressed by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Liang Chen's army gets excited one by one, and they look at Mu Yan with more and more worship. Jiang Chuanrong's throat is hoarse from shouting, but he only gets loud ridicule from the people around him, and looks at him like he's a clown. He closes his mouth, firmly clenches his molar teeth, and looks at Mu Yan with resentment. Yi Liangchen, do you think that if Tianguang Ruins doesn't send down the divine punishment, I can't do anything to you? Jiang Chuanrong screams, even if you can use spiritual power in Tianguang Ruins, so what? You're just a little gold core stage cultivator. Be it in Tianguang Ruins or the real world, in my eyes, you are just like an ant that I can casually trample to death. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chuanrong's words caused the expressions of many people in Liang Chen's army to change. Most of the enforcers in the upper three districts of Tianguang Ruins were above the nascent soul realm. Most of them were leaving aperture realm cultivators. No matter how talented Yap Liangchen was, he was still very young. He was only at the golden core stage. If they really fought each other, how could they be a match for this group of scum? Do it. All of you, attack. Jiang Chuanrong waved her hand fiercely at her subordinates. Beat this bitch until her soul scatters and she will never be able to reincarnate. The black-robed law enforcers looked at each other. They were a little hesitant, but they still took out their special weapons in the end. A golden chain. Injecting spiritual energy could turn it into a sword that could cut through iron as if it were mud. Circulating spiritual energy could turn it into a shackle. Jiang Chuanrong, on the other hand, was holding a halberd in his hand. At this moment, he was filled with hatred to the point of insanity. He completely disregarded the fluctuations that might be caused by the surging spiritual energy in the Tianguang Ruins as he attacked Mu Yan with bloodshot eyes. Great God Yi, watch out. Almighty Yi, get out of the way. I'll block him for you. One by one, Liang Chen's army shouted and rushed over, wanting to block in front of Mu Yan. Their cultivation was higher than Mu Yan's. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the fact that they were in Tianguang Ruins. They only thought that the person they followed and supported must not be harmed. When Jiang Chuanrong gave the order to attack just now, Mayan's expression didn't change. However, at this moment, he was astonished. All of you, get out of the way. You are not allowed to use your spiritual power. It wasn't that the rules of Tianguang ruins had lost their effect. It was probably because little Tian was biased that it didn't work on her. However, once Liang Chen's army made a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Yan has never been so flustered before. Her body shot out like an arrow from a bow, quickly grabbing a few people and throwing them backwards. However, there were just too many of Liang Chen's soldiers rushing over to protect her. She couldn't stop them at all. In the air of the Middle Three region, a huge amount of spiritual power was surging crazily. The Liangchen army had already conjured weapons in their hands, and they slashed towards Jiang Chuanrong and the others. In the sky, above the surging spiritual power, black clouds slowly condensed. Mayan's pupils violently contract. She's shocked and regretful, but she's powerless. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. Cries of pain and moans came from the surroundings. Mayan's hands are tightly clenched into fists, almost not daring to look at the miserable state of Liang Chen's army. Huh? Someone exclaimed, I'm fine. The lightning didn't strike me? How did the law enforcement officers get killed? Yeah. I'm sure I used my spiritual power just now. When the thunder fell, I thought I was done for. Mayan abruptly comes back to her senses. Looking at the scene around her, she is also at a loss. Liang Chen's army was puzzled. They looked at each other and pinched each other. Then, they started laughing as if they had just survived a disaster. At their feet were Jiang Chuanrong and the enforcers. All of them were foaming at the mouth and convulsing. They looked extremely miserable. What was going on? The divine soul lightning strike landed on Jiang Chuanrong and the enforcer? Liang Chen's army is fine. Could it be that little Tian was helping her? But didn't little Tian say that it could only help within the loopholes of the rules? Mayan is puzzled, when she suddenly discovers that the originally noisy surroundings have suddenly quietened down. Everyone's eyes were fixed in one direction, as if they had seen a ghost. Before Mu Yan could react, she hears a familiar magnetic voice. Mu Yan, are you hurt? Mu Yan turns her head to look, only to see a man dressed in green slowly walking over. Her eyebrows were like a painting, clear like water, with a rosy appearance like the moon, and unparalleled elegance. It was as if the most beautiful words in the world were too vulgar when used on this person. Gasps and groans could be heard all around. Their knees went soft and they almost collapsed. There were also cries of anguish that came from their souls. Mu Yan, however, smiled, "Junior Marshal Uncle." Luo Yunxiao walked up to her and looked her up and down. "Are you all right?" Mu Yan shook her head, then looked at him suspiciously and said in a low voice, "Was it you who helped me just now, Junior Marshal Uncle?" Luo Yunxiao did not reply to her. Instead, she looked at Jiang Chuanrong and the others on the ground. A cold smile slowly appeared on her gentle jade-like face. The next moment, little Tian's mechanical voice rang out in the Tianguang ruins. Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chuanrong, enforcers Ding Mao, Zhang Guang, and Li Si. They abused their power, deceived their superiors, and illegally amassed wealth. Everything they did went against the rules of the enforcers of Tianguang ruins. I hereby announce the corresponding punishment for this group of people. Jiang Zhenhai, is fined 1 million high-grade crystals, removed from his position as a district administrator, and demoted to the lowest level user. Jiang Chuanrong, is removed from her position as an enforcer. She will be punished with a first-level Divine Soul Lightning Strike, and will be banished from Tianguang ruins forever, and is not allowed to enter again. Enforcers Ding Mao, Zhang Guang, Li Si, helped the evildoer. Their positions as enforcers will be revoked and 10,000 popularity points will be deducted. If they commit the same offense again, they will be permanently banished from Tianguang ruins. As little Tian announced the punishments one by one, those who had just recovered from the Divine Soul electric shock turned pale again. It was fine to remove their positions as enforcers, but to deduct 10,000 popularity points, many of them would have negative popularity points. From then on, it would be difficult for them to do anything in Tianguang ruins. From a high and mighty high official to a lowly person who did not even have a jade key space, how could they accept such a drop? Jiang Chuanrong was even more dumbfounded. Then, when he came back to his senses, he immediately let out a hysterical roar. "Why? My Jiang family has always been the enforcer of the upper third district. Why did you remove me? Why?" Before he could finish his words, a slap sent him flying. "You bastard! Evil creature!" Xianxia, who had come to the middle third district, rushed over madly and kicked Jiang Chuanrong. "Son of AB*TCH, our Jiang family is in deep trouble because of you." Xianxia was the real disaster that fell from the sky. He did not know what had happened at all, but he was suddenly informed that his district manager position had been revoked and he had even become the lowest user. For a moment, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he was dumbfounded. When he found out that everything was caused by his nephew, Jiang Chuanrong, he immediately hated him to the core. "Get ready for level 1 Divine Soul Electric Shock." Little Tian's cold voice came from the sky. This time, Jiang Chuanrong was really panicking. He desperately wanted to leave Tianguang ruins, but found that he could not. Uncle, save me. I don't want to take the Divine Soul Electric Shock." Jiang Chuanrong's face was full of snot and tears as he cried for help. He was an enforcer and knew better than anyone what level 1 Divine Soul Electric Shock meant. Ordinary Divine Soul Electric Shock would only damage the spirit or weaken the cultivation. However, a level 1 Divine Soul Electric Shock could take a person's life. Even if he did not die from the shock, he would become an idiot. Jiang Chuanrong was an out-of-body stage cultivator. How could he become an idiot? "Uncle, save me. I know I'm wrong. I won't mess with Yap Liangchen anymore. Forgive me. Forgive me." Aha! As an earth-shattering bolt of lightning fell, everyone present shuddered in unison. It was because of Jiang Chuanrong's blood-curdling screams, and also because of the fact that his entire body, flesh, bones, and soul had been distorted after being electrocuted. Was this Tianguang Ruin's first-level Divine Spirit Electric Shock punishment? Even a cultivator at the Crossing Calamity stage wouldn't be able to endure such a horrible punishment, right? Such an outcome shocked everyone and made them realize that Yap Liangchen was special in the Tianguang Ruins. Up until now, anyone who wanted to deal with Yi Liangchen in the Tianguang Ruins had died. Without exception, all of them ended up in a miserable state. "Little Martial Uncle, where have you been recently? Why didn't he come to see us?" "That's right, our domains have all been activated. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, fourth senior sister, and fifth senior brother have all advanced to the second stage of their domains. We practice the blood slaughter sword formation every day." In the backyard of Laozi's number 1 shop, the people of the Xiaoyao sect, who had hurriedly gone online, surrounded their little martial uncle and chattered non-stop. Luo Yunxiao's expression was still calm, without any fluctuations. But if you look carefully, you can still see that the indifferent face has a faint gentleness. "Junior Master, we have opened all our domains. Even Instructor Mo praised us. Aren't you going to praise us?" Luo Yu giggled. As for Instructor Mo's barely qualified, was that considered a compliment? Of course it was. Luo Yunxiao's gaze seems to sweep over Mayan. Her hands slowly clench, and without a trace, she loosens them. He picked up the peach blossom wine in front of him and took a sip. Then he said lightly, "Our strength has indeed improved." The 7 of them were so happy as if they had eaten honey. They were so happy that they wanted to spin in circles. Oh, Instructor Mo and Junior Master both praised them. "They're so great, just like what Bai Xia said, they must give themselves 32 likes." However, the next moment, Luo Yunxiao's words made everyone's cheeks stiffen. "The blood-slaughtering sword array is not enough for your practice." He leisurely took out a jade slip and a pile of array boards and threw them in front of them. "So, I have made a new practice plan for you." The 7 of them looked at each other. After a long while, they took the jade slip with trembling hands and immersed their divine sense into it. They almost fainted from the shock. The one who had the biggest reaction was Mu Yan, who had always been the most leisurely and indifferent. "Junior Master, are you kidding? 360 sword energies of the blood-slaughtering sword array, and only dodging and resisting it without using spiritual power? Not to mention, there was also the spirit refinement of the raging flame array, the body forging of the ice array, the meridian refining of the extreme wood array. Every practice was as difficult as climbing up to the sky. It could peel off a layer of skin. Was this a practice that a normal person could complete? The practice of the others in the Xiaoyao sect was a little easier than Mu Yan, but it was definitely beyond the limits of the human body. Luo Yunxiao put the peach blossom wine aside and raised his hand. A guqin appeared in front of him. His slender hands gently plucked the strings. Unfortunately, what came out was not beautiful music, but a harsh noise. It's okay if you don't want to learn. Everyone was happy. Luo Yunxiao continued, then let's settle the debt you owe me. The Xiaoyao Seven's face stiffened. Wahahaha, master, let me do it. I'll settle it with them. Chiwen jumped out excitedly and shouted, before Mei Yanyan came, all the expenses of the Xiaoyao school were paid by my master. Of course, Shi Qing was the one who paid most of the expenses. But Shi Qing is your master. A master for a day is a father for a lifetime. Is there anything wrong with a son paying his father's debt? The faces of Yun Ruhan and the others sank. Especially Yun Ruhan, she knew very well how many crystals her master had spent on little Aunt Master. Moreover, most of it was used by Master to buy wine, the kind of fine wine that cost dozens of high-grade crystal stones for 1 ounce. Mu Yan opens her mouth, wanting to speak. Luo Yunxiao glanced at her faintly and said, I'm here to drink with you. He, in this world, you're the first one who dares to make Master drink with another woman, Mei Yanyan. Not to mention, Master will personally teach you sword techniques. You will master the most. Chiwen shouted excitedly, if you really don't want to cultivate, why don't you devote yourself to me? Splat, Luo Yunxiao slapped Chiwen to the ground, silencing her. Luo Yunxiao's gaze swept over the 7 people present. Now, do you still have any objections? No. The 7 people shook their heads like a rattle drum. What a joke, they were all poor people. Moreover, he was a pauper who lived for the moment. The crystals he earned during the 3 Academy tournament had already been spent. Where would he find the crystal stones to return to youngest uncle? Luo Yunxiao takes a deep look at Mayan. She only says, I'll come back to check in a month. Then she leaves the Tianguang ruins. This time, Chiwen was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she bites the hem of Mayan's skirt. Mei Yanyan, don't blame Master for being cold and strict, he's doing this for your own good. Your future will only be. Idiot, of course we understand that junior uncle is doing this for our own good. Mu Yan pinches Chiwen's bulbous nose, do you still need to remind us of this? Ling Yuma walked over and kicked Chiwen's butt. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve little martial uncle. Luo Yu leaned on the window and shouted, Chiwen, you must take good care of youngest martial uncle. Remind him to come back and visit us more often when he's free. Chiwen opened her eyes and looked at the indifferent young man sitting at the side as if he didn't care about anything. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. Master, those kids from the Xiaoyao sect actually care about you a lot. Luo Yunxiao gently smiled. A light smile blossomed on that incomparably handsome face. For a moment, even the surrounding lakes and mountains seemed to lose their color, leaving behind only this breathtaking beauty. However, when Chiwen saw that smile, she only felt endless desolation and loneliness. It was as if the world was covered by snow and ice, and the world was covered by an endless curtain of night. She could no longer see the flowers blooming in spring or the sun in the clear sky. It is precisely because of this that I should stay away from them, just a little bit more, After Luo Yunxiao and Chiwen left, the people of the Xiaoyao sect also left the Tianguang ruins. Only Mu Yan stayed behind. She took out the medicine master token and the 4 glass beads, and inserted the glass beads into the 4 corners of the medicine master token. In the next moment, an ancient and deep voice resounded in his ears. The Medicine King token has been activated, do you want to enter the inheritance space immediately? Mu Yan's heart flutters, and she quickly settles her mind to answer, yes, at the same time, in the Medicine King Hall of Xiaoxian continent. Han Shujiao was lying on the couch like a salted fish. Her cheeks were puffed up and her face was full of despair. All of a sudden, the heaven void cauldron, which was stuffed with junk, began to buzz. Han Shujiao suddenly jumped up from the couch and stared at the dazzling heavenly void cauldron. Her breathing got faster and faster. Disciple, his precious disciple had finally arrived. As soon as Mayan's yes falls to the ground, she feels a blur in front of her eyes, her head heavy and her feet light. It was as if he was grabbed by a giant hand and thrown into the endless sea, rolling along with the waves. When she finally came back to her senses, she realized that she was in a messy hall. One could say that the main hall was shabby, but every beam and pillar was richly ornamented and resplendent. You could say that it was luxurious, but there was trash and waste paper everywhere. All sorts of pill furnaces were placed around the hall. However, these seemingly expensive pill furnaces were filled with paper balls and the skins of some unknown spirit fruits. This is the King of Medicine's inheritance space. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Isn't this a bit too much of a personality? So how was she going to obtain the inheritance of the King of Herbs? Should I clean the room first? Or was he looking for a mechanism? Cough, cough. A deliberately suppressed cough interrupts Mayan's train of thought. She quickly turned her head and saw a gray-haired old man slowly coming out from behind the screen. The old man's figure is not tall, he is only a little taller than Mu Yan. His hair is as white as snow and is tied up with a jasper hairpin. His beard is also snow-white, hanging down to his chest. While coughing, the old man stroked his beard, which makes him look like an immortal. But when Mu Yan looks at this old man, she always feels a strange sense of incongruity. After observing for a long time, she can see that the old man's eyes are too clear, too bright, and too round. And his mouth, although most of it is covered by his white beard, she can still vaguely see his pink lips. Presumptuous. A fierce and low voice came, "Lower your head, who allowed you to look directly at this master?" This voice is mixed with a strong pressure, which made Mu Yan jump in fright. She quickly lowered her eyes and dared not to look at it again. But inside her heart, she became more and more curious. "Are you the sacred ancestor medicine king?" "Of course." Han Chujiu coldly snorted, "Besides me, is there a second person in this world who can become a sacred ancestor level refiner?" After boasting, Han Chujiu said, "Do you want to get this master's medicine king inheritance?" Mu Yan nodded her head without hesitation. "Then, you first refine a batch of elixirs for this master to see." Then, she casually waved her hand, and some common elixirs in the Shozhen continent piled up like a mountain in front of her. One of the alchemy furnaces filled with garbage also appeared in front of Mu Yan. When Han Chujiu saw the garbage inside, she blushed and quickly waved her hand to clean up the garbage. "Let's refine here." Mu Yan did not hesitate and quickly chose the elixirs to refine. She is still refining the barrier breaking down that she is best at. As the fire rises, the elixirs are slowly melted one by one. From time to time, Han Chujiu's voice sounded in the main hall. "Huh? What is this formula? Why haven't I seen it before? Gee, interesting, it can actually stimulate the potential and clear the mind. If you take it, it should help people to break through the bottleneck. You're quite an interesting lass." However, when Mu Yan controlled the fire and began to fuse the melted elixirs, Han Chujiu, on the other hand, flew into a rage and shouted, "What a waste of natural resources! What a waste of God's gifts! Such a good pill formula was actually refined with such a trashy method. Which idiot taught you this method of controlling fire and condensing pills? What an idiot, an idiot, an idiot!" Mu Yan awkwardly stops what she's doing. She couldn't continue. If she continued, she was afraid that this king of medicine would be so angry that he would smash her head with an alchemy furnace. Han Chujiu's eyes widened and roared, "Tell me, which bastard taught you how to control the fire to refine dawn? This is killing a genius. I'm going to strangle this idiot to death." Mayan touches her nose and says awkwardly, "No one taught me, I fumbled around on my own." In the Tian Emochin space, the basic compendium of alchemy and the intermediate compendium of alchemy teach relevant theories, but they don't actually teach her how to control fire or how to condense pills. In fact, this thing could not be taught with words alone. Therefore, Mayan used her divine sense to feel the changes of the elixirs inch by inch according to the pill recipe and the process of alchemy, and fumbled it out herself. This time, it was Han Chujiu who was shocked. Fumbled it out herself? The most difficult part of alchemy is controlling the fire and condensing the dan. Ordinary alchemists may not be able to master these two aspects even after being taught by a famous teacher for several years. But the little girl in front of him, without anyone's guidance, actually fumbled out a set of fire control and dawn? Even if Han Chujiu criticized it as worthless, he knows that compared to many alchemy sects in the Shoshan continent, this set of fire control and dawn is already very exquisite. Did you really fumble it out by yourself?" Mu Yan nodded her head with difficulty, waiting for the Medicine King's scolding. However, after waiting for a long time, she found that there was no sound from the opposite side. When she looked up, she saw the Medicine King, who has a sage-like appearance, half raised his head, smiling with a sneaky face. Her big round eyes were sparkling, and her pink and tender cherry lips were smacking as if she was savoring the aftertaste of something delicious. Han Chujiu was really happy at this time. He knew that the person who can trigger the Medicine King's inheritance and pass the Medicine King's assessment is not an ordinary person. However, he had never imagined that his disciple would be so talented. In the future, when he trained her, he will be able to beat Di Ming. At that time, he will let the people of the Polar Domain's imperial court kneel down and sing surrender. Ha ha ha, Mu Yan blinked her eyes, her heart was curious. What happened to the Medicine King? Up close, the Medicine King's skin is very good. Because of his excitement, his white skin is red. It looks like a red apple. Mu Yan stretched out her claws, wanting to pinch the Medicine King's face to see if it was just an illusion. Han Chujiu suddenly came back to his senses. He was scared and took a few steps back. He covered his beard and said, "Bold little apprentice, what are you doing?" Mu Yan retracted her hand in embarrassment and coughed lightly. "Medicine King, my fire control and dawn." She hasn't finished her words, but Han Chujiu angrily said, "What Medicine King? Call me master." "Master? Master? You are my only apprentice, the only successor of the Medicine King Hall. Do you want to deceive your master and betray your ancestors?" Mu Yan wrinkled her eyebrows in embarrassment. "But I already have a master. Although Shurqing didn't teach her anything, he is also her master. If Shurqing hadn't brought her into the Xiaoyao school, she wouldn't have met her fellow disciples, and she wouldn't have been taught by her junior martial uncle." Han Chujiu contemptuously said, "Can those garbage alchemists in the lower realm compare with me? That kind of trash doesn't deserve to be called a master." Mu Yan opens her mouth, wanting to say that he's not a master in alchemy. Han Chujiu impatiently said, Okay, then can you reluctantly call me Jiao Shifu?" Mu Yan immediately called out obediently, "Ninth master." When Han Chujiu heard her little apprentice obediently call her Jiao Shifu, her heart burst with joy. She felt so happy that bubbles burst out of her bubble. Han Chujiu has a disciple, he finally had a precious disciple, ha ha ha. However, the ecstatic Medicine King coughed lightly and said, "If you want to enter my Medicine King Hall and become my successor, you still need to promise me two things." "Mu Yan, Ninth Master, please speak." Han Chujiu was silent for a long time, then slowly said, "When you ascend to the Xiaoxian continent one day, you will help me raise a flower and plant a fruit." Mu Yan's heart moved. Is it the flower of the other shore and the Yellow Springs fruit? Han Chujiu took a deep look at her and nodded her head. "You have experienced the pain of planting the Yellow Springs fruit in the moistening space, but that was only a simulated process. If you really want to plant the flower of the other shore and the Yellow Springs fruit in the real world, it will be thousands of times more difficult than in the virtual space. You may even lose your soul. Are you willing?" Mu Yan nodded without hesitation, "I promise." Han Chujiu was startled. "Don't you understand? It's very dangerous to plant the red spider lily. It's very dangerous. It's possible to die and never be reincarnated." Mu Yan curved up her lips and revealed a casual smile. "In the long run, I want to learn your skills. How can I say it without paying a price? In the short run, you are my master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. It's only natural for me to help you. What's more, the so-called cultivator is stepping on the tip of a knife every day to become stronger. If I'm afraid of wolves in front of me and tigers behind me, I might as well stay at home and do embroidery. Although I don't know how to do embroidery." Mu Yan added a sentence in her heart. Han Chujiu stared at the young girl in front of her. Then, her big round eyes got brighter and brighter, and a little watery. Woo! His precious disciple was really too good. "The best in the world?" Mu Yan asked. "Jiao Shifu, what's the second thing?" Han Chujiu returned to her senses and quickly stabilized her emotions. She continued to maintain her sage-like image. But when it came to the second thing, she gritted her teeth. "After you ascend to the Xiaoxian continent, I want you to teach a lesson to a group of people." "Those people bullied Master?" "Yes." Han Chujiu clenched her fists in anger. "They have been squeezing me, laughing at me, and bullying me for many years. When you are strong, you must avenge me and bully them back. Mu Yan. Why is the legendary Xingzu medicine king completely different from what she imagined? What the hell is bullying them back? If they are enemies, shouldn't they be killed directly? When Han Shujiao saw Mu Yan's expression, she thought she was worried that the other party was too strong and she can't win. So, she quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, in this world, it's not only those cultivators who are strong. Alchemists can also be strong and invincible. If not for my body being trapped in this medicine king hall and unable to get out, Master, I'd have long gone to blow up their dog heads." Mu Yan swallowed her saliva. Aren't alchemists purely non-combat cultivators? Are all alchemists in the Xiaoxian continent so strong? How can alchemists fight with people? Using medicinal pills to smash people to death? As for using poison, it was certainly possible to deal with the weak, but against the strong, you first had to have a way to use spiritual power to send the poison into the opponent's body. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the poison was, it would be useless. Mayan coughed slightly. "Master, in fact, apart from alchemy, I'm very strong in other areas. When I arrive at the Xiaoxian continent, I will definitely help you teach that bastard who bullied you a lesson." Han Shujiao looked at her little apprentice and showed a gratified smile. "However, you can't let your guard down. Master's greatest enemy is extremely powerful, and even Master is afraid of him. Cough cough, I can only barely fight him to a draw. If you want to defeat him, it's useless to just use those clumsy martial skills you learned in the Cultivation continent." Mu Yan's heart shuddered, and she was somewhat eager to give it a try. I wonder who Ninth Master's enemy is. When she ascends to the Xiaoxian continent, she doesn't know if she can avenge her Ninth Master. Han Shujiao imagined the scene of his precious apprentice beating Di Mingju. He laughed so much that his beard almost fell down. He hurriedly tried to save her, and then solemnly said, "But, with your current strength, let alone learning fighting skills, you can't even learn alchemy skills well." End of chapter 2109. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.